During the day, I am a noble and idle person, but at night, I am a bloodthirsty demon. It's just because when I was 3 years old, I was found to have no talent for cultivation, and I thought I would live a mediocre life. But at the age of 15, I awakened the demon system and could become stronger as long as I kept fighting. And at this time, the number one beauty of Tianqi Empire actually begged me to marry her. I widened my eyes, looking incredulous. Mu Qingxue, the number one beauty of Tianqi Empire, had reached the realm of King Xian at the age of only 17, a talent that was unparalleled. I just couldn't think of any reason why you would be interested in me. The girl nodded and then said truthfully, indeed, I'm not interested. If you're not interested, why marry? I thought spring had come. Mu Qingxue glanced at me and continued, the family has no resources, and the only thing of value is me, and I also need cultivation resources. Under the same conditions, only the Xingtian Palace meets this condition. Hearing her say this, I nodded. This woman was indeed honest. She was interested in my family's resources. I'm sorry, but I may not be able to marry you yet. Hearing me say this, Mu Qingxue's cold face showed a slight surprise, and she asked in confusion, why? Miss Mu, since you know who I am, you should also know that my bad reputation precedes me. I am a waste in my family. Do you think a family would use its resources to marry a woman because of a waste? And you also said you're not interested in me, you're just interested in my family's resources, Luo Xiao said with a playful expression. After all, this woman was beautiful, but these words made him very uncomfortable. I can try to cater to the young master as much as possible, and my physique has a special talent. As long as I cultivate with the right person, I can establish a solid foundation for cultivation. So, you won't lose out either. Luo Xiao shook his head. Let's forget it. Miss Mu, it's actually quite nice to be a waste young master. Mu Qingxue did not expect Luo Xiao to refuse. Didn't everyone say he was lecherous? Why is it that it's not okay when it comes to oneself? How can the prince accept Qingxue? Mu Qingxue's gaze was firm, determined to win Luo Xiao over. Luo Xiao looked quietly at Mu Qingxue. Miss Mu, I really want to know why you must marry me. If it's just a matter of cultivation resources, it shouldn't be enough to make you like this. Mu Qingxue bit her lip, unwilling to speak. Since you don't want to say, then forget it. Let's end it here. Rest assured, I won't let anyone else know about today's events. As he was about to leave, he was stopped by Mu Qingxue behind him. Wait, Luo Xiao turned back, a hint of impatience in his eyes, and said somewhat lightly, what? Miss Mu wants to be strong? Hearing this, Mu Qingxue blushed, and said softly, can you make other requests? I really can't say it now. Luo Xiao chuckled, thinking that this little girl must be quite fond of him, thinking he's easy to handle. But since she wants to play, then let's play. Who's afraid of whom? Are there any other requirements? Okay, you can kiss me first to show sincerity. Luo Xiao turned around with a smirk. He didn't believe that this woman would really kiss him in public, and he doubted she had the courage to do so. Before he could feel too pleased with himself, he felt a warm sensation on his lips. The girl really did kiss him. The smile on Luo Xiao's face immediately froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. He underestimated Mu Qingxue, but since he was going to marry her anyway, he didn't lose out. Let's go, Luo Xiao said softly after calming down. Mu Qingxue, being led by him, dared not lift her head and weakly asked, where are we going? To meet my parents. Luo Xiao responded lightly. Mu Qingxue nodded gently and said, oh. Before the two of them walked hand in hand towards the Eastern Palace. On the road, numerous young talents and young ladies cast strange glances at the two. Some even exclaimed, isn't that the useless Prince Luo Xiao? And the girl next to him is Mu Qingxue, right? Oh my god. The peerless beauty is actually shyly holding hands with the useless prince. Where can we reason with this? Inside the Eastern Palace, Lin Yuera was playing chess with the Empress Dowager. Luo Xiao then brought Mu Qingxue in front of them and said, Mother, Grandmother, I have found a wife for you. Greetings, Empress Dowager. Greetings, Lady Lin. Very well. The Empress Dowager continued to smile happily. Lin Yuero then pulled Luo Xiao aside. What are you up to? Boy, I asked you to find a wife, and you directly brought her to me. Before she could finish her sentence, Luo Xiao interrupted. Didn't I find one for you? Mother, why don't you seem happy? Lin Yuero was speechless. Do you even know who she is? Of course, the most beautiful woman in the Tianqi Empire. So what? Is she not good enough for our family background? Luo Xiao asked in confusion. You are such a good boy. Lin Yuero stopped herself from scolding him, feeling both angry and amused. After a moment, well, since the two children have affection and intention, this marriage is approved by the Empress Dowager. said the Empress Dowager. Luo Xiu then kowtowed to the Empress Dowager with Mu Qingxue and thanked her. Then he took Mu Qingxue and left. The two of them ran towards the direction of the Zheng Tian Palace. The Crown Prince is not yet married. It's not quite appropriate for you to bring me to the Zheng Tian Palace, Luo Xiu said sincerely. I'm worried about you. A girl, staying outside overnight. Mu Qingxue blushed at his words, cursing Luo Xiu in her heart. Regardless of what she thought, Luo Xiu held her hand and walked towards the palace. Seeing this, the subordinates on the side respectfully saluted towards the two. Inner sanctum. Luo Xiu and Mu Qingxue sat on opposite sides of each other. Luo Xiu stared closely at this daughter-in-law of his, and finally opened his mouth and asked, "Your purpose has been achieved, so you can tell us what you want from the Luo family here, right?" Mu Qingxi suddenly froze. She also didn't expect Luo Xiu to ask this so directly. However, listening to Luo Xiu's tone, it didn't seem like he was joking or poking fun at himself, and Mu Qingxi was hesitating to say it now, because she felt that even if she said it, the Luo family might not be willing to give it to her. What the hell are you gonna do? It's all come down to this, and there doesn't seem to be any room for play. Mu Qingxue pondered for a long time, and Luo Xiu watched as her lips were about to be bitten by herself. Still uneasy? Or is what you want from the Luo family precious? Mu Qingxi looked up to meet Luo Xiu's gaze, her face showing a hint of guilt. I'm sorry, world son, the dowry I want is a saint-grade spiritual medicine, the immortal god phoenix grass, as well as the opportunity for the burial heaven royal house to make a move for the Mu family once. Is that okay? Mu Qingxue gritted her teeth and finally forced herself to say it. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head straight away, not daring to look directly at Luo Xiu's gaze. When Luo Xiu sniffed, he couldn't help but frown as well. For the Luo family, for their family, the opportunity to strike once is nothing, but that a holy level of immortal divine phoenix grass. It's not like the Luo family doesn't have this stuff. There is, but there is only one plant, and it seems that there is only this one plant in the entire celestial revelation empire. Or my father risked his life to get it from that emperor's tomb. This was a decision that Rashu couldn't make easily and had to look to his parents. I'm sorry, this sacred pill you want isn't something I alone can make a decision on. Luo Xiu sighed and said helplessly. Mu Qingxue also knew that her conditions were too much, and did not have any rebuttal, only nodding her head slightly. Chapter 8. A letter from Luo Fun Tian, agreeing to the bride price. Just as the two of them fell into silence, Lin Yurou also returned from the Eastern Palace. What's wrong with you two? Lin Yurou looked at the silent two and couldn't help but ask. When I saw them today, they were talking and laughing, so how come they don't talk again when they're alone? As if she had done something wrong, Mu Qingxi lowered her head almost to her chest. Luo Xiu sighed slightly and spoke to Lin Yurou about what the two had said earlier. Lin Yurou sniffed and similarly looked towards Mu Qingxue, a hint of worry wiping across her brows. A single sacred pill was enough to cause a fifth sky of Emperor Xian realm powerhouse to break through to the Zun Xian realm without any obstacles. It was enough to raise 5 minor realms, and this was the strength of the holy medicine. If a peak Suanchuan realm powerhouse took it, there was a 90% plus chance of breaking through to the Saint Xian realm. This was something that countless powerful people had dreamed of. So how could they part with it so easily? I'm sorry, ma'am. It was Qingxue who was ignorant. Don't worry. I will fulfill my promise and marry the world son. As for that sacred medicine, I can do without it. But I only ask that the burial heavenly royal house can tide over the difficulties of the family I'm a part of for once. Mu Qingxue also felt that her conditions were too much. This condition was still reasonable. Helping a small family through a difficult time was actually easy for the huge royal family. However, after Mu Qingxue mentioned it like this, it would always leave a bad impression. After all, such a thing as a holy medicine. The entire Apocalypse Empire only had the burial heaven royal house. Think about it. What treasures does the entire Imperial family of the Apocalypse Empire not have? The favoritism was that there was no holy medicine, so it was evident that this holy medicine was precious and extremely rare. Child, I will talk to the king about your conditions, but if you sincerely want to live with Xior, I think the king will definitely agree. But have you ever thought about it? Lin Yurou said here, suddenly paused. Her eyes drifted to Mu Qingxue. Seeing the latter listening attentively, Lin Yurou then continued, have you ever thought about it? Xior has no talent for cultivation. His life expectancy is only a few hundred years. Even if we forcefully renew his life, at most, he can only live for 200 years. And the strain of holy medicine that you want is nothing more than your own use of it. After all, your physique and this strain of holy medicine is extremely compatible. If you take it, the cultivation qualifications as well as your cultivation will be even more on the next level. As your cultivation continues to increase, your lifespan will continue to increase. So have you ever thought about Xior? Lin Yaya Ro's words were sharp. Word for word, she stood in a mother's point of view. The only thing in her heart was her own son. Mu Qingshui looked at Lin Yuro dumbfounded, not knowing how to retort. She wanted this holy medicine. Indeed, she wanted to use it for herself. This holy medicine would not only make her bloodline purer, but her cultivation would also be drastically improved. It wasn't even impossible to break through the Emperor Xian realm in one fell swoop. At the same time, she had never considered Luo Xiao, who was a cultivation rootless person, because she really only wanted to gain benefits from him, and the two of them really had never had any emotional foundation from the beginning to the end. However, after Lin Yuro's reminder, Mu Qingshui also felt that she seemed to be going overboard, and that she likewise had relatives and family. If someone else had treated her family like this, she would probably be even more displeased than Lin Yuro. A wave of guilt rose at the thought of this. Mu Qingshui lowered her proud head. Then, repentant, she looked toward Luo Xiao and said with an apologetic face, "I am sorry, Seiji. I am indeed a selfish person who never thought of your feelings, and I am ashamed of my previous behavior. Everything is my fault. I'm willing to accept all the consequences, even if it means losing my reputation." Mu Qingshui's voice got smaller and smaller the more she spoke. For the first time she felt that the situation had become so serious. It's even gotten so bad that it's out of one's control. Rashu just looked at her quietly. In fact, he had already guessed that little bit of Mu Qingshui's mind, and the only thing that he hadn't expected was that this woman actually wanted a sacred pill. But now that he looked at her like this, Luo Xiao really couldn't get angry. After all, even if Mu Qingshui's talent was high, at the age of 17 now, she was just a child, and in his opinion, this matter is actually not as serious as they think. It is just the Imperial edict from the Empress Dowager. Things aren't as serious as you think, but there should be no way to give you that holy medicine you asked for now. Are you still willing to marry me? Luo Xiao looked at her and finally said softly, "Things have come to this point. I am afraid that my marriage is going to be cold." Fortunately, he had never had any illusions about this marriage, and in the beginning, he was only trying to cope with his mother, and Mu Qingshui was also trying to cope with the family as well as obtaining that one sacred medicine. With the way things are going, it should be considered a deal breaker. Mu Qingshui looked up at Luo Xiao. In this world where men were superior to women, it was the first time she felt a man was so gentle. Listen to Rashio's gentle tone. And he's not even mad? Mu Qingshui for a moment actually some trance. In fact, in her heart does not resist Luo Xiao. Just the lifespan of mortals is ultimately limited. After more than 100 years, it will finally be yin and yang, available at. But why should one think so much about it? The big deal is that after living with him for more than 100 years, wouldn't it be better to tie up one's hair and become a nun, focusing on cultivation and not asking questions about the world? Mu Qingshui's own heart suddenly brightened as she thought of this. As long as you're willing to marry, I'm willing to marry. Mu Qingxi looked at Luo Xiao with more than a hint of affection. Madam, don't worry. I will try my best to love Seiji as hard as I can. Even if the two of us are shallow now, I will try my best to love him deeply. Mu Qingshui assured again towards Lin Yuro. Luo Xiao stared at Mu Qingshui with his eyes slightly stunned. Is this okay? I thought we were going to break up if we couldn't talk about it? How does that work? 6. Mu Qingshui's sincere words also touched Lin Yuro. In her opinion, doing wrong is not scary, it is the lack of repentance that is the beginning of the journey to the abyss. Lin Yuro, on the other hand, nodded with satisfaction as she saw her heart in Mu Qingshui's eyes. She did want to be genuine with her stupid son. Good, good, good. That makes things a lot easier. Lin Yuro laughed with satisfaction. Feelings can be cultivated slowly. Besides, with that physique of yours, maybe you can embark on the path of cultivation for sure? It was only then that Mu Qingshui remembered that her divine phoenix body did have the ability to be reborn in fire. As long as there was dual cultivation and the yin and yang mingled, there was a high chance that a cultivation metaphysical vein could be opened up for mortals. If he succeeded, he could indeed go on forever with Luo Xiao. For Luo Xiao, she wasn't averse to it, and feelings could be cultivated slowly. The future was instantly brighter. Luo Xiao listened to the conversation between the two and was a bit speechless. Are all these women's minds so delicate? He listened in awe, yet it seemed to make perfect sense. Just then, a black shadow suddenly flashed outside the door, and in an instant, that black shadow arrived inside the hall. Afterwards, that could kneel on one knee towards Lin Yuro. Madam, a letter from the king. Lin Yuro took the letter from the black shadow with a calm face. The envelope could just disappear after being taken, just as if it had never come. Lin Yaya opened the letter, which was clearly written, the body of the divine phoenix can be the wife of my son, the sacred medicine can be given. The king agreed? Lin Yuro had a surprised look on her face. She didn't expect Luo Fun Tian to get the news so quickly, and he actually agreed. Lin Yuro looked at Mu Qingxue with a complicated expression before she told the two of them the news. Mu Qingxue's eyes were like cold stars. Her face was unbelievable. The burial heavenly king actually agreed? It's a holy medicine. This sudden news. Mu Qingxue had incredulity. But was she really worth it? Such a great gift. It seemed that the only way to repay the favor of their holy medicine was to cultivate a good relationship with Luo Xiu. One must not fail the cold Luo family's heart. Mu Qingxue clenched her fists and secretly decided. Luo Xiu frowned slightly. It seemed like this sacred pill was what his own father was going to use to break through the Saint Xian realm. Right? Is it about you again? Rasha's clenched fists swear darkly. When he was strong enough, he must have gotten a divine medicine for his father. Chapter 9 Immortal Spirit Sacred Pill. Strong Mu Qingxue. Lin Yuro came back to her senses. Her gaze softly looked at the two men, finally locking onto Mu Qingxue and said with a smile, since the king has agreed, Qingxue, this immortal spirit sacred pill will be given to you. With that, Lin Yuro took out the immortal divine phoenix grass from the spatial realm, and in an instant, the entire lobby was instantly filled with a strong immortal spirit aura. Shasta, an immortal spirit grass that was full of immortal spirit chi appeared in Lin Yuro's hand. Colorful flowing light immortal charm attached to the immortal divine phoenix grass around. 9 hope like a fine needle like grass leaves vivid. Each hope is rich in the rich power of life. It exudes a strong sense of vitality. Mu Qingxue's divine phoenix body resonated when it felt the aura of the immortal divine phoenix. Shoo! The same radiant light was easily emitted from within her body, immediately fusing together with the immortal rhythm emanating from that immortal god phoenix grass hand. The two interlocked and sealed each other, exuding an endless amount of mysterious power. Mu Qingxue closed her eyes tightly, quietly feeling the aura emanating from the immortal god phoenix grass. Her body and mind pleasurable, and at the same time, she felt incomparably satisfied and enjoyable. Lin Yeye saw the scene and couldn't help but be shocked. She had learned about the divine phoenix body from ancient texts, and that this type of physique was a bloodline left behind by an ancient divine phoenix, with each successor having heaven-defying abilities. Whether it was the rebirth of the fire, or that terrifying cultivation speed, it was enough to be marveled at. But none of it was enough to compare to the scene. It wasn't until what she saw today that she realized that the divine physique depicted in that ancient book was already considered conservative, and this kind of physique could be considered heaven-defying. Buzz. Luo Xiu quietly watched all of this as the Shura bloodline in his body unconsciously boiled up. What's the situation? Luo Xiu tried his best to suppress the bloodline in his body without revealing a single trace of it, but between the two physiques vaguely, there was actually a feeling of climbing over each other. Qingxue, such holy relics must not be left on your body. Stay in the burial heavenly king's mansion and absorb them these days. Lin Yuro handed the immortal divine phoenix grass to Mu Qingxue and said in a deep voice, such a heaven-defying thing. If Mu Qingxue was still allowed to keep it on her body and absorb it in the future, she was afraid that it would lead to unnecessary trouble. It would be better to help this future daughter-in-law absorb here. After all, the entire burial king's mansion is like a heavenly net. Absolutely safe existence. Absorb absolutely no one here to disturb. Mu Qingxue opened her eyes and joyfully accepted the holy medicine, nodding heavily. Thank you, ma'am, Lin Yeye said with a smile. Still called ma'am? Mu Qingxue's face contained shyness as she shyly opened her mouth and said, Mother. Lin Yuro immediately smiled with joy, and then touched with her arm. Luo Xiu said, that's right, don't hurry to take your daughter-in-law to the cultivation room to retreat. It was only then that Luo Xiu reacted from his daze and looked at this mother of his somewhat speechlessly. Is this the real mom? Why did it feel like she liked Mu Qingxi more? Oh, Luo Xiu responded helplessly. Let's go, daughter-in-law. Hearing Luo Xiu call out to himself like this, Mu Qingxi's face blushed even more. Her entire face red like a ripe apple. Mu Qingxue answered shyly. He then followed Luo Xiu to the cultivation room of the burial heavenly king's mansion. Daughter-in-law, cheer up. Luo Xiu smiled and gave her a boost before closing the door to the cultivation room. Thank you. Muyuki whispered a final thank you as the door closed. Then he sat down on his knees, placed that strain of immortal divine phoenix grass in front of his body, invoked his own metaphysical power, absorbing up the immortal spirit power of this sacred medicine. Luo Xiu, on the other hand, was guarding the outside of the house. He hadn't closed the door. It was also unknown how long these cultivators needed to close their doors. Wait, inside the hall of the buried heavenly king's mansion, at this moment, 10 people wrapped in black robes were being gathered. The 10 people, all of whom couldn't tell their age and couldn't tell if they were male or female, had all knelt on one knee towards Lin Yuro. A terrifying aura emanated from the bodies of the 10 of them. Everyone's strength was at least at the Huangxian realm. This was the Burial Heaven Royal Mansion, a force cultivated by Luo Burial Heaven. The name is Heavenly K. Every member inside was at least at the Huangxian realm. It would only be activated when the Apocalypse Empire or the Luo family was under a major threat or needed to guard something important. A situation like today, where 10 members of the Heavenly K were directly invited, had never occurred before. It was evident that Lin Yuro valued Mu Qing Shui, or at least absolutely could not allow any problems to occur. Lin Yuro then said to them with a grave face, "I need you to guard the royal residence for a month. All comers and suspects can be executed. No dishonor." The 10 nodded respectfully. "Go on. The entire royal residence cannot be ignored. Anywhere." "Yes." Afterward, the figures of the 10 people disappeared in place and appeared in all corners of the buried Heavenly King's mansion a moment later. And it's still a place where the royal guards are unaware of their hidden breath, just for the sake of guarding. Only after doing all this did Lin Yueyao let out a sigh of relief. "Silly son. What kind of foolish person are you? Such a proud daughter of the heavens can look at you. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse." Alas. Lin Yuro looked at the sky and sighed helplessly. "I don't know if the silly girl absorbing this sacred medicine will attract a heavenly tribulation. If it attracts a heavenly tribulation, it would be troublesome." Another frontier. On the towering walls of the frontier city stood a tall figure. The man was fully clothed in a golden dragon armor, a splash of fiery red cloak slowly blowing in the breeze. The man looked grim as he stared ahead, and the front is exactly a black pressurized piece of silhouettes, which can be described as a black cloud pressing down on the city. And he was like a haze of light that filled the heavens. It's like a god, and it's fearless. Beside him stood a young general, similarly clad in golden armor and similarly fearless in his gaze into the distance. "Father, this Tiando Empire is really taking great pains. A mere 2 million generals want to take this Tianling Pass. It's really a bit ridiculous." Luo Tian looked at the black pressurized piece of army below and laughed disdainfully. Luo Fun Tian looked back at the young Luo Tian and shook his head. "I'm afraid it's not as simple as it seems. There are still 5 million soldiers in their rear barracks. Tell the generals not to slack off. This is just their front army." "Yes." Luo Tian was respectfully taught. "By the way, is Shadow back yet? How's the letter that he was asked to pass on? How's it going?" Luo Fun Tian looked at Luo Tian and asked. "It has come back, and the letter has been sent to mother." "That's good. This brother of yours, he really doesn't let people worry about him. However, it is indeed time for a woman to discipline him. Let's hope that with a daughter-in-law, he'll tone it down." Mentioning Luo Xiao, Luo Burying Sky also had a helpless look on his face. "Aren't we guarding the border so that ordinary people like my brother can live in peace and enjoy themselves? What's wrong with Xiao being a bit greedy? I think it's those people with ulterior motives who want to seek death." Luo Tian's gaze instantly softened when he thought of his brother, while his eyes instantly turned icy cold again when he thought of those instigators of gossip. Can't a father and son work hard on the frontier to defend the kingdom in exchange for a mortal brother's chance to enjoy himself? Alright. Right now is not the time to talk about this. But what do you think of that female child with the divine phoenix body? Luo Burial Sky asked thoughtfully. "It's a good physique. It's just a pity that it's still a bit short. I don't know if that one saint pill can make her improve." Luo Tian frowned slightly and said in a slightly thoughtful manner. "Ha!" Luo Fun Tian just gently smiled, did not refute, also did not have to say anything more. It seems that everything in this world is this bland to him. Howl, kill. At this time, the horn of the attack of the Tiando Empire blew, and the millions of troops below had begun to attack. "Coming, Tianer. Follow your father into battle to kill the enemy." Luo Fun Tian looked down and said coldly. Luo Tian just laughed contemptuously, the color of bloodlust flashing under his eyes. "Got it." Subsequently, father and son immediately leapt down from the towering city wall. Before touching the ground immediately swung out two swords, two sword blades like two curved moons. Between the snap of fingers, the horses and men charging ahead were immediately cut off at the waist. The whole canyon instantly wailed in the sky. Over 10,000 dead and wounded. Chapter 10 Thunderbolt Baptism, Skyfall Divine Phoenix. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed by. During this half month, Luo Xiao had brought his Shura mask with him to break through various battle sites, as well as go deep into the hinterland of the Xian Beast Forest. He had killed an Emperor Xian-level Xian Beast. He had also defeated a Wang Xian realm powerhouse, the largest Xian Do arena in the apocalypse. Phew! Defeated! Ugh! To the cheers of the crowd, Luo Xiao stood in the center of the field, while a peak Wang Xian realm cultivator lay quietly beneath him. At the moment, it was unconscious and fainted. Who else? Under the mask, Luo Xiao's voice hissed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating a peak Wang Xian realm cultivator and gaining 10,000 lucky values from the other party, which have been automatically converted into Shura Chi blood. Ding! Accumulated Shura's Chi blood 650,000. Ding! Shura Divine Realm King Xian Realm increased by 40%. The system broadcast went off once more. Luo Xiao guffawed. He had gained a total of 500,000 Shurechi blood in this half-month. The crowd under the stage looked at each other in disbelief. This was already the 56th King Xian realm powerhouse that this Shura powerhouse had defeated. I'm afraid that only the Emperor Xian realm would be able to defeat him. Who dares to go on stage? After a long time, no one in the Xiando arena dared to go on stage again. Inside the Xiando arena, an officiant slowly stepped out and said to the crowd below the stage, "Since no one has taken the stage to challenge, then the final reward belongs to this Excellency Shura." Well, instantly the whole room was abuzz, cheering in unison. Only after the scene had calmed down did the mastermind say to Luo Xiao, "Your Excellency, you come with me." Luo Xiao nodded and followed the principal towards the back of the Xiando arena. When he left, the stage was instantly abuzz. My Lu Go, is this guy really less than 20 years old? The peak of Wang Xian realm can defeat. This is in the end which family cultivates a super genius. 56 consecutive victories. You can imagine how generous the rewards behind this are. It's coveted just thinking about it. Don't even think about these rewards. How dare you get your hands on them with your strength of the first level of the King Xian realm? I don't dare. But it doesn't mean that others don't dare. Look at some of the Huang Xian realm powerhouses in the next field. They've already been eyeing this guy. Indeed, it's too attention-grabbing. 56 consecutive victories. You can at least get 1,000,000 Xianshi reward, right? I'm only afraid it's more than that. I've heard that there are all kinds of elixir rewards. There was once someone who had taken 50 consecutive victories and directly obtained a royal Shen pill, and after taking that one pill, he directly advanced from the 7th level of the Wang Xian realm to the royal Xian realm. That also depends on talent. Some people spend their entire lives taking countless Emperor Xiandan and still can't break through. Fair enough, but this guy's talent seems to be even more terrifying than that 50 consecutive winners. In the backstage of the Xiando arena, the three old men had already sat and waited, and when Luo Xiao entered, the three old men instantly stood up. "Congratulations, young Xiando Wang." The three old men congratulated in unison. "Thanks a lot." Luo Xiao faintly returned the salute. The three old men waved their hands at the situation, and the three maids behind them immediately walked out, each holding a tray in their hands, with a ring placed on top of each tray. "Young Xiando Wang, these 3 rings contain your rewards for your consecutive victories. 2,000,000 Xianshi respectively, 2 Emperor Xiandan, Celestial Grade Elixir. There's also an Earth Grade Divine Ability, the Heavenly Desolate Slash." After the 3 old men finished their respective introductions, only then did the 3 maids walk over to Luo Xiao one after another, respectfully handing over the prizes. Luo Xiao swept over with one hand, and these rings didn't enter his Shura God Realm ring. Many thanks to the 3 seniors. No need to be polite. Besides thanking for the reward, you take this badge. He can manifest your identity in any Xiando arena in the Tianqi Empire. The old man in the center took out a badge from his ring, purple and gold in color. It was marked with one word, King, indicating that it was a Xiando Wang badge. This kind of badge also had a certain age limit. Generally 25 years old or less could be obtained. Beyond that age, even if you have the strength, you can't get it. That's why only true geniuses can acquire it after a battle. It represents supreme honor as well as a symbol of strength. Luo Xiao slowly received it, and the moment he touched it, a mysterious power from the insignia merged within his arm. This mysterious power instantly filled his entire body, harmonizing his body and causing his entire body's exhaustion to be swept away. Luo Xiao was a bit surprised. This kind of thing was as magical as a cultivation aid. Something this amazing is a slightly bigger deal. However, these were not worth much to him. After all, he did not need to cultivate himself, and these things were like chicken ribs to him. But it doesn't matter. I can't use it myself, but my daughter-in-law needs it, so I'll give it to her to play with when she gets out. I wonder how she's doing in her seclusion now. Luo Xiao retrieved his thoughts and left after exchanging pleasantries with the 3 old men. As he left the Xiando arena, the eyes of the countless powerful people around him instantly locked onto him. There were King Xian powerhouses and some Emperor Xian powerhouses. The lineup was quite luxurious. However, he didn't care much about these. The only thing he cares about is, what are these Tian Xian powerhouses doing here? Luo gave some speechlessness. Did he look good to be bullied? Or are they rushing to give away their heads? What a money-grubbing master. However, these people didn't need him to deal with them personally, because what does the masked Shura have to do with his unmasked Rashu? He's the son of the burial king. Who dares to touch him when he's out of this door? Luo Xiao walked to a hidden corner and slowly removed his mask, concealing his cultivation before walking out. Exactly one side bumped into these people who were catching up, and one of them even directly collided with Luo Xiao. Bang! Ouch! Don't you have eyes? Blind your dog's eyes and dare to bump into me. Luo Xiao arrogantly cursed. Q. The person who had been cursed was ready to return the favor, but he instantly wimped out when he saw Luo Xiu's square face. The buried king's son. Holy hell no. Yes, I'm sorry, Seiji. I didn't do it on purpose. The man stammered. Snap. Luo Xiu directly blasted a slap on his face, not reasoning with him in the slightest. Get lost, you bastard. Dare to get in my way, and dare to bump into my master? Are you tired of living? What do you say? The man said in 100 different words. I'm sorry, Seiji. What do you want to do about it? The man covered half of his face, his eyes terrified. Little master's body is golden, so feel free to get 100,000 xianshi to keep him company. Luo Xiu laughed obliquely. 100,000. The man was worse than a fly. You what you give or not? If you don't give it, you don't want to walk out alive today. Give. Then with a reluctant face, he took out 100,000 xianshi from his ring and slowly handed it to Luo Xiu. Pa! Luo Xiu nodded in satisfaction and gave him another slap on the other side of his face. That's comforting. Get lost. Once satisfied, he left humming a little song, leaving the man with both sides of his face puffy and aggravated in place. The people who were chasing after him couldn't find Luo Xiu's figure, so they had no choice but to leave unhappily. Luo Xiu had just arrived at the entrance of his home when he saw countless dark clouds covering the entire sky above the mansion, thunder flashing within the clouds, precisely over the cultivation room where Mu Qingxi was. Luo Xiu instantly realized what was going on and immediately ran wildly into the mansion. In an instant, thunder rolled down, splitting the entire refining room directly open, and Mu Qingxu's delicate figure, dressed in a white robe, was exposed to the view. Lin Yeye stood watching from afar, and Luo Xiu rushed to her side. Mother, what's going on here? How did this thunder strike my daughter-in-law? Luo Xiu asked in mock shock. Lin Yuro gave him a blank look and said breathlessly, this is a cultivator's lightning tribulation, so hurry up and hide farther away. Don't get caught in the waves. I have to help that ninny later. I can't care about you. Ooh-hoo. Luo Xiu walked away with a sense of humor, looking at the rolling heavenly thunder in the sky. His eyes flickered with light, when the system reminded, host, hurry up and absorb this thunder power. How do I absorb it? I'll help you, the system said, directly drawing the surrounding heavenly thunder that hadn't yet converged over to the top of Luo Xiu's head. Rumble. Asterisk. What are you trying to do? Luo Xiu was somewhat speechless as he looked at the countless heavenly thunders above his head. This is a good thing. Don't worry. All these heavenly thunders I've attracted have been concealed. No one will notice. So enjoy it slowly. After saying that, the system was silent. Asterisk. Rumble. Zip. A heavenly thunderbolt straight toward Luo Xiu's sky spirit cover splits. Luo Xiu panicked to use full power to resist. Ding. 1,000 points of thunder power have been gained and have been automatically transformed into Shura Qi and blood. Ding. Gain 2,000 points of thunder power, which has been automatically converted into Shura Qi and blood. Ding. Accumulated Shura Qi blood 900,000. Ding. Shura Divine Realm King Xian Realm increased by 56%. A thunderbolt had allowed Luo Xiu to harvest another 250,000 Xiu Luo Qi blood. Moreover, the increase in the Shura Divine Domain had instantly jumped by 16% under the tempering of the thunder. This lightning strike is worth it. Luo Xiu's entire body was struck with sparks and lightning, and he still couldn't suppress his inner excitement. Check the attribute panel. Host, Luo Xiu. Age, 17. Realm, King Xian Realm. First level. Avatar, Shura Divine Domain. Killing Heart, Desolate Heavenly Slash. Shura's Blood, 900,000. Shura Divine Realm, 56% increase in King Xian Realm. With a final muffled thunderclap, 2 hours passed, and the sky above the royal mansion opened up, and a 9-colored divine phoenix slowly hovered in the air. Mu Qingxue had also passed through the terrifying heavenly thunder at this moment. Her body had undergone a heavenly change, and her strength had even impacted to the peak of the King Xian Realm. One step short of breaking through to that Emperor Xian Realm. The 9-colored divine phoenix in the sky had been hovering for an unknown period of time, and then it directly transformed into a 9-colored energy that flew into Mu Qingxue's body. Transient. Mu Qingxue directly broke through the barrier that people only dreamed of. Her cultivation reaching the Huang Xian Realm. The entire person was bathed in 9-colored light, just like a fairy under the 9 heavens. The hands moved with a frequency that snapped at the heart. It's done. It's really done. A true divine phoenix saint body. Mu Qingxue opened her starry eyes, incredulously feeling the energy within her body, her inner excitement unable to be suppressed. Qingxue, don't get excited first. Calm your qi and consolidate your cultivation. Lin Yuro reminded in a voice from below. Chapter 11, The Three Great Exalted Ones Descend. Luo Fun Tian's hegemony. Just as Mu Qingxue was consolidating her cultivation, three silhouettes that looked like meteors flew from the distant sky, rapidly flying towards the buried heavenly king's mansion. Lin Yuro's beautiful eyes wrinkled slightly as she looked at the three streams of light in the distance. In an instant, the three silhouettes had already arrived in the sky above the burial heavenly king's mansion. All three of them stepped into the air and eyed Mu Qingxi. One had white beard and hair, and his whole body exuded the flavor of immortalism, while the other two looked slightly younger, but their auras were still strong, not weaker than the old man with the immortalism. Venerable White Tiger, Venerable Green Dragon, and Venerable Qilin. Why are they here? A trace of shock wiped across Lin Yuro's face when she saw the three. At the same time, 11 people also flew out from all corners of the burial heavenly king's mansion, which were those 10 members of the heavenly K as well as an old man. They all came behind Lin Yuro and similarly eyed the three figures in front of them. As the crowd appeared, only then did the three of them shift their gazes from Mu Qingshue's body to Lin Yuro's and their side. Greetings to the three seniors. Lin Yuro nodded slightly and bowed to the three. The three nodded their heads in response, and then one of them, Venerable Qilin, asked, "What is this little girl to you?" Back to Venerable Qilin. "This is my Luo family's unmarried daughter-in-law," Lin Yuro said with a complicated face. "Also from the Celestial Revelation Empire?" Venerable Green Dragon asked indifferently. "Yes." "Very well, then do you have a problem with us taking you away?" Venerable White Tiger, a hint of joy wiped across his face, asked. A proud color filled the faces of all three of them, like supreme beings who looked down on the world with pride. Looking down on Lin Yuro and the others below, the tone of speech was even more unquestionable, as if he was determined to win. In the distance, Luo Xiu's bloodshot eyes wiped through a cold color. His fists clenched tightly. "No way! She is my son's unmarried daughter-in-law. No one can take her away." Lin Yuro knew that the three were coming from a bad place and refused in a cold voice. When the three of them heard this, their faces were all furious, and their entire body was like a flood of Xianli instantly tilted down, directly pressing the 12 people, including Lin Yuro, who were hovering in the air, hard back to the ground. With that, the three of them directly opened their domains to ruthlessly suppress Lin Yuro and the others, making them unable to move. Damn it! Lin Yaya's stunningly beautiful face was covered in cold sweat, but her eyes remained resolute, refusing to back down, stiffly carrying all of the three people's mighty pressure. "Lin Yuezhuan, you dare to rebel against the decision of the Council of Elders." As Venerable Qilin looked at Lin Yuro, still struggling, his face couldn't help but turn cold. All three of them were the Council of Elders of the Tianqi Empire, holding countless powers of the Tianqi Empire. Even if the State Lord of the Tianqi Empire wanted to take office, he had to be recognized by their Council of Elders. Otherwise, there was no chance at all. Every member of the State Elders Council was at least a Zunxian realm powerhouse, and no one would dare to resist at all. The district of the Burial Heaven Royal Palace. They are not yet in their eyes. Just in the three men's fierce eyes flashed a hint of fear. A figure flashed through his mind. But the man is not there now, and by the time he returns, the man will have been taken away by them. He'll have to weigh his options if he wants to take anyone from the National Council again. 2 days ago, the Council of State Elders of the Heavenly Revelation Empire had discovered a vision on this side of the burial Heavenly King's mansion, and it wasn't until today, when the vision was unusually strong and even triggered the heavenly thunder, that the three of them were drawn here. I didn't expect that they would find a supreme talent on this visit. If they were to carefully cultivate him, he might not have no chance to become an existence that surpassed the Zunxian realm powerhouses in the future. Who else will they have in the National Presbyterian Church that they can fear then? Therefore, their National Elders Council had taken a liking to Mu Qingxi and wanted to privately cultivate her to become a seed member of the National Elders Council. Just when Lin Yuro was at a loss for words, another strange sound came from the sky. Golden heavenly thunder rolled down, and a golden silhouette shone along with the golden thunder. It was like a god under the 9 heavens, with thunder fluttering between his demeanor. "What? You old things are getting restless again? Now you all dare to blatantly rob my daughter-in-law?" The person who came was none other than Luo Fun Tian, who was guarding the heavenly spirit pass a dozen days ago. After he finished dealing with the scourge at the border, he received a reply from Lin Yuro and hoofed it towards his home. "I didn't expect to come across such a big surprise as soon as I arrived home. And this group of old things actually dared to rob their own daughter-in-law in broad daylight. It seems the lesson from last time was still too light." Rip! A golden thunder that looked like an Optimus Prime ruthlessly smashed into the 3 Heavenly Revelation Empire State Elders. The golden thunder turned into a flash, and the thunder that was full of golden Xianli instantly blasted apart. Boom! The 3 old guys dodged in time. That huge thunder impact directly smashed the ground out of a deep pit, the pit of thunder flashes, zipping and ringing. the three people who dodged away, their hearts palpitating as they looked toward Luo burial sky beneath the 9 heavens, all of them frowning. Luo Fun Tian, how dare you, that immortal white tiger venerable. His face sank as he said coldly, the strike just now also made them feel an unprecedented fear, and from that hit just now, they vaguely sensed that Luo Fun Tian's strength had risen quite a bit more, far beyond what they could compare to now. Do really move. They may not be able to take advantage. Abominable. Isn't this guy guarding the border? How come he's back so soon? The three of them glanced at each other, their hearts full of unwillingness and awe. Oh, it seems that the prosperity of the country is more and more making you old things restless. Wait for the old man to arrange the work in hand, then go to meet you old things. Luo Fun Tian's golden eyes gazed at the three state elders dead on. Under his eyes were all disdain. The three countrymen's faces instantly changed drastically. Luo Fun Tian's words caused them to vaguely feel a hint of uneasiness. Thinking back to the catastrophe 5 years ago, they still had palpitations. The mind still flickered with the ghost-like two figures. Two people single-handedly killed the Council of State Elders of the Apocalypse Empire and directly forced them to get lost. Luo Fun Tian's voice was like a god from the 9 heavens, hitting the hearts of the three state elders directly. You, Venerable Qilin's face was ugly, and his violent temper came up at once. With his hand raised, he wanted to make a move against Luo burial sky. Go first, it's not appropriate to make a move today. The two venerable masters hurriedly dissuaded them. With the three of them old guys, they weren't a match for Luo Fun Tian. Poof. In the end, the three of them left the burial Heavenly King's mansion in disgrace. The domain suppression that Lin Yuro and the others had been subjected to also instantly disintegrated, and a dozen or so of them had gone limp as if they were deflated leather balls. Phew. The gap between the Emperor Xian Mirror and the Zun Xian realm was like the wrath of heaven, causing them to be unable to muster a single thought of resistance. Luo Xiao, who was in the distance, watched this cheap old man of his arrive in time, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Fun Tian slowly soared to Lin Yuro's side, lifted her up and softly comforted her. Madam has made you suffer. There was an apology in his voice. You bastard, how come you only came now? Woo woo. The aggrieved Lin Yuro was just like a little girl. He jumped into his arms and cried bitterly. She was really scared of that scene just now. These state elders of the Council of Elders, who never reasoned with anyone, had become accustomed to being brutal in this empire. At this moment, only the return of Luo Fun Tian could make her feel a trace of peace of mind. If they were to let them take away Mu Qingxi, then she, as a mother, really didn't know how she would face her son. Luckily, Luo Fun Tian came in time to prevent them from succeeding. Alright, ma'am, it's all my fault. Luo Fun Tian tried his best to comfort his lady, and the two of them were just as they were when they first met. The enthusiasm is still unabated. Lin Yaya is still just like that little girl at the beginning, rigid on the outside and soft on the inside. Even when she became a mother, she still can't change. This sudden shock must have scared her, making Luo buried sky very distressed. Oh, Lin Yuro was still crying. Luo Fun Tian directly carried her back to the mansion. Okay, it's okay. As he got up, he glanced toward Luo Xiao in the corner and said, silly boy, keep an eye on your daughter-in-law. Your mother is in a bit of shock. I'll take her down to rest first. Luo Xiao nodded his head woodenly, thinking in his heart that this old man of his was still quite strong. Those few old guys didn't look weak. However, it seemed that they couldn't beat their own cheap old dad when they were united. But, the wife-favoring streak is definitely inherited from me. Luo Fun Tian looked at the 11 people underground again. You guys continue to guard here and protect my son and daughter-in-law. Yes, Lord. Looking at his father's back as he hugged his mother and left, Luo Xiao sighed in relief. Today's crisis had been lifted, but it also made him feel an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. In the end, his strength was still too weak. Strength is the supreme king. The strength must be raised as soon as possible. Chapter 12, The Realm of Myongsu. A sudden hug. 1 hour later, Mu Qingxi thoroughly consolidated her cultivation and slowly opened her eyes. Shoo! Only to see her slowly open her arms, the whole person instantly like a fairy general rising into the air. At the same time, behind her was the appearance of a 9-colored divine phoenix, similarly opened its huge wings to protect behind it. Open! As Mu Qingxue let out a loud shout, the domain that uniquely belonged to her Emperor Xian realm instantly unfolded, and that 9-colored divine phoenix instantly transformed into countless streams of light, forming a huge domain within a range of 10 meters. That 9-colored divine phoenix was hovering within her domain, while her entire person was in the center of the domain. Like a god, the entire domain was filled with 9-colored flames that glowed with a strange light. It was as if someone who was inside this domain would be burned alive and die by these 9-colored flames, and those heavenly K members guarding the periphery felt palpitations in their hearts. They had never seen such a terrifying field. One's own field is a world away from this. No comparison at all. Only Luo Xiu frowned slightly as he watched all of this, and was actually quite emotional in his heart. Because this domain of his own daughter-in-law wasn't the slightest bit weaker than his Asura divine domain. It was just that the range was 10 times smaller than his, and the only difference was that this daughter-in-law's domain emanated a divine 9-colored radiance, while his own, the Asura divine domain, emanated an endless purgatorial killing aura. However, Luo Xiu also saw a hint of clues from the domain that Mu Qingxi exerted, and it seemed that this girl hadn't completely mastered her domain yet. However, this was normal. After all, this was the first time she had used the domain. A moment later, Mu Qingxi slowly floated toward the ground to put away the domain, her eyes eagerly searching among the crowd for what. It wasn't until after discovering Luo Xiu's figure that she suddenly jumped into his arms when Luo Xiu was caught off guard. This sudden embrace made Luo Xiu a bit overwhelmed. What is this? Luo Xiu froze in place, his hands going nowhere. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the Divine Phoenix sacred body. Everything I have now is thanks to you. Thanks to the Luo family. From now on you are my Mu Qingxu's man. Even if you don't have any cultivation, I will still guard your side, until I grow old alone. Mu Qingxu quietly leaned into Luo Xiu's arms and said in a serious tone. After saying that, he slowly closed his eyes. Thinking back on the visions over the past half-month, Luo Xiu's figure appeared in her mind countless times. When one breaks through the limits of one's cultivation, one will always face the strife of one's heart's demons. Every time she was about to hold on to herself, Luo Xiu was like a god under the 9 heavens, helping her to cross the obstacles within her heart over and over again. The Rashu in the illusion was immensely powerful, so powerful that he was able to snuggle into his arms and enjoy the peace and quiet. Everything in that scene made Mu Qingxu feel incomparably close, which also made her more determined to her heart. Even if the current Luo Xiu didn't have any cultivation, she wouldn't let go anymore. What's more, with his current physique, as long as he double cultivated with Luo Xiu, he would definitely be able to help him break through that barrier of being unable to cultivate. Perhaps this was fate. Mu Qingxi quietly enjoyed the warmth of Luo Xiu's arms, familiarizing herself with his scent. Seeing that there was nothing left for them to do, the surrounding members of the Heavenly K also had the sense to leave. As if he was in a dream, Luo Xiu was again very confused in his heart. That's too much of a contrast for this chick, isn't it? Not only has the person become more beautiful, even the temperament has changed radically. What had she been through in those 10 days or so? Luo Xiu was also too lazy to care that much. If what this chick said was sincere, then wouldn't his love come? She was her unmarried daughter-in-law anyway, so it was normal to hug her. So he too closed his arms around the beauty and took her into his arms. The two of them embraced each other in the middle of the ruins that had been bombarded by thunder. Just like the lovers who were parted by life and death after a great battle, which was generally beautiful. The two held each other tightly for who knows how long. Ahem. A cough broke the tranquility between the two as Luo Fun Tian held Lin Yuro's hand and slowly walked towards the two. In response to this behavior of Luo Fun Tian, Lin Yuro beside him glared at him with a sideways glance. You guys carry on. We're just passing by, said Luo Burial Sky awkwardly as he reacted. Lin Yuro are speechless to death. Directly cover the face. Do not want to see this man. Mu Qingxu hurriedly left Luo Xiu's embrace, her face blushing over in a flash. Rashu just scratched his head awkwardly. Alright, it's all family. Go talk in the hall. Lin Yaya softly laughed. The crowd nodded at this. On the other side, the Imperial Palace of the Apocalypse Empire, Emperor of the Tianqi Empire, Lin Tian bad head wearing a crown, face majestic, a purple and gold robe of 9 dragons, not angry and majestic. All the state elders from the entire Council of State Elders were sitting around him, and these state elders had the same majestic faces and angry eyes as they looked at Lin Tian bad. The crowd was silent for I don't know how long. Lin Tian bad. Look at what you've cultivated. What kind of henchmen are these? A state elder on the main seat of the State Elders Council questioned Lin Tian bad straight in the face. This elder is the most senior elder within the Council of Elders, and is known as His Holiness the Apocalypse. It was a powerful peak Sunshuan realm powerhouse, and the people within the ancient association looked up to him. The 3 venerables sent out today were also under his orders, and what Luo Fun Tian did today made him very angry. As this heavenly enlightenment venerable one opened his mouth, the people within the Council of Elders also spoke out like a flood of beasts. Tian bad. What kind of decency is this? He, Luo Fun Tian, a king with a different surname, dares to defy the Council of State Elders in such a way, which is tantamount to challenging the majesty of the entire heavenly Apocalypse Empire. That's right, you must strike out his title of king of the different name. Not bad, and we have to make him surrender the military power in his hands, otherwise he is still lawless. The many members of the Council of Elders spoke one by one, while Lin Tianbad, who was seated high on the dragon chair, remained silent, quietly listening to them. It was only after all the state elders had finished their speeches that he swept the circle and said in an indifferent voice, "Are they all finished?" Hearing Lin Tianbad's indifferent voice, the faces of the state elders tightened, but no one dared to speak out again. Seeing this, Lin Tianbad continued, "I would like to ask all the state elders, what was the original purpose of the establishment of the State Elders Association?" The crowd remained silent. No one said anything, did they? Then I'll come and recollect it for you. Preserve the nation's fortunes, assist the king, and stabilize the world. Do you all remember? Yet what have you done today? Running to the home of a meritorious minister who guarded the border to snatch someone's daughter-in-law. You still have the face to complain to me here? Aren't you chilling the hearts of the meritorious ministers? What are you putting the Apocalypse Empire in? Lin Tianbad said angrily, to do such beastly deeds for your own selfish desires. Do you still have the face to call yourselves kingdom elders of the Apocalypse Empire? If I had known this, the two of us should have completely disintegrated you in the first place. Hearing this, many of the countrymen had a look of shame on their faces, but when they heard that Lin Tianbad wanted to dismantle the National Council of Elders, their hearts tightened again. There's no need to bring this matter up again. If you all do anything out of the ordinary again, I don't mind destroying the Council of Elders. Everyone behave yourselves. After Lin Tianbad finished speaking, he straightly left the dragon chair and left the interior of the State Council, only leaving behind a group of countrymen who looked at each other in disbelief. They wouldn't doubt that Lin Tianbad didn't have the ability to do so. After all, it was the two of them, Lin Tianbad and Luo Fun Tian, who had stirred up the National Elders Association to the point where it almost ceased to exist. Now that they had angered these two killing gods once again, if they made the next move, this Council of Elders would not be far from being disbanded. Alright, this matter is indeed something we did wrong. In the future, everyone act more carefully. We are now getting lower and lower. Venerable Celestial Enlightenment admonished helplessly. The boss has spoken. The people can only helplessly give up the intention of pulling together to cultivate Mu Qingxue. Chapter 13, The Mysterious Family. That's how the setting works. I hope you understand that the protagonist is a grower, and the character's killing personality doesn't come through once the powerful parents are there. Inside the hall of the buried Heavenly King's mansion, you can take your daughter-in-law down to change her clothes first. Luo Fun Tian smiled and spoke. Lin Yuro only reacted at this time. After the breakthrough, Mu Qingxue's lapel was full of dust. She patted her head and laughed somewhat self-condemningly. You guys look at this brain of mine. I've forgotten all about this one. Girl, come with mother. Mu Qingxue smiled and nodded her head. The impurities in her entire body were expelled by her after the breakthrough. Her entire body was sticky and uncomfortable. It is indeed time to bathe and wash away the dust from your body. After the two left, Luo Bundian stared at Luo Shou tightly, seemingly trying to see a hint of clues in his eyes. Luo Shou's heart fluttered when he was stared at by his old man. This cheap old man isn't going to find out about himself, is he? The mind was slightly apprehensive. After looking at him for a while, Luo Fun Tian never poked at him and turned to laugh. What? Seeing me and avoiding not recognizing me? Trouble again? Which is? Pops, you keep staring at me like that. I'm not a beautiful woman. Can I not be unafraid? Luo Shou still put on that flirty look. Okay, just these little tricks of yours. Fool your mother is still good. Can still fool your old dad me? Rashio, come over here. Luo Fun Tian beckoned for Luo Shou to come to his side. Luo Shou had no choice but to obediently do as he was told, somewhat squirming as he arrived in front of Luo Bundian. Without saying a word, Luo Fun Tian condensed golden Xianli in his hands, and endless power converged in his palms. With that, he placed the palm of his converged Xian force on top of Luo Shou's head. Buzz! The golden metaphysical power slowly integrated into Luo Shou's skull, penetrating his entire body and stimulating his nerves. Luo Shou only felt an incomparable relief throughout his body, because this stream of Xian power was actually pacifying the raging Xiao Luo bloodline in his body. Under the powerful Xian power bombardment, the erosion of the Xiao Luo bloodline appeared to be that small. At the same time, the cultivation demon patterns within Luo Shou's body slowly emerged, and this time it even extended to his neck up to his face. It was as if he wanted to completely stimulate the Shura bloodline in his body, and soon, both of their entire bodies were surrounded by a stream of light. In an instant, a golden barrier was formed to isolate the outside world. Luo Shou's originally frenzied cultivator bloodline was instantly pacified under the suppression of this arcane force. Don't dare to be reckless again. The Xian power in Luo Burial Sky's hands still kept on outputting. However, as he continued to increase his strength, a slight frown creased between his eyebrows. Quite a strain. A moment later, golden arcane forces as vast as divine radiance blossomed in Luo Xiu's body, and these arcane forces eroded the Shura veins in his body, making up for all the missing veins. Wherever he passed by and the Shura bloodline in his body seemed to be purified, showing a purple-golden color. The killing heart that was originally difficult to control was also easily controlled by Luo Xiu at this moment. The Shura bloodline was instantly activated openly. Only a buzz was heard. Buzz. The Shura demon patterns within Luo Xiu's body slowly transformed from black to purple gold. Incomparably mysterious. Luo Xiu was a bit overwhelmed, feeling the changes in his body while secretly shocked at this cheap old man. He didn't expect him to be so strong. Even the Shura bloodline granted by the system could be instantly suppressed, and it was even improved for him. How strong is this old man? Luo Xiu was secretly shocked in his heart. System, what the hell is going on? Luo Xiu eagerly wanted to know what was going on. Host, don't say anything. This old dad of yours is quite something. He's purifying the strife of cultivation demon chi in your body, while at the same time helping you to bring out all of your cultivation talents. The system's tone was all rather shocked. As Asura System, it was also the first time he had seen such a rough and tough refining technique. A small Xian heavenly realm actually possessed such a great power. And it was also his host's father. How is that possible? Did they not belong to this side of heaven and earth in the first place? Shocked, the system searched through the chaos of information to find a hint of self-compassion. After a long time, Luo Burial finally withdrew his Xian force, and his original slightly curved face returned to normal. Brat, just those little tricks of yours can escape the eyes of your own father? If you want to cultivate, then cultivate openly. It's not like the family doesn't have that condition. Luo Xiu's face flushed slightly, like a child who had been discovered with a little secret, and he didn't dare to look directly into Luo Buntian's eyes. Alright, everyone has their own Dao. You just need to remember that you are my Luo Buntian's son. Before Luo Xiu could make a reply, Luo Buntian asked again carelessly. This sounds so pretentious. When Luo Xiu heard this, he looked at Luo Buntian with eyes full of shock, not expecting this cheap old dad of his to be so domineering. Even the system was shocked. How strong is this? There seems to be something in your mind. The divine soul fluctuations are peculiar and weird. Luo Fun Tian's eyes looked meaningfully at Luo Xiu. Even the system can find out? Tuzi, aren't you a bit too trashy? This can even be discovered? Luo Xiu was shocked and at the same time very speechless as he asked the system. This old man is full of pussy. The system is also numb. Host, please don't expose me. I'll be erased. The system's urgent voice came. You're so timid? Luo Xiu was speechless at first. I'll explain it to you later. Don't tell him about my existence. He's strong. After the system finished speaking, it directly played with disappearing, not coming out no matter how much Luo Xiu called out. Luo Xiu was helpless. Luo Fun Tian was still waiting for his afterword. He didn't want that thing to affect his son. Father, that's my cultivation method, so don't ask. And don't tell anyone about me being able to cultivate. Is that okay? Luo Xiu's face sunk slightly as he inquired in a low voice. Luo Fun Tian frowned slightly. He could care less about anything else. But that thing in Luo Xiu's mind was more like a living thing. Not like a human soul though, more like a regular law in general. These types of things didn't have feelings like humans, and he was afraid that Luo Xiu would be influenced by them and go astray. After all, this Shura bloodline was originally a very bloodthirsty existence, and if it wasn't taught, I'm afraid that in the future, it would fall into an abyss of 10,000 feet. However, since his son didn't want him to interfere, he had no choice but to stop. Since you've said so, I won't ask any more questions. However, if that thing will threaten you, I will not shy away from erasing it, Luo Burial Sky said in a deep voice. These words didn't sound like they were spoken to Luo Xiu, but more like they were spoken to that system in Luo Xiu's mind. The system roared into chaos and hurriedly said to Luo Xiu, Host, don't worry. This system will definitely not intervene in any of your behaviors and will only enhance your strength for you. Father, don't worry. I have my measure. Luo Xiu nodded heavily. It was a sign that his father cared about him. How could he not see that? That's good. Originally, I thought that I would help you remodel your meridians only after I brought you out of this place, but I didn't expect it. But since you've chosen your own path, it's up to you next. Wanting to be strong is destined to be lonely. Luo Fun Tian sighed slightly, his eyes indistinctly flickering with the loneliness in the passage of time. The back was so great that when Luo Xiu looked at his vicissitudes, he subconsciously felt that it was the untouchable and powerful. Is it a vision? Rashu returned to his senses and shook his head to himself. Luo Burying Sky also slowly turned back, looking at Luo Xiu with light in his brows, somewhat reluctantly. Xiu, father has something he wants to discuss with you. What is it? Afterward, he pondered for a long time, and as if he had made up his mind about something, he said to Luo Xiu, after all this business is taken care of, I may have to take your mother and brother away for a while. Luo Xiao was first stunned. Then, somewhat perplexed, he asked, where are you going? Alas, this matter is a long story. When there is time in the future I will slowly explain to you. Luo Fun Tian turned around, looking towards the sky with his hands behind his back and said somewhat helplessly. Luo Xiao saw the despondency and loneliness in his eyes. Invisible pressure flowed between this strong man's brows in this instant, without the elegance of the past. However, these emotions were fleeting in his eyes, and when he returned to his senses, his expression instantly became serious. There are some things you're not qualified to know right now. Just know that we didn't belong here in the first place, and that's enough. What do you mean? It doesn't belong here? What the hell? Map refreshed again? Rashio mulled over the words thoughtfully. As a former Earthling, how could he not know what that meant? I'm just afraid that my own family wasn't originally from this world. It was no wonder that Luo Fun Tian had discovered his system, but why didn't they take themselves there? With his current strength, it wasn't too bad, was it? Before Luo Xiao could inquire, Luo Buntian said helplessly, Xiao, you shouldn't blame us. The reason why we won't let you go back now is because something has gone wrong with that realm and it's become very dangerous. And you're not strong enough for us to take care of you, so you'd better stay here for now. Not strong enough? I'm also very strong, alright? Luo Xiao was puzzled and somewhat unconvinced. Don't fool around. With these three-legged kung fu of yours, when you get there people will be able to exterminate you with a single breath. That side of the heaven and earth is even more dangerous than this Xian heavenly realm. Don't rush to it before you have the strength. As he spoke, Luo Fun Tian took out a token from his spatial realm and handed it to Luo Xiao. And don't blame us, it's a matter of necessity. This is a sky-breaking spirit token. You take it. When you break through to the Emperor Xian realm, this token will give you directions, and then you can come and find us. Luo Xiao looked at the token in his hand. It looked ordinary. However, there was a subtle power hidden within the token, and this power was not Xian force. Instead, it was the more magical power of the immortal spirit. What a miraculous power! Luo Xiao's face showed shock. It seems that the world that Pops is in is really not simple. Luo Xiao tightly squeezed the token in his hand and nodded heavily. Father, since you guys have something to do, you should go back first. Don't worry, when I have the strength, I'll definitely go find you guys. That's good. The state of affairs is urgent. There may be another 2 or 3 months. We have to leave. During this period of time you spend more time with your mother. Her memory, strength has not yet been fully restored. Leaving this period of time, I'm afraid it will be her incomparable miss you. Luo Burial Sky nodded with satisfaction. The child was finally old enough to not need him to worry too much. You calm her down. Good. Luo Xiao nodded with a heavy face. Even though he was a traveler, the news still hit him. The heart is not in the right place. Chapter 14, Going to the Mu Family. Engagement. The plot setting needs to be a bit sketchy, but I hope you don't give up. It gets better later. 2 months later. The Imperial Palace of the Apocalypse Empire. Brother Tian, do you really want to go back? Lin Tian Bad looked at Luo Fun Tian in front of him with a slight frown on his face. Or else, like you, being an Earth Emperor here, I don't have the same leisure and elegance as you do. Luo Fun Tian carelessly sat down on the dragon chair, crossing his legs and looking at Lin Tian Bad with a disinterested face. You don't say. This dragon chair is quite comfortable to sit in. Oh, if you like it, you can have it for you to sit on. Lin Tian Bad said seriously. Don't. I don't have the leisure to do that. Luo Fun Tian hurriedly refused. What a pain in the ass. At those words, Lin Tian Bad slightly clenched his fists, then thought of something and slowly lowered them again. He knew what Tian was going to do, and he couldn't do much to help him after all. Brother Tian, didn't we agree not to go back and get into that mess? Lin Tian Bad was a bit unwilling and wanted to try to retain Luo Fun Tian as much as possible. Luo Fun Tian took the tea on the table and took a light sip. Putting down the teacup, he slowly said, Skybad, you think too simple. Some things can't be avoided. Have been hiding for so many years. It's time to face it. But, Lin Tian Bad still wanted to admonish something, but Luo Fun Tian directly interrupted him. Alright Skybad, let's not talk more about us brothers. I'll let Xior stay. Just take care of it for me. Well, Brother Tian, it's all because Junior Brother is incompetent and can't help you with anything, said Lin Tian Bad with some frustration. What's all this talk? Isn't there a seed left for you to take care of? If anything happens to him, I'll hold you responsible. Luo Fun Tian's words seemed like a rebuke, but they were actually comforting him. Brother Sky, Lin Tian Bad heart quite touched, and at the same time as mixed feelings, said together to face the difficulties, after all, or their own retreat. Well, don't be a mother-in-law. We brothers will get together again sometime in the future. I hope we'll still be able to drink together then. Go away. After saying that, Luo Fun Tian directly got up and walked towards the outside of the hall. Lin Tian Bad looked at his forlorn back. His heart was a little sour. Brother Tian, don't blame the brothers. I also have my own mission. 2 days later, Luo Tian also returned to the Luo family from the frontier, and as soon as he came up, he directly gave Luo Xiu a big hug, followed by a slap on his head and a big grin. You bastard. Knowing that your brother is back, you don't go out to meet and greet. Rashu covered his head and looked at his brother with some aggression. It hurts, brother. The brothers embraced again. Brother, when you and father went to the frontier, I told you to let me go with you, and you were the one who wouldn't let me. And he said he'd break my legs if I sneaked along, and I'm still mad at him. Luo Xiu pretended to be angry, but in reality, his heart had already been happy. It was more important than anything to see my brother come back safe and sound and in one piece. After all, war is not a child's play. Missing an arm or a leg is a minor. Silly boy. You think war is a joke with you? There's no beautiful women in wine for you to enjoy there. Luo Tian said with a smile. Then you still blame me? Luo Xiu covered his head. Old brother. This slap almost didn't disintegrate his brain. Okay. When did you become so melodramatic? I can't be mad at you for sneaking home and getting yourself a daughter-in-law. By the way, where is your little daughter-in-law? Won't you pull it out and let brother take a look? Luo Tian looked left and right. She accompanied her mother to go out to buy things. I heard that you guys will be going home soon. Luo Xiu's eyes fell slightly, and his heart was even more reluctant. He actually wanted to accompany his parents and brother back, but it seemed like he was just going to add to the chaos if he went now. And there's an unmarried wife over here. Luo Tian also saw the despondency in his brother's eyes, so he smiled again and comforted. Silly boy. It's not like I won't let you go back. It's just that it's too dangerous right now, so it's better for you to stay over here first. I'll be back to get you when my brother opens a way for you to get home. You be a good boy here now and be your playboy. Looking at his brother's doting eyes, Luo Xiu lowered his head in some shame. After all, he was still too weak to help. If only I had awakened the system earlier, maybe I could accompany them back now. Looks like it needs to be upgraded sooner rather than later. Luo Xiu secretly made up his mind in his heart. Just as these two brothers were exchanging pleasantries, Lin Yurou also brought Mu Qingxue back home. Lin Yurou's eyes were filled with joy as soon as she saw Luo Tian, and Luo Tian even jumped headfirst into his mother's arms, like a little child. Mother, I missed you. Lin Yurou almost didn't plant her head, and Mu Qingxue on the side was also filled with dumbfoundedness, looking at this man who looked very similar to Luo Xiu, and thought of something in her heart. You brat. Still like this? No big or small. Your younger siblings are still here. Hurry up and go away. Lin Yurou laughed and scolded. Still, she gently rubbed Luo Tian's head, looking at her eldest son who was even darker than last time. Lin Yurou was a little heartbroken. Hearing his mother remind him of this, Luo Tian came to his senses, hurrying away from his mother's embrace. He was afraid that his siblings would look at him as a joke in general. Mu Qingxue looked at this cozy scene and was somewhat touched. Huan came to Luo Xiu's side, while Luo Xiu nonchalantly took her hand and said with a smile, "This is my big brother, even more childish than me." Upon hearing this, Luo Tian's face turned red with shame, and he directly came to Luo Xiu's side, directly picking up his ears and said, "Your kid's skin is itching again, isn't it? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Brother, lighten up." Luo Xiu grimaced in pain. Luo Tian cannot care so much. This brother did not play a little more when he was a child, and when he grows up, he cannot play. This truth was always in his mind. Sibling, don't listen to this kid. I'm just so happy to see my mother after a long time. Luo Tian led Luo Xiu's ears while explaining towards Mu Qingxue. Mu Qingxue looked at the two brothers who were so affectionate and pursed her lips. Daughter-in-law save me. Luo Xiu looked at Mu Qingxue with two helpless eyes. Lin Yurou on the side was helplessly wringing Luo Tian's ear. The two brothers always had to rain on their parade. Mother, what are you doing? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go. Luo Tian also instantly grimaced. Bullying your brother as soon as you get back. Get loose. Well. Luo Tian hurriedly let go of his hand. Today can be said to hurt the enemy 1000. Self-damage 800. He had never fought such an aggravating battle at the front. Alright mother, you should let go too, or else your ears will really fall off. Luo Tian hurriedly begged for mercy. That's more like it. As Lin Yurou let go, the two brothers covered their respective ears. Qingxue, these two brats. From a young age I was spoiled and spoiled. Don't know how to restrain. You don't see the blame. Lin Yurou looked at Mu Qingxue, said with eyes full of helplessness. Well, it's fine. It's normal for this guy to get cleaned up. Mu Qingxue looked at Luo Xiu with a smile on her face. Usually, Luo Xiao didn't bully her much. She couldn't be happier to finally see someone who cleaned up after him today. Luo Xiao looked at this look in his daughter-in-law's eyes and called out black belly in his heart. This daughter-in-law is too vindictive. She just kissed her a few times and slept with her for a few days. As for that, however, at the moment he didn't dare to say it, so he had to wait until the evening to clean her up and let this beautiful girl taste her own power. Tianer has returned as well. In that case, let's set off. Luo Fun Tian slowly walked in from the back. Seeing that Luo Tian had returned, he also nodded and said. Mu Qingshua's face blushed slightly, and her clear eyes glanced slightly at Luo Xiao. And just at that moment, Luo Xiao also looked at her. The two men bowed their heads in unison. It was a very special day for them. Luo Tian looked at the shy appearance of the two, also could not help but flirt. Shy what ah? Sister, wait until your family there proposes marriage. You are my Luo family's person. Saying that, Luo Tian turned around and wrapped his arm around Luo Xiao's shoulders and said with a flirtatious face, alas, your kid is still really blessed with a lot of color. Go play in the mud on the side. If you want a daughter-in-law, you find one too. Luo Xiao said breathlessly. Okay. Tomorrow brother will find you a sister-in-law. And on the day you come home, we'll get married for you. Ha ha ha. Ra Xiao. The couple looked at the two brothers and were helpless. Never grow up. Afterward, the large family boarded the flying machine and flew towards the direction of Mu Qingshua's family with great urgency. Today is to propose marriage and engagement. The battle can be very big. When they arrived outside the Imperial city, there were already countless honor guards waiting here. Even Lin Tianhua, the emperor of the Celestial Qi Empire, was waiting here. And it was only the moment he saw Luo Fun Tian that Lin Tianhua leapt in front of him. Congratulations, brother Tian. Lin Tian laughed badly. Why are you congratulating me? It's not like I'm getting married. You go congratulate that kid. Luo Fun Tian said somewhat speechlessly. Lin Tian Bad looked at this old boy, his face full of black lines. Tian, still the same debauched Tian he was familiar with. Couldn't be wrong. Just, this time he went back. The upper world may have to suffer again. Lin Tian Bad shook his head helplessly. Lin Yuro, on the other hand, glared at him, then looked at Lin Tian Bad with slightly tender eyes and said, Brat, you shouldn't follow today. There are still a lot of things within the empire that you need to deal with. Just be mindful of the fact that you're there. Got it, sis. Lin Tian Bad Hanyu changed her appearance and nodded her head obediently. He was originally raised by his sister and Luo Fun Tian, so he listened to the sister very much. Sister, you guys set off. I'll be here to see you off. I have sent edicts throughout the day to give Xiao a windy ceremony, and behind me here are 10 royal honor guards. Take them with you and grow a long face. Lin Tian Bad beckoned as he spoke, and the group behind him slowly rose into the air, coming up in droves, a huge flying machine. Alright, we'll take this honor guard. In the end, under Lin Tian Bad's watchful eyes, the two huge flying machines slowly flew towards Mushua City. Chapter 15 Engagement. One day later, Mushua City. All the major clans in the city as well as the city lords had greeted them outside the city. Two huge airships slowly came in the distance, and the crowd of onlookers reached tens of thousands of people, all of whom came to see the fun and excitement. You guys see them coming, someone exclaimed the moment they saw the airship. The people who were originally still chattering below instantly quieted down and looked to the sky with eager anticipation. What a great grandeur, worthy of being the son of a king or marquis marrying his wife. This platoon is straight up pulling out all the stops. What a magnificent airship. The combined wealth of our entire city may not be able to afford one of them, right? This Mu family is really out of this world, actually letting them climb up to the royal family. Alas, who says otherwise? I'm only afraid that in the future, the fate of this city will be completely reversed. In the future, this city may be in the hands of the Mu family, and the other families may not even have room to resist. This Mu family has really raised a good daughter. Not only is her talent unmatched, but she also has great looks. It's only a matter of time before there's a good thing like this. Don't even say it. It's none of our business anyway. Can't you see that the faces of the several big families on the side have become a bit ugly? If we keep talking, we might be the ones to suffer. Only then did the crowd react, and the several great clans within the city were among them, shutting up and not daring to say much. Father, I'm afraid that this city is going to change. With the support of the burial Heavenly King's house, I'm afraid that this Mu family is going to turn over and become the master of the house. Beside the city lord stood a young man, clenching his fists and saying with some reluctance. The composed gaze was then slightly heavy, but did not say anything more, still staring tightly at the sky, the two airships that were slowly approaching. The people of other families also had gloomy faces. The original Mu family was already at the end of its rope, and it wouldn't be long before it might have to be squeezed out of this Mushua city. It was at this time that a burial king's mansion was killed. How can this not make them cautious? They were nothing more than a small family from a small city in the Tianqi Empire. Placed in front of a huge king, they were simply like ants. The burial heavenly king has arrived. Dang! In the distant vault of the sky, the king's bell rang, which heralded the arrival of the king. The crowd sought salute towards the sky dome, not daring to be slow. At the leading edge of the airship, Luo Fun Tian stood majestically at the bow. Get up! He glanced slightly at the crowd below and said indifferently, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The voices of the crowd resounded through the heavens as the two airships slowly landed. The 10 royal honor guards that followed played the musical strains of the wedding, and for a moment, pulled the tense atmosphere into a festive mood. The faces of the people of the Mu family were filled with smiles. This was undoubtedly the most glorious moment for their entire family. Watching the group of people slowly disembark the airship, the city lord also took small steps to quickly step forward and saluted Luo Funeral Heaven. Mu Shui City Lord Shui Shan. Meet the funeral heavenly king. Luo Fun Tian raised his eyes to look at him and said after a couple of glances, "You're the city lord of this city?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Yukiyama dared not look up, still carrying his bow. "Where are the people of the Mu family?" "In the line ahead. We are ready for the king." Alright. What's the point of making such a big fuss? Just dismiss the people and take us into the Mu family. Luo Fun Tian was very speechless as he looked at the people in front of him. A mountainous sea of people. Yes. As Shui Shan said that, he walked quickly towards the crowd behind him, ordering people to dismiss the onlookers. Accompanied by Luo Xiao, Mu Qingxue also slowly got off the airship, eagerly searching for her clansmen among the crowd. It eventually locked onto the Mu family members directly in front of them. "Luo Xiao, that's my clan." Mu Qingxue pointed at the clansman in front of her and said joyfully to Luo Xiao, "See, silly girl," Luo Xiao said with some favor. "Go," Luo Fun Tian slowly said to the crowd behind him. The group of people once again walked closely in the direction of the Mu family. The Mu family head was nervous, and his pale hands were nowhere to be found. Junior Mu family head, Mu Liang pays his respects to the burial heavenly king. As he bowed, the clansmen behind him followed. "Greetings to the burial heavenly king. In-laws, there's no need to be so polite. Just take us into the city. We'll talk about it at the wine table later." Luo Fun Tian laughed generously. Well. Hearing such amiable words from Luo Fun Tian, Mu Liang was a bit at a loss for words and nodded his head numbly. "Please." Afterwards, the group of people walked towards the Mu family in a great hurry. Before Luo Xiao and the others arrived, the Mu family had already made preparations, and the entire compound was also filled with dozens of tables. As soon as the congregation arrives, they can be seated. Sitting at the main table was naturally Luo Fun Tian Luo Xiao as well as the person who could be in charge of the Mu family. Even the several major clans in the city, as well as the city lord, were unable to join them at the table, because a table could only accommodate about 10 people. They were not the main characters of the day, so naturally they could not be seated together. This made the Mu family happy. However, the people sitting at the main table also looked very nervous. Mu Qingshue's adoptive father and mother even dared not look directly at Lin Yuro and the others, and they all lowered their heads for fear that they would say the wrong thing in general. Mu Qingxue was a little heartbroken when she saw this. The parent status in the Mu family was not high to begin with, and now, having them sit at this high main table would indeed make it difficult for them to adapt, but it was the day of their own engagement, and they deserved to be sitting in that seat, to ease the parents' tension. So, she sat down in the middle of her adoptive father and mother, holding the hand of one of her relatives with one hand, and said comfortingly, "Father and mother, you don't need to be nervous. Today is the day of my engagement. We should be happy." Well, hearing their daughter say this, the two elderly people's hearts were much more solid, and their bodies, which were so nervous that they were trembling, were slightly relieved. After all the people had taken their seats, the 10 royal honor guards played music again. The entire courtyard instantly became lively again, but still no one dared to touch the food on the table, because the king has not yet given the word. How dare they move so they can only obediently wait there. Seeing that all the people had taken their seats, Luo Fun Tian then slowly got up, picked up a cup of wine and said, "Thank you all for your support today. Today is the day that my youngest son, Luo Xiao, and the daughter of the Mu family, Mu Qingxue, were betrothed. It's a very good auspicious day. I'm here to toast you all." Only then did the crowd sparsely rise to their feet, scrambling to take the wine cups in front of them and saying, "We toast to His Majesty. I wish the Seiji good luck in his engagement, and to be united in love forever. A glass of wine. A drink. Well, much ado about nothing. Everyone should eat and drink. There is no difference in status today. How lively. How to come." Luo Fun Tian put down his wine cup and laughed. Hearing him say that, The crowd breathed a sigh of relief and talked about it with laughter. Your Highness, my youngest toasts to you, Mu Liang said as he picked up the wine cup and got up. Good. Let's all drink together. Luo Burial Sky responded with a smile. Yes. A large group of in-laws then got up and had a drink with each other. Mu Qixue didn't seem to be much of a drinker, and her cheeks reddened after only drinking a small half cup. However, the blush on her face made her look even more flirtatious. The couple on the side immediately comforted. Silly girl, drink slowly. Mu Tingxue nodded and smiled. After Luo Xiu glanced at him, he also slowly got up, picked up his wine glass and said, Thank you, future father-in-law and mother-in-law, to be able to marry such a good baby daughter to me. This is a blessing that I, Luo Xiu, can't even repair in 10 lifetimes. I'm going to toast you. Well. We also toast to the young lord. The couple warily picked up their wine cups and drank with Luo Xiu. After the crowd drank merrily for a while longer, Luo Bunyan then said in a proper voice, In-laws, the marriage of the 2 children. You see what you want to say, and what requests you have. Just mention them. The crowd, under the slight intoxication of the good wine, also let go. And when Mu Liang heard Luo Fun Tian say this, he also responded in a small voice. Your Highness, for Mu Qingxue to be able to marry into the royal family is already something we've climbed high for. As for the dowry and whatnot, you can just give a little bit appropriately. No need to take it seriously. He was also considered to be a bold man, and although the family had fallen a bit short, he would never take this kind of thing as a tiger's mouth. A child's happiness is most important. Brother Mu is also a straightforward person. But the dowry that should be given naturally can't be less. Besides, in the future, the destinies of the 2 families will be linked together. Complementing each other is the long-term solution. You take these things, no honor. Luo Fun Tian laughed out loud and took out a new ring from his spatial ring and handed it to Mu Liang. This is my Luo family's bride price. I hope you don't think it's too little. Mu Liang took the ring in a panic, but did not check what was inside, but was flattered and said, Your Highness, you all think so highly of us. In fact, it doesn't matter if we give it or not. As long as the 2 children can live happily with sincerity, we will be satisfied. We are not people from a big family, just a family from a small city, not that ambitious. Only Qingxue's talent in cultivation is something we never expected, but we are relieved that she married into the royal family. In the future, if she does anything bad, I still hope that your Highness will take care of her. That's natural, but you keep these things. You will have use for them in the future, and in the future. But if something happens, you can also come to the royal residence to find us. Yes. Then does the king have a day of peace with his heart for this marriage? Mu Liang asked. There's no rush on that. It's still up to the 2 kids. Good thing too. Let the young people develop more affection. After 3 rounds of wine, under the coaxing of the crowd, the future bride and groom drank a cup of wine, and the marriage was finalized. After the wine, Luo Fun Tian and the others still had to rush back, as it was unrealistic for so many people to stay here. The sunset colored the sky, and darkness slowly groped its way in. Brother Mu, we won't stay long. Let Xior stay and keep you guys company more. Just talk to him if you have any requests. And I have an unkind request. I hope that Qingxue can go to the royal residence for a long time. Firstly, I want to let the 2 children cultivate their feelings. And secondly, I want to let him manage the royal residence. Mu Liang first stared blankly, and then, looking to the side, Mu Qingxue asked for her opinion. Child, what do you think? I can do anything, said Mu Qixue somewhat shyly. Luo Xiu, on the other hand, snickered from the sidelines, as this was what he had mentioned to his father. After all, how else could he cultivate a relationship when his daughter-in-law wasn't around? Well then, when you've spent enough time at home, head over to the royal palace to help the king and the others. There's not much going on at home anyway. We can handle it all. Good. Chapter 16, Inheriting the Throne. Luo Fun Tian and the others left. 1 month later, spent a month in the Mu family. Luo Xiu and Mu Qingxue then received a letter from Lin Yuro, and the 2 of them hurriedly headed towards the Imperial city. Along the way, Luo Xiu's mood was very heavy. The 3-month period that his father had said had arrived, and this going back might be a separation. On the airship, Mu Qingxue looked at Luo Xiu, who was in deep thought, and slowly came to him. The matter of Luo Xiu's parents leaving, Luo Xiu had already told her about it, and Mu Qingxi was quite shocked when she first heard the news. She also didn't expect that Luo Xiu's family wasn't in the Tianxian continent. Don't be sad, didn't you say so? They left you the key to go home, so as long as I'm strong enough, we can go to them, said Mu Qingxue as she sat beside Luo Xiu, holding his hand and comforting him. Feeling the warmth coming from his hands, Luo Xiu came back to his senses from 1,000 thoughts. I'm fine, daughter-in-law. Luo Xiu barely wiped a smile across his face, trying not to let his emotions affect Mu Qingxi. That's good. Mu Qingxi smiled sweetly. The airship slowly stopped in the sky above the Imperial city of the apocalypse, and the two of them synchronized to get off the airship and walk towards the burial Heavenly King's mansion with heavy steps. He originally thought he would be able to see his parents one last time, but when the two of them arrived at the royal residence, there was only a group of subordinates greeting them. The subordinates' faces were heavy, and the old butler even looked at Luo Xiu without a word. Seeing them like this, Luo Xiu suddenly realized something and immediately dashed towards his home. Wait, young prince. As he passed by the butler suddenly called out to him. Only then did Luo Xiu stop, while the butler took out a letter from his arms and handed it to Luo Xiu. This is a letter from the king to you. Ratio took the heavy letter without a word. In looking up at this splendid royal mansion, it did look this forlorn at the moment. He already knew this would be the outcome. Mu Qingxue came to his side, looked at the letter in his hand, and also understood. The two of them walked into the royal residence in silence, and just after sitting down, Luo Xiu looked at the heavy book cover in his hands. Seeing that she was hesitant to open it, Mu Qingxue just took it from him and said softly, "Let me help you look at it." Luo Xiu let out a deep breath and nodded. Opening the letter, Mu Qingxue softly read, "Xiu'er, when you open this letter, we may have already left the Xian heavenly realm. Forgive us for leaving without saying goodbye. We're afraid to say goodbye to you, and we're afraid of the parting scene. We're afraid that we'll go soft. Will I forgive us? In the future, you'll be the only one in this Xian heavenly realm. You must take care of yourself, take care of Qingxue, and don't be as playful as you were earlier. We really love you, and didn't mean to leave you behind. We left you behind to better protect you, because the world we traveled to was incredibly dangerous. But don't worry, when you come back, everything will be fine. Dropped by, loving parents and brother." Mu Qingxue finished reading out the contents of the letter and then looked at Luo Xiu who was on the side, only to see that he didn't say a word and didn't know what he was thinking. She understood Luo Xiu's feelings at this moment, so she silently sat beside him and took his hand. The two sat in silence, not speaking, until the fall of darkness. Ratio restrained himself as much as he could, and came to life from his thoughts and sorrows. It was the first time he had experienced the sadness of such a parting, and it was the first time he had felt the pain of such a loved one's parting. Luo Xiu closed his eyes tightly, carefully experiencing this emotion, and he wanted to keep this moment in mind at all times. It was an emotion he had never experienced on Earth. Mu Qingxue looked at Luo Xiu who had his eyes tightly closed, not knowing how she should comfort him next. It was also the first time she had met this kind of thing. "Luo Xiu," Mu Qingxue called softly. Don't be sad. We'll meet again. Trust me, daughter-in-law. I'm fine. I'm hungry." Luo Xiu barely managed to squeeze out a smile and said. When Mu Qingxue saw that he finally spoke, the entire person then breathed a sigh of relief. "Then you wait." With that, he was about to get up and walk towards the Imperial kitchen to personally cook a meal for Luo Xiu. Rashu then backhanded her into his arms. "Don't go. Stay with me again." Mu Qingxue, caught off guard, fell directly into his arms, and hearing his soft words, she also gently nodded her head. Rasha sniffed the smoky scent of her body, and tears moistened his eyes. "They're gone and I have no family in this world again. Wherever you go, you're still alone after all. Fool, you still have me." Mu Qingxue wrapped her arms around her like a mother and comforted her. Well, the two of them didn't know how long they had been embracing each other, but Luo Xiu actually fell asleep without realizing it, lying quietly in Mu Qingxue's arms. "Ratio, Sunga." After Mu Qingxue helplessly called out twice, she saw that he did not respond and carried him back inside. Early the next morning, after Luo Xiu got up, he looked around with a confused expression, and only felt relieved when he was sure it was his room. Just then, Mu Qingxi slowly walked in with the characteristic tenderness of a wife. "Awake." Ratio smiled and nodded. "You carried me home last night? And what else?" Receiving the affirmation, Luo Xiu's face blushed slightly. It was the first time he was carried into a room by a girl, or his own fiancée. "Well, don't be shy. Where's your usual thick skin? Hurry up and get up. I made breakfast for you." Seeing him in this predicament, Mu Qingxue also pursed her lips and said, "You cook yourself?" Luo Xiu's face was filled with shock. His own daughter-in-law could still cook? And what else? Originally the chef in the kitchen was going to make it, but with all those mountains of food, I thought you'd be tired of it. So I'll make you some vegetarian food. So it's hands-on. Well, then I'll have to try my daughter-in-law's handiwork. Luo Xiu hurriedly got up with a sort of anticipation. Both of them tacitly agreed not to bring up last night's incident. Some things were good to keep in mind. There was no need to bring them up. Mu Qingxue was relieved to see that Luo Xiu had already regained that beaten expression. In a short while two came to the Imperial kitchen. The chefs were still busy, although Luo Xiu already had the knowledge of food. However, he still had to prepare food for the people in the house. The entire Burial King's house didn't have any class distinction in eating, they all ate within this Imperial cuisine. The food was also the same as Luo Xiu and the others, which was why they would follow Luo Fun Tian with their hearts and souls, because no one in the entire royal residence had ever treated them as subordinates. It was more like an exchange between friends. Even if it was a foppish son of the world like Luo Xiu, he hadn't made things difficult for them. By now, 2 bowls of white porridge had been set on the large dining table. Luo Xiu, who had been hungry all night, took the bowl and started eating, and just after tasting the first bite, he couldn't help but be shocked. It's delicious, daughter-in-law. It's delicious, just eat more. Mu Qingxue, looking at Luo Xiu's wolfish appearance, also pursed her lips. Seeing him eat this comfortable, Mu Qingxue from the bottom of the heart a wave of inexplicable comfort. The two are more like a couple in the fireworks at the moment. It all comes down to peace of mind. After the meal, the two of them came to the hall and sat down unanimously. After their parents left, the whole matter of the royal residence would be left to him to take care of. However, Luo Xiu wasn't interested in this aspect, so he wanted to leave all of these matters to his daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law, I'll leave all matters of the royal residence to you. I'm not interested in this area. Mu Qingxue gave him a blank look. You don't cultivate. Isn't it good to take care of it yourself? I also want to start cultivating. Even if I don't have a cultivation base, then I'll just take the path of physical cultivation. Luo Xiu laughed sardonically. He still wasn't prepared to tell this foolish daughter-in-law that he had strength. Now that his parents and brother had left, he didn't know how many people were staring at this burial heavenly king's mansion. He had to stay hidden and be the hand in the dark. That way you can better protect yourself and the family. Okay, but physical cultivation is very hard. Can you hold on? Mu Qingxue said with some worry. Luo Xiu was originally a rich kid who hadn't had any hard times since he was a kid, and Mu Qingxue was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold out. Then again, she didn't object. It was good to have a goal after all. At least he was finally on the right track, and she didn't care if it worked out or not. As long as she was there, she could keep him safe for the rest of his life. Don't worry, trust me. Luo Xiu just smiled lightly. Chapter 17, Worship, Jade-Faced Shura. Killing officially begins. The night is like ink. The Burial King's mansion. Rashu's room. Luo Xiu, have you thought about which martial arts school you want to worship and learn from? Mu Qingxue slowly leaned her head on Luo Xiu's shoulder and softly said. Mu Qingxue was very attached to Luo Xiu's affairs, and since he had said that he wanted to go to body refinement, she was prepared to pave the way for him. In the afternoon, she also made a special trip to purchase some healing pills that she needed to use to practice her body as well as a body refining spiritual liquid. In order to help Luo Xiu, the two had slowly become dependent on each other since I don't know when, and although they were still only engaged, they were more like couples who had been married for a long time. Luo Xiu was slightly stunned. If it wasn't for his daughter-in-law mentioning this, he would have long forgotten that he hadn't actually planned to go to body refinement. He's just trying to do things in the dark. Only seeing that this girl was treating this matter so seriously, he couldn't afford to put it off. I'll go look for it tomorrow. Don't worry, I'll definitely cultivate seriously, and I'll protect you then. Luo Xiu gently nodded a kiss on her forehead and said firmly. Afterwards, he tightly embraced it into his arms again, and Mu Qingxue quietly lay in Luo Xiu's arms, inexplicably feeling a trace of peace of mind. The two did nothing, quietly cuddling together. The next day, in order to live up to his daughter-in-law's expectations of him, Luo Xiu ended up walking inside a physical cultivation martial arts center. Just after arriving at the entrance and looking at the martial arts center plaque above his head, Luo Xiu was a bit speechless. This plaque has been covered with moss, and there is no one outside the door to guard. This martial arts hall is not closed? Luo Xiu exhaled and walked in with heavy steps. The courtyard had long been covered with countless native plants, looking incomparably silent and barren. Anyone? I've come to pay my respects. Luo Xiu called out without any hope. After a long time, there was still no response, and just as he was about to turn around and leave, a voice came from the inner courtyard. Come in. The voice was very old, but it was very majestic. Hearing the voice, Luo Xiu paused in his steps and turned his head to look at the inner courtyard. Still not seeing his figure, he thought he had heard wrong, so he turned again and prepared to leave. The pale voice came out again. No more worship? Luo Xiu heard it truly this time, not as if he had misheard it. I want to, but where are you? Luo Xiu responded somewhat breathlessly. What's the point of having a conversation here? Playing so mysterious. Is it a black martial arts school? Come on in then. Luo Xiu hesitated for a moment, and eventually walked in towards the inner hall. The inner hall did not differ from the outer hall in any way. It was still overgrown with weeds, and in the depths of the grass, there was a figure lying vaguely. Luo Xiu pushed aside the grass that towered like a man in front of him, and a small old man with a rosy face was lying in the grass, only to be seen in rags, with his chest bare, a scruffy look, somewhat unkempt. However, the gust of aura that emanated from his body was shocking to Luo Xiu. This aura was not like the Xin Qi that was unique to self-cultivators, but rather, it was a kind of internal qi that belonged uniquely to physical cultivators. This aura made Luo Xiu feel a hint of fear, knowing that even an Emperor Xian realm powerhouse had never had this kind of aura suppression in front of him, and he did detect it here today in a physical practitioner. The old man is strong, Luo Xiu subconsciously said darkly. Kid, want to refine your body? The little old man just laid down in the pile of grass and rolled over slightly, asking with some impatience. Luo Xiu nodded his head without hesitation. As a person who had traveled through the world, he never ignored this kind of unkempt old man, because often this kind of person was a true supreme expert. It's not impossible. 2 roasted chickens and a jug of fine wine every morning and evening. I will then teach you. The little old man stretched out 2 fingers and waved them in front of Luo Xiu. Yes, this wasn't a difficult task for Luo Xiu, not to mention 2 per day. Even if it was 20 per day, he would still frown. Alright, old me takes you as a disciple. Now first go out and buy me a roasted chicken and bring back a jug of fine wine. Rashu nodded, turned around and headed out, but before he could take a step, the old man called out to him again. Remember, roasted chicken should be bought from the one in the south of the city with purple blood crow chicken. I won't eat any other old man. Beautiful wine if the burial of the emperor's residence of the wine cellar is not a lot of beautiful wine? You just pick the best one from there. Go go go. The little old man finished and waved his hand, telling Luo Xiu to hurry. Hearing the old man's words, Luo Xiu frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the old man actually knew his identity. Okay, elder. Luo Xiu gave a slight salute and headed out. Seeing that he had left, the little old man then slowly sat up from the haystack. Ugh, what a pain in the ass. After that, he fell back to sleep. Come back. Luo Xiu prepared everything, said goodbye to Mu Qingxi, and headed back to that martial arts center of the little old man. Mu Qingxue looked at his back and frowned slightly. She only felt that Luo Xiu must have been tricked by some godly man. However, seeing Luo Xiu's happy appearance, she didn't say much. That's all. Let him be, and be happy. The old butler on the side showed a warm smile beside him. It was a blessing that the young king could also marry such a gentle and virtuous wife. Madam, here are all the bills of the entire royal household, as well as the outside debts and the bills of the profits from various business ventures. You read them. The old butler slowly handed a bill to Mu Qingxi. Mu Qingxue smiled and nodded towards the old housekeeper, and then she took the bill and sat down in the courtyard, carefully examining it. Nowadays, she took over all the matters of the entire royal residence, and she was the one who handled all the big and small matters in the residence. Since his own man doesn't want to bother with it, he'll just help him out. Luo Xiu soon arrived at the martial arts center with fine wine and roasted chicken. The words on the plaque had long since been corroded and unreadable. Elder, I've brought the chicken and the wine. After scanning around and not seeing the little old man's figure on that small haystack, Luo Xiu called out in a small voice. Got it. Leave the chicken and wine there. If you go to the outer courtyard and tie up your horse for 3 hours. The old man's voice came from nowhere, and if it didn't sound familiar, Luo Xiu really didn't know if he was the little old man from before. However, since people had said so, Luo Xiu had no choice but to put the wine and chicken on the ground, and then he slowly came to the outer courtyard and followed the old man's instructions to tie up his horse stance. After a few minutes had passed, both of his legs were slowly shaking directly. The soreness coming from his legs lifted his spirits. It's been a long time since I've experienced this kind of acidity, and the last time I did was during my college military training, so I didn't expect it. Traveled through it and got to experience it again. It's impossible to do. Though, it feels like your whole leg is filled with lead. Just as he was about to be a little lazy and use his Xian force to recover his strength, the little old man's voice came back. Kid, don't play those little tricks. The little old man's voice ended, and Luo Xiu only felt that the gravity over his head had increased by a few more points. His legs were even slowly drooping under the pressure of this gravity. As if he was going to stick to the ground in the next moment, Russell clenched his teeth as he tried to use his Xianli to dissolve it, but the pressure even directly dissolved all the Xianli in his entire body. He couldn't use a single bit of Xian power at all, and it was only at this moment that he realized that this little old man was a true expert. Careless. For the next 2 hours or so, Luo Xiu didn't know how he spent them, and anyway, his consciousness had long since blurred. In the end, the whole person directly paralyzed, and when he woke up, he had long since been thrown into a bucket filled with medicinal liquid by that little old man. Elder, Luo weakly looked at the old man who was eating roast chicken. Gu, you're awake, but this roast chicken is gone. The little old man turned his head with a mouthful of oil and said apologetically to Luo Xiu, there was actually a chicken leg left just now. And when he heard Luo Xiu's words, he directly smothered it in one bite. Luo Xiu just wanted to move his body, and when he just wanted to move his legs, he actually couldn't make any effort, as if it was broken. Luo Xiu jerked his head up to look at the little old man. Senior, what the hell is going on? Why don't I have any feeling in my legs anymore? The little old man didn't take it seriously in the slightest, shaking off the chicken leg he had gnawed on in his hand. Isn't that nonsense? Double gravity under the horse stance. Do you think anyone can do it? Your kid is considered to be lucky. Some people zigzag for an hour and the blood vessels in their legs directly explode. Don't worry, you're just suffering from nerve paralysis. You'll be fine after 2 or 3 days of recovery. Rashu nodded weakly. Chapter 18, Flying with Qi. Is this little old man a martial sage? 3 days later, Luo Xiu's legs had finally recovered. Gently striding his legs, he only felt endless power in his feet, and his speed became faster than before, and that's without using Xianli. A trace of delight wiped across Luo Xiu's heart. The benefits of this body refining were too obvious. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the preliminary body hardening. The body strength has reached martial zone strength. Ding, body refining realm, martial artist, martial master, martial zone, martial king, martial emperor, martial zun, martial saint, martial emperor. After reading the information, Luo Xiu couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Reaching martial zone after just 3 horse stances? Could it be that I have the talent to cultivate physical cultivation? Luo Xiu said with slight narcissism. Host, you're thinking too much. These physiques were boosted when you hunted Xian beasts earlier, and it was only yesterday's overloaded horse stance that allowed you to break through to martial zone. So please don't be self-absorbed. Luo Xiu was a bit speechless. This broken system would even tear down the table. Character panel. Host, Luo Xiu. Age, 18. Realm, first level of Xian Wang realm. Body refinement, Wu Zone. Avatar, Shura Divine Domain, sacred body level. Can be purified. Killing heart, sword technique. Desolate heavenly slash, sword technique. Shura's blood, 900. 000. The Shura bloodline has fully evolved. Shura Divine Realm Xian Wang Realm increased by 50%. Luo Xiu hadn't looked at his character panel for a long time, and it was good not to look at it, but it was a shock to look at it. The Shura bloodline has all evolved? He thought back carefully, recalling the last time his father had powerfully baptized him, and it would have been after that time that he began to evolve. But what's the point of having all of this bloodline evolved? Luo Xiu currently didn't know what it meant for all of this bloodline to evolve. Stronger? He didn't feel it, but it was a lot less than the previous situation when he was killing people like that, where he would be corrupted by the demonic aura when he moved. System, use Shura's Qi and blood to raise your cultivation level. Copy that. Boost. In an instant, the Qi and blood in Luo Xiu's body was climbing, and his cultivation level was rubbing up. Wang Xian second. Wang Xian triple. Wang Xian 9. Boom. A majestic energy made a burst out from his body, crushing everything around him instantly, and all the facilities in the martial arts hall were destroyed. The entire martial arts center was reduced to rubble. Emperor Xian Realm. It's finally done. In his joy, he checked his own Qi and blood, which was more than 10 times higher than before. The Shura Qi and blood that had been accumulated earlier also instantly turned to 0. All of it was transferred to his own cultivation, and Luo Xiu was very satisfied. Ding, Shura Divine Realm Royal Xian Realm increases by 10%. Ding, the Shura Divine Domain range expands by 1,000 meters. When it opens, the host controls its range so that it doesn't exceed 1,000 meters, the smaller the reduced range. The increase will increase. Not bad, not bad. The Shura Divine Realm has expanded another 10 times, and it can even contract freely. Luo Xiu nodded with satisfaction. On the hill in the distance, that little old man was quietly looking at Luo Xiu, a light smile unconsciously appearing on his face. The children are teachable. It's just, why do I always feel like something is wrong? The old man stroked his beard, very pleased, and then looked towards the ruins, seeming to feel that something was wrong. Holy, this asshole thing, it's tearing my house apart. It's over. The home is gone. This Yakuza thing, made such a big fuss, demolished the home. The old man forcibly held back the anger in his heart and continued to observe Luo Xiu, waiting for Luo Xiu to completely consolidate his cultivation. He then leapt down, only to see layers of airwaves under his feet, like a ladder to greet his landing. Luo Xiu sensed the fluctuations coming from the air and raised his eyes to see that the little old man was actually moving on Imperial air. Old man? Holy. He watched the old man's steps, his entire body staring at him with eyes wide and full of unbelief. Transform your chi into a holy lotus, and ride on your chi? This was the sign of becoming a saint by refining the body, and only those who had reached martial sainthood would be able to move with their chi. This old man is so strong? Unlike Xian cultivation, body refinement wasn't able to utilize the Xian force of heaven and earth, so trying to fly freely in the air would be very difficult to do. To be able to move like the little old man with his chi, he was undoubtedly a legendary martial saint powerhouse, and the strength of such a powerhouse was comparable to that of a sacred Xian realm powerhouse of Xian cultivation. Moreover, because of the special nature of physical cultivation, it can be difficult to become a true martial saint powerhouse, and except for some baseless people who will take this path, those who have a foundation in cultivation will definitely not take this one, because the achievements that could be attained were too limited. The human body was already weak, and it was even more difficult to reach the level of a martial saint. Ascending to the heavens might even be easier than that. Brat, have you seen enough? The little old man glared at Luo Xiao in the air without any good reason, but seeing the brat's surprised look, there was still a slight smugness in his heart. See, old man, I'm that strong. It doesn't scare you. Brat, senior, you're actually a martial saint. Luo Xiao was shocked. Nonsense. If I'm not a martial saint, could it be that you are? The little old man gave him a blank look without any good reason. Turning to him, he asked, "You're fine. Why did you run here to refine your body? Also, pay for the damage to the martial arts center later. 100,000 Xianling stones." The little old man tried to find a hint of clues in his eyes, but Luo Xiao's bloodshot eyes remained as silent as ever, without any fluctuations. What a loser. I always felt something was wrong with this kid, and yet I can't tell you. It's weird. Looking at the old man's look of wanting to eat someone, Luo Xiao was startled. The old man found himself? Shouldn't it be so scary? LOL. Luo Xiao, on the other hand, was stared at by him with some hair, and said helplessly, "Okay, I'll pay for it. It's just that, senior, I just hope that you can keep my secret for me." It was naturally easy for this kind of strong person to discover himself, not to mention that this little old man had been peeping for so long that he couldn't hide even if he wanted to. "Come on, I'm not interested in any of these bull secrets of yours. Where's the old man's wine and chicken?" The little old man waved his hand with care, seemingly not wanting to mention more about these secrets of Luo Xiao. When Luo Xiao heard him say this, the corner of his mouth smiled slightly. He didn't ask. He naturally wouldn't say anything. The wine and chicken were then brought out and prepared. "Here you go. Still, your boy is on the up and up. He. The little old man picked up the wine and poured it into his mouth, eating the roasted chicken and drinking the wine at the same time, eating with his mouth full of oil, completely disregarding any image. Luo Xiao looked at him quietly. "Why are you looking at me? Not eating?" The little old man looked at Luo Xiao, who kept staring at himself, and said with some irritation, "I've eaten. You keep eating." Luo Xiao responded with a smile. "You turn around. I don't like being watched at dinner. It doesn't smell good." Yes. In a short while, a large roasted chicken was finished being dazzled by the little old man, and the altar of fine wine was empty, so the little old man patted his bare belly with satisfaction. Only then did he look at Luo Xiao, and after running his hand over the remaining oil stains on his mouth, he said, "Kid, today, old me will take you to a good place." "What?" "Ah." Before Luo Xiao could ask too much about where he was going, the little old man directly grabbed him by the collar and headed for the sky to imperialize the air. Flying in the air, Luo Xiaoji felt that his whole body was cool, and the speed was so fast that even he couldn't see everything around him, only blurry shapes and shadows. "Elder, where are they going?" Luo Xiao struggled to restrain the airwaves in his rush and asked with difficulty. Since you want to refine your body, then fighting is the best way to improve. As for the place, you'll know in a moment." The little old man smiled mysteriously, and then he sped up, and Luo Xiao didn't even have a chance to speak. He just felt "don't cool off," and had a foreboding feeling in his heart. 1 hour later, the two landed on a ruin, and Luo Xiao looked around very strangely. Obviously, this was no longer in the territory of the Apocalypse Empire. "Elder, where is this?" Luo Xiao turned around and asked, but the little old man who was still by his side had actually disappeared. "Senpai." Luo Xiao used his surroundings to scan around, finally confirming that he had been exiled by this old man. Before he could familiarize himself with his surroundings, a sandstorm was directly set off in the distance, and the yellow sand flying in the sky rolled up into the sky to form a tornado that was hundreds of meters high. What was even more terrifying was that the direction of the sandstorm was actually towards him, and not far away from the sandstorm similarly sped a group of Xian beasts, among which there was no lack of Xian beast kings. Even they were afraid of this sandstorm, and Luo Xiao couldn't help but look grave. without waiting to get overly thoughtful. That sandstorm was already less than 10 miles away from him. Luo Xiao scattered his legs and ran. He was just about to use his Xian force to accelerate. Without realizing it, his Xianli was sealed again, and he hurriedly thought of the little old man. I'm really going to get screwed by that dead old man today. I've been serving him well, and this is what I get. There was no time for him to think about it now, so he just scattered his legs and ran. It's important to run for your life. Chapter 19, Tornado Body Refining. Are you kidding? Phew. Hoo. Seeing that a tornado was getting closer and closer to him while his feet were getting weaker and weaker, Luo Xiao only felt that he was finished this time. Dead old man, if you don't show up, I'm really going to be finished this time. Watching those Shen beasts behind him get caught up in them one after another, Luo Xiao could not cry, as countless Shen beasts were caught up in it. The original sand-like tornado had slowly taken on a bloody color. Apparently those Shen beasts were strangled by the tornado, and their blood dyed the tornado red. The otherwise dry and boring desert slowly kicked up a gush of blood. Luo Xiao is still running desperately. The old man seems to think that he is running too fast, and came directly in front of him. Kid, running so fast for what? Don't want to go in and play? The old man suddenly appeared in front of him. Luo Xiao was startled, and when he was just about to open his mouth, this old man directly grabbed him by the collar and threw him into the tornado. Yours truly. As Luo Xiao let out a loud curse, his entire body directly disappeared into the tornado. Within the tornado, countless broken pieces of Shen beasts were blown and floated in midair, and Luo Xiao couldn't stabilize himself at all. Similarly, as the tornado spun at high speeds, spinning wildly inside, watching the speed of the tornado grow faster and faster, Luo Xiao only felt that his entire body was about to be shredded. He didn't remember having any grudges, any enemies, with this old man, did he? Why are you screwing yourself like this? However, there was no time for him to be skeptical. He had to find a way to get out of it. Otherwise, with the strangling power inside the tornado, he might be twisted into pieces in a few minutes. What to do? What should we do? What do we do? Luo Xiao's brain spun rapidly at this moment, and a strong desire to survive grew in his mind. Can't just die. Kid, if you want to live within this tornado, you have to adapt to that strangling force of it. There are certain laws within it, but I won't tell you. The old man's leisurely voice came into Luo Xiao's ears. Broken. His divine sense was in disarray, and now that the system couldn't be contacted, he had no choice but to follow the old man's words. This dead old man, why is he such a dog? What's the pattern inside such a chaotic tornado? All Rashu felt was a tingling pain that came from his skin. The originally white and jade-like skin had slowly oozed blood. Damn it, it's so confusing. What's the pattern? Wait. Luo Xiao's mind spun quickly, and he remembered that when he was on Earth, he had traveled to the base where astronauts practiced and experienced it. Would that practice barn be similar to an inside the tornado? Rashu wanted to try it, only to see him exerting every ounce of his strength to suspend his body throughout the interior of the tornado. And then, he twisted himself as the tornado turned, but in doing so, his body would be cut by the endless gale, and it would only cause even more severe pain than before. Damn! Fight! Luo Xiao gritted his teeth and still turned with the tornado. His skin had long since been dyed a scarlet color by blood, but as he spun closer and closer to the speed of the tornado's rotation, his body unexpectedly appeared to have a strange feeling. Slowly, he just felt an overwhelming sense of relief throughout his body. The previous feeling of dizziness was also gone. Instead, it was like the soul had been sublimated in general incomparable comfort. Outside the tornado, on a small hill, the old man nibbled on a large duck leg and watched quietly. It was like he could see inside the tornado. Not bad. Mastered it so quickly. The old man threw the remaining bones he had gnawed to the side, followed by a big wave of his hand. Scatter! The tornado that was 1,000 feet tall instantly dispersed, and Luo Xiao was caught off guard and fell headfirst into the yellow sand. Knew it was the old man's doing. Damn it! Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the peak of the martial zone realm and body refinement. Before Luo Xiao could climb out of that yellow sand, the system's voice immediately came out. The Xianli in his body also instantly returned to normal. The old man, on the other hand, slowly stepped into the air and looked down at Luo Xiao, whose entire body was buried in the sand. Boy, is it cozy in there? Still not crawling out? With a single catapult, Luo Xiao's entire body immediately stood in the air alongside the old man. Are you trying to kill me? Luo Xiao questioned with great dissatisfaction. Shouldn't you thank me? The old man looked at him with this angry expression and smiled. I thank you. I thank your whole family. Luo Xiao shook the grains of sand all over his body and gave him a blank look. Was it fun? Want to do it again? The old man, however, said indifferently. Come again? It took half my life in one go. Do you want my whole life? Rashu growled angrily. Boring. If you don't want to play, forget it. Then old man, I'll go first. After the old man finished speaking, he directly flashed in place and skipped off. And Luo Xiu looked at his distant back with a confused expression. By the time he reacted, the old man's figure was long gone. I'm going. Old man, come back here. What am I going to do if you leave? Where is this? Luo Xiu shouted as he looked in the direction the old man had left. How do you expect me to get back to this borderless desert? Luo Xiu wanted to kill this old man's heart. He just couldn't fight it. Seeing that the old man wasn't replying to himself, Luo Xiu had no choice but to find another way. But where should he go in this endless desert? 3 days later, the emperor is not a man of the world. Luo Xiu finally found a road in the desert that had traces of carts and horses walking on it, and Luo Xiu followed these tracks forward. As expected, it wouldn't take long to spot a caravan of merchants up ahead. As if he had met a life-saving straw, Luo Xiu hurriedly dashed towards the convoy. However, for safety's sake, he eventually took out his Shura mask and put it on. The entire person's aura instantly became bloodthirsty, and the strong men in the caravan ahead felt his aura and instantly raised their guard. At the head of the group was an expert of the 8th level of the Emperor Xian realm, and beside him were 4 or 5 other big men who were escorting the car, all of them not weak. There were 2 large men whose auras had similarly reached the Huang Xian realm. The crowd looked at Luo Xiu, who was sailing towards them not far away, and had heavy faces. They couldn't detect Luo Xiu's cultivation, but it gave them an extremely dangerous feeling. The crowd was on alert, and the weapons in their hands were slowly sheathed. Seeing as how the guy in front of them had a mask on his head, they thought he was here to carjack. As they watched Luo Xiu get closer and closer to them, their nostrils grew heavier and heavier with each other. Stand still. Who are you? The expert at the 8th level of the Emperor Xian realm stopped Luo Xiu and asked. Luo Xiu slowly raised his head, and underneath his mask, he couldn't suppress the excitement within him. Finally, someone. Still, he brought up a hint of caution in his mind and slightly altered his voice to make it a bit paler. Sorry, I'm lost here. Can you take me out? Luo Xiu said slowly. Lost? The eyes of the crowd looking at Luo Xiu narrowed slightly in skepticism. Right, Luo Xiu said indifferently. The man in the lead looked like he was pondering something, carefully sizing up Luo Xiu. Eventually, he made his way over to the plush carriage and leaned over to say something. Luo Xiu stared at him closely. He also didn't know what these people were doing. He had to be vigilant. A few moments later, as if he had received some instructions, the man generally came to Luo Xiu and said, Your Excellency, I'm really sorry. We still have a mission ahead of us, so we might not be able to let you follow. After saying that, he took out another desert map from his own bosom and handed it to Luo Xiu. Here is a map of the desert with routes marked on it. You can get out of this desert by following that red one. Luo Xiu could understand and took the map in his hand, then handed him a bag of Xian stones. No credit. This map is on me. After that, he turned and left. The crowd watched as his back gradually faded away, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. And what a weirdo. Who says it isn't? What's with the masks in this desert? It scares the hell out of me. Well, don't even talk about it. Hurry up and rest for a while. We still have to catch up. Chapter 20, Meeting Again. At the end of the road. With the map, Luo Xiu then knew his bearings. However, knowing his bearings, he was speechless to the core. A few days ago, he was still in the Apocalypse Empire, but now he was running to this barren desert, and the two were thousands of miles apart. Who can stand that? The old man deserves to die. At the same time, he couldn't help but be shocked at the old man's strength, worthy of being a martial saint powerhouse. In just over an hour, he had arrived in the middle of this distant barren desert from the Apocalypse Empire. Looks like it won't take 2 days to get out of this desert. Luo Xiu let out a helpless sigh as the map was stowed away and continued on his way. This barren desert was located within the Green Dragon Empire, and the two empires were separated by thousands of miles. Trying to chase after Imperial Qi and fly in this barren desert was extremely difficult, and a single mistake would set off a roiling tornado. Therefore, Luo Xiu still chose to carefully step while Apocalypse Empire. Inside the buried Heavenly King's mansion, Luo Xiu had disappeared for 8 days, and Mu Qingxi was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The delicate little face was even more incomparably white. Madam, still no sign of the little prince. The old butler slowly came to him and helplessly said, Where would he go? I don't believe that such a big living man would not be found. A look of worry wiped across Mu Qingxi's sweet face. Elder Lou, continue searching, while sending all the strongest people in the mansion to search together. Mu Qingxi said with a heavy face. Luo Xiu didn't have cultivation. Even if he was playful, there was no way he wouldn't go home. The only possibility was that he had been kidnapped. But it's been so many days, Even if they've been kidnapped, there should be news, right? The old butler nodded heavily and instantly summoned all the experts in the royal residence. Mu Qingxue took out a token from her ring and instantly crushed it. A few moments later, 15 figures wrapped in black robes instantly appeared in front of him. Tian K. Yes, little mother-in-chief. The Tian K leader in the lead slightly sweated his head, and the crowd behind him also slightly bowed their heads towards Mu Qingxue. You all go and look for him as well. If something has really happened to him, whoever did it should not keep their hands off, and should be directly exterminated. Mu Qingxue ordered in an icy tone. Live and let live. Yes, the 15 figures moved immediately. After ordering everything, Mu Qingxue spread the news again. If she was really kidnapped, the kidnappers must have been just trying to get certain things and would definitely contact her. Where the hell have you been, you asshole? Do you know that I was worried about you? Mu Qingxue looked at the ring in her hand and murmured. This was given to her by Rasho, desert of the desolate sky. After just half a day of walking, Luo Xiao only felt that his mouth was now dry. This was already the 4th day, and he hadn't dripped any water. Damn! This Thai desert, why is it so big? Luo Xiao looked at the blazing sun above his head and couldn't help but spit. He then arrived on a small hill just in time to hear the sounds of various fights coming from below. Clanking. Bing. Bing. There's a battle ahead? Luo Xiao looked downward from the hill just as two groups of people were fighting with each other. And when he took a closer look, it was the same wave of people who had sold the map to him 2 days ago. But how come there are only 5 or 6 left? 5 or 6 of them formed a circle, guarding the veiled woman in the center of the circle. Several people were injured to varying degrees, some with a broken arm, others with blood all over their faces and holes in their clothes. Dozens of people were already lying on the ground. The surrounding area was even scattered with the remains of countless carriages, and the corpses of 6 or 7 horses were also clearly lying among them. It should have been a round of fighting already. Princess, in a moment, we'll hold them off while you hurry. That Huangxian Realm 8th Sky Powerhouse said to the veiled woman behind her. How's that going to work? I won't leave you guys behind. And the woman was stubborn. There is a great sense of living and dying together. Princess, now is not the time to be brave. This group of brigands is strong. We are no match for them. Don't let us die. There's no point. Yes, Princess. As long as you're safe, we'll die in peace. Yes, Princess. Behind them, the people were persuaded. The woman under the veil is in tears. You guys. For the first time, she felt this powerless. When had she ever suffered this kind of aggression as the princess of the Green Dragon Empire? And the dozen or so tough guys on the opposite side were looking at them with a mocking expression. I said, are you guys done explaining yourselves? If you're done, you can go to hell. Ha ha ha. Boss, I think the chick they're protecting is pretty good. Let's get her and have some fun then. Yeah, boss. Brothers, it's been a long time since I've touched a woman in this desert. The group of minions behind the scar-faced boss had looked at the veiled woman with greedy faces. Looking at the woman's marvelous body, a group of juniors couldn't hold it. Look at you guys, when the time comes, I'll come first. Scarface also had a playful look on his face, the greed in his eyes not much less than the little brothers behind him. It's still you, boss. Let's get in up and down when the time comes. Ha ha ha. The woman flushed as she listened to their obscenities and wanted to scrape them alive. I'll kill you all. The woman said that she was about to charge towards the group of toughs, but she was still stopped by the few people in front of her. Princess, hurry up. With that, the 4 of them rushed towards the group of humongous bandits, and the leader of the humongous bandits looked at them like this with eyes full of disdain. Looking for death. Brothers, give it to me. Soon the two parties were writhing together again. Luo Xiao just quietly lay on the hill and watched. Less than a minute, 2 more of the 4 fell, clearly not alive. Come on, Princess. The woman just needs her eyes to be scared and blossom. Ha, can you escape? The scarred man laughed. Another swing followed, and the blood-colored blade of light instantly decapitated one person. Now there was only that woman and that Huangxian Realm 8th Sky Powerhouse left on the field. The humans approached step by step and directly surrounded them. Luo Xiao shook his head helplessly. That's just it. Let's call it returning a favor to you guys. Slowly putting on the Shura mask, he leapt and landed directly in the center of the two parties. Standing in front of them. It's you. Hello again. Luo Xiao nodded. They know each other? The humans, on the other hand, frowned. And help? The scarred man gripped the large knife in his hand tightly, looked at Luo Xiao with cold eyes, and said indifferently, this brother, what do you mean? He didn't think this guy had the strength to handle so many of them. Instead of responding to the scarred man, Luo Xiao threw an elixir to the veiled woman. Feed it to him if you don't want him to die. Veiled, she looked at the tall figure in front of her, took the elixir he threw at her and nodded numbly. Luo Xiao didn't want to talk nonsense, and with a thought, The Shura divine sword instantly appeared in his hand. The surrounding crowd had a wary look on their faces. However, the next moment, they only saw Luo Xiu's figure disappearing from the spot, flashing past them like a ghost. Shoo! What? The 7 or 8 surrounding minions fell down with wide eyes and unbelievable faces. As they fell, a trickle of blood oozed from their necks only as an afterthought. Luo Xiu's figure once again returned to its original position. None of the 8 people were alive. They couldn't even see how Luo Xiu had struck. The scarred man looked at the surrounding minions who had all collapsed and looked at Luo Xiu with horror in his eyes. So strong. His only thought now was to hurry up and run away. This man was too scary. He slowly moved his body, and then a strong desire to escape surged into his heart, and his feet coalesced Xianli to instantly pop out 1,000 meters away. He, can you escape? Luo Xiu sneered. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 250,000 Qi luck values, which have been automatically converted into Shura Qi blood. The Shura divine sword in his hand instantly blasted towards the scarred man, penetrating him on the spot. Then it was sent back to Luo Xiu's hand again, dripping blood. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 150,000 lucky values, which have been automatically converted into Shura Qi and blood. The veiled woman looked at this scene with a shocked face. All killed? After taking the elixir, the man also got significantly better and hurriedly got up and said to Luo Xiu, "Thank you for your help, brother. I'm Xia Long, a second-grade guard of the Green Dragon Empire." Luo Xiu nodded and turned around, ready to leave. "Wait, brother," Sharon hurriedly called out to him. "Anything else?" Luo Xiu sidestepped his face, glanced at them, and said indifferently, "I wonder what brother's name is?" Xia Long inquired as he endured the severe pain coming from his body. "It's just a casual encounter. I just made a move just to return a favor. Now we don't owe each other anything." Luo Xiu was unwilling to inform. "This, brother, I have an unforgiving request. Can you escort us to the Green Dragon Empire?" Xia Long asked again. "I'm sorry, I don't have that obligation." Luo Xiu refused. It had been days since he'd been home, and his daughter-in-law was surely looking for him everywhere by now, and he didn't want to waste his time on them. After that, he was ready to leave. "Brother, the conditions are as you wish. We really have no choice now. If we meet another humongous bandit on the road, we really have no way to live." Xia Long begged with a bitter face. "Not interested." Chapter 21, Saving a Life, Sending a Buddha to the West? Why don't I send you on your way? The veiled woman looked at Luo Xiu's determined attitude and was instantly a bit dissatisfied. "Why are you like this? It would be an honor to have you escort this princess." When had she ever suffered this kind of anger when she was the high and mighty princess of the Green Dragon Empire? The people who wanted to become her escorts could be said to be lined up all over the Imperial city of the entire Green Dragon Empire. Now that he had lowered his stance and asked him to become his guard, he was still ungrateful. It was an insult to her. What's more, don't you understand the reasoning behind saving a person to the end and sending the Buddha to the West? When you send me to the Green Dragon Empire, I will definitely have your father Emperor reward you properly. By then you'll be able to enjoy, in this lifetime, the glory and riches you've never been able to enjoy. And you're still not satisfied? The woman said with a haughty face, as if she had long forgotten about her current situation, not to mention the reality that Luo Xiu had just saved their lives. Instead, he was being aggressive with an air of superiority. Luo Xiu laughed, the entire corner of his mouth showing a playful curve. He didn't think that the woman would be so stupid. And a princess? The boar is more like it. Saving people to the end, sending Buddha to the West. Then do you want me to send you on your way? Luo Xiu turned his head and said icily. He's not a living Buddha. He still has Shura blood in his body. This woman is afraid that she doesn't want to die? Shasta. His entire body's icy aura instantly swept towards the woman, killing intent running rampant, his entire body resembling a hellish cultivator. The originally blazing hot desert cooled down rapidly at this moment. The woman was even more paralyzed by this aura of his, the corners of her mouth trembling terribly. For a moment, she only felt that Luo Xiu would kill her the next moment. This endless killing intent made her heart freeze to a low point. Am I dying here? Xia Long looked at the angry Luo Xiu and felt bad. Immediately supporting his severely injured body, he stood up, stood in front of the woman and rushed to intercede. Your Excellency, I'm really sorry, Princess, she didn't mean to offend. Please be magnanimous. He had reason to believe that Luo Xiu would really move to kill them both, because that wave of killing intent was real just now. This man is horrible. Humph. Rashu glanced at the limp woman and turned dismissively. He didn't want to waste his time on people like that. Their deaths have nothing to do with them. As he was saying goodbye, he once again coldly reminded Xia Long, following this kind of master, you won't even know how you'll die in the future. It's better to leave as early as possible. After saying that, Luo Xiu continued to rush. Xia Long looked at Luo Xiu, who was walking away, before he slowly let out a sigh of relief. Then, helpless again, he turned his head to look at the paralyzed princess of the Green Dragon Empire. Her heart still couldn't calm down for a long time. Luo Xiu had cast too much of a shadow on her. She had never been threatened like that since she was a child, and she didn't expect to be subjected to it twice in one day just today, and almost die both times. Princess, get up, Xia Long said helplessly. Nay, the woman on the ground looked as if she didn't hear his call, and even cried directly. Woo woo, one day later, Luo Xiu was finally back in the Apocalypse Empire, the frontier of the Celestial Revelation Empire, Shepherd's Horse City. The generals of the frontier stood on the dozens of feet high city and touched the distance. In the distance, a blurry figure slowly emerged along with the roiling yellow sand. General, there's someone, the soldier on the high platform looking out shouted downward. This cry directly shouted the crowd into silence. The situation at the border was incredibly tense, and any breeze would keep the generals on their toes, not to mention the sight of a person. At this moment, they are incredibly solemn, and have picked up their newly unloaded weapons. It was hard to get a break, but I didn't expect to see anyone else. Brothers, copy. The general gave an order. The archers on the wall had hitched up their hands and strung their sharp arrows. Clairvoyant, how many enemies are there? The general asked as he faced upward when the generals were ready. The clairvoyant double-checked, and it still turned out to be the figure of only one person. However, he did not dare to hesitate and immediately told the general. General, only one person has been found so far. What? The general's face was stunned. One man dares to attack the city? Could it be some Zun Xin powerhouse from the enemy country? If it came to thousands of troops, they were not afraid. However, if only this kind of strong person in a single form appeared, that was what they were most afraid of. This kind of strong person could go up to the sky and into the earth, not something that ordinary soldiers like them could deal with. The general didn't dare to delay and immediately sent someone to notify the Imperial powerhouses stationed in the city. A moment later, the figure buried in the wind and sand slowly became clear, and the arriving Apocalypse Empire powerhouse frowned slightly. Messenger, can you spy the exact strength of this person? The general asked the messenger in front of him with a grave expression. The messenger shook his head. He was only a Wang Xian realm. Watching the messengers all shake their heads, the blood on the faces of the generals faded, and they all turned white with fear. Don't be afraid, generals, even if there is a hellish abyss in front of us, we must go forward. If even we are afraid, there will be no one to guard the home behind us. All pull yourself together. The general looked at the timid appearance of the generals and said in an uplifted voice. When these words came out, the generals reacted. They were all people with families, and if they allowed such strong people to break into the empire, then the harm caused would be incalculable. Damn! Spell it out. Who cares what kind of strong person he is? Whoever dares to harm my family, my home, I'll fight him to the death. That's right. Spell it out. Swear to defend your home. The generals and soldiers said with excitement. In this moment they will live and die outside, just to guard the home behind you, to guard your family. They stood by and defended to the death. Soon, Luo Xiu arrived under the city wall against a huge sandstorm and looked at the many generals on the city who were standing by. Looking at their eyes as if they were dying touched them slightly. In them, he seemed to see his father. They are all men to be feared. Instead of venturing forward, Luo Xiu slowly stopped. The general on the citadel watched as he stopped and inquired aloud. Who are you? Luo Xiu took out the jade pendant unique to the burial Heavenly King's house from his own waist. Listening to his father, this was a symbol of his identity throughout the empire. As long as he took out this jade pendant, the generals would know his identity since. General, I'm also from the Apocalypse Empire. Luo Xiu threw the jade pendant towards the general. The general took the jade pendant and after surveying it, his face changed drastically. Burial jade, burial king, quick, open the door. Soon enough, the city gates below opened wide, and only then did Luo Xiu enter the city. When he came in, the general was already waiting for him behind the door. The moment the general saw him, he instantly knelt down on one knee. Last General Yuban, see the young prince. The general was very excited and seemed to be inwardly delighted. For this kind of generals who were loyal to their country, Luo Xiu couldn't afford to accept their big salute and hurriedly helped him up. General, what are you doing? Why do you make such a big salute? The general smiled excitedly. I'm sorry, little prince. It's the end of the line who was too excited to see you. Do you know that the young princess has been looking for you everywhere these past few days? Luo Xiu was slightly stunned. General, please also elaborate. Alas, little prince, where have you been for so many days? Do you know how urgently the little princess has been looking for you? The information has all traveled to the border here. And, why are you here? The the general said in a somewhat puzzled manner. Pouring snow. Luo Shou was slightly helpless. Having been away for so many days himself, he had expected this outcome. LOL. General, more than enough. If I have the chance in the future, I'll explain it to you slowly. Also, I hope you won't spread the news of my appearance here, so as not to cause panic. Luo Shou wanted to slowly go back and explain. If he let that girl know he was here, she would hate to immediately fly towards him. And I don't know how to explain my departure from the Empire's territory, but I can't say that I was abducted by an old man, right? Last general understands. Yu Ban nodded, and then said, then does the young lord want to go back directly, or will he stay here for a while? Go back, or your daughter-in-law will die of anxiety. Luo Shou said helplessly. Then I will go and make the arrangements, and make sure that the little king will also be safely delivered to the imperial capital. There's no need for that, General. If you send someone to send me back, won't that expose me? It's better for me to go back by myself. Well, okay, alright, General. I still have to catch up, so I won't chat with you. I'll find you for a drink sometime. Luo Shou smiled and said goodbye to him. Then he left, and once he left, Makoma City fell into tranquility again. Only that the yellow sand in the sky is still floating. The generals are still guarding it painstakingly. Chapter 22, he's angry, and the consequences are dire. After a night of running, Luo Shou finally returned to the imperial city of the Apocalypse Empire again. Looking around at the city walls that were filled with his own portrait as well as the introduction of various identities, Luo Shou was a bit speechless. Make it look like you've been abducted. But it was normal to think about it. These should have all been ordered by Mu Qingxi. If she had really been kidnapped, those who had kidnapped her should have contacted her when they saw these notices. If it was an ordinary kidnapper, it would be fine. Maybe he wanted something within the royal palace. Or maybe he was seeking money. After you take the stuff, you should let yourself go. It's just that that old man is no ordinary person. So maybe he's watching himself somewhere right now. How could he take the initiative to contact Mu Qingxi? Besides, the old man wasn't looking for money. Maybe to exercise himself. Maybe to find a hint of fun in this boring life. Regardless, it's okay to come back on your own. With a sigh, Luo Shou hurried in the direction of his home, the Burial King's mansion. Luo Shou saw a group of people standing in front of the door of the king's mansion from a big distance, and just as he was puzzled and wanted to go forward, the door of the king's mansion slowly opened. Luo Shou had to stop. He hadn't seen these people before and wanted to see what they wanted, so it found a corner and hid itself. The one who walked out from within the royal residence was Butler Lou, who had a grave expression on his face. Gentlemen, do you really think that our royal family is easy to bully? A trace of anger wiped across the butler's pale face. Obviously, the arrival of these people had offended him, and Luo Shou stood watching from afar, frowning slightly. Did these people take advantage of their absence to come looking for trouble? The man at the head of the group, however, had an unconcerned face and said without any scruples, "Old man, now, your king's wife is not here, and the young prince is nowhere to be found. We are also scared to take the Jinbei king's order to come to sympathize. How does it become bullying you? Ha ha ha. You guys." The butler's heart was angry. The news of Luo Fun Tian and the others leaving had already spread throughout the imperial city. People wondered though, where the hell had this king gone? But this was an order from the emperor himself, and the news was naturally credible. The crowd didn't suspect much. It's just that this news can be good news for those who hold the king's power in their hands. Once Luo Burial Sky left, the entire Burial Sky King's mansion was like a huge treasure trove, and everyone wanted to stick their foot in and get a piece of the beauty. After all, the news that Luo Shou was a waste had long been rumored for over a decade. Now that such a loser is in charge of such a huge treasury, how can it not be eye-catching? What's more, this little trash of his was nowhere to be found now, and the charge of the entire royal residence had even fallen to a woman from a small family, which made them even more unscrupulous. Although Mu Qingxue's own talent was unrivaled, in the eyes of these powerful nobles, she was still out of the league. After all, a genius that hadn't grown up yet could not be considered a true genius. Mu Qingxue was also under tremendous pressure these days, having to search for Luo Shou while dealing with the threats from these powerful people. Such pressure is indeed unbearable for a little girl like him. It hurt Rasha to think about it. He didn't rush out, but continued to listen to their conversation. Only, in the distance, he had clenched his fists long ago when he heard the man's words. The killing heart is overflowing. He didn't realize that he had only been gone for a few days and these people couldn't hold back. Good. Do you really think that with father and the others gone, the family can just let them rub it in? If he wanted to hit the royal family, he would have to make these people pick a layer of skin. The butler frowned slightly once he heard the name of the Jinbei king. Now that the king was gone, the Jinbei king was indeed a behemoth to them. If you fought directly and hard, You couldn't fight at all. The butler sighed slightly. If the young king was also there at this moment, the situation might not be so bad. Is the king of Jinbei unable to hold back so soon? Even if the king is gone, the young prince is still around now, the housekeeper said in a cold voice. The man laughed disdainfully again. A mere waste of a young prince. Their Zhangbei royal house was not yet in their eyes. Even if he has the emperor's blessing. So what? They had the same Jinbei king behind them. If anything goes wrong, the king will take care of it. The king's face. The emperor were the most reproached two sentences. This matter will not be settled. But these treasures can actually fall into their arms. The thought of this made them even more reckless. Old man. With that punk? Don't say that he's missing now. Even if he's in the child, our Jinbei royal house won't put him in our eyes. I advise you guys to better be sensible. In the future, this royal house will be managed by our Jinbei king. And we might even be able to give you a good place to go. That face instantly became hideous. Without any scruples at all. You. The butler was so angry that he was shaking. Instead, the men laughed. They were obviously under the orders of some people. Otherwise he, a small servant, would not have dared to threaten a royal family like this. Even though Luo Fun Tian was absent, there was still a notable power within the royal residence. At the thought of this, there was a slight impotence on the old butler's face. Very well, king of Jinbei, right? Really think I'm easy to bully? The corner of Luo Xiu's mouth slightly sneered. Originally, I wanted to go home and have a good rest and relaxation, but it seems that this home is now impossible to return to. Then play nice with them. The butler argued with them for a long time and still couldn't change again. And finally these people gave the butler an ultimatum. Old things, we'll give you 3 days. If you don't leave after 3 days, don't blame us for not being polite. After saying that, a group of people left in a big way. The butler watched angrily as they towed away. And finally helplessness slowly flowed out from the bottom of his eyes. Little prince, where the hell have you been? If you don't come back, how come this royal palace won't be able to keep it? Ugh. Looking at the departing backs of these people, Luo Xiu wiped endless killing intent across his heart and slowly put on his Shura mask. Followed. Inside the royal residence. After the butler closed the door, he came inside the small courtyard where Mu Qingxi was. Give her a blow-by-blow account of what just happened. Ma'am, they left. The butler said helplessly. Elder Lou. I know. Don't worry. No one can bully this royal residence. I will definitely guard it for him. Mu Qingxiu's face was icy cold. And the same endless killing intent surged through her heart. The reason why she didn't step forward just now was to avoid suspicion. Otherwise, people will think that there is not yet a man in charge within this royal residence. By the way, have you heard from him yet? Mu Qingxiu's tone softened again at the mention of Luo Xiu. The heart was even lifted with great expectation, hoping that the butler would give a good answer. The butler looked at her expectant eyes and shook his head a little uncomfortably. Mu Qingxiu closed her eyes slightly, her mood very low. Knew this was going to be the outcome, but it's still very disappointing. Keep looking, the butler answered and then left the small courtyard. Mu Qingxiu slowly got up and came to the small pavilion, where there were scenes where she and Luo Xiu had embraced and sat together, with full of memories. Where the hell have you been, you asshole? I can do without all these things. I just want you to come back to me properly. Mu Qingxiu's jade hand gently touched the pavilion platform. Eyes very sad. The mood is incomparable loss. Every day for the past few days has been as hard for her as if she had spent several springs and autumns. On Luo Xiu's side, he closely followed these people to the Jinbei king's mansion. At the moment, the king of Jinbei was not in the mansion, but the son of the king of Jinbei, Lin Mo, was in charge. As soon as these people came back, they immediately reported to him in a complimentary manner, and Lin Mo was even more delighted to hear it. Appreciated again and again. Luo Xiu, just you. You still want to fight me? Without your old man's existence, you're nothing. Wait 3 days and the burial heavenly king's mansion will cease to exist. Ha 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 ha. Lin Mo laughed loudly up in the sky. It seemed as if he had already taken the entire burial heavenly king's mansion into his own pocket long ago. Incomparably proud of himself. Are you laughing too early? Just at this moment, a cry came from the eaves within the royal residence. Lin Mo's smile instantly froze, and when he looked up to the eaves, he saw Luo Xiu wearing a mask and looking at himself with a bloodthirsty face. Ghosts. He was taken aback. Then once he thought that this was in his own home, his face slowly calmed down and he asked disdainfully, "Who are you? How dare you barge into the Jinbei king's residence? Looking for death? How dare you play God?" The guards around him also gathered around, looking at Luo Xiu on the beam with a wary face. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you all have to die today," Luo Xiu said coldly. He then slowly stood up from the eaves of the room, and a blood-colored sword blade instantly appeared in his hand, with a blood mist twisting around it. Standing there like a killing god, the crowd was chilled. Lin Mo instantly panicked and immediately fled behind the guards. Take him down for me. The guards were also very obedient, condensing Xian blades and adding them to their own weapons, and in an instant, streams of light rose throughout the entire royal residence. The lowest cultivation level of these guards was at the Tian Xian realm, and they already possessed the strength to mobilize the Xian power around them. And for a while, the entire royal residence was plunged into a tense atmosphere. Xian Qi appeared in all directions, and sword light rushed to the sky. The experts secretly guarding the royal residence also appeared. Very well, you guys came out on your own to seek death, and don't bother me to look for them one by one. Open. As soon as the words fell, Luo Xiu instantly unfolded his cultivation god domain, directly enveloping the entire Jinbei King's mansion. The originally still sunny royal mansion instantly became blood-colored crimson, and an endless aura of death shrouded the entire airspace of the royal mansion. The guards and experts of the royal family had been affected by Luo Xiu's domain, only to feel that the Xianli around them was incomparably sticky, and their strength was even less than 77% of their strength. It was only then that these experts realized how uncomplicated Luo Xiu was. Young prince, he's an Imperial Xian realm expert. What? Lin Mo was as unbelievable as if he had seen a ghost. At that moment, another Royal Xian realm expert stepped forward and added with a gloomy face. No, it's impossible for the domain of an Emperor Xian realm expert to envelop the entire royal residence. He's not Emperor Xian realm. This one sentence instantly pushed the mood of the crowd to a low point. Not the Emperor Xian realm. Doesn't that mean he's... Before the man's words left his mouth, he only saw a blood-colored longsword coalesce within the realm and plunge into his brow, and he died violently on the spot. This is a domain killing technique. Look out! Get out of the way! Within the field, the color of blood gradually became gloomy and despondent, and the strength of the crowd was slowly compressed, and after a few moments, their strength was less than half of their own strength. Yes, Luo Xiu had shrunk his domain once again, and today, he was sparing no one. He's pissed. The consequences are dire. Chapter 23, Bloody Massacre. Mysterious strongman of the Jinbei King's mansion strikes. In an instant, those Jinbei royal house powerhouses with lower cultivation levels were directly killed instantly. After the first round of bombardment, the entire royal mansion was filled with endless blood, while the qi and blood within Luo Xiu's cultivation divine realm grew more and more intense. The sobbing blood of those who were blasted to death were transformed into cultivator qi and blood within the cultivator divine realm, which caused Luo Xiu's strength to grow stronger and stronger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500,000 Shura Qi blood. Ding! Congratulations to host Shura Divine Realm's Royal Xian Realm increase has reached 40%. And those who had blocked the first round of bombardment had also been traumatized to varying degrees. And this was just a blast from this powerhouse's domain. They were already in such a sorry state before he himself had even really struck. The crowd was very scornful in their hearts. Damn it! Who exactly is your excellency? Slaughtering the Jinbei King's experts so recklessly. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Jinbei King? The more powerful Royal Xian realm expert said with a grave expression as he looked at Luo Xiu. After the last round of bombardment, although he had luckily managed to resist, his body was now as strong as the end of the line, and he feared that it would be difficult to resist this person's next round of attack, so he brought out the Jinbei King to try to deter him. But naturally, Luo Xiu just sneered with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth and didn't put the Jinbei King in his mouth in the slightest. Retaliation? Ha! From the moment you struck out against the Burial Heaven Royal Mansion, this Jinbei Royal Mansion will eventually turn into a purgatory, Luo Xiu said coldly. Someone from the Burial Palace? The hearts of all the people trembled. They didn't expect that such an expert actually existed within the Burial Heavenly King's mansion. Now that the King of Jinbei was gone, who else could stop this kind of expert? As for Lin Mo, who had ducked to the side, at this moment he had long since lost his previous radiance and was looking as if he was dead. Luo Xiu glanced at him coldly, and with a grab of his fingers, he instantly sucked Lin Mo into his palm, his 5 fingers tightly squeezing his neck. Oh, Lin Mo struggled hard, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Luo Xiu's palm. All of the experts present looked on with an angry face. That would they had no strength. You seemed happy earlier. Ha! Luo Xiu's voice was like coming from the 9 hells. Word for word stuttered into Lin Mo's mind, and Lin Mo just felt like his mind was going to explode. Nay, his throat was tightly pinched by Luo Xiu, and he couldn't utter a single word at all. Let go of the little prince. A loyal servant, seeing this scene, instantly raised his sword and killed towards Luo Xiu. With the first person's action, a few people followed behind one after another, similarly killing towards Luo Xiu. They were all the only remaining Wang Xian realm experts. Only this kind of strength was just as weak as a child in Luo Xiu's eyes. Several people all burned their own essence blood. Their speed wasn't slow, and they were about to kill Luo Xiu in front of him in an instant. Luo Xiu laughed coldly at all this, not putting them in the least bit. It seems like these dogs you raised are quite filial. It's just a pity. Too weak. At this moment, Lin Mo had already been pinched by Luo Xiu to the point that his eyes rolled over, and his legs off the ground were constantly tuckless, unbridled. Looking at the several people who were charging, Luo Xiu snorted coldly. Then with a flick of his other hand, a blood-colored palm instantly coalesced within the cultivation god domain and directly suppressed them. The few people who had originally burned their essence blood were instantly like molested balloons, kneeling heavily to the ground. The essence and blood of their entire body had also been stripped away by Luo Xiu in that instant, and now they were just like an invalid. There is no longer any cultivation. Although they had lost their cultivation, their eyes were still red and angry as they looked at Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu enjoyed the thrill of revenge, and then prepared to pinch Lin Mo to death as several people watched. You say you're so short of breath, how come there are still people fighting for you? In your next life, keep your eyes peeled and don't be stupid. After saying that, Luo Xiu instantly condensed countless amounts of Xianli in his hands, and just as he was about to strike to kill Lin Mo, the entire sky above the Wangfu instantly distorted. A vast pressure instantly struck, causing Luo Xiu's cultivation god domain to ripple. Seek death. Accompanying the endless pressure was an icy voice. Luo Xiu frowned slightly. This kind of pressure wasn't something that could be possessed by the Emperor Xian realm. Zhuanshuan realm powerhouse. A wave of pressure flooded Luo Xiu's heart. With his current strength, he was fine to deal with the Emperor Xian realm, but when facing a Zun Xian realm powerhouse, he was still a bit weak. At the same time, the strong man slowly descended from the top, his entire body attached to a white robe, looking very young, but 20 or 30 years old. Seeing the visitor, those who still survived instantly had both eyes glowing. Greetings, old prince, as if they had seen a savior. The crowd knelt down and saluted. The man nodded and ignored the crowd. Instead, he looked at Luo Xiu with cold eyes, and with a flick of his finger, he snatched back the Lin Mo from Luo Xiu's hands. Lin Mo, who was out of Luo Xiu's control, exhaled heavily as if he had survived a robbery. After recovering for a moment, he knelt down in front of the old king with an aggrieved face and cried, "Grandpa, kill him, must be killed." Seeing him like this, the old prince slowly bent down and touched his head, saying with a pensive face, "Don't worry, grandson, old me will definitely thwart him today." The old prince's voice was mixed with a hint of anger, and endless pressure was implied in it, causing the people present to shiver. "Kid, no matter who you are, if you dare to come to the Jinbei king's mansion to cause trouble, then there's only one end for you, death." The old king didn't bull **** in the slightest. A sword suddenly appeared in his hand and slashed several times towards Luo Xiujuan. The strong and incomparable Shan Li was like a vast light that chopped at Luo Xiu at an extremely fast speed. Luo Xiu didn't dare to slack off in the slightest as he looked at a strong attack. And this kind of strong person's means couldn't be ignored by him either. It has to be all hands on deck. Desolate sky slash. Luo Xiu similarly displayed his divine ability, and a sword tuff accompanied by blood chi met the old prince's attack. A sword chop intersected and scorched together, instantly colliding with endless power. And everything around was also affected by the wave of energy from this aftermath. Boom! Bang! The various facilities within the royal mansion were actually destroyed, and the walls on all sides collapsed with a bang, as those powerful people tried their best to make their way out of the attack. In a trance, the two of them exchanged dozens of rounds again. Many of them were seriously injured, unable to dodge in time, and were directly killed on the spot. Old Wang also looked at Luo Xiu's means, and there was a hint of shock in his eyes. Given Luo Xiu's current bone age, he was at most in his 20s, so how could he have such a strong strength? Could it be the supreme pride of some hidden super clan? The old king was startled by this speculation within himself. However, he soon refuted this statement within himself. When Luo Fun Tian hadn't left, he had messed with quite a few clans, so there shouldn't be anyone who would help him. Could this young man be Luo Tian? Luo Tian was known as a genius that would be hard to come by in 10,000 years in the Tianqi Empire, and before Mu Qingxue had appeared, he was the true #1 genius of the Tianqi Empire. Moreover, he had been following Luo Fun Tian on his conquests for many years, and his strength had even increased by leaps and bounds. With this kind of strength, the old prince wasn't surprised. It's just that didn't that Luo Tian also follow the Luo Fun Tian couple to leave? Who is that man in front of me? The more the old prince thought about it, the tighter his brow wrinkled. But no matter what, he wouldn't have thought of Luo Xiu going up. After all, the detective had also investigated Luo Xiu, who was simply a waste with no cultivation. Old man, I didn't expect you to be alive. What a life. Luo Xiu knew deep down that it was already impossible to make a move against the Jinbei royal house today. At this moment, he already wanted to escape as soon as possible. If he was discovered by the other powerhouses of the Apocalypse Empire, then it would be especially difficult for him to leave. Who the hell are you? The old prince looked at Luo Xiu with a cold expression. It doesn't matter who I am. All you need to know is that if I don't die, I'll be immortal with your Jinbei royal house. After putting down his harsh words, Luo Xiu left. He was like a ghost, disappearing within the crowd's field of vision, with not the slightest hint of breath detectable. The old prince also didn't have the bottom line that he could catch up with Luo Xiu, so he could only sigh helplessly. It was only Luo Xiu's last words that made him feel incredibly jealous inside. This age, this strength, if he was allowed to grow any further, then it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the Jinbei royal house. Chapter 24, Going to the Door. After leaving the Jinbei king's mansion, Luo Xiu didn't directly return to the burial king's mansion, but instead went out of the city to the Xian Beast Forest. That battle just now had also caused him to suffer a slight injury. This was the first time he had fought a Zhuanshuan realm powerhouse, and it was also the first time he had felt inexplicable pressure. The strength is still a bit weak. Luo Xiu sighed helplessly. The only thing he was happy about was that fighting this kind of superpower gave him a huge boost to his Shura Divine Domain increase. Today's Shura Divine Domain could increase by up to 60% at the Emperor Xian realm. Right now, one could cross the ranks to challenge an expert 6 small realms higher than oneself, and with the addition of one's underhanded cards, one could achieve invincibility under the Zhuanshuan realm. Moreover, after killing those Jinbei royal family powerhouses, he had also obtained quite a lot of Shura Qi blood. At this moment, he already possessed 1.2 million Shura Qi blood, which could bring his strength to another level, but such strength was still far from enough, and there were quite a few experts in this Jinbei royal house. Moreover, many of the experts were outside of the seaside, and now that he had destroyed this Jinbei king's residence, the Jinbei king would definitely send more experts to conquer him. As a matter of urgency, one must hasten to improve their strength and make themselves stronger before those powerful people arrived. System, help me search the Xian Beast Forest. I need more battle sense as well as cultivator chi and blood to increase my strength. Roger that. The system instantly scoped out the forest, and it didn't take long to lock on to the target. Host, not far from you. There are 10 powerful peak 5th rank Xian beasts. Yes. Having gotten the news, Luo Xiu immediately sped toward the depths of the forest. 2 days later, inside the buried Heavenly King's mansion, a group of experts from the Jinbei royal house came to the burial Heavenly Palace under the leadership of the old prince. Luo Xiu had neglected to mention that he had accidentally revealed information related to the burial Heavenly Palace when he had slaughtered the Jinbei royal palace earlier. Now, a group of experts came to the front of the mansion. Mu Qingxue looked at the group of super powerhouses in front of her with a grave expression. Old prince, what do you mean by this? Mu Qingxue coldly questioned the old prince. Old Prince Lin Tianyan looked at them with a playful face, but in reality, he was already angry inside. That previous powerhouse had already destroyed the entire Jinbei king's mansion, and almost the entire mansion had been devastated with life and was no longer fit to live on. Your burial heaven royal mansion is still really powerful. How dare you send strong men to destroy my Jinbei royal mansion? Lin Tianyan looked at one person with a puzzled face, Mu Qingxue, and said nonchalantly. It was just that when they heard these words he said, the people within the burial Heavenly King's mansion had their faces become even more gravely puzzled. When did they send strong men to destroy the Jinbei King's mansion? Isn't that pure slander? Old prince, don't you think this excuse is ridiculous? Mu Qingshue's snow-white face did not show the slightest bit of fear, because the Jinbei royal house blocked all news. After all, this was about their face. How could they let outsiders know? Mu Qingxue and the others naturally didn't know what had happened 2 days ago. Playing dumb? The crowd of powerful people from the Jinbei royal house stared angrily. Lin Tianyang waved his hand, signaling them to be quiet, and then looked at Mu Qingxue again. This Luo Fun Tian is really ruthless. I can't believe I left you such a strong guardian. We were the ones who looked away. What does the old prince mean by this? We can't understand. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Since the Jinbei King's mansion was destroyed by you, then we will take over this burial Heaven King's mansion. You guys dare. Aren't you afraid that the emperor will know about this act and take his anger out on you? A trace of anger was wiped across Mu Qingshue's handsome face. Your Majesty. He still has to call me uncle when he sees me. Do you think he'll chastise us for a drive of an empty shell royal residence? Lin Tianyan laughed with an unconcerned expression. Little girl, don't be too naive. In a world of the weak and the strong, whoever is strong has the right to speak. The level of chutzpah had far exceeded that of his grandson Lin Mo. You. Mu Qingxue looked at him angrily. Alright, little girl. What else is there in this burial Heaven King's mansion for you to hold on to? Why don't I make a match for you and marry my grandson? When the time comes, we will definitely focus on cultivating you, And it definitely won't be worse than this burial heavenly king's mansion. Don't you think for a second? Even if I, Mu Qingxue, exert my last ounce of strength, I will definitely not let you guys have your way. Mu Qingshua's handsome face wiped over a trace of fortitude as she said coldly. Stubborn. Now that none of the Luo family members are left, what ability do you think you have to fight against my Jinbei royal house? The moment Lin Tianyang's words came out, Mu Qingshua's heart instantly chilled. She could vaguely guess that Luo Xiu's disappearance must have nothing to do with this Jinbei royal house. Is my fiancé's disappearance related to you? Mu Qingxue asked coldly. Little girl. Meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. If his disappearance has anything to do with you, I, Mu Qingxue, hereby swear by the heavens that I will definitely fight your Jinbei royal house to the death. Mu Qingxue coldly swore. Lin Tianyang's eyebrows slightly touched. Mu Qingshua's supreme talent all made him incomparably jealous. If in the little girl and they don't go on, so that she grows up, it may be another big strong enemy. Not to mention they had a mysterious teenage powerhouse before them. Thinking like this caused Lin Tianyang to become irritated, and his eyes instantly became bloodthirsty and icy. Little girl, don't do this without a toast. The old man. Before Lin Tianyang could finish his words, a cold snort came from the side. I wonder what uncle wants. The person who came was none other than the emperor of the Celestial Revelation Empire, Lin Tianbad. It was only that he was only one person who came this time, and he didn't have any of the strongest guards around him. Seeing this, the crowd knelt down. See your majesty. Lin Tianyang also bowed slightly. Even if he was a generation older than Lin Tianbad, he was still a vassal. Greetings, your majesty. Alright, I'm sure you didn't come here today for business, but for personal matters, Lin Tianbad said. Then I wonder why your majesty has come here? Lin Tianyang's face was dark at the moment. Lin Tianbad's arrival could be considered a heavy blow to them. Today, if they wanted to take down a burial heavenly king's mansion, I'm afraid it would only be impossible. Oh, I heard that uncle's royal residence was destroyed 2 days ago. Am I not here to solve it for you? Look at uncle's face, seems to be very unhappy, Lin Tianbad said with a light smile. Then thank you, your majesty. Lin Tianyang slightly saluted. Just why did uncle and the others appear within this burial heavenly king's mansion? Lin Tianbad asked with a feigned doubt. The faces of the people were slightly ugly, not knowing how to answer this question. Your majesty, when we destroyed the Jinbei king's mansion earlier, that man said that he was from the burial heavenly king's mansion, and we came here just to ask for an explanation. Oh, really? Lin Tianbad looked towards the crowd of the burial heavenly king's mansion and asked suspiciously. Mu Qingxue first made a bow, then said, Your majesty, this is purely a false slander. All of the experts within the royal family have been sent by me to search for my fiancé, so how could they possibly still have the time to take action against the Jinbei royal family? This was originally a false charge, so why should there be any trouble? Lin Tianbad nodded, then looked at Lin Tianyang and the others. Uncle, how can this be explained? Majesty, this could be a strong person left behind by the burial heavenly king. He must be secretly guarding the burial heavenly king's mansion, Lin Tianyang said with certainty. Then, listening to the old king also say that, the strong men father left behind were to guard the royal family, so why would he want to deal with your Jinbei royal family? Mu Qingxue laughed coldly and turned against Lin Tianyang. Could it be that someone from the Jinbei royal mansion is suppressing the burial heaven royal mansion? That strong man would strike out at you? During this period of time, the Jinbei royal house had been constantly pressurizing the burial heaven royal house, and it was Luo Xiu's father who had left behind a strong man who, upon seeing this scene, would surely look for trouble with the Jinbei royal house. It's just that this old prince is now a thief crying out to catch a thief, which is really ridiculous. Lin Tianbad didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Lin Tianyang, his eyes penetrating with questions. Lin Tianyang had some difficulty in distinguishing. After all, it was indeed the Jinbei royal family that had first sought trouble from the burial heaven royal family earlier. Lin Tianbad saw that he couldn't say anything. The corner of his mouth slightly sneered. However, as an old king himself, he would still give him some face. Uncle, I am calling it quits. The buried heavenly king is a credit to the empire. I don't want to hear such news again in the future. Lin Tianbad's tone seemed to be very plain, but in reality, it concealed a threatening intent. Anyone who was smart could see that Lin Tianbad wanted to keep the burial heavenly king's mansion. Moreover, the emperor had said so that even if he, Lin Tianyang, had the greatest skill, he wouldn't dare to make another move. Lin Tianyang bowed slightly and promised before glancing at Mu Qingxi with an ugly expression. In the end, he could only leave with his people unhappy. Thank you, your majesty. The people from the burial heaven royal mansion happily thanked them. No need to be polite. There are struggles between kingships from time to time. I can help you once, but not twice, Lin Tian Bad said helplessly. I understand. Alright, you guys work hard. In the future, this burial Sky King's mansion will still be guarded by you guys. As for sure, I will also help you guys look for it. When I find it, I will definitely send it to you. When Mu Qingxue heard this, she brightened up. With the Emperor's help, it would be much better. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chapter 25, Successive Beheading of 10 Great Imperial Shin Beasts. Mysterious Beast Egg. Northern Region Xian Beast Forest. The most central location within the Shin Beast Forest was surrounded by the 10 great Imperial Shin Beasts. It was as if they were guarding something, and even though Luo Xiu had still already beaten them to a pulp, they didn't think about escaping. Luo Xiu's eyes were somewhat shocked as he looked at them, his eyes filled with incomprehension and doubt. What exactly can be worth guarding with your lives? Looking at the 10 great beast emperors blocking in front of him, Luo Xiu asked indifferently. If the 10 great beast emperors wanted to join forces and escape, there had not been a single chance, but they gave up. They preferred to sacrifice their flesh and blood, and they were still stopping Luo Xiu. To Luo Xiu's questioning, a scorpion-like beast emperor looked at Luo Xiu with eyes full of red light, his eyes full of sternness. Human, we have not offended you. Why did we have to lay such a killer? The scorpion beast emperor asked coldly. The voice was a little muffled, as rusty as if it had just learned to express itself in human language. However, the voice that penetrated the demonic beast's characteristic voice was still intimidating. What's the point of wasting words with him, old poisoned scorpion? The big deal is death. The white tiger beast emperor on the side was a violent temper, and at the same time, the injuries on its body were shocking. His body was covered with countless sword marks, and only 3 of his original 4 legs were now left, with the other one dripping with bloody blood. Even so, T remained proud of his chest and refused to lower his noble head. Old white tiger is right. It's not that easy to kill us, even if we die. You must let him know that we are not to be messed with. That's right. Want my life? Then I'll remove one of your arms for the road. Humans, cut the crap. If you want to step into the core area, then climb over our corpses. Guys, him. The other beast emperors of the 10 beast emperors looked on angrily and spat out human words, killing Luo Xiu once again without fear in their hearts. It seemed that they had already put their own lives and deaths at risk. After fighting for so long, they naturally knew Luo Xiu's methods as well as his strong strength. Even so, they were still brave enough to move forward. A fearless spirit that Luo Xiu couldn't help but admire. However, he was not one to be merciful, and the Shura divine sword in his hand reappeared. The entire body of the sword attached to an endless mist of blood. Like a magic sword, it was held tightly in Luo Xiu's hand. I admire this spirit of yours that sees death as a way of life. Only there is no need for mercy in this world. Strong is king. I will give you an honorable death. Shura divine domain open. Luo Xiu looked at the 10 beast emperors that were charging, not daring to be the slightest bit slow, and the Shura divine domain instantly rushed into the sky, forming a huge blood-colored barrier within 100 meters in circumference, isolating the outside battlefield. The 10 beast emperors also fought with all their might, and opened their awakened domains, but compared to the open Luo Xiu, their domains were as small as they appeared. In an instant, they were suppressed, and now some of the beast emperors' domains were directly crushed by Luo Xiu's powerful domain power before they could even open up. Brothers, don't hold back, directly burn your bloodline to battle with one. Not bad. Dying for the young lord today is our supreme honor. Definitely can't let this human teenager take another step forward. Kill. White tiger hollow. Poisonous scorpion sting. Savage bear shock and awe. The lion roars. They had sacrificed themselves to obtain stronger abilities to fight against Luo Xiu. The 10 great beast emperors had burned their bloodline power and used their most powerful inheritance aptitude, and their combined ability was already comparable to that of a Zun Xian realm powerhouse. Even more so. Within a moment, 10 incomparably gorgeous energies merged together, filling the entire forest with dazzling light. The divine light flickered like daytime, igniting the center of the forest. Luo Xiu, on the other hand, used his divine ability, Killing Heart, that he had gained from completing the quest before. Buzz. In an instant, that Shura divine sword was like his own heart, like it was completely going to become one with himself, and it was also this unique feeling of intent that allowed Luo Xiu to feel the power of his sword heart. It was at this moment that he truly felt the meaning of the way of the sword in the truest sense of the word, forging the sword with his body, realizing the sword with his heart, and condensing his complete sword intent. He closed his eyes tightly, sensing the moment carefully. A moment later, only his eyes that looked like a sea of blood suddenly opened. Sword Dao intent, killing heart. Endless energy burst out from the bottom of his heart, gathering the Xianli of his entire body and tightly integrating it into the Shura divine sword. And the Shura divine sword, which was originally still filled with blood mist, instantly became incomparably sacred. The blood color of the sword body also instantly turned into a radiant glow, as if it had been sublimated. Chop! As Luo Xiao bellowed, the Shura divine sword in his hand immediately charged toward the energy gathered by the 10 great beast emperors. Bang! Golden light rushed into the sky as the two majestic energies heavily bombarded together, and the 10 great beast kings also completely dissipated between the heavens and the earth under the impact of these two energies. Their whole body's energy scattered among the light in the sky, slowly dispersing as if they had accomplished their mission. Boom! Boom boom! Luo Xiao was even sent flying thousands of meters by these two powerful energies, during which he surfed over a dozen peaks, and finally embedded himself fiercely within a large mountain. Fortunately, he had the Shura divine armor to protect his body, and the impact of the positive energy did not injure its roots. Only the injuries on his body were still very serious. Now even if an ordinary demonic beast appeared in front of him and attacked him, he was powerless to fight back. Ahem. After a long time, Luo Xiao slowly moved himself. After it was all drawn out, he fell heavily from embedded within the high mountain. Worthy of being a beast emperor's sword, this ability of burning one's own bloodline is really strong. Ahem. I'm afraid it's already exceeded the attacks that an ordinary Zhuanshuan realm powerhouse can possess. Rasha slowly got up and sighed. He then covered his chest and came to the place just now step by step, confirming that all the 10 great beast emperors had perished before he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, in his heart, he was also secretly glad that the commotion just now had driven away all the Shin beasts in the surroundings. Otherwise, in his current state, he would only be unable to cope with them. The collision of the two powerful energies also wiped out everything around them, turning the area into an empty disaster zone. All the living beings were destroyed. When Luo Xiao raised his eyes, he saw a burst of light flickering in the center of that. Under curiosity, Luo Xiao slowly approached, with the dazzling light slowly dispersing, a dimly glowing, but emerged before his eyes. The interior of this egg implied endless energy, causing Luo Xiao's heart to palpitate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 10 Emperor Xian beasts and obtaining 2 million essence blood, which has been automatically transformed into Shura Chi blood. Ding! The accumulated Shura's Chi blood has reached 2 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining enlightenment and achieving the sword heart, forging true sword intent. Ding! Congratulations to host Shura Divine Realm's Royal Xian Realm increase has reached 70%. For system rewards were transmitted into Luo Xiao's mind, but there was no fluctuation in his heart, and he was still staring at the egg in front of him. System, what kind of egg is this? Luo Xiao asked suspiciously. This egg gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. He didn't dare to explore it on his own rashly, so he had to ask the system. Host, with your current strength, you can't make the system turn on its appraisal ability to answer your question. Okay. Luo Xiao was helpless. Chapter 26, The Quirky Little Fishy. Just as Luo Xiao was looking at what should be done with the egg in front of him, voices came from a human cultivator right in the distance. Everyone follow. The commotion from earlier is not far ahead. Senior brother. It couldn't be the beast emperors in this area fighting over territory, right? Will we be affected if we go now? It shouldn't be. I can obviously feel that one of the two streams of Xian force is from a human, and the energy that erupted from both streams of Xian force exceeds the strength that an Emperor Xian realm powerhouse should have. Then why are we rushing over there? Can we intervene in a battle between such powerful people? Don't get caught in the crossfire. Don't be anxious. Their battle should already be over. This kind of battle between powerful people can be divided between the winners and losers in the turn of a breath, and the strength of the two should be equal. Even if one side is exterminated, the other side has already run out of light. Maybe we can still pick up a leak if we go now. A Zhuanshuan realm powerhouse. Then we're rich. Ha ha ha. Hurry up and keep up. 5 or 6 figures sped towards Luo Xiao's direction in a hurry. Luo Xiao naturally sensed them as well, but with the only Xian power he had left now, he simply couldn't deal with them. Thus, Luo Xiao directly put this egg on the ground into his Shura God realm ring. It must be that the thing that the 10 great beast emperors wanted to guard should be this egg. After doing this, Luo Xiao quickly left. When those 5 or 6 cultivators arrived, they only saw that this side of the area was in shambles and nothing was left. Senior brother, it looks like they're really over. A young man wearing a black robe, aged around 20 to 30 years old, analyzed towards the white-robed young man on the side. Watching everything around him being drowned out, the white-robed youth frowned slightly, and an endless shock was wiped across his heart. After thinking for a moment, he said to the 5 people around him, "Let's split up and look for them." With such a tragic battle, I don't believe that powerful person still has any energy left to deal with us. Yes, several people were excited. If they could find that strong person who was seriously injured, they would be rich. They were all at the Emperor Xian realm cultivation level, and they were not afraid of facing a strong Zun Xian realm powerhouse at the end of his rope. So all 5 or 6 of them split up and looked in different directions. The heavily injured Luo Xiao was also dragging his heavy body to escape from this area as quickly as possible. Only his speed wasn't fast. The only Xian energy left in his body simply couldn't support him to transform his wings and fly again. 1 hour later. After all, Luo Xiao couldn't support his body's overload. His head was dizzy and he was about to faint in the next moment. Just a moment before he fainted, he slowly removed his Shura mask. Once again, he transformed into an ordinary human appearance, so that he could also reduce others' suspicions about himself. So he just passed out. But for a few moments, the white-robed youth who came after him frowned slightly as he looked at Luo Xiao, who was lying on the ground, looking at his young face, as well as his body with no cultivation. The white-robed youth didn't suspect much, but he didn't extend a helping hand either. Still, it shifted its direction and moved away from Luo Xiao. 1 day later, Luo Xiao woke up in a daze and realized that he was now long gone within the Xin Beast Forest, seemingly already lying on a bed. Luo Xiao opened his eyes and quietly looked at the beams under the roof. Just then, the door opened. A light footstep came slowly towards him. He could hear it clearly. He wanted to move his body, but he couldn't mobilize a single finger no matter what. His whole body was like a senseless invalid. Luo Xiao was very anxious inside at the moment, and the only thing he could move was his eyes. Just when he was helpless, a voice that sounded like a parrot squawking came. "Big brother, you're awake." It was a young girl's voice, very clear and melodious. He could clearly hear a hint of elation in the young girl's voice. Was she taking pleasure in her behavior? Soon, the young girl hurried to the side, and his little face was reflected in Luo Xiao's mind. The little girl was adorable, about the age of 10 or so. Her skin was glowing, and her small face was like a small white bun, which made people want to pinch it. The young girl clutched Luo Xiao's head as hard as she could, trying to prop it up against the edge of the bed, but the little girl wasn't strong enough to pull Luo Xiao up. "Big brother, wait a bit I'll be able to pull you up soon," the little girl said somewhat apologetically. This was followed by an effort to help Luo Xiao, who couldn't move and couldn't speak. It was just that this little girl's tugging made his originally heavily injured body feel a hint of pain. He wanted to thank the little girl. He really would. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Xiao just couldn't stand the pain, and in his bloodshot eyes, he slowly squeezed teardrops. "Big brother, why are you crying? Is it because you're touched by the little fishy helping you?" the little girl said innocently. A trace of delight was wiped across his white face, and the movements of his hands intensified even more, as Luo Xiao's tears were like a torrential floodgate, forming a stream of tears. The little girl was even more worked up. Luckily, that's when the voice came from the doorway once more. "Kazi." An elderly man slowly walked into the house and instantly became anxious when he saw the little girl pulling hard on Luo Xiao's head. In the heat of the moment, he dropped the brook trout he had just caught in his hand directly to the ground and quickly stepped forward to stop the little fish. "Hey, you silly girl, what's this for?" The old man took little fish's hand and pulled him aside, saying with some reprimand. Little fishy pouted with some dissatisfaction and said stubbornly. Little fishy saw Big Brother woke up, so he wanted to lean him on the edge of the bed and feed him fish soup. Well, just Big Brother is too heavy. Little fishy cannot pull. The old man held his forehead, then looked at Luo Xiao with an apologetic face and said apologetically, "Little brother, you're awake. I'm really sorry, old man. I just went out to catch a fish. I didn't expect this girl to torture you like this." Luo Xiao was touched beyond his control, and his heart was even more secretly thankful to the old man. "Old man, okay? You're back, or I'll die at the hands of this little girl." Woohoo! Moving tears instantly slipped down, and the old man looked full of embarrassment. "Little brother, why don't you say something?" the old man said eagerly. Seeing this, the little fish at the side finally got the hang of it for once. "Grandpa, the injuries on Big Brother's body haven't healed yet. He can't talk right now." "Oh." The old man understood in an instant. Luo Xiao couldn't wait to give her a nod of approval, thinking that this girl had finally helped him for once. "Then little brother, I'll help you up first. You're in the middle of your body's weakness right now. I'll feed you some fish soup so you'll feel better," the old man said, gently helping Luo Xiao lean on the edge of the bed. Little fishy then volunteered. "Grandpa, you go cook. Little fishy can feed brother soup." "You little girl, what do you know?" the old man said with a helpless face, seeing that grandpa doesn't agree. Grandpa, you'd better go and cook. Little fishy is hungry." Little fishy pouted. Then again, he vigorously shook his grandfather's arm, and the latter nodded his head helplessly, only to exhort on his way out. "Be careful, my brother's body is still not well. It can't stand up to the tossing and turning of this girl of yours." "Got it, grandpa's so nosy." After the old man left, little fish picked up the fish soup on the table and came to Luo Xiao, A trace of scorn wiped across Luo Xiu's eyes. He was truly afraid of this girl. Brother, it's time for soup, little fishy said as she picked up a spoonful of fish soup with a smile on her face. Then he used his other hand to gently cup open Rasho's mouth and slowly brought the fish soup in. As the fish soup entered his throat, Luo Xiu felt that it was quite fragrant, and his vigilant eyes, which softened, also secretly relieved. Chapter 27 The Inhuman Aura. The old man is not simple. 3 days later, Luo Xiu's body slowly regained consciousness and was now able to move around normally. It was the Shin power in his body that he still couldn't use. Outside the cabin, the old man was holding a mountain opening axe, splitting a steak into usable wood, while little fishy waited on the sidelines, waiting for the old man to finish splitting a steak. Then she went up to pick it up and stack the wood neatly. It certainly seemed like a good entertainment to her, and the color of joy was all over her budding little face as she looked at the pile of split matches she had piled up. When Luo Xiu gently pushed open the wooden door, he saw the amiable scene in front of him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a warmth he hadn't seen in a long time. When the little fish saw Luo Xiu walking out the door, he immediately dropped the 3 pieces of firewood in his arms and ran to him in front of him in a hurry out of the ground. Big brother, you can walk? Little fishy spoke joyfully after she spun around him. Rashu rubbed her head and nodded with a smile. Only his face remained pale and his color was to be tested. Great! The little fish jumped for joy. The old master watched as little fishy joyfully tugged on Luo Xiu's arm and hurried over, patting her on the head and scolding her softly. You little girl, my brother's body has just recovered. He can't be shaken violently yet. Hurry up and let go. Oh, little fishy beamed and answered. Then let go of Luo Xiu. The old man smiled and saw Luo Xiu inquiring with concern. Little brother, how do you feel now? Luo Xiu moved his limbs. Master, I'm already fine. That's good. That's good. After the old master carefully sized up Luo Xiu for a while, a stream of light flashed through those deep eyes, and in the end, he didn't ask. Luo Xiu naturally also noticed the old man's gaze, only that both of them tacitly did not say anything more. At this time, a middle-aged man's voice came from outside the house. Elder Li, are those timbers of mine ready? The crowd followed the sound and the middle-aged man walked towards the courtyard with a smile on his face. Mr. Li, those timbers you wanted. Old man has already split them for you. Come and have a look. The old master waved his hand and pointed to a pile of split wood on the side and said. As the middle-aged man walked into the courtyard, Luo Xiu carefully sized him up before averting his gaze. The middle-aged man didn't have any Xian power on his body and was obviously immortal as well. The middle-aged man also saw that there was an unfamiliar young man in the courtyard where there were originally only the grandparents and grandson, and curiously inquired, Master, this little brother is? The old man smiled. He's a distant descendant of the old man. All right, postman, you might want to come over and take a look at the wood to see if it meets your standards. Luo Xiu smiled towards the middle-aged man. Since the old man had fronted for himself, he naturally wouldn't say much. Well, the middle-aged man didn't suspect much, and followed the old man to a pile of wood, surveying it carefully and chatting purposefully. This scene seemed very boring to little fish, so she looked to the side at Luo Xiu, her clear eyes revealing a hint of cunning. Big brother, let's go fishing in the creek. Before Luo Xiu could react, little fishy straightened up and pulled his arm, darting towards the outside of the courtyard. Luo Xiu had no choice but to quicken his pace and follow the little guy forward. Limu Village, a small village far away from the town. The folk customs are very simple. The villagers are upholding the fine tradition of working at sunrise and resting at sunset. A small stream runs through the rice paddies on either side. The water is crystal clear and a variety of stream animals swim happily. The water wasn't very deep, so little fish pulled Luo Xiu and headed straight for the creek. Woohoo! The little guy is very hyper when it comes to water, bouncing around like a real little fish. Whoa whoa whoa! The water splashed in one wave, then the next wetting the lapels of the two men, and the little fish did have a good time. Luo Xiu also looked like he was dreaming back to his childhood moments on Earth, and was driven by the little fishy's atmosphere, and his feet were involuntarily bouncing. A gush of water popped up under his feet. Big brother, is it fun? The little fish child turned around and with a clear spring water in her hand, she splashed it towards Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu couldn't react in time, and the cool water instantly hit him on the cheek, and Luo Xiu slightly choked. After reacting, he looked at little fish with a bad smile on his face. The little guy engages in sneak attacks, doesn't he? Slightly. Fishy made a face. Tiny hands then cupped a larger puddle of water and struck again. This time, Luo Xiu was prepared and dodged. The two then fought furiously. A few moments later, a small group of people were sitting next to the rice paddy dripping wet, both with hearty smiles on their faces. Big brother is also very powerful. Oh, the village childs can't splash me. Little fishy complimented as if she had met a rival. Rashu rubbed her little head. You're also brother's only rival. Ha ha ha. It was summer. The rice paddies had grown slightly taller, and every now and then you could hear a frog's cry. Luo Xiu's heart was incomparably calm at the moment, not having to think about the outside world's disturbances. He had never been a person who liked to fight. Perhaps it was because of crossing over to this world that he had to become a being he hated. The existence of the Asura System had even pawned him to the pinnacle of killing. Looking at the white clouds in the sky, Luo Xiu's thoughts rose and fell. Little Fish looked at the dazed Luo Xiu and waved her small white hand in front of his eyes. What are you thinking about, big brother? Luo Xiu came back to his senses. It's nothing, just thinking about the past. Before? Fishy asked curiously, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Well, that's enough fun. Let's catch 2 fish and go back to cook. Luo Xiu didn't want to say much about the outside world. He wanted the little fish to keep this innocence inside. Didn't want her to know too much about the cruelty of the outside world. Ooh-hoo. The little fishy responded with intent. Then barefooted, he came to the center of the paddy field and lightly retrieved 2 fishing rods made of green bamboo from it and came to Luo Xiu. Nah, big brother. You use the big one for this rod and the small one for the little fish. Rashu took the fishing rod and nodded with a smile. The 2 of them then set to work on the fishing. And the bait was very plain. Grabbing a small animal off to the side and hanging it on the hook. Looking at little fish's skillful maneuvers, Luo Xiu was somewhat ashamed of himself. By the time he found the bait himself, the minnows were on a small fish. The little girl held the fish in front of Luo Xiu and casually grabbed a small grasshopper and hung it on the hook to dangle it. Luo Xiu followed her example, and the rod was just thrown over. And before the fish came up, the system's voice came. Host. Luo Xiu's spirit was revitalized, already being able to sense the system's words. That meant that it wouldn't take long for him to be back to his old self. I am. Luo Xiu answered. Host. In the future, please don't take liberties. Overloading your body with energy will damage it. Ha, I know. Rashu's pale face smiled. Host, there is a very strong Xian beast power around you. What? Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu was slightly stunned, and after reacting, he looked around vigilantly, and as a result, he didn't find any Xian beasts. System, are you sensing something wrong? Luo Xiu asked suspiciously. There will be no mistake. This little girl beside you should be a powerful Xian beast transformed into human form. The system was however certain. Luo Xiu frowned slightly and looked toward the small fish that was not happily fishing on the side, always refusing to believe it. This carefree little girl would be a Xian beast? Host, please don't be skeptical. This little girl is either the offspring of a powerful Xian beast, or a powerful Xian beast transformed into human form. The bloodline in her body is very mellow, and as she was able to transform at a young age, her grade must not be low. Luo Xiu took a deep breath, and he didn't even notice the movement coming from the fishing rod. Brother, you're on the fish. Little fish exclaimed. Only then did Luo Xiu react, and hastily tugged on the rod, and a 2 or 3 pound big fish surfaced, and the little fish couldn't wait to help Luo Xiu pull the rod. While Luo Xiu's mind was not on this, his eyes were always resting on the little girl's tender face. His mind puzzled, then recalling the old man's eyes that contained deep meaning. He always felt that these 2 masters were not simple. The little fish, still innocent and harmless, held that one big fish tightly in his arms, and the 2 of them stopped casting, heading toward the cabin with different moods. As he neared the door, Luo Xiu let out a deep breath before slowly entering. Chapter 28 Confessing Identity. The mighty old man. Grandpa, we're back. As soon as he entered the door, little fishy called out cheerfully. The big fish in his arms was still struggling, but was held tightly in the arms of the little fish. Unable to break free, the old man slowly pushed open the door of the room, and then saw a small, wet fish with a big fish in his arms. You little girl, you ran into the river again, didn't you? The old master's eyes were full of heartache, but his mouth was scolding. Luo Xiu stepped through the door with a heavy heart, and the old man looked at him, who was also dripping wet, and glared at little fish with his eyes again. The 2 were then hurriedly called into the house, and after shoving the fish into his grandfather's arms, the little fish ran back to his hut on his own. The old man shook his head helplessly and looked at Luo Xiu and asked, Little brother, did this little girl drag you around again? Rashu smiled. It's okay, Gramps, kids love to play. Look, you're all wet too. I've got some old clothes here. Do you want to make do? No harm done. Luo Xiu directly utilized his Xin power under the old man's eyes and dried the clothes on his body. The old man frowned slightly on his pale face, but did not say anything more and slowly put that fish into the tank. Little brother, please sit down, the old man said in a deep voice. Luo Xiu, however, didn't sit down, his eyes staring intently at the old man. Master, Luo Xiu looked serious. Before he could say anything, The old man snatched at him and said, "You know all about it?" The old master understood from the beginning to the end that Luo Xiu was definitely not an ordinary person, and there was no longer any need to hide it. Rashu nodded. From the moment he recovered his Xian power, he had detected an unusual aura from the old man's body, and now it seemed that the old man should also be a Xian beast. Now that he knew, it was better to talk about it, and for so many days now, he could also feel that this old man was pure and kind-hearted, and was still able to live so peacefully with humans. It shows that he really just wants to live his life. Perhaps some mighty beast of God has taken his grandchildren into seclusion, but what does that have to do with him? He only knew that the old master was kind to him, regardless of whether he was a man or a demon. If he had a favor, he would repay it, and if he had a grudge, he would kill it. Old master, let's open up the window and say something good. Boy, I don't like to beat around the bush, and I don't hate his demonic beasts. In my heart, some people wearing the skin of a human being is a demon. Some demonic beasts, although they are alien, but they have the goodness of human beings, Luo Xiu said with a serious face and a sincere tone. Ha ha ha, you kids said it well. The old man laughed out loud and patted his shoulder appreciatively. For Luo Xiu to have such a character, it wasn't in vain for him, an old man, to spend so many important medicinal herbs to save him. Since the young man was so bold, he, an old man, would not pretend. Drink. A strong Xian beast aura also flowed throughout the room. Luo Xiu was ruthlessly crushed by this aura, and the heavily injured man didn't even have a single thought of resisting. Old master. Luo Xiu was a little topsy-turvy. Such a strong aura. He had never detected it on any Xian beast in the past. Obviously, this old master was tougher than any Xian beast he had ever seen. It was at least a peak Zhuanchuan realm Xian beast, or even stronger. A powerful aura struck. Luo Xiu could only feel the chaos of breath in his body as he panted heavily, a trace of blood already flowing from the corner of his mouth. However, a moment later, Luo Xiu felt that the breath in his body had become very smooth again, and the meridians in his entire body had been unblocked. What was spit out just now was all the residual sludge in the body. The old man was using his breath to remove the bruises in his body. So strong, a light wisp of breath can be so strong. This, ahem. As the last mouthful of black blood was sprayed out, Luo Xiu's entire body relaxed. Many thanks, elder. Luo Xiu cast a thankful gaze toward the old master and bowed heavily. The old man sniffed, and only then did he withdraw his breath. Alas, since you have recovered, it is better to hurry and leave. Your status and position should not be low. If you let people look for this place, I, little fish, can't really stay. The old man waved his hand and sighed helplessly. Kid knows. Also, let me remind you that if you reveal information about the two of us, even if you run to the ends of the earth, Lao Fu will still be able to find you. And then don't blame Lao Fu for not remembering old friendship. The old man's expression suddenly became serious, his voice cold and with a hint of threat. To ensure the safety of myself and my grandchildren, but had to be careful. Your old man, don't worry. Luo Xiu hadn't finished. Fishy then changed his clothes and walked out of the hut. An old man and a young man were instantly quiet, and the two made eye contact. Little Fish felt the eerie atmosphere of the two. There was doubt in his eyes. Grandpa, what's wrong with you guys? Little Fish looked at the two and asked in confusion. Seeing Little Fishy come out, the old man once again changed back to his previous amiable face and smiled towards her. It's fine. Grandpa was just chatting with his brother about his injuries. He's almost healed. The old man laughed. Oh. The little fishy's innocent heart didn't have the slightest doubt. Then even more happily, he looked at Luo Xiu and said with a delighted face, That's great, big brother. From now on, you'll be able to play with little fishy. The old master frowned slightly as he looked at little fishy, who was so clingy to Luo Xiu, and his face froze for a moment, giving Luo Xiu a wink. Luo Xiu instantly understood in seconds. Turning back, the helplessness of his eyes looked at the fluttering-faced little fish and said, I'm sorry, little fish. Brother still has a lot of things to take care of, so he may have to leave first. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, little fish's face instantly sank. Get away. Away. Where are you going? Brother's family has written, asking brother to go back earlier. Luo Xiu went up and rubbed her little head, comforting her. Is that so? Fishy was a little aggravated. The eyes were even reddened, tears slowly swirling in them. Well, little girl, don't cry. Don't cry. The old master painfully held her into his arms. Luo Xiu turned his head away. Although he had not spent much time with this little girl, that innocence was forever imprinted in his heart. Whether man or beast, the feelings are the same. Moreover, Luo Xiu felt that his continued presence here would indeed be detrimental to the grandparents. If the news that he was here spread, there would definitely be many people coming here to look for him, which might expose the two of them at that time. and the old man had said before that there seemed to be someone looking for them, and he didn't want to get them into trouble. The old man seemed to be driving himself away on the surface, but he actually had no choice, and he didn't sense any signals from Luo Xiu that threatened the grandparents. It was just that in such a simple little village, the sudden appearance of a powerful cultivator would inevitably cause panic, so Luo Xiu had to leave in a hurry. "Brother, can we not go?" Little Fishy inquired in a small voice. The eyes were full of dismay. "Little Fishy, when brother has taken care of everything outside, he'll come back to play with you, okay? When the time comes, my brother will buy you delicious food." Rashu continued to comfort. Little Fishy didn't say anything and turned her head to bury her head in her grandfather's arms. The old man made a look and Luo Xiu still left. The two of them worked hand in hand together to catch that big fish and didn't get to eat it. Looking back towards the small courtyard where he had stayed for a few days, Luo Xiu's heart was finally a little reluctant. 1 hour later, in the wooden house, the old man put the finished braised fish in front of the little fish. In the past this was a favorite dish of the little fishes. "Silly girl, brother is a man of great deeds. We can't delay." The old master looked at the moody little fish and comforted him. Little Fishy understands." Little Fishy barely managed to squeeze out a smile, looking down at this braised fish. He could never get his chopsticks down. The little mind is even more empty. The old man shook his head helplessly. As for Luo Xiu's figure, he once again appeared in the Xin Beast Forest where the last battle had taken place, and several days had passed since the last battle, and the vitality of the place had pretty much recovered. Only the area that had been damaged by the fight remained a mess, with many human tracks appearing on it. It should have been detected, and a strong one came over to probe it. Instead, Luo Xiu didn't stay too long and quickly found a hidden cave with a King Xin realm Xin beast living inside. It was still showing its teeth when Luo Xiu arrived. However, the next moment it had already lost its head. Luo Xiu smoothly occupied this cave and slowly took out the mysterious egg he had previously obtained from the Shura ring. A strong energy instantly shone within the entire cave, and the mysterious beast egg was already covered with cracks, as if it would break out of its shell the next moment. Luo Xiu frowned slightly. He also didn't know what kind of Xin beast was inside this egg that was worthy of 10 powerful Emperor Xin beasts to guard it with their lives. Forget it. So Luo Xiu was prepared to wait quietly in this hole. He wanted to see what kind of beast this egg could actually hatch out of. Time passed day by day, and the colorful eggshells reached the state of falling apart, and were about to break out of their shells. It's about to hatch. Luo Xiu was also very much looking forward to it. In his previous life, he had read a lot of internet articles, like this kind of thing that hatched from an egg and recognized whoever he saw at the first sight as his parents. And he didn't know if it was true or not. It would be nice to get a powerful beast pet for yourself. Chapter 29, Breaking Out of the Shell. Chaos Devouring Beast. 1 hour later, the surface of the egg has all been broken. Endless energy from the egg burst out. A thick black fog is spread throughout the cave. Everything covered by the black mist lost its vitality, and the various living beings inside the cave were devoured. Luo Xiu watched this with a frown on his face. This guy hadn't even fully broken out of his shell yet and already possessed such a strong annihilation ability. Even he himself didn't dare to be careless. Dashed straight to the outside of the cave. What kind of egg is this? How could it have such a terrifying devouring ability? Luo Xiu looked at the cave with palpitating heart. The moment after he came out, he blocked the cave entrance with his Xian force, not daring to let that black mist spread out again. Otherwise, what consequences would happen? Luo Xiu didn't dare to be certain. Luo Xiu just stood fixedly outside the cave, observing everything inside the cave. Only that his divine soul power still couldn't penetrate straight through the terrifying black fog to the situation inside the cave. System, what the hell is this thing? How could it emit such a terrifying annihilation power? Luo Xiu couldn't help but ask curiously to the system. Host, as I said earlier, your authority is not enough, and I cannot reveal it to you for the time being. The system's reply still didn't dare to reveal it. Luo Xiu was very helpless. Time passed minute by minute, and everything inside the cave remained chaotic. Only that the force of annihilation, accompanied by the loss of vitality of the living beings inside the cave, slowly became weaker. Apparently, everything inside had been swallowed up by it in its entirety. However, Luo Xiu still didn't dare to go in rashly. Being careful was a good thing. He still understood this truth. After a few more moments, the wave of chaotic black mist inside the cave slowly dispersed, restoring its previous appearance, and only then did Luo Xiu get a good look at the situation inside, only to see a scene that blew his mind. Only to see a budding unknown creature nibbling on its own eggshell, a large round head, but also a bright set of large Kazran eyes, the body showing the color of black and gold. The little guy also seemed to notice Luo Xiu's gaze, and after glancing toward him, he immediately gave up the remaining eggshells straight away, and lunged toward Luo Xiu with a single flying swoop. The prohibition set up by Luo Xiu didn't have any effect on it in the slightest generally, and it penetrated the boundary surrounded by that layer of Xianli without any pressure. Holy, this guy isn't going to swallow me, is he? Luo Xiu was a bit surprised, but the little guy's speed was too fast, and when he was caught off guard, he directly jumped into his arms. Luo Xiu was so scared that he didn't dare to move. His hands were nowhere to be found. He was afraid that he would swallow this little guy if he wasn't happy, but things do not seem to be the same as he thought. The little guy seems to like him very much, slowly climbed from his waist to the shoulder, and then licked on his face. The little mouth is screaming endlessly. Very intimate. Not eating people? Only then did Luo Xiu drop his guard, and his heart secretly sighed with relief. The little guy is not as big as his long heart. He grabbed it with one hand, and the little guy didn't resist, and licked on his hand again, with a very pleasing appearance. Luo Xiu was bursting with joy. In his opinion, this was a sign that the little guy recognized him. Little one, can you understand me? Luo Xiu looked at it and smiled. The little one rolled in his palm, then nodded. It's really understandable. Luo Xiu's eyes lit up. Do you know what your name is then, little one? Luo Xiu continued to ask. The little guy still understood and looked at Luo Xiu suspiciously before shaking his head. No? The little guy nodded, and then, playfully climbed along Luo Xiu's arm to his shoulder, licking his earlobe affectionately. At that moment, the little one's stomach suddenly rumbled. Luo Xiu smiled. Who could not love such a cute little guy? Subsequently, from their own Shurigod ring took out a little bit of heart in the heart of the hand. The little guy saw something. Kazran big eyes lit up. Without the slightest bit of politeness with Luo Xiu, the two tiny paws, holding the two snacks and nibbled them, and when all of them were finished, they still looked unfulfilled. Luo Xiu was helpless and once again took something out of his ring to give it something to eat. After feeding back and forth like this for several times, the little guy still looked at him blearily. Luo Xiu was slightly shocked in his heart. What the little guy had just eaten added up to a few times bigger than his size. Or did he not have enough to eat? So good at eating. Could it be that this little guy's talent is the ability to devour? Luo Xiu didn't hesitate. In order to guess what was in his heart, he directly took out the corpse of an Emperor Xian beast, and seeing such a behemoth, the little guy instantly came to his senses. Standing straight in Luo Xiu's palm, he then patted his little belly and directly opened his big mouth. A strong suction force burst out from his mouth, and a royal Xian beast weighing up to 100 tons was swallowed into its belly in one gulp until it was finished swallowing it, and then it burped with satisfaction. Luo Xiu's jaw was about to drop from its shock. This little guy was just too fierce. One must know that even if the Emperor Xian beast died, it still contained endless energy within its body, and the little guy just swallowed it so easily and without any discomfort. Weird. Returning to his senses, Luo Xiu looked at the little guy with a strange expression. Little fellow, why are you so good at eating? Since you don't have a name yet, I'll call you Eat from now on. Seeing that you can eat so much, I'm afraid you won't be easy to raise in the future. The little guy understood Luo Xiu's words and nuzzled his mouth to show his dissatisfaction. Ha ha ha. Don't be mad, haha. Not too big, not too grumpy. Luo Xiu rubbed the little guy's head with his fingers, jerking it up very comfortably, and the little guy happily rolled around in his palm, as if he had relied on Luo Xiu. Squeak. Eat muttered even more in his mouth. Rashu was amused by it, although he didn't know what level the little guy was. It definitely wouldn't be some low-level Xian beast species, otherwise how could it be worth the 10 Emperor Xian beasts guarding it with their lives? You'll follow me from now on, but be obedient, okay? Luo Xiu said seriously as he looked at the little guy. The little one licked at the side of his face, obviously agreeing. Remember our agreement today. If you break the contract in the future, I will not hesitate to abandon you. Got it? Such a dangerous little guy. Luo Xiu had to greet it in advance. Otherwise it would definitely be hard to do something in the future. When the little guy heard Luo Xiu's words that he would abandon it, Kazran's big eyes instantly got teary-eyed and licked at his hand again intimately. Luo Xiu was also very helpless as he watched the little guy about to cry out. Was he too hard on the little guy? She's only just born. What kind of bad intentions do you have? Alas. Alright, as long as you listen well in the future, I won't abandon you. Luo Xiu sighed and said in a comforting tone. The little guy was just happy. After straightening up for a few moments, Luo Xiu left this forest with the little guy. This little guy had already wasted quite a bit of time hatching. Luo Xiu didn't dare to delay any longer. He still had to hurry home, or else he might really be in a mess if he wasn't there. Moreover, after all the fuss he had made, the strong men of the Jinbei royal house might have already made their move. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu's eyes instantly sank. Jinbei King? This old man's ambition seemed a bit big. I'm afraid that even the Emperor of the Celestial Revelation Empire couldn't deter him much. Moreover, his gaze had already struck the burial Heavenly King's mansion, and it was clear that he would not give up so easily. King of Jinbei? I hope the last warning will make you restrain yourself. Otherwise, I don't mind adding a few million more chi blood. Chapter 30 Jinbei King's Means. Luo Xiu's Killing Heart. Going home. The house of the king of Jinbei. Jinbei King Lin Tianyu's deep eyes swept over the group of men kneeling on one knee under the hall, and the joy and sadness in them could not be seen on his icy face, and the men under the hall had already been shivering, their heads dead to the floor, not daring to raise their heads. After a long time, "Ah who? Stand up," the Jinbei King slowly spoke, while the kneeling crowd's bodies trembled. The man named Ah Hu raised his head warily and slowly rose under the Jinbei King's gloomy face. "Wang, your majesty." Ah Hu didn't dare to breathe a single breath. The king of Jinbei gave him an impatient look and asked straight away, "Tell me what's going on?" "Yes." Ah Hu didn't dare to hide anything and told King Jinbei everything that had happened in the previous days. Hearing Ah Hu's description, King Jinbei's face changed from deep to murderous intent. The throne was even crushed halfway up his leg, and the kneeling crowd was in a cold sweat. Tiger's legs were shaking even more. "Very well, Luo Fun Tian. I didn't expect you to leave a backhand before you left, so it seems I've underestimated you." The Jinbei King gritted his teeth. He didn't dare to engage in any transgressive behavior when Luo Fun Tian was around. He was well aware of Luo Fun Tian's strength as well as his intellect. Even 10 of himself would be no match for him. And now that he, Luo Fun Tian, was absent, it was a good opportunity for him to take down this Tianqi Empire in one fell swoop. The Burial Heaven Royal Mansion was naturally his first target. Powerful as Luo Burial Heaven Mansion must have quite a lot of good things in it. If he could take it down himself, this Heavenly Enlightenment Empire would be just around the corner. No, originally, this Heavenly Enlightenment Empire was one's own, and it was all because of the sudden meddling of that Lin Tian Bad and Luo Fun Tian. The moment he thought of this, the entire face of the Jinbei King went bad. To think that if Luo Fun Tian hadn't brought back the late emperor's illegitimate son, Lin Tian Bad, he, Lin Tian Yu, would be the emperor of the entire Tianqi Empire. The late emperor originally didn't have a son, but who would have thought that just as he was about to die a violent death, Luo Fun Tian suddenly brought back Lin Tian Bad, and naturally, this nephew of his would be squeezed off the throne. I thought that the entire Council of Elders was in favor of his ascension to the throne. It was all because of that Luo Fun Tian. There were also those old things from the National Presbyterian Association. All a bunch of useless wastrels who would be scared out of their wits by the two of them, Luo Fun Tian and Lin Tian Bad. I can't believe I'm breaking the mold and letting this bastard take the throne. When he takes the throne, there's no need for this Council of Elders to exist. Very well, when you, Luo Fun Tian, were around, I didn't dare to touch Lin Tian Bad. Now that you're gone, I'd like to see who else can stop me. The Jinbei King's face was suddenly gloomy, a stern color passing over his eyes. Listening to the Jinbei King's muttered words, the crowd didn't dare to interrupt. "Hurry up and get off. Don't get in my way here." The Jinbei King scanned the group of useless trash below and said in a cold voice, if he didn't have any use for keeping them, he would have killed this group of useless trash long ago. The crowd didn't dare to linger, so they went back and slipped and went on their way. At this time, a handsome young man who had been standing beside the Jinbei King stood out and slowly spoke. "Father, what's the point of keeping this group of useless things?" This person's name was Lin Xian, the eldest son of the Jinbei King, but also a core disciple of the inner courtyard of the Xianling Academy, a genius who had already reached the peak of the Emperor Xian realm at the age of only 23. At one point, he was hailed as the super genius most likely to surpass Luo Tian. The father and son had been suppressed by Luo Fun Tian's father and son, and Lin Xian was holding his breath in his heart. Only then did King Jinbei's face ease up after hearing Lin Xian's comforting words. Lin Xian was his son that he was proud of, and now he had become a core disciple of the Xianling Academy. And with this layer of relationship in place, he also had one more point to take down the Tianqi Empire. After all, Lin Xian's master was one of the 5 great reverends of the Xianling Academy. Xianling Academy, which was one of the 3 major academies in the eastern region of the Xian-Tian continent. There were geniuses inside like a forest, and every genius that came out from it would be proud of the entire eastern region, and even famous throughout the Xian-Tian continent. If Lin Xian could become a core disciple, his achievements in the future would naturally be immeasurable. And this was one of the underpinnings that allowed him to resist Lin Tian Bad. Xianer, keeping these wastes can still do a lot in a critical moment, the Jinbei King said in an eased tone. Since father has a plan in mind, I'll wait and see. I've already taken care of my master's side. He'll be on our side when the time comes. Lin Xian looked at his father and faintly said. When the king of Jinbei heard this, he was overflowing with joy. That's really great. With the assistance of this powerful venerable, the entire Apocalypse Empire will be our father and sons in the near future. Ha ha ha. Looking at his father's happy demeanor, Lin Xian just looked faintly into the distance without many waves in his heart. Luo Tian. since you're not here, I'll help you take good care of this brother of yours. Lin Xian's eyes wiped over a stern color, and a sinister look spread across his entire handsome face. The Burial King's mansion. The originally lively mansion was very cold at the moment, and the guards that originally guarded the door were no longer there. The wide doors were also tightly closed. Luo Xiao stood quietly in front of the door, clenching his fists for a long time. Father, they are gone. Then the honor is added to themselves and no one can move. Mental note. A killing intent spread out from his entire body, gently knocking on the door of a home you haven't seen in a long time. A moment later, the old butler slowly pushed open the door, and when he saw Luo Xiao's face, which he hadn't seen for a long time, his pale face was instantly moist. Little prince, you finally returned, Butler Lou said with a trembling voice. Luo Xiao revealed an amiable smile and stepped forward to support Lu Lao's arms. Lu Lao, don't get excited, take care of your health. Alright, little prince, come in first and then we'll talk. Lu Lao was still agitated. Rashu nodded and followed the good steward through the door, looking at everything he was familiar with, which was always that much more intimate. Just a short month, as if dozens of springs and autumns that way, it is very nostalgic. Little prince, you come with me. The little princess is in the inner courtyard. She has long been pining for you already. During the time you left, she has been under too much pressure, Butler Lou said tearfully. Along the way, the butler informed him truthfully about everything that had happened earlier, and while listening, Luo Xiao clenched his fists, the killing intent in his heart spreading once more. He didn't expect that this king of Jinbei was so heartless. With a heavy heart, Luo Xiao walked into the old man's small courtyard and raised his eyes to see the beautiful person he had missed for so long. Mu Qingxue was looking at the message in her hand with a grave expression. These days, the assets of the Burial Heaven Royal House had been being suppressed by the Jinbei Royal House, and had always been in a state of loss. Mu Qingxue also had a bit of a headache on her face. These days, not a single smile had appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. Elder Lu, you've come to report news again? Mu Qingxue sighed, her voice helpless. Never receiving any good news these days, she seems to have gotten used to it. Jade hands propped up on the stone table and rubbed her temples for relief. Daughter-in-law, called Luo Xiao softly. Mu Qingxue thought she had heard wrong, but she still turned her head quickly as a reflex. In the next moment, the face that she had longed for surfaced. Is this an illusion? How can it be so real? Mu Qingxue thought that she was overworked and hallucinating these days. Silly girl, I'm back. Luo Xiao looked at her and flew to her with an arrow step, taking her into his arms. It wasn't until a familiar scent, a familiar warmth encircled her, that Mu Qingxi realized with a start. Quickly breaking away from Luo Xiao's embrace, he stood up in front of him and scrutinized him, holding his face and looking at it critically. You quickly tell me that this is not a dream, right? Mu Qingxue's eyes slowly reddened, and the wave of tenderness that was desperately hidden in her heart suddenly surged forth. Fool, this isn't a dream. I'm back. Luo Xiao revealed a warm smile he hadn't seen in a long time. Then, tightening the young girl into his arms, Woo! Mu Qingxue cried in his arms in a daze. Where the hell have you been, you asshole? Don't you know how to go home after all this time? Do you know how much I've missed you? Woohoo! I'm sorry, I'm back and everything will be fine. Woohoo! Without another word, Rasha held her tightly. I don't know how long it took, but Mu Qingxue looked like she was tired of crying and fell asleep directly in his arms. Don't go. Rashu didn't wake her up directly, but carefully carried her inside. Silly girl, I'm not leaving. These days, she's taken so much for herself. It's time to get some rest and sleep. Chapter 31 Assassinating a Stronger Member of the Jinbei Royal House. Luo Xiao sat quietly on the edge of the bed, but his bloodshot eyes were gloomy and terrifying. It was worse than killing him to see the girl he loved so emaciated. Silly girl, don't worry. Everything you've been subjected to these days, I'll help you get it back tenfold. Luo Xiao's eyes softened and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, wiping over a trace of amiable smile as he rubbed Mu Qingxue's head and said, as if she had heard Luo Xiao's words. Mu Qingxi tightly grasped Luo Xiao's hand in her sleep. Luo Xiao felt the warmth coming from his hand and clenched it tightly with his backhand. After a few moments of warmth, Jinbei King? What a Jinbei King! When father was around, he was a shrinking violet in the Seychelles. If you want to play, I'll play with you. Wash your neck. Rashio slowly licked a kiss on her forehead before slowly exiting the room. And at this moment, within another small courtyard, the 15 members of Heavenly K had already gathered among them, and Luo Xiao slowly stepped in front of them. There was no more of the usual dude, but a serious look on his face as he surveyed them. The old butler also slowly came before him and bowed slightly. Little prince. Luo Xiao nodded. Elder Lou, is everyone here? All of them have already arrived. It's just that our small force can't compete with that Jinbei King yet. old Butler Lou said with some concern. Earlier, when Luo Xiu had asked him to gather these heavenly K members, he was still very confused. What does the young prince want? These strong men were all trained by the king, secretly, to guard the royal palace for him. Now it's just laid out in plain sight in the royal residence. Not afraid of those prying eyes seeing it? However, just now, Luo Xiu sent him a message. Little king. He's actually going to take the initiative. That one is the Jinbei royal mansion. If the king was around there was no problem. But now, the king is gone. And so is the other young king. Is this little prince crazy? He thought that Luo Xiu had met someone high on this trip out and his cultivation had skyrocketed. But after he had peered with his divine soul power, he hadn't found any difference between Luo Xiu and before. Xiao Wan wouldn't be pissed off to the top, would he? The king of Jinbei is not that easy to move. With their current strength, they simply cannot fight. No way. He had to stop the young prince. He couldn't let him act impulsively. If something were to happen to the young prince, he wouldn't have the face to explain to the king. The little king. Just as old steward Lou was about to speak out to dissuade him, Luo Xiu was the first to speak up and said, Elder Lou, I know what you want to say. Since I dare to do this, I must have certainty. Don't worry, I'm not really stupid. Luo Xiu's words were forceful and powerful, and there was even an aura unique to a higher power that permeated around him. What a familiar aura. Worthy of the king's seed. With verve, Lu Lao had a vague illusion within a moment that this little prince was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. All that previous dude behavior was probably just to cover himself. Is that really true? But why am I still unable to sense the little prince's cultivation? Forget it, the big deal is that if I put my life on the line, I must keep the little prince safe. Old steward Lou was puzzled in his heart, but he did not speak out in rebuttal. Then everything will be as the young lord arranges. The old man, I've also lived a long life. This life has long been worthless, and it's also been a long time since I've been able to move my muscles. Listen to the little lord in everything. Luo Xiu looked at this old butler who had been in charge within the royal residence for more than 10 years, and he really hadn't seen him make a move. However, he had heard his father say that Elder Lou would never be as simple as he appeared to be. Although his father didn't go into detail, Lu Lao had always given him an intuition that this little old man must be a Zunjing-level powerhouse. Moreover, the last time, when his daughter-in-law awakened her sacred body, a Zunxian realm powerhouse wrapped in black robes visited the entire royal mansion, and it didn't seem too friendly to those apocalypse exalted, so Luo Xiu associated it with Elder Lou beside him. Then I'd like to thank Elder Lou. Originally, the kid was supposed to give you an old age pension, but I didn't expect to have to bother you. Luo Xiu smiled somewhat apologetically. Lu Lao, however, waved his hand. That's out of line. Little prince, if it wasn't for your highness saving me and keeping me in the royal residence, I would have been buried in the hands of my enemies. In fact, this old life of mine has long belonged to his majesty. And now, with his majesty gone, then this life of mine will be handed over to the young prince, the old man said cheerfully, his withered and aged face glowing with a different spirit. I'm relieved to have this word from the old master. Based on the intelligence you've gathered for so many days, this Jinbei king might not be as simple as it seems. Mentioning the Jinbei king, Luo Xiu wiped a trace of gravity across his face. Yeah, I don't know how much more power he's secretly hiding. Elder Lou also lamented. Even if he has heavenly abilities, I am not afraid. It does burn a bit of a hole in the brain as to what to do with him though. Luo Xiu also didn't expect that this Jinbei king was actually the future successor of the late emperor's royal approval earlier. But just when he was about to ascend the throne, a real son suddenly appeared. The genus is really dog-eared. Being replaced by another person's throne, even if it is a personal heart, are absolutely not cool. So the king of Jinbei asked for orders to go to the north to suppress the barbarians. In fact, secretly develop their own power force. After accumulating for so many years, it had already formed a huge organization, and the power it held in its hands was even stronger than the emperor of the Apocalypse Empire. The reason why he didn't dare to make a move before was because his own father was still guarding the Apocalypse Empire, making the Jinbei king fearful. Now that his father is gone, he's so eager to jump in. It's really Sito's idea. Looks like things are a bit of a pain in the ass to deal with. However, since this Jinbei king wanted to conspire to usurp the throne, then it must be that the Heavenly Enlightenment Empire's state lord should also be unaware of it, and even have been secretly planning for it. So then it seems like all one needs to do is create some trouble in the shadows. Collecting his thoughts, Luo Xiu looked toward this power that his father had left to him, the Heavenly K. Although none of them had reached the Zhuanshuan realm, there were already 3 or 4 people who had reached the peak of the Huangxian realm. If the resources of the mansion were utilized to enhance their strength for them, then within a short period of time, each of them should be able to move up a level. Of course, the focus of cultivation was on these 3 or 4 people, and only if one or two of them reached the Zhuanshuan realm would one have the strength to fight against the Jinbei king. Say it and do it. Everyone, I believe that you are absolutely loyal to the royal family, although we haven't met before, and now that my old man is gone, are you still willing to follow me? Luo Xiao said indifferently after scanning the crowd with his hands behind his back. Instead, the crowd was silent, not even blinking. Luo Xiao frowned slightly, somewhat confused about these people. Would you like to say yes or no? Getting all high and mighty. However, a man walked out from among them, kneeling on one knee in front of Luo Xiao's body, and said indifferently, all of Tian Ke swears to serve the royal family to the death. Please order the young king as well. The group of members behind them also got down on one knee and shuffled around. Please order. Little lord. Luo Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, together with the fact that he had been pretentious just now. Originally thought that if someone is not willing, let them return to their hometown. After all, they also guarded the royal family for more than 10 years. Forcing them to go with their own risk is indeed a bit unkind. It's just that he underestimated the determination of these people. Okay, I was being pretentious earlier. All the people of Tian Ke listen to the order. I want all of you to hide around the Jinbei King's mansion right now. And if you have the chance, kill all of their powerhouses, as many as you can. But you must make sure that you are safe before you do so. Remember, it's kill them all. Leave no one alive. Yes, sir. The crowd chimed in. Luo Xiao, on the other hand, called out those 4 peak Royal Xian realm powerhouses individually, arranged for them to cultivate within the cultivation room of the mansion, and even handed over to them the only 4 Xian spirit pills that were left in the royal mansion. Make sure you break through in a week. Yes. Chapter 32, My daughter-in-law is gentle. After arranging all the affairs within the mansion, Luo Xiao once again returned to his small courtyard. Just entering the small courtyard, he saw Mu Qingxue running out of the house in a panic. I don't know whether it was because she was in a hurry or what. The young girl's feet didn't even wear shoes. It wasn't until Rasha caught her eye that she stopped in her panic. The two men looked at each other and froze for a moment. The atmosphere grew ambiguous. What's the matter, silly girl? Why are you in a hurry? Luo Xiao couldn't help but tease her as he looked at her petulant look. Who knew that the next moment, the young girl jumped directly into his arms. Thud. The entire person then hung directly on Luo Xiao's body, and Luo Xiao also backhanded her tightly. The tip of his nose pressed against the young girl's forehead, sniffing the fresh scent that emanated from the young girl's body. Mu Qingxi hugged Luo Xiao tightly without saying a word. Like a dreamer, he was afraid that the next moment he would be lost once again. The two of them embraced each other tightly. The dusk sunset gradually lengthened the shadows of the two embracing each other, and the breeze slowly blew down the leaves of the trees in the courtyard. After a long time, this isn't a dream, right? Mu Qingxue left Luo Xiao's embrace with hot tears in her eyes. As if confirming something, he cupped his face tightly and asked carefully. Luo Xiao scraped the bridge of her nose face with a soft smile. Don't worry, I'm really back. Mu Qingxue's entire heart trembled as she listened to the familiar words, the familiar voice. Luckily, it wasn't a dream. He's really back. Don't believe it? Rasha looked at the frozen young girl and rubbed her hair. Who knows the next moment? Oh, Luo Xiao was caught off guard by her forceful kiss, and time seemed to stand still in this moment, leaving only the sound of their thick breathing. Reacting, Luo Xiao wrapped his backhand around her thin waist and actively catered to it. Mu Qingxue, however, closed her eyes tightly and inhaled Luo Xiao's breath, and Luo Xiao's hand did get dishonest, squirming from top to bottom. Mu Qingxue saw that her fortress was about to be touched by this bad guy, when she directly backbite Luo Xiao's lips. Ah! Luo Xiao yelped in pain, and Mu Qingxue smoothly pushed him away. Daughter-in-law, what are you doing? It hurts, do you know? Luo Xiao looked at her accusingly. His lips had been bitten through the skin by this girl, and blood stained his bright white teeth. Mu Qingxue glared at him angrily, then looked at him with an angry face. Where the hell have you been all these days? Rashu covered his mouth and tried not to look his daughter-in-law in the eye. He hadn't figured out how he was going to explain it to her yet. How could Mu Qingxue not see these little thoughts of his? And directly followed Lin Yuro's example and grabbed Luo Xiao's ears. Don't give me a slip of the tongue here. Tell me truthfully. Mu Qingxue said with displeased eyes. The asshole is still as heartless as before. During the time he was away, he didn't think about his own tea and rice, but it turned out that this guy was good. And as soon as he came back, he was thinking about these nasty things. When she thought of Luo Xiao's little action just now, she blushed. For his part, Rasho cupped her hand in resignation, trying to dislodge as much of the strength in her arm as possible to make his ears feel better. As a result, Mu Qingxi backhanded it and twisted it even more heavily. Hey, daughter-in-law, ear is going to break. Ear is going to break. Lighter, Luo Xiao grimaced in pain. This daughter-in-law hits harder than her own mother. Mu Qingxue didn't buy his argument, twisted his ears and walked towards the two of them, saying as she walked, "I'll give you the chance to explain. If your answer doesn't satisfy me, I'll twist these two ears of yours until you go deaf." How could he be let off so easily? Causing himself to worry for so long for nothing. Deserved it. Ah, daughter-in-law. Are you a daughter-in-law? How can it be like this? Luo Shou bitterly grimaced. This daughter-in-law had definitely gotten the true flavor of his own mother. He only felt like his ears were about to fall off. Rashio bowed carefully. Arriving inside the house, Mu Qingxi directly sat on the bed, twisting Luo Shou's ear with her left hand, looking at his struggling appearance with a frosty face. "Begin your explanation. And if your explanation satisfies me, I will slowly loosen my grip. If it is not satisfactory, I will twist it tighter." Luo Shou had a black face, so it started from the day he was taken away by the old man. Mu Qingxi grabbed his ears, loosening them a little bit and tightening them a little bit. Luo Shou's expression was naturally ever-changing, sometimes grimacing in pain, sometimes squirming, and Mu Qingxue was almost amused by his expressionist. "Daughter-in-law, that's how it is. I've confessed everything. Can you let it go?" After recounting once, Luo Shou said with a pleasing face. Mu Qingxue raised her eyes to look at him. There were no ripples on her cold as frost face, and she had no intention of letting go. "Who was the old man who took you? Where does he live?" Mu Qingxue asked indifferently. Luo Shou looked at her with some difficulty. He had also been to that old man's previous address a few days ago, but that one martial arts hall had already been destroyed by himself, and that old man wasn't in it. How does that make him answer? Mu Qingxi looked at Luo Shou's difficult face and her face became even more displeased. The movement of his hands tightened a fraction. "Ah, daughter-in-law, daughter-in-law." Luo Shou grimaced once more. "Come on. I really don't know where that old man is right now. The dilapidated martial arts hall where he was before has also been destroyed, and last time when I passed by there, I even went in to take a look, and that old man is indeed no longer there. Tell the truth? Really, everything I say is true, truer than gold," Luo Shou assured with a pleasing face. Anyway, he was telling the truth and wasn't afraid of his own daughter-in-law checking in. Only then did Mu Qingxue believe his words, and her jade hands slowly loosened his ears. As if relieved, Luo Shou let out a deep breath, then protected his ears, fearing that his daughter-in-law would backhand him again. "Poof, you bastard. I will slowly settle this account with you." Mu Qingxue hummed him. He then turned his head to the side and slowly removed the ring from his jade hand and placed it in Luo Shou's hand. "It's yours. Keep it to yourself." Luo Shou curiously looked at the ring in his hand and fixed his eyes on it. It was very familiar. Isn't that the ring his old lady wore before? "Daughter-in-law, what are you doing?" Luo Shou looked at her suspiciously. "Naturally, things returned to their original owner. Ah, this is what mother left for you, previously placed in me for safekeeping only. He said that this one ring can allow you to enter the Tianqi Empire's Imperial Palace without any hindrance." Mu Qingxue gave him a blank look and explained. It was then that Luo Shou remembered that this ring seemed to have been given to his old mom by the Empress Dowager. This thing is a good one, and not a bad grade, a proper heirloom, but since mom gave it to her own daughter-in-law, it meant approval. So Luo Shou ended up not wanting it and put it into Mu Qingxi's hands again. Mu Qingxue looked at him suspiciously. "What are you doing? Since mom gave it to you, take it yourself. If she wanted to give it to me, she would have given it to me herself long ago. She was afraid that you wouldn't want it, so she just made an excuse for you." Luo Shou shook his head and said, "He knows his mom's character." Chapter 33 Rashu, there's a masked senior? Well, if mom gave it to you, just take it yourself. Luo Shou looked at his own daughter-in-law, with a frowning look, and said helplessly, "If you think this is what mom told you to pass on to me, then I'll pass it on to you now as a token of our love." Ha ha ha. Mu Qingxi glared at Luo Shou, her small face slightly flushed. "It's just not serious." When Mu Qingxi heard Luo Shou say this, she didn't squirm anymore and once again put the ring into her hand. "What's the need for decency? Those gestures are for outsiders. Just relax when you're a family member," Luo Shou said indifferently. Then he looked at his daughter-in-law's little feet, which were previously unshod and already slightly dusty from stepping on the ground. He then cupped his daughter-in-law's little feet and wiped the dust off of them. Mu Qingxue was a bit uncomfortable and wanted to retract her small feet, but Luo Shou tightly tugged on her ankles. Rashu wiped her off while admonishing, "Next time, don't be so adventurous, okay? It's just the two of us now. I'd go crazy if anything happened to you." Mu Qingxue's heart was sweet as she listened to Luo Shou's serious words. The first time he met this asshole, he was a debauched son of the world, and now Luo Shou was close to where his heart belonged. He was slowly changing for himself. "These are all trivial matters. Now that you've returned, you should have heard about it. The current situation of the royal family, right?" Mu Qingxue's beautiful eyes were slightly wrinkled. The struggle between the two royal families continued to give him a headache. Luo Xiao looked at her with a flat face and smiled, then gently patted his little foot, signaling her to relax. Mu Qingxue, however, was a bit anxious. You bastard. Are you listening to me or not? We are now in a very bad situation. I heard that a few days ago, the king of Jinbei and his majesty clashed. Now the whole court knows the ambition of the king of Jinbei. If he wants to plan and usurp the throne, the first one to strike will definitely be our royal family. Rashio listened as he put her shoes on, nodding his head in response every now and then. After dressing her, Luo Xiao then stood up and kissed her on the forehead. Don't be nervous, that dog's wolfish ambition has long been obvious. Naturally someone will clean him up. That being said, if that Jinbei king strikes at our royal house first, we really don't have any power of resistance. With the strength of the royal house now you are also clear, and Jinbei royal house is not on a level at all. Mu Qingshue's worried color remained unabated. Alright, silly girl, these struggles between powers, just let us men handle it. I'm already heartbroken after making you suffer so much these days, just leave it to me next. Luo Xiao touched her head and comforted her. These days indeed suffered his own daughter-in-law. Countless pressure burdens were pressed on him. Even with the cultivation conditioning, he still felt tedious. Otherwise, how could this girl fall asleep after she got tired of crying as soon as she was excited to see herself earlier? It was obvious that he was under too much unbearable pressure these days. She was also just a 17-year-old girl, although this kind of age in ancient times has long been an adult, but really let them to deal with these struggles between the power, or a little reluctant. My own daughter-in-law was doing well enough these days, so he didn't want to involve his daughter-in-law in what was coming next. It's easy for you to say. Do you understand the current situation of the empire? Mu Qingxue sighed and said helplessly. The current situation in the Apocalypse Empire was delicate, and the struggle between the various vassal kings was increasing, with the biggest ringleader being the king of Jinbei. In the northern region, he even possessed 10 million strong troops, so if he really wanted to seek power and usurp the throne, he completely had the strength to do so. I told you to get some rest. I've already thought of a good coping strategy. Trust your man for once, okay? Luo Xiao looked at the little girl who still didn't believe in herself and said sincerely and helplessly. Mu Qingxue looked at Luo Xiao's serious look. Her eyes were in a bit of a trance. Earlier this bastard was still Tai when it came to himself. Now that he could be so serious, it meant that he really did have a way. Mu Qingxue revealed a smile after a long time. That's right. As my Luo Xiao's fiancé you have to smile and laugh. Don't keep a cold face all day long. Luo Xiao pinched his daughter-in-law's small face and said happily. His own daughter-in-law still looks good when she smiles, although she looks like a high-flying imperial lady when she is cold. But that is not good. She still needs to smile more. Mu Qingxue slapped Luo Xiao's hand away and looked at him with a speechless face. If you were serious about handling the affairs of the mansion and cultivating seriously, would I have to manage you every day with a cold face? Men are the mainstay. Women are the mainstay. The matters of the house should naturally be left to the mistress, and the big matters outside should be left to us men. So you don't need to worry about this matter in the future. I won't let anyone bully us. I hope you do what you say you're going to do and put your cynical attitude away properly. Well, Luo Xiao's smiling face was full of promise. After the young couple had warmed up for a while and were about to go to have their meal together, Mu Qingxue suddenly remembered something and generally asked Luo Xiao, Ah Xiao, is there a senior wearing a mask within the royal residence? As the two walked side by side, Rashu suddenly paused when he heard this. Seniors in masks? It didn't seem to be there. It had never been in his memory. Daughter-in-law, why would you ask that? Luo Xiao asked suspiciously. A few days ago, a strong man wearing a mask broke into the Jinbei king's mansion and stirred it up, and for that reason, it also alarmed the last old king. Listening to that senior's self-reporting, he should be associated with your father. It should be that he heard that our royal family was being bullied by the Jinbei king's mansion, and gave us a head start. Mu Qingxue narrated, while Luo Xiao's face on the side was frantically changing. At the same time it was very breathless. Wasn't that just himself? Where's this masked senior coming from? Still, he didn't tell the truth. With the current situation, it was better to hide his cultivation. Otherwise there would be unsuspecting people who wanted to assassinate him. If they were to know that they were harboring strong strength, then the strong men sent out would be even stronger. There will be more trouble then. 2. It should be my dad's men. After all, they're always at the border. There are many of them that I haven't seen before. Luo Xiao scratched his own head and said awkwardly. Mu Qingxue didn't have any poor suspicions about him either. After all, the strong man who had broken into the Jinbei king's mansion was very powerful. She doesn't believe it's Luo Xiao's doing. Chapter 34, Eat is very sticky. Muin ice cream is happy to be a mother. Even you don't know? Mu Qingxue frowned slightly, but on second thought it made sense. Strong people were eccentric as hell. It meant that the masked senior might just want to guard them in the shadows and didn't want to be exposed to the public. Rashu shook his head. The two men had fallen silent, each with their own thoughts. Luo Xiao saw his daughter-in-law's suspicious brain a little helpless. If he let her go on so deeply, sooner or later he would find out his own head. Although he didn't mind telling his daughter-in-law about the fact that he possessed cultivation, he didn't want to expose it at this time. One less person to know is one more insurance policy. Right at this moment, Eat scurried straight out of Luo Xiao's Xiao Luo divine ring and climbed along his arm to his shoulder. Mu Qingxue, who was still holding her chin in thought, froze the moment she saw Eat, on the other hand, stared at Mu Qingxi with bated breath, curiously nibbling on her little paw. That look directly adored Mu Qingxi. Little guy, why did you come out? Luo Xiao looked at Eat with some shock. You didn't put it out yourself, did you? The Shura divine ring didn't open itself, so how did this little guy come out? Ah Xiao, what is this? Mu Qingxue looked at Eat with a pleasing and curious face. Girls love cute things, and the moment he saw Eat, he couldn't resist the urge to get up and pet him. Luo Xiao looked at his daughter-in-law with such interest, so he placed Eat in her arms, helplessly explained, in these days of wandering, suddenly picked up an egg in a forest. This little guy is hatched from inside that egg. I do not know what species, since you can directly ignore the laws of space, drilling themselves out of my ring. Hearing Luo Xiao explain this, Mu Qingxi was even more delighted. The little guy is also very fond of Mu Qingxue, rubbed in her arms, and lay down obediently. Mu Qingxue licked, not the slightest bit raw. Luo Xiao was just filled with black lines. This little thing dared to lick his daughter-in-law's hand in front of him. The jealousy came on all at once. Little thing, I'm warning you not to mess around. This is my daughter-in-law. Hearing these threatening words from Luo Xiao, Mu Qingxi speechlessly glared at him twice, a little aggravated. Rasha glared back at Eat with the same look he had just given him. What is this little guy's name? Mu Qingxue asked with a face full of joy. As soon as he asked this, Luo Xiao was speechless. How many good things had this little thing eaten him along the way? Everything inside the ring that could be eaten was swept away by him. Stop it. Talking about this makes me angry. What's wrong? This little guy is very gluttonous. So I named him Eat. Luo Xiao said helplessly. Eat? Why is this name so unpleasant? Mu Qingxue looked disgusted. Eat immediately perked up at the sound of his name and licked his little hand as if recognized. The short, smooth tail wagged and wagged. Mu Qingxue's face showed a benevolent color, hugging the left and touching the right. Lovingly, daughter-in-law, you like this? Luo Xiao asked somewhat unintentionally. This little thing is not a good thing. Maybe one day it will appear backbone. There is still time to remind his own daughter-in-law. Cute as he is, this guy's not a weak fighter. Cute and adorable. I love it. Mu Qingxue smiled and nodded her head. I'm telling you, this little guy, don't you see that he's a munchkin on the surface, but behind his back, he's something. Have you ever seen such a small gadget swallow a royal Xian beast in one gulp? When he thought of that day's situation, Luo Xiao couldn't help but shiver. This little guy is simply a wolf in sheep's clothing, so don't be fooled by such a silly appearance. Hearing Luo Xiao say this, Mu Qingxi looked at the little munchkin in her hands with a face full of shock. You're not jealous and making it up to fool me on purpose, are you? Why would I lie to you? You'll know when it gets hungry in a while. Luo Xiao sweated coldly. As expected, after Mu Qingxi played with Eat for a while, she heard a gurgling sound coming from its stomach. Gollum. Eat-eyed Luo Xiao and habitually opened his mouth to show that he was hungry. Asked to be fed. Luo Xiao was speechless. Afterwards, helplessly, he took out a king-rank Xian beast from his other space ring, which weighed tens of tons. Who knew that the little guy would immediately get excited at the sight of food? Spirits are up all of a sudden. Directly breaking away from Mu Qingxi's embrace, it jumped to a side table and patted its little belly. Then a suction force once again arose from its mouth and swallowed the entire Xian beast in one bite. Mu Qingxue looked on with a face full of incredulity. Just now she thought that Luo Xiao was scaring her. It wasn't until she saw this scene that she believed Luo Xiao's words. Turning his head to look at Luo Xiao then spread his hands. This guy is just this ghostly, like an evil ghost haunting him. Maybe this one isn't enough for him to stuff his teeth with. The last one he ate was a royal rank. Just a short while later, the little guy patted his belly and looked at the two again. Luo Xiao was once again helpless and placed another king-rank Xian beast's corpse in front of it. Luckily, he had collected all these corpses earlier when he killed these Xian beasts. Otherwise this little guy's meals are a real problem. It was just that the budget was still a bit too big, as there weren't many king-rank Xian beasts left in his ring. Little one, what else can you eat besides these? Luo Xiao asked helplessly. A large pile of things containing powerful energies was then placed in front of it, allowing it to choose for itself. Who knew that the little guy was not at all polite and swallowed everything in one bite? Whether it's metallic or energy-laden herbs, through and through. The couple took a deep breath and looked at each other. The little guy was sort of full this time, and jumped into Mu Chishue's arms again to be cute, and every now and then a little hiccup. You really aren't polite at all. Eating everything? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to absorb all this energy? The corner of Luo Xiu's mouth twitched slightly, a face of life and death look at Eat. This thing who love who want, is really can not afford to keep. Mu Qingxue was however very pampering, holding Eat tightly in her arms. Don't you get any ideas about it? I'm keeping it. Seeing this, Luo Xiu didn't dare to say anymore. It seems that in the future he will have to be more diligent in working. Just when the two were silent and speechless, the little one suddenly spat out. Mother! Mother! The voice was soft and sticky, like a toddler's human baby, with no audible gender. Luo Xiu and the two of them thought their ears were hallucinating. Eat, were you the one talking just now? What did you call out just now? Mu Qingxue looked at Eat in her arms with delight. The little one nodded obediently and spoke again in unskilled human speech. Mother! Luo Xiu's eyes widened. This time he definitely didn't hallucinate. This little guy could really speak human words. Mu Qishue's stunningly beautiful face continued to be astonished as she excitedly asked. Eat, what did you just call me? Mother, the little one called out with increasing skill. Good girl. Ha. Ah Xiu. Did you hear it? It's calling me mother, said Mu Qingxue happily looking towards Luo Xiu. Here. Luo Xiu was helpless, but also have to accept the reality. Chapter 35, Mu Qingxue closed her doors and once again traveled to the Jinbei King's mansion. With Eat by their side, the two of them have been in a series of surprises over the past few days. There was a lot of laughter. Eat is getting better and better at mastering human discourse. The only drawback was that Luo Xiu had never heard him call himself a father, which made him very depressed. Who can stand it if they only recognize their mother but not their father? It wasn't like he hadn't taught him how to scream himself. I'd been chattering and teaching myself, but it turns out this little guy is good. Give it to him anyway. Luo Xiu was filled with black lines. Is it possible that he was set up to teach his baby to call his father and ended up recognizing a father for himself? This day, a family of 3 was happily eating a barbecue within the royal compound, and Luo Xiu was grilling while breathlessly watching Eat. The speed of his own roasting was not as fast as his eating, and after roasting for half a day, he ended up swallowing it in one bite. It's almost too much to feed. Little one, can't you save 2 bites for your mother? If you swallow it all in one bite, what are we going to eat? I then glared at him, speechless. Looking at Luo Xiu's displeased face, Eat was a little aggravated, looking at the only small piece of roasted meat left in front of him, and somewhat reluctantly handed it to the two. Mother Eat, said softly. Mu Qingxue looked at Eat's aggrieved appearance and glared at Luo Xiu, then once again handed the roasted meat to him and said with a loving face, Good boy. Mother isn't hungry. Don't listen to your father. Then he turned his head to look at Luo Xiu and said somewhat reproachfully, Just bake it again when you're done eating it. What's the point of being angry with a child? Luo Xiu was a little aggravated, but he didn't dare to retort, so he turned his head and continued to roast the meat with vigor. Once this little guy came into the house, his own status was in tatters. LOL. At that moment the old butler came in. The little king. The old butler smiled slightly as he watched them having a good time. Elder Lou, you've come at the right time. Come over and have some together? Luo Xiu greeted with a smile. The old butler shook his head and bowed his body slowly to Luo Xiu, handing him a piece of information. This is the situation in the city in the past few days, and it's not looking good. The old butler sighed and said. Luo Xiu took the intelligence and looked at it. Mu Qingxue also came over, and seeing the content on it, the smile on her stunningly beautiful face instantly froze, turning her brows tightly locked. The news broke the happy atmosphere of the crowd. Only Luo Xiu was not moved by this and remained indifferent. This Jinbei King is really a good tactic. How dare he recruit under the eyes of the Son of Heaven? And all the ones he found are some strong men from the Jianghu. Mu Qingxue clenched her pink fist, her voice filled with hatred. Don't worry about it. We'll just keep playing music and dancing at home. Someone will clean him up. Luo Xiu looked on indifferently. Since this guy was so shameless and bold, someone would naturally clean him up. And the news might not be good news for the entire empire, but it was good news for him. The more hate this guy pulls, the better for him. He couldn't believe that the one in the palace wasn't in a hurry when this guy was recruiting so recklessly. Alright, I get it. This thing really hurts the mood, Luo Xiu said indifferently to the old housekeeper. The old butler glanced at Mu Qingxi, nodded and retreated. After the old butler left, Mu Qingxue turned to Luo Xiu with a speechless face and asked, You're not worried at all when he does this? Luo Xiu pulled his sleeve and explained while grilling the meat. This piece of news may be bad news for others, but for us, it's once-in-a-lifetime good news. You think there's only one Jinbei king who wants to rebel? Luo Xiao asked rhetorically with a mysterious smile. Mu Qingxue was slightly stunned, and then she was enlightened when she thought of something. Before Lin Tianbad came, the Jinbei king was the first successor, but it didn't mean that he could directly own the entire Tianqi Empire and was sitting on the supreme throne. Throughout the Apocalypse Empire, there were countless princes who all wanted their children to inherit the throne of their elder brother. Thinking about it this way, if the king of Jinbei was recruiting so loudly, it wasn't just the lord of the Tianqi Empire who was in a hurry, there were also countless old princes. Then what should we do now? Mu Qingxue looked at Luo Xiao's breezy face and was helpless. Maybe that's just the way the guy was. Just why couldn't she resist slapping him twice when she saw that expression? Luo Xiao looked at the somewhat bizarre smile on his daughter-in-law's face, and his back went slightly cold. What else can I do? Raise my strength as soon as possible. Anyway, the situation of the entire empire is about to change, perhaps within these few months. Hearing you say that, it kinda makes sense. I've also touched the threshold of a breakthrough in the past few days. I think it won't be many days before I have to close the door to make a breakthrough. Mu Qingxue nodded her head. As her Divine Phoenix body was upgraded to the Divine Phoenix Sacred Body, her strength was also given a qualitative leap, and breakthroughs came one after the other. Nowadays, her strength was the third level of the Emperor Xian realm, and she was about to break through the fourth level. If she broke through to the fourth level, then she would have the confidence to take on a Peak Huang Xian realm powerhouse. Hearing his own daughter-in-law say this, Luo Xiao was also happy for her. Then let's close up while there's still time to do so, and raise our strength a little more so that we'll have enough strength to deal with the next change. Yes. As night fell, Mu Qingxue bid farewell to Luo Xiao and eat, and resolutely walked into the cultivation room. Her breakthrough this time, maybe 2 or 3 days, no more than a week at the longest. You'll take care of the affairs for these few days. You can't fool around. The moment she stepped into the cultivation room, Mu Shihuang still couldn't help but remind Luo Xiao. She was afraid that if she didn't care about herself, the guy would make another mess. Don't worry, daughter-in-law. I'll be good. Luo Xiao smiled and nodded solemnly. Only then did Mu Qingxue close the door of the cultivation room with peace of mind. Looking at his daughter-in-law who had already entered the cultivation room, Luo Xiao immediately left the royal residence with Edith. After these few days together, he had also figured out this little guy's talent field and his strength was also very powerful. Even his own daughter-in-law might not be a match for this little guy yet, and the only variable factor was that this guy's strength didn't seem to be that stable. Little guy, you don't want your mother to be bullied by bad people either, right? The wave of bloodlust emanating from Luo Xiao, who had put on the Shura mask, caused Edith, who was on the side, to tremble. Edith scowled and nodded. Don't want. Great. Then I'll teach you a lesson tonight as a father. Luo Xiao smiled mysteriously at the little guy. Then, placing him on his shoulder, he vanished towards the night. The direction traveled to was the Jinbei King's mansion. The Imperial city at night was as open as a city that never sleeps, and a dark shadow crossed the sky. It happened to land not far from the Jinbei King's residence. Luo Xiao used the power of his divine soul to check his surroundings, and the members of the heavenly K that he had deployed happened to be detected by him. And there seemed to be a person in the northwest who was being chased. Trouble. Luo Xiao put away his divine soul and immediately flew toward the northwest. Where to run? You dare to assassinate our Jinbei royal family, and you still want to run? What's the point of wasting words with him? The king has said that no one will be left alive. 2 Emperor Xian realm powerhouses were chasing after a heavily injured heavenly K member. Luo Xiao's figure slowly landed on a city wall from mid-air, and the Shura domain instantly unfolded. A wave of blood filled the surroundings, and the shrinking Shura divine domain directly covered the 2 powerhouses of the Jinbei royal house. The 2 were directly unable to move, standing straight in place, eyes terrified. As the heavenly K members watched the 2 of them not move, their feet immediately accelerated, and they disappeared within their field of vision in a puff of smoke. Throughout the entire process, Luo Xiao was still standing upright on top of that city wall, and as his eyes flashed with a cold light, the 2 Jinbei royal family powerhouses were directly obliterated, their entire bodies turning into a cloud of blood mist. The system, which hadn't been recalled for a long time, once again sounded a prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 2 humans of the 7th level of the Emperor Xian realm and obtaining 30% of their essence blood, which has been automatically converted into 600,000 cultivator chi blood. After doing this, Luo Xiao's figure once again merged with the night. By the time he appeared once more, he had already arrived in the sky above the Jinbei King's mansion. A solemn killing intent instantly enveloped the entire Jinbei King's mansion. Chapter 36, First Time Against Lin Xian. This Jinbei royal house is really wealthy, but in just 10 days or so, it's already back to normal. TSK. Luo Xiu couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the Jinbei King's mansion that he had destroyed a dozen or so days ago, which had now been restored to its original appearance, and was even more splendid. After the last baptism, this Jinbei King appeared to be a lot more cautious, and the number of strong men guarding the royal residence was also several times that of the previous one. If it comes again, I don't know if this king's mansion can hold up. Luo Xiu looked down below thoughtfully, a bad smile on his face. After what he had just perceived with the power of his divine soul, it seemed that the strongest people in this mansion were all deliberately concealing their cultivation, obviously wanting to catch him in the middle. But with them alone, Luo Xiu didn't put them in his eyes yet. Oh, it's nothing more than giving away more qi and blood. I'll take it. Little one, in a fight later exert your abilities to the fullest. Swallow as many people as you can. Understand? Luo Xiu turned his head slightly to look at Eat on his shoulder and barked. The little guy patted his belly, poised for action. Great, that's the aura to have. Luo Xiu smiled faintly. Looking back, he no longer hid his aura, and in conjunction with the instant unfolding of the cultivating god domain, the entire Jinbei King's mansion was once again plunged into the panic of the last time. The thick blood aura drenched the entire royal mansion, and the territory here was like it was cut off from the outside world. A completely different scene. It was like a purgatory under the 9 heavens, with eeriness everywhere. The many powerful people on the mansion seemed to appear as if they were expecting this moment. 40 to 50 people appeared inside the Jinbei King's mansion compound, hanging in unison with a stream of light. Powerful auras also unfolded along with their appearance. The crowd looked left and right, and finally locked their eyes on Luo Xiu, who was on top of the tower. A strong man who had previously fought with Luo Xiu and survived pointed in Luo Xiu's direction and said in shock, "Asshole, you still dare to come?" At this moment, Luo Xiu had already put on his cultivator mask, the corners of his mouth slightly sneering as he looked down. "Why can't I come? Is this Jinbei King's mansion a purgatory in the 9 heavens and 10 earths? I can't come?" The crowd listened to Luo Xiu's words and looked at him angrily. Their hands were even condensing powerful Shanli, only that all of them surprisingly didn't make a move, as if they were waiting for someone's order. At the time of the stalemate, a youth slowly pushed open the door slowly from a room on the left, and slowly took a step towards the compound. The youth was dressed in a green long shirt, and his face was very handsome, only that there was an extra layer of frost on his handsome face. Walking to the center of the compound, the youth slowly looked at Luo Xiu in the sky above. "Little king," the crowd saluted in unison. The youth didn't even look at them. Instead, his gaze burned as he locked eyes with Luo Xiu. "Are you the mysterious powerhouse from the burial Heavenly King's mansion?" Lin Shan asked as he opened his mouth indifferently. His heart was even more unperturbed, as if he didn't put Luo Xiu in his eyes. "You're here to do a questionnaire?" Luo Xiu said with a contemptuous smile. "Asshole, you dare to talk to little lord like that? You're simply looking for death. Based on your status, it's a great honor for you to be asked by the young prince. Answer quickly, don't be wild." The youth was not in a hurry. Instead, the group of people around him flattered him, like a dog, wagging its tail to please its master. Snap. "I have to say, this Jinbei King's house has raised dogs that are just obedient." The master didn't even speak, but these dogs barked furiously. Luo Xiu clapped his palms and scoffed. The group of powerhouses below had ironized faces, and under the darkness of the night, a gaze like a blazing flame wanted to scorch Luo Xiu. If eyes could kill, Luo Xiu would probably have died no less than 1,000 times at this moment. Angrily, when they tried to speak out against Luo Xiu once more, they were stopped by the living youthful body. "A mouthful," Lin Shen said indifferently. "I didn't expect you to still dare to come. Last time it was the royal house that was unprepared and allowed you to succeed in your sneak attack. How are you going to deal with it this time? I didn't sneak up on you this time, but came right out in the open. So what can you do?" Saying that, Luo Xiu instantly released the potential of the cultivation god domain, and the crowd of powerhouses below, with the exception of that young man, were scared into retreating by the powerful aura. Some of the weaker ones were even trembling and staggering, and if it wasn't for the support of someone on the side, they would have already been paralyzed on the ground. "Alright, cut the crap. Finish you all off so I can go home and take a nap." Luo Xiu stopped talking nonsense. His figure was like a ghost, once again blending into the darkness of the night, and his breath disappeared without a trace. The group of powerful people behind Lin Xian were scared out of their wits, their terrified eyes looking left and right. Shoo! A path accompanied by the discoloration of my chi saw light over their throats, and in an instant, nearly a third of the powerhouses collapsed directly in place. Lin Xian watched the people behind him, one by one, fall, clenching his fists, his eyes cold and terrifying. Afterwards, he wasn't willing to show weakness and instantly unfolded his domain. Heavenly Thunder Field open. As Lin Xian bellowed, the 110-meter domain instantly unfolded. forming a small domain that wrapped around the crowd underneath Luo Xiu's terrifying domain. A streak of thunder transformed into a barrier, isolating the incoming Shura sword intent blasting from Luo Xiu's domain. Clanking. Zip. 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 The collision of the two domains. The friction of thunder and sword intent. A fork of light flashed. The crowd wrapped in Lin Xian's domain didn't dare to be careless, still looking left and right vigilantly, because Luo Xiu's cultivation god domain was simply too strong. Even if Lin Xian's talent domain was no matter how powerful it still couldn't protect everyone. At this moment, they are like a scared bird. Just now the lofty words and ambition has also long been left behind. Now all that is left is the eyes full of fear. The two domains were still fighting against each other. Lin Xian's heavenly thunder domain was wrapped in Luo Xiu's domain, like a ball of light, such as a scintillating light, like the only light for this group of people. I see. This guy is very powerful. Hurry up and help me. Lin Xian was holding up the entire domain solo with the strength of one person. He woke up the panicked crowd with a single word, and only then did they all inject their Xian energy into Lin Xian's heavenly thunder domain. And with the full power of the crowd injected into it, the heavenly thunder domain slowly stretched out, which led to the formation of a situation where the two parties were facing each other. Young Prince, what exactly is this realm? Why is it so strong? Yes, young Prince, that guy's strength doesn't seem to have reached the Zhuanshuan realm yet. Right. But why is this domain so strong? It even directly covers the entire royal residence. You have to realize that the entire royal residence also covers an area of up to 100 acres, apart from the domains of powerhouses above the Zhuanshuan realm, which can only be completely covered. Even powerhouses at the peak of the Huangxian realm can't do it. Right. Such as you. Lin Xian's face was slightly unsightly. This was also the first time he had seen such a strong domain. Luo Xiu's cultivation wasn't even as good as his. But why was the domain he had cast out so strong? He was not convinced. He was the strongest heavenly pride in the entire empire. Just between Lin Xian's whimsical thoughts, Luo Xiu's ghost-like figure reappeared within his realm, holding a blood-colored longsword in his hand. And this longsword exuded an aura that the crowd had never seen before. Definitely a supreme weapon. However, without waiting for them to think too much, Luo Xiu stabbed towards them with his longsword in hand, although he kept dodging and flickering in the midst of the thunder. Chop! Perfectly avoiding all the heavenly thunder within the heavenly thunder domain, he slowly disappeared only after a sword sealed his throat and obliterated an Emperor Xian realm powerhouse. By the time the crowd reacted, Luo Xiu's figure had already dissipated once again, and only that one Emperor Xian realm powerhouse was lying quietly in that pool of blood. The crowd was horrified, while Lin Xian's brows were wrinkled into a thin line. Meanwhile, while the crowd was distracted, Eat swallowed the body of that powerful man in one bite. Afterward, he also followed Luo Xiu's example and tore through a piece of space, sending off. No good. He has another helper. Lin Xian stared angrily at the direction where Luo Xiu had disappeared, and then, against all odds, he put away his domain and tried to confront Luo Xiu head-on. Without the shelter of the heavenly thunder domain, the crowd's figures were once again exposed within the Shura divine domain, and they all panicked. However, Lin Xian stopped caring about them and offered a weapon of his own, a long sword, its surface covered with long greenish-colored lines that contained the power of heaven and earth's thunder within them. Are you only capable of dodging and sneaking like a rat? Lin Xian was furious. It was in this instant that Eat appeared directly behind the two powerhouses and swallowed them in one bite. The crowd was horrified and at the same time very speechless. It's scary enough to kill someone, but this ing kills and kills. What's with this guy getting swallowed in one bite? Not even a body. So cruel. When Luo Xiu heard Lin Xian's roar, his divine form slowly emerged. Head to head. Do you think you have a chance of winning? Luo Xiu said with a sneer. And Lin Xian saw Luo Xiu's figure and completely disregarded whether or not he could defeat the other party. Carrying his longsword as a thunderbolt, he stabbed towards Luo Xiu. Chapter 37, the strongest person in the Jinbei royal family strikes, leaving in a long walk. Soon, the two were entangled in a fight. While the group of powerful people were defending themselves against the attacks of the Shura divine domain, not caring in the slightest to help Lin Xian against Luo Xiu, Lin Xian's moves were very harsh, and the force was also very strong, but it still wasn't enough against the battle-hardened Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu dealt with it calmly. Even if the genius was as talented as Lin Xian, he still couldn't compare himself to him. However, for Lin Xian's talent, Luo Xiu was still very shocked. If not for the fact that he was hung up, he might not have been able to deal with this guy. With Lin Xian's talent, I'm afraid that apart from his own brother, only his own daughter-in-law would be able to compete against him when she grew up. On the contrary, on Lin Xian's side, he was being tortured by Luo Xiu's skillful combat techniques. The fight was scowling, and he could sense that Luo Xiu hadn't used his true strength, which made him very angry. He had never been seen so personally in all his years, and was not a star-studded presence everywhere he went. So the more he fought, the angrier he became, the more anxious he became, and the bigger the breach became. The Xian power that he originally thought was majestic was also slowly drying up, and Luo Xiuzhen was teasing him like he was nothing. Clank! Boom! Damn it! You dare to tease me! Luo Xiu dodged his attack and blasted his fist on his face. His entire body was directly blown away, smashing heavily on the walled courtyard, and when he stood up, the two of them pulled away from each other for a distance. Lin Shen touched his cheek and looked at Luo Xiu angrily. This is the talent and strength you're so proud of? It's nothing in front of me, Luo Xiu said mockingly. Originally, he was very much looking forward to this third heavenly talent of the Apocalypse Empire. Who would have thought that it would be so trashy? Well, you made me do it. The veins on Lin Xian's face rippled, and it was clear that his anger value had reached its peak, defiantly burning his bloodline power. He wanted to fight Luo Xiu for his life. Sizzle! The strength of the strong bloodline power erupted, directly shattering his entire green shirt. The entire upper half of his body was naked. His powerful physique was instantly displayed in front of the crowd, and the meridians of his entire body were shattered by this strong energy, going first to stain his entire body red. Defiantly, he killed towards Luo Xiu. No matter who you are, I will definitely kill you today. Lin Xian was furious. Anger had overtaken him, not caring about the injuries on his body. And all you can do is rage impotently? Luo Xiu was dismissive. Clutching the Shura divine sword in his hand, he once again killed towards him. Lin Xian, who had burned the power of his bloodline, had brought up a hint of interest in him, and the two fought back and forth in this battle. With his current 5th level of the Emperor Xian realm, coupled with the increase of the cultivator god domain, it shouldn't be too easy to beat this Lin Xian. Previously, his strength was at the 1st level, but now it's been raised up. However, it was Lin Xian who was in a hurry. He burned his bloodline power and still couldn't kill Luo Xiu, which caused him to lose his mind inch by inch. He didn't believe that there were people whose talent was stronger than his. And even if there were in this heavenly enlightenment empire, they must not exist. I don't believe it. Who the hell are you? Lin Xian gasped, the long sword in his hand pointing at Luo Xiu as he angrily questioned. It's impossible for there to be such a strong gifted powerhouse within this heavenly enlightenment empire. It's just a frog in the bottom of a well. You're too weak. You'd better call your father out. Luo Xiu looked at him quietly, not paying any attention to his impotent rage. Just as the two of them were entangled in a fight, Luo Xiu sensed a few strong auras that were approaching the Zhangbei King's mansion. Moreover, these auras were very unfamiliar, and it was very likely that they were the strongest under the Zhangbei King's command. Luo Xiu sighed. Then with a thought, the entire cultivation god domain once again displayed its might, once again destroying the entire Zhangbei King's mansion. However, if you want to kill this Lin Xian today, I'm afraid that it will be a little difficult, because those strong people are not far away from here, and within a limited time, you can kill him yourself, but you will have to consume some of the means of Xian power, and I'm afraid that you won't be able to escape at that time. Therefore, Luo Xiu ultimately chose to call it quits. He had already made a lot of money today, decapitating dozens of powerful people within the Zhangbei King's palace, which was undoubtedly a huge blow to the entire Zhangbei King's palace. Lin Xian looked at Luo Xiu's gloomy face, as if he was pondering something, and felt that it was a good opportunity to immediately use his strongest move. So he sneak attacked and took him down with one strike. Heavenly Thunder Sword. Draw Heavenly Thunder. Countless thunderbolts converged on top of Lin Xian's head, and as the majestic thunder force was added to his Heavenly Thunder Sword, his entire body also spewed out a mouthful of blood heavily. Obviously, the side effects of this move are not insignificant. Kill. Soon, the converging thunder power formed a sword of thunder and blasted toward Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu frowned slightly. The power of this strike was not small. Dying. Shura Divine Sword, Killing Heart. Luo Xiu didn't dare to be careless, and more importantly, he couldn't let this strike affect him, or else if those powerhouses caught up with him in a while, then it would be hard for him to escape. In an instant, countless sword intent merged into his body, converging into a sword body that was eventually added within the Shura Divine Sword. Kill. Luo Xiu similarly blasted towards Lin Xian. The two powerful divine abilities instantly bombarded together. However, Luo Xiu's Killing Heart was even better. Not only did it perfectly dissolve Lin Xian's attack, the remaining U-wave directly caused Lin Xian's to spit out blood and heavily faint. Luo Xiu didn't dare to go up to check if he was dead or alive, and immediately turned toward the night sky to the body. And at that exact moment, King Zhanbei arrived with a group of strong men. What the hell is going on here? King Zhanbei looked at Lin Xian lying there unconscious. The whole thing was incredibly angry. The three Zhuanshuan realm powerhouses behind him similarly frowned. An old man with white hair was even quicker to come in front of Lin Xian. rushing to help him up. Xianer, after shaking the unconscious Lin Xian with no response, he immediately took out an elixir from the ring and had him take it. Watching his disciples suffer such heavy injuries, Venerable Sky Spirit was furious, and the strong aura unique to the peak of the Venerable Realm instantly enveloped the entire royal mansion. The crowd was so frightened that they retreated, fearing that they would be affected by this aura. The few people who had survived earlier were also injured to varying degrees at this moment. The Jinbei King's face was horribly gloomy, and with one hand he grabbed one of the surviving men. Who the hell did this? The man's face was horrified as he shivered and said, King, Your Highness, spare your life. Come on, who the hell did this? It's the person who sneaked up on the royal residence last time. He's very strong, and he even has a very powerful domain that we can't fight against at all. After the man finished trembling, King Jinbei directly wrung his neck and tossed it aside. Afterwards, looking towards the dozen or so people who were lingering on the ground, a stern color came out from the bottom of his heart, and then a palm was swung out, and the dozen or so people who were seriously injured directly died. Your Holiness, how is Xianer doing? Alas, the injury is very serious and has injured the origin. Even if it is cured, the talent will be greatly discounted. Heavenly Spirit Venerable said helplessly. Lin Xian was his favorite disciple, and had even inherited his mantle, with an unlimited future. However, it was such a perfect disciple that was ruined. Venerable Celestial Spirit's face was very heavy with killing intent at this moment. Your Majesty, send someone to investigate, and when you find out who did it, I will definitely thwart them. Don't worry, Your Holiness. The King of Jinbei was also looking at his son with a heartbroken expression. Although he had not a few sons, there was only one that could be as good as Lin Xian. Luo Xiao, who was far away from the Jinbei King's mansion, removed his mask and let out a deep breath. If he had been delayed longer by that Lin Xian just now, he might have been caught up by those powerhouses. Now that I think about it, apart from the excitement, all that's left is a heartbeat. Ha ha ha. Painful. This is more exciting than ing hunting Xian beasts. If you dare to mess with me, you, King of Jinbei, will have to withstand my wrath and revenge. He then slowly and leisurely sat down in a cross-legged position and adjusted his breath before slowly walking in the direction of his home. Along the way Rashio whistled as if nothing had happened. When he got home, the old butler had customarily put out warm water for him to bathe in. Afterwards, lie down beautifully on your own big soft bed. However, the Jinbei King's mansion was lit up all night long, and the entire King's mansion was anxious like a hot pot of ants. And the strongest person who had only just been recruited was directly wiped out by Luo Xiao by half. Coupled with the fact that his own son had also suffered such a severe injury, King Jinbei was angry again and again. It is imperative to find out who did this and exterminate their 9 clans. Chapter 38, Muchishua, a Xiao. Love me. Early morning 3 days later. Phew, another beautiful day. Luo Xiao stretched and rolled over from the bed with a carp. After tidying up a bit he slowly pushed open the door to his room and walked out. Just as he opened the door, he saw the old butler coming to meet him, and Luo Xiao smiled. Elder Lou, what brings you here? Lu Lao smiled on his pale face. Young prince, young princess has made a breakthrough and is waiting for you in the hall, the old butler reported. Hearing the old housekeeper's words, Luo Xiao's eyes lit up. His own daughter-in-law had finally made a breakthrough, so he couldn't wait to head towards the direction of the hall. Inside the hall, Mu Changxue was enjoying her breakfast. A big old voice of Rashu's staggering voice could be heard coming from the distance. Daughter-in-law. Mu Changxue looked at Luo Xiao who was running wildly towards her, put down the snack in her hand and took out a hand towel to wipe her mouth. Slowly getting up, she similarly headed towards Luo Xiao. Only in the way of a girl's reserve she slowed down her steps, and then you arrive at a big hug to hold in your arms. Daughter-in-law, you finally made a breakthrough, Luo Xiao said joyfully. Missed me. Mu Chishue enjoyed Luo Xiao's warm embrace while helplessly saying, it's not just a small breakthrough. Why does it feel like you're happier than me? Can you not be happy? My daughter-in-law is so awesome. Hey hey hey, come give me a kiss. One day without seeing you is like 3 years. We haven't seen each other for years. Luo Xiao shamelessly kissed his own daughter-in-law's face, and Mu Chishue, seeing that this guy was going to get an inch again, panicked and pushed away. You guy, don't give an inch. Mu Qingxi blushed scarlet. I do not know what this guy is thinking in his heart, always loaded with these dirty thoughts. He still cannot take him. It's really pissing me off, but shouldn't I give it to him myself? Otherwise, this guy would be suffocating. With his current physique as well as his strength, he might have been able to help him break through the barrier of not being able to cultivate. Mu Qingxue looked at Luo Xiao thoughtfully. Daughter-in-law. Luo Xiao watched as his daughter-in-law pushed herself away again, somewhat helpless. I don't know when I will be able to cultivate the right fruit, and I can't pick my daughter-in-law who is looking at her beautiful face every day. This kind of suffering is not comparable to common people. Alright, say it like you're aggrieved, sighed Mu Qixue, tapping Luo Xiu's forehead with her slender jade finger. Can it not be aggravating? Luo Xiu retorted aggrievedly. Mu Qixue looked at Luo Xiu, who had a grumbling face, and was very speechless. Ah Xiu, it's not that I'm not willing to give it to you. I want to improve my strength as soon as possible. Try to make myself as strong as possible so that the chances of helping you awaken will be higher. So bear with me, okay? Mu Qingxue patiently explained. Luo Xiu froze slightly as he listened to his daughter-in-law's explanation. So that's what this is about? At the same time, a stream of warmth flowed from his body, and he didn't expect that his daughter-in-law was so considerate of herself. Mu Qingxi looked at the frozen Luo Xiu with some helplessness, so she prepared to change the topic of conversation. I heard from Lu Lao that a few days ago, that mysterious senior traveled to the Jinbei King's mansion again. Do you know about this? I know. Luo Xiu nodded intentionally. Thoughts were still stuck in the middle of the last question. He had to think of a way to take his daughter-in-law's blood quickly. Did that senior contact you? Mu Qingxue frowned slightly as she continued to ask. That's not true. However, I heard that senior directly wasted the Jinbei royal house's eldest son, Lin Xian. And now that the Jinbei royal house is looking for doctors everywhere, it's no wonder that they don't have the energy to take care of us. Ugh, this matter is really getting troublesome. I don't know how that senior is doing. Should we contact him appropriately? Don't. Better not. Rashu was taken aback by this proposal from his daughter-in-law. Why are you reacting so much? Mu Qingxue's pretty face looked at Luo Xiu's panicked expression and asked with great suspicion. Luo Xiu sweated. Now is not the time. If that senior wants to meet with us, he will appear on his own. Right now, the entire Jinbei royal house is searching for him. If we intervene at this time, he will be exposed even faster. So let's not contact him for the time being. Mu Qingxi heard Luo Xiu's explanation and nodded her head as well. Again, if that senior was sentient, once they searched for it, that senior would definitely meet them. And then the Jinbei king would follow the traces to find him. And this would indeed be more than worth it. Luo Xiu was relieved when he watched his daughter-in-law agree. Then Mu Qingxue was heard to say, the situation in the Apocalypse Empire is getting tense now. I heard that many of the feudal kings have returned to the capital in droves, and the borders that they are guarding are also facing huge foreign troubles. Luo Xiu also frowned slightly. The current Apocalypse Empire was unfavorable, with constant internal and external troubles. None of these feudal lords are now interested in dealing with foreign enemies. Their minds are full of thoughts of usurping the throne. It was about time he himself went into the palace to meet this uncle. Ah Xiu, are you listening? Mu Qingxue asked as she looked at the maid into Luo Xiu. Listening. Shouldn't we also do something for the empire? After all, in the entire empire, we are the only king with a different surname. This is a great gift. We can't watch the people fall into dire straits again. Mu Qingxue said with worried eyes. She had learned from Lin Yuro that the lord of this heavenly enlightenment empire was Luo Xiu's own uncle. And now, numerous vassal kings wanted to rebel. The situation is not encouraging. The pressure on this heavenly enlightenment empire's state lord was very great. Shouldn't they help out a little bit? Daughter-in-law, you're right. Naturally, I won't stand by and watch this heavenly enlightenment empire fall into the hands of these rats. It's just that we can't move easily yet. The major feudal lords have rebelled and are waiting for us to take a stand. Now, we are at war with this Jinbei royal house again. So naturally we won't join forces with the Jinbei royal house. So maybe the others won't be able to sit still and want to come to us for cooperation. The immediate priority is to wait and see what happens. Hearing Luo Xiu say this, it made sense. Mu Qingxue's face immediately sank, and there was nothing better to do for a while. That's as good as it gets. LOL. However, turning his head and seeing Luo Xiu's relaxed face was somewhat helpless. Looking at this guy like he's indifferent to everything. Is this what it means to be uncultivated? Also, how much could he, a mortal with no cultivation, participate in this struggle between kings? Should I give it to him? A bet? The two of them fell into silence within a while Luo Xiu was thinking about the next layout. Mu Qingxi's face slowly blushed as soon as she thought about the thoughts in her head. Turning his head to look at Rashu, he thankfully wasn't looking at him. Only then did Mu Qingxue let out a sigh of relief. Then solemnly squeezed her pink fist and looked toward Luo Xiu. Asho. What's wrong, daughter-in-law? Luo Xiu was interrupted from his thoughts and looked at Mu Qingxi suspiciously. Ashu, why don't you take me? Mu Qingxi struggled to muster the strength to say these words. And then, with a flushed face, she didn't dare to look at Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu was stunned at first. Could it be that he had misheard? Daughter-in-law, what did you just say? Mu Qingxue's face became even more flushed. This ing asshole, is it on purpose? He had clearly said it out loud just now. Didn't he hear it? Damn it. No. Nothing. Mu Qingxue couldn't open her mouth to say those words again no matter what. It was so humiliating, it was embarrassing enough for her to say it again as a girl, and this ing asshole was distracted. Oh, said Rashu, scratching the back of his head. Maybe I'm sperming myself and I'm mishearing. You. Alas. Forget it. Mu Qingxue was helpless, her scarlet face slowly regaining its icy color. Leave the thoughts of earlier behind. If you can't, then you'll do it to him the hard way at the end of the night. The asshole is a ing elm. He can't think when he's told to, and when he's not told to, he's full of thoughts. Asshole, asshole. Chapter 39. Ashu love me well. The house of the king of Jinbei. The Jinbei king above the great hall had a horribly gloomy face. It's been 3 days of continuous searching and still no luck. Even when that asshole left, the scent disappeared as if it had never been there. Who the hell is this? He's deliberately antagonizing his Jinbei royal family. And then look at this bunch of losers below, who can't even find anyone. Usually resources are spent heavily on them, but in the end they are all a bunch of useless losers. The more the Jinbei king thought about it, the more angry he became, and in a fit of rage, he directly turned the tea utensils on the table upside down. Clunk! Asshole, asshole, you bunch of useless wastes, usually serve you well, but when it comes to the critical moment, you're of no use at all. What use does the king have for you if he can't even find anyone? And the people under the hall looked at each other in dismay, not daring to utter a word. It's not that they don't want to look for but after searching for several days not even a clue, the whole person is like a human being evaporated in general. There's no trace at all. They're not gods, how can they find it? Just then, Lin Xian slowly arrived at the main hall under the protection of the heavenly spirit venerable. Lin Xian's handsome face was all pale, not a trace of blood could be seen at all. However, there was a great deal of gloom on that fury white face. And the whole face was terribly gloomy. Father, called Lin Xian weakly to the king of Jinbei above the high hall, slowly opening his mouth. Seeing the arrival of Lin Xian and venerable celestial spirit, King Zhengbai's face eased a bit. Your holiness, Xianer, the Jinbei king sighed and stood up. Someone give me a seat. 2 servants slowly carried back 2 chairs from outside and placed them behind Lin Xian and venerable celestial spirit, who naturally sat down. Your Majesty, that little thief still has no whereabouts? Venerable Sky Spirit slowly spoke. Only then did the king of Jinbei sit down and shake his head. Looking at his father's helpless face, Lin Xian clenched his fists. Father, at all costs we must find him. I will kill him with my own hands. Xianer, don't worry. Father will definitely kill him with his own hands. No. Upon hearing his father's assurance, Lin Xian nevertheless shook his head, a hint of grimness appearing on his deathly white face. I'm going to do it myself. That's fine. I'll make sure he's bound to you when the time comes. Thank you, Father. In the past few days, Lin Xian had heard his master say that his talent would be greatly discounted, which was even harder than killing him. At the same time, he was also very regretful of his initial behavior. A momentary impulse that buried this great talent of his. He hates it. It was all that guy's fault. It wasn't like how could his own talent be damaged? How could he have injured his origin? He had to torture that guy himself to get rid of his hatred. The Burial King's mansion. Night fell. Because the entire Imperial city was in turmoil these past few days, and people were on edge. As soon as night fell, the people went back to their homes to hide, fearing that they would be mistakenly caught by the Imperial city's guards and treated as rebels. The entire royal residence also fell into silence. Luo Xiu disbanded all those mortals without cultivation, not wanting them to get involved in this war for no reason and lose their lives for nothing. Some people deserve to be killed, but some are also innocent, and he has his own principles. Inside the small courtyard, the young couple hugged each other tightly inside the gazebo, looking at the full moon in the sky, which happened to be the 15th of August. The full moon. If only it could stay peaceful like this. Mu Qingxue snuggled tightly in Russell's arms, enjoying the serenity of being alone in this moment. There will be. I once dreamed of a place where I spent very good days. There was no war in that country I was in. No cultivators, ordinary people going about their business, but living very happily. It's there. Luo Xiu comforted the little daughter-in-law in his arms and told him about his world on Earth. When the love was strong, he could always think of the old days. Perhaps those days without war were the happiest moments. And this kind of fearfulness was indeed very unpleasant. Is it really that wonderful? Mu Qingxue blinked her stunningly beautiful eyes with a face of yearning. Well, if it's possible, I'll show you around. Luo Xiu smiled and nodded. Mu Qingxue, however, laughed bitterly. That kind of world was probably only found in dreams. You also said that it was a dream. It can't be real. This world is so cruel. Without strength, you don't even have the right to survive. Daughter-in-law, be optimistic. It will come. I hope. Alright, the night is already late. Let's go back and rest as well. After cultivating for a whole day, our whole body is tired. Mu Qingshue's cheeks flushed slightly when she said these words. Yes. Rashu nodded. The two of them then walked towards the house. And it was only under the light that Luo Xiu could see that his daughter-in-law had already turned red. With a puzzled look on his face, he asked, Daughter-in-law, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Is there any? Mu Qishue turned her head away, trying not to meet Luo Xiu's eyes. Luo Xiu didn't think much about it. His own daughter-in-law was strong. Getting sick was impossible. Are you going to wash first? Or am I going to wash first? Luo Xiu looked toward the bathroom and said. Mu Qingshue's face became even more flushed. But since she had decided, she couldn't back down. Su, do you love me? This sudden question from Mu Qishue made Luo Xiu notice that something was wrong. What's wrong with this daughter-in-law today? It's been like this all day, squirming and saying a bunch of weird things in the morning. And this late at night? Why are you asking this again? Still, Rasho answered honestly. I love you. Always. Mu Qishue was delighted in her heart. Then, clenching her pink fists, she looked at Luo Xiu and said, Then let's wash them together. Ah! Luo Xiu's mind went blank. This time he wasn't distracted. His ears heard it clearly. This was definitely not a hallucination. Daughter-in-law, what's wrong with you today? Luo Xiu asked with a slight frown. It's so weird. This daughter-in-law took the initiative and made him uncomfortable. Mu Qingxi looked at Luo Xiu's face without a trace of joy, but instead a bunch of questions. Somewhat helpless. Ashu, I've made up my mind. I'll give you. Tonight. What? Daughter-in-law, what's wrong with you? You don't have to care about those words I said today. I know you're thinking about me. This can be done without any rush. Luo Xiu was really at a bit of a loss for words. Could it be that this little daughter-in-law had been irritated by her own words today? Afraid you'll change your mind? No, Asho. This matter has been pondering in my mind for a long time. I am serious. And now it's an extraordinary time. I want you to become stronger so that you also have some self-protection ability. Because I'm afraid that I can't protect you. Mu Qingxue sighed helplessly and said what she had in mind. After hearing this, Luo Xiu didn't say anything and backhanded his own daughter-in-law in his arms. With this wife, what more could a husband ask for? Silly girl, have you really decided? No regrets? After a long time, Luo Xiu asked softly. I have never regretted. Just afraid of failing your expectations of me. Perhaps earlier we do not have any feelings. This engagement is also very hasty. To the back I slowly found that I really fell in love with you. You left that period of time. My heart is always empty. There's no way I can deny my heart that I'm deeply in love with you. Ah Shu, do you know how happy I was when I heard you say that I love you? Shu, so, let me help you? Mu Qishue leaned tightly on Luo Xiu's shoulder and said all the words in her heart. Luo Xiu smelled the fresh fragrance coming from the young girl's body. His heart was touched. His own daughter-in-law had said so. He no longer twisted. Good. You're the only one in my Luo Xiu's heart too, Qingxue. And you're the only one I love. Luo Xiu no longer hesitated and directly carried his daughter-in-law inside the bathroom, personally removing the clothes from her body. Rashu's movements were light and gentle, and both of them were breathing very hard. Daughter-in-law, you are beautiful. Bad guy Mu Qishue shyly patted Luo Xiu's chest, her cherry mouth ranting in a small voice. Luo Xiu accelerated the movement of his hands, like a hungry tiger looking at the white rabbit, eyes fluttering, until he was honest and open. Rashu no longer hid his inner desires. Shu, love me well. Kiss. No, you don't like to read it. Omitted it for you. From the bathroom to the room, the two battled until dawn. Separat. Does it hurt? Luo Xiu asked softly. Mu Qingxue shook her head with a blushing face, like a blooming blood-colored rose without a trace of dust. The two were then too tired to talk. The room was filled with the fragrance of love, and the two fell asleep in each other's arms. Meanwhile, during the time that the two had been sleeping, both of their physiques had undergone radical changes. Chapter 40, Daughter-in-Law. Why are you still addicted? After the battle, the two slept for 6 hours, and when they woke up again, it was already evening. Mu Qingxue was the first to wake up and just wanted to get up from the bed, but as a result of a slight movement of her legs, a heart-rending pain came from the top down. The corners of her entire mouth twitched slightly, and then she looked to the side, where Luo Xiu, who was still asleep, had his cheeks blush over at once. This damn bastard really can toss and turn. How can I still go out to see people today? Ah. Mu Qingxue's stunning eyes fiercely glared at the sleeping Luo Xiu. Then once again, she tried to slowly get up, but the heart-rending pain still paralyzed her whole body. Originally she could have used her Xian force to dissolve this wave of pain, but this was something she should experience as a woman, so she didn't dissolve it. Instead she slowly experienced the taste of it. Mu Qingshue's movements were very light, but Luo Xiu's sharp perception still felt it, and he slowly opened his eyes, watching his daughter-in-law move her body with some effort, and then thinking of the fierce battle last night. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but smile. Daughter-in-law. Ah. Mu Qingxue was startled when she heard a voice coming from Luo Xiu behind her. The body that had been slowly moving had also stiffened at this moment. This guy, he didn't see his predicament just now, did he? Aha. It's really a shame. What to do? Asshole. Wake up sooner or later. Woke up at this time of the day. Mu Qingshue's entire body didn't dare to move. Her face was as red as an apple. Her entire body was dizzy, and she didn't dare to turn around and look at Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu then continued to laugh. Daughter-in-law, are you getting out of bed? Looking at his own daughter-in-law twisted appearance, completely without the previous high cold, at this moment is more penetrating a mature flavor. Femininity is also more rich. It's a good sign. It's true that if you want a young girl to become a woman, you still need a man. This asshole. It's definitely on purpose. Pisses me off. After holding her tongue for a long time, Mu Qingxi still turned to glare at Luo Xiu in anger. Still looking. Haven't seen enough, have you? Mu Qingxue huffed. In fact, she had already been too shy to do so inwardly. You've seen it all, and you're still shy? Luo Xiu was still smiling, carefully admiring every kind of skin of his daughter-in-law. You. Mu Qingxue looked at Luo Xiu looking straight at herself, and she then reacted that she hadn't put on any clothes yet. Dying. Ah. As a scream resounded throughout the room, Luo Xiu's eyes suddenly went black. A whole quilt covered his entire face directly, stopping both noses from wanting to spurt blood. Woo, you asshole. Still looking. Go to hell you. Mu Qingxue was very angry and pounded Luo Xiu under the cotton blanket. Snap. Stop it. Daughter-in-law. You just beg for a fight. Mu Qingxue didn't care. She went up and down. Daughter-in-law. Don't hit that. Ouch. Daughter-in-law. It's breaking. Within a short period of time, the entire room was full of spring colors, and at the end of the fight, Luo Xiu countered with another wave of morning practice. No. At this moment it was already night. I should say it was evening practice. An hour later, Mu Qingshue's 1,000 strands of hair were incomparably messy, a little fluttering as she lay in Luo Xiu's arms, eyes a little infatuated, a little mesmerized. Luo Xiu slightly kissed her on the forehead. You bad man, where did you get so much energy? Dying. Mu Qingxue had a reproachful face at this moment. However, that labored tone was what caused Luo Xiu's heart to rise and fall, a strong feeling that once again arose from his heart. This daughter-in-law is really too seductive. No matter what aspect is straight to the soul, especially the voice, is simply a proper imperial sister. Who wouldn't love a pure and royal daughter-in-law? Mu Qingxue also seemed to feel Luo Xiu's excitement somewhere, and once again a little flutter sat up. Luo Xiu was startled. He was truly weak. Daughter-in-law, why are you still addicted? When Mu Qingxi heard these words from Luo Xiu, her cheeks instantly flushed over. Then she glared at Luo Xiu and ran off on her own. Luo Xiu could only bear it silently, and the whole thing was like visiting Wonderland, so cool that it took off. It was a battle until midnight. Mu Qingxue once again fell into a deep sleep, and Luo Xiu was lifeless. This had greatly exceeded his expectations. This daughter-in-law was too powerful. The two slept for a full 12 hours. 3 days later. In these 3 days, King Jinbei had completely fallen out with Tianqi Empire's state lord Lin Tianbad, formalizing the rebellion. And the lord of the Apocalypse Empire was not a vegetarian, directly sending people to forcibly suppress the Jinbei king's mansion, arresting all the experts within the mansion, except for escaping some strong people. Basically all of them were captured, and the king of Jinbei fled hastily towards the north. Sanlin Pass, a fortress in the northern part of the Apocalypse Empire. An army of millions of troops was currently waiting for the king of Jinbei here. This army was as large as 3 million, all of which were the elite divisions of the king of Jinbei, and the ones leading them were even some bloodthirsty generals. Millions of troops waited with bated breath and finally saw the figure of Jinbei king after 1 hour. Only at this time, Jinbei king was very wretched. There were only a handful of people guarding behind him, and he was wounded to varying degrees. General, look if that's the king, the observation soldier under his command said as he pointed ahead. The general looked toward the distance and immediately saw the figure of the king of Jinbei. His eyes flooded with light and he immediately ordered his troops. All generals listened to the order. Follow me to greet the king. Yes, general. The million-strong army crossed the Sanlin Pass and soon arrived in front of the king of Jinbei. I will lead the 3 armies to pay respects to your majesty. The general half-kneeled in excitement. The king of Jinbei looked at the million-strong army behind him, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Not caring about the exertion of running around on this journey, as well as the injuries on his body, and instantly ordered the army to retreat back. "General, hurry up and withdraw." The Jinbei king's face was grave. The general looked at that face of the king of Jinbei and froze slightly. Then he realized. His face suddenly changed, and he shouted towards the army behind him, "Retreat all troops." The million-strong army didn't dare to hesitate, and returned to the barracks once again as fast as they could. In the distance, the strong man sent by Lin Tianbad looked at the Jinbei king with an indignant expression. "Damn it, it seems that this bastard has wanted to rebel for a long time now, since he has set up 1,000,000 troops within the 3 forests pass to prevent internal trouble. Since we can't catch up, let's retreat. Don't let them backpack over." Another strongman grabbed the one who wanted to rush and whispered. He was also very unwilling in his heart, but naturally, with their current strength, they were unable to shake this 3,000,000-strong army, and there were still countless strong generals under the Jinbei royal house. It was never easy to kill him, so he could only retreat for the time being and discuss it again. "Humph, this dog thief counts his luck." Afterwards, the 2 strong men who came after them left. The king of Jinbei looked into the distance and was relieved that they did not come after him again. "General Tianlong, you did a good job." As the king of Jinbei's heart palpitated, he complimented the great general at the side. "This is what the last general should do," General Tianlong happily said. Jinbei king nodded with satisfaction, turned his head one person to look sinisterly in the direction of the imperial capital of Tianqi Empire, and said coldly, "Really, you're Lin Tianbad, since there are still such strong people to help you, but I'm now safely back, so you'll just enjoy the rest of the emperor's dream. Organize the 3 armies. In 3 months, follow me to kill the imperial capital." Yes. Chapter 41 Succession to the throne under the name of Shura. Isn't the car going a bit fast? Keeps getting stuck on auditing. The Burial King's mansion. Inside the cultivation room. "Ah Xiao, you still don't have any reaction in your body?" Mu Qingxue looked at Luo Xiao with a grave expression. With his own divine phoenix saint body and his double X, he still couldn't stimulate the bloodline in his body? Is it true that Asho was born unable to cultivate? Rashu shook his head. Mu Qingxue looked at Luo Xiao, who didn't react at all, a little lost. Luo Xiao looked at his daughter-in-law's lost look and felt a little heartbroken. It wasn't that his body didn't react, but the reactions he originally had within his body were all absorbed by the system. With my daughter-in-law's heaven-defying physique, how could there be no feedback? These few days of dual cultivation with his daughter-in-law, he could be said to have gained a great deal. The two complemented each other, and the purity of the Shura bloodline in his body had even reached 95%. To know, after he was previously baptized by his father, he could only purify at most 80% of his bloodline, and it could be considered difficult to take a step up. It wasn't as if he hadn't attempted to raise it during this period of time. Nay, all of them ended in failure. However, his daughter-in-law gave him a big surprise, about to raise her bloodline to 95%, which could not be said to be too strong. What's more, these days of dual cultivation had even allowed him to harvest 3 million Shura Chi blood. Indirectly raising one's cultivation level by 3 times was simply heaven-defying. It was important to know that even if he killed a Zun Shen realm Shen beast right now, according to the ratio, he would only be able to obtain at most 1 million or so of Shura Chi blood. However, absorbing 3 drops of his daughter-in-law's essence blood directly allowed him to gain 3 million Shura Chi blood. What kind of heaven-defying bloodline is this to gain such a harvest? Earned. With this 3 million Shura Chi in blood, he could directly ascend 3 realms in a row. Not only that, with the purification of his own Shura bloodline, every function in his body had been enhanced to varying degrees, and the increase in his domain had also reached 90%. As long as he wanted to, even powerhouses below the 2nd level of the Zuanshuan realm couldn't help him, and would even be beaten and decapitated. This daughter-in-law is simply a cultivation artifact. Looks like I need to XXOO with my own daughter-in-law more often in the future. Luo Xiao was excited inside. However, on his lips, he said comfortingly, "It's fine, daughter-in-law. Maybe if we're a bit more ordinary, we'll be able to awaken. Probably not enough accumulation right now." Mu Qishue's cheeks flushed once again as she listened to Luo Xiao's set of words, but it seemed to make sense, and she loved that mesmerizing, double X. "You come less. In the future without my permission. Do not touch me." Although her heart was also very eager, her mouth was reserved and coldly grunted. Suddenly, buzz. What is this? Why is there such a raging energy inside me? In an instant, Mu Qingxue suddenly felt that the energy in her body was in a constant frenzy. The Xian force seemed to be uncontrollable as it crazily impacted her veins, and countless dark veins were opened up by the strong Xian force. Cultivation was even rubbing up. Huangxian realm 5th level. Huangxian realm 6th level. 9th level of the Emperor's Xian realm. The breakthrough of the realm came to a halt. Both Mu Qingxue and Luo Xiao were shocked. "Daughter-in-law, did you take some kind of elixir?" Luo Xiao asked with deliberate shock. He knew that what had just happened was probably the result of his daughter-in-law's double X with himself. However, he couldn't ask that. We can't show our hand now. I didn't. Mu Qingshue's stunningly beautiful face froze in disbelief. She also wanted to ask what the hell was going on. Could it be the benefits from dual cultivation with you? It was then that Mu Shihuang remembered the crux of the matter. Since the double X with Luo Xiao, she felt that there was something more in her body. She originally thought that she did not do that safety measures. The things in her body were. However, I didn't expect this thing to suddenly explode today. Such a strong energy, and even more so, it directly allowed his cultivation to break through by a large margin. Is that so? Then why didn't I react? Luo Xiao said in mock shock. You can't cultivate yet, so naturally it's not good for you. Mu Qingxue even said in turn to comfort Luo Xiao. Ugh. Rashu nodded cooperatively, then sighed helplessly. It's good that my daughter-in-law thinks so, at least she won't be suspicious. Daughter-in-law, since you've made a breakthrough, you should consolidate your cultivation here first. This cultivator is too stuffy. I won't accompany you if I'm not used to staying here. Luo Xiao said helplessly. He sensed that the energy in his daughter-in-law's body was still unstable, and he had to continue to suppress and settle down for a while, and he also had to consolidate his cultivation after breaking through several levels in a row just now. Well then, don't be too sad. There will be a way. Mu Qingxue looked at Luo Xiao, who looked a bit forlorn, and carefully comforted him. Mu Qingxue looked at Luo Xiao's departing back and felt a little bad. Perhaps in his heart he was also very eager to be able to cultivate. Who doesn't want to be a powerful master? Perhaps his usual diffidence and debauchery was feigned, but in reality he was very despondent in his heart. Yes, that must be it. The only way to hide your heart well is to act like you don't care about anything. Asho must have been like that. It was actually very hard on his heart. It seems like it's going to have to be more frequent from now on. We need to help him awaken quickly. We can't let him be so depressed anymore. Mu Qingxue looked at Luo Xiao's forlorn back and felt inexplicably hard in her heart. Thinking of all the things, she could understand Luo Xiao's feelings. However, Luo Xiao, who had exited the cultivation room, unloaded the despondency he felt just now and went out the door with a pleasant expression. Right at this moment, the old butler suddenly came to him with a serious look. Young prince, there are people from the palace. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao frowned slightly, then looked at the group of eunuchs behind the old butler, one of whom was still holding an imperial edict in his hand. His Majesty has decreed that Luo Xiao, the son of the burial heavenly king, please accept the decree. Before Luo Xiao could react, the old eunuch's shrill voice slowly said. Luo Xiao had no choice but to bow 90 degrees to receive the decree. Why don't you kneel? That was also because of his father's existence. Once upon a time, the Heavenly Revelation Empire's Lord Lin Tianbad had given an order that the people of the burial Heavenly King's mansion didn't need to kneel to receive the order. Bowing was sufficient. Seeing the bowing Luo Xiao, the old eunuch nodded and continued to read the edict above. By the grace of heaven, the Emperor's edict. I am mindful of the fact that the burial Heavenly King has been a great benefactor to the country, and now that the burial Heavenly King is gone, it is only right that his son should carry on his father's work. So today, I hereby order Luo Xiao to be the prince of the burial Heavenly King's house, renamed the Xiao Luo King's house. Accept the decree. I, Luo Xiao, accept the decree. Luo Xiao received the imperial edict in the old eunuch's hands, but his face was unperturbed. Honestly, he's too lazy to be a part of this. Not to mention having to go to court every day and having so many ing rules. However, imperial orders cannot be disobeyed. The old eunuch placed the edict into Luo Xiao's hands and complimented with a flattering face. Congratulations, King Shura. Your Excellency is joking. Someone, serve the eunuch tea money. The old butler stepped forward and placed a bag of silver into the old eunuch's hands before they slowly left. Luo Xiao looked at their departing backs with a look of contempt, cursing under his breath. A bunch of greedy, gutless things. After sending off a group of eunuchs, the old butler then turned his head to look at Luo Xiao. As a result, he was seen looking sad and pale, and asked in a somewhat puzzled manner, Young prince, nowadays, you are already the prince of the royal family. Why are you still so sad? Alas, Elder Lou, as you know, I'm not very good at these things. Not to mention that I have to go to the morning court and stuff every day. It's annoying as hell. Luo Xiao spat helplessly. Ha 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 ha, this is a throne that countless people have dreamed of. Screw the throne. Whoever wants it. Butler Lou. Chapter 42 Bitter Morning Court. The next day, it was still light. The old housekeeper hurriedly called out again outside the door of Luo Xiao's two couples' small courtyard. Your Majesty, it's time to get up for the morning court. The old housekeeper also changed his previous address and called on His Majesty. However, both of Luo Xiao, who had been exercising until midnight and had only just fallen asleep at the moment, heard a sound that disturbed their dreams. Mu Qingxue woke up first and pushed Luo Xiu, who was on top of her. However, Luo Xiu remained unmoved, his eyes tightly closed and his brows furrowed. Seeing this, Mu Shihuang's pretty red double face went cold. Hurry up and get up. Today is your first day in the morning court. Don't be late, Mu Qingxue said helplessly. Then, regardless, he simply lifted the covers aside. Hurry up and get up. If you continue to pretend to be asleep, in the future you won't come here to sleep and move to another courtyard. Hearing his daughter-in-law's words, Luo Xiu reluctantly opened his eyes. Ouch! What are you doing? The heart was very upset. It had been a tiring night, but it turned out that after less than an hour's sleep, it was time to get thee out of bed. This ancient officials really is not a human being. 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning have to get up. What is the reason for it? Don't make me say it again. Got it. Seeing that his daughter-in-law was about to go ballistic, Luo Xiu reluctantly got up and dressed. Unknowingly he also had to put on his previous clothes. Mu Qingxue directly slapped the clothes out of his hand with one hand, and after giving him a blank look, twisting his agile body under the pajamas, he slowly came to the front of the cabinet and took out the official clothes of the princes and lords that he had prepared before, which were printed with 5-clawed golden dragons. You have to wear this to the court. Mu Qingxue threw the clothes over his head. Rashu was helpless, but he honestly put it on. A moment later, Mu Qingxi looked at Luo Xiu's outfit with a helpless face and slowly came to him to organize it for him. If you are an official in the court, don't be so casual. If you go to the court in such a disheveled manner, you shall not be laughed at by those ministers, Mu Qingxue admonished as she tidied up. However, Luo Xiu's hands were not honest. While his daughter-in-law was arranging his clothes for him, he was anointing himself, not letting go of this short period of time. What else do you say about the importance of having a woman behind you, touching the peak, with a lewd grin on his face? You're the one who can be poor. Mu Qingxue gave him a blank look, but her heart was indeed as sweet as honey. What woman could not be happy to be recognized in this way? However, she still smacked away Luo Xiu's unsteady hands in disgust, fearing that this guy would have another animalistic outburst. And this guy's maneuvers are making her uncomfortable. It hadn't even been an hour since the last time, and if it came again, she really wouldn't have to sleep. Daughter-in-law, what are you doing? Luo Xiu looked at Mu Qingxue with some dissatisfaction. He couldn't get enough anyway. Haven't you had enough? You won't be able to hold it again in a while, and then I'll see how you'll make it to the court? Mu Qingxue pulled away from him for a while, no longer paying attention. Luo Xiu watched his daughter-in-law lay back on the bed, so he had no choice but to walk to the wrong door. After leaving the small courtyard, the old butler was waiting outside with a few guards behind him. After all, the Shura King's mansion was still a distance away from the palace, and on the surface Luo Xiu didn't have any cultivation, so it was natural to have a guard to escort him into the palace. Although there were secret guards in the imperial capital, there was no guarantee of a powerful assassin's assassination. Your Highness, the sedan chair is ready. The old butler smiled faintly. Luo Xiu looked at the sedan chair behind them and yawned before slowly disappearing into it. There were soft cushions on it, and it was spacious, so Luo Xiu just laid down and made up for a return nap. Rise the sedan chair, the butler said. The 4 guards disguised as bearers lifted the sedan chair and slowly departed. The imperial palace of the Apocalypse Empire. Day or night, it's still lit up. The palace maids and eunuchs were busy at the moment. Countless figures of people, back and forth. Soon, the sedan chair that Luo Xiu was traveling in came into the square, and further on, he could only go on foot. If he continued to travel forward in the sedan chair, it would be disrespectful to the emperor. Your Highness, it's here. A guard slowly came to the sedan chair curtain and called out on one knee. The sleeping Luo Xiu heard the voice. Phew. After a long stretch, he walked out of the sedan chair and looked at the large square of the wide palace, and had the feeling of dreaming back to the former Tiananmen Square. After observing for a while, many officials also arrived one after another, looking at Luo Xiu with puzzled eyes. Because the sky was still very dark at the moment, the crowd could not see his appearance, but it was clear to see the 5-clawed golden dragon on the king's robe. In this dark night, the 5-clawed golden dragon slowly flashed its light, and many ministers came forward to greet them. Greetings, King Shura. Rasha looked back at them, dozed off, and nodded. It's my first day at court today. How did you guys recognize me? Luo Xiu asked suspiciously. After the many ministers looked at each other, Asura Lang stood out and explained. Nowadays, the situation in the empire is chaotic, and the prince who can attend the court, other than you, King Shura, who else could it be? Yes, you're the only one left, so naturally we can recognize you. Aha. The crowd also nodded with heavy faces. The many princes had tried to rebel and would not even listen to His Majesty's orders, let alone go to the court. Except, of course, for the Shura king, Luo Xiao, who was just ordained yesterday. Luo Xiao was helpless. This morning pilgrimage was just too much work. Why don't he rebel too? No, let's discuss this with that emperor old man today. He won't go to the morning court either. If he can't do it, let him withdraw the decree. This king will not be suitable. An idea surfaced in Luo Xiao's mind. Just then, the bell for the morning court rang, and many ministers walked towards the Golden Palace. Rashu also made a show of following them. Soon it was time to arrive at the Golden Hall. Coming face to face was the Tianqi Empire's State Lord Lin Tianbad, who was sitting on the dragon chair, and from his face, apart from His Majesty, he couldn't see any other joys and sorrows. As Luo Xiao entered the hall, Lin Tianhua also stared straight at his form. When the people were all together, many ministers knelt down and performed the ritual of 3 bows and 9 kowtows. Long live the emperor! Only Luo Xiao stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. All of you love ministers are excused. Brush up. After waiting for all the people to stand still, Lin Tianbad took the Zhang folders on the dais and looked at them, then slowly said, all the secretaries, now that there are already 6 or 7 princes who have rebelled, what do you think? The situation in today's Apocalypse Empire was not optimistic. There are 10 princes within the entire empire, all abiding on one side, and now 6 or 7 have rebelled. As soon as they talked about this, many ministers had a hard look on their faces. Some of them were not loyal to Lin Tianbad. When the witnesses didn't answer, Lin Tianbad turned his gaze to Luo Xiao and faintly asked, King Shura, according to your opinion? Hearing His Majesty question himself, Luo Xiao came back to his senses. You're asking me? Luo Xiao froze at a loss for words, forgetting that this one in the wheelchair was an emperor. Numerous ministers had sweated for him when they heard him make such light of the emperor's words. This Shura king is really too tigerish. On his first day at court he dared to ask His Majesty such a rhetorical question. Aren't you afraid of offending the dragon's face? However, Lin Tianbad above the dragon chair did not get angry, but nodded his head. On the dragon's face, the color of inquiry was still revealed. Luo Xiao exhaled deeply and slowly spoke. Your Majesty, since people have rebelled, what else can we do? Kill them all. Rashu almost blurted out. Hearing his words, the entire court was quiet within a moment. They thought they had heard wrong. Oh, why? Lin Tianbad continued to ask, a strong interest showing on his dragon face. Your Majesty, isn't their rebellion tantamount to wiping out the apocalypse? If we don't kill them, do we keep them? Since people are going to destroy our country, what is there to discuss with them? Numerous ministers were now considered to have heard it clearly, and their faces paled over at once. Should they say that this Shura king was young and impetuous? Or is he a fool? How easy is it to kill these princes? Not to mention that they all held a large army behind their backs, and the strong people around them were equally as numerous as clouds. Trying to kill them all is a fool's errand. At best, it can only be suppressed. However, Lin Tianbad above the dragon chair didn't think so, and he agreed with this idea of Luo Xiao's. Ha ha ha. Shura king is right. It should be killed. P.S. The first show is few and far between. Can't hold out any longer? I beg you lords to brush some gifts. Kneel down and thank you. Chapter 43, This damn old fox fell for it. Numerous ministers looked at each other in disbelief, staring blankly at the 2 people above the courtroom, and they felt that there was actually nothing for them to do today. His Majesty looked like he and King Shura were singing a double act to themselves, and they were the one listening. Since King Shura dares to say this, do you have a plan in mind to deal with it? Chancellor Xia Yuan's deep eyes aura appeared, looking at Luo Xiao with a smile on his face as he asked. Lin Tianbad above the dragon chair cast an appreciative glance towards Xia Yuan. Not bad for a wise man in his hands. The 2 of them looked at each other as if they were combining their efforts before looking at Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao looked at the strange expressions of the 2 men and said something bad in his heart, calculated by these 2 old foxes. The damn old fox fell for it. Luo Xiao cursed in his heart, but it was not good to show it at this moment. After all, the one above him was a serious emperor. Available at. How did he think of any response? Originally thought to come to talk to this old emperor. Do not want to go to the morning court. The result of the sheep into the den of wolves. Careless. No, Luo Xiao said decisively. However, Xia Yuan, who is the prime minister, is still not relenting. Hey, I have long heard that the king of Shura has a lofty temperament. The temperament is not extraordinary. The burial of the king of heaven often in our ears said that the king of Shura is extremely intelligent. Just now that a number of emotional and impassioned speech is certainly after careful consideration before saying out. Both so, you certainly have a response to the strategy. What the chancellor said. Lin Tianbad also smiled in agreement. and it was as if the two of them had spoken. I'll be damned. Luo Xiu wanted to curse his heart out. These two had definitely discussed this. I didn't. However, without waiting for him to open his mouth, Lin Tianbad opened his mouth again and said, "Hey, King Xiu Luo, just now, that speech of yours has ignited my entire body's sinews na, and for you to say that you don't have it now, this has already constituted the crime of deceiving the king." Hearing this, Luo Xiu's face sank and he cursed in his heart. The old fox, K. However, without waiting for him to open his mouth to retort, Lin Tianbad's face was serious and spoke again in a meaningful manner. "Do you know what happens to the crime of deceiving the king?" Luo Xiu froze, together with his own mouth to get high. He was going to exterminate his 9 clans, but on second thought, the old fox had the nerve to do it. He does not believe that this emperor dares to do so, but look at his chest. Today is only afraid to be beaten and eaten clean. LOL. Forget it, this old thing with their own take cheap. The old man is still a bit of friendship, can help him to help a little. Think about it. Luo Xiu said helplessly. Your Majesty, if you have something to say, just say it. Why do you need to intimidate here? The minister does not fight the king, because that is simply not possible. He wanted to see what kind of a trap these two old foxes had set for themselves. I'm afraid that the two have already conspired together, and today, no matter what, they won't be able to escape. Well, worthy of being the son of the burial heavenly king, courageous. Xia Yuan looked at Luo Xiu with an appreciative face and a treacherous smile. You've got a lot of nerve. Luo Xiu really wanted to go up and slap him twice. Looking at Xia Yuan's aged face, it wasn't that he, Luo Xiu, didn't want to honor the old and love the young, but that this old thing really owed too much of a beating. Lin Tianbad's dragon face was delighted. Worthy of being brother Luo's seed. Then let's talk about the current situation of the empire, or prepare for your expedition in a month. Hearing Lin Tianbad's words, it wasn't just Luo Xiu who froze. The ministers on the court, with the exception of Xia Yuan, similarly froze. What's going on here? Even though Luo Xiu was now promoted to Shura king, it was still a son following in his father's footsteps, and he had to know that Luo Xiu had previously been a playboy. His Majesty wants him to go on the expedition. Isn't that a joke? Although the crowd was very puzzled in their hearts, no one dared to refute it. Wait quietly for the following. A mouthful of old blood almost spewed out as Luo Xiu's eyes went black and he almost fainted. What the is going on here? When did he say he was going to lead an army? Wouldn't that kill you? I've just gotten my beautiful daughter-in-law, and I've only been enjoying her for a few days, and you're pulling this on me? When he thought of this, Luo Xiu's temper flared up. Your Majesty, when did I ever say that I would lead an army into battle? That's up to you. Lin Tianbad smiled as he succeeded in his treacherous plan. Originally, he hadn't wanted to do this. After all, his oldest brother had asked him to help take care of the boy before he left. Moreover, it was often rumored in the world that this kid was a foppish waste, but he just didn't believe it. His own outstandingly talented sworn brother was so amazing, he would never believe that his son would be any worse. Maybe that's just a disguise for the world. Either way, he had to try. If this kid was really so wasted, he himself would have assigned him a few strong men in the dark to protect him. If this kid is faking it, it might be a sword to lift this crisis. On any level, the kid was worth his worthwhile gamble. Originally, I was thinking that you would not come to the morning court today, and I wanted to discuss with many ministers to draw up an imperial edict for you to lead the troops to the battlefield, and it turns out you came on your own, so that's even better. At this moment, Luo Xiu's face darkened horribly. This old thing on the surface and his own old man called brother and brother, but the result of the old man as soon as he left so pit himself, this ing then the brother. So true. Lin Tianbad looked at Luo Xiu's deep face and smiled awkwardly. You brat, as to be so angry? The next moment, Luo Xiu directly stopped pretending. You're such a good uncle, counting the entire world not to mention your nephews you. Luo Xiu gritted his teeth. No wonder this old thing suddenly appeared and captured this throne by strong means. It has to be said that it is wise enough to crown the world. I should have thought of that when I came in this morning myself. So damn careless. Ha ha ha. Fallacious. Lin Tianbad revealed a rare sly smile. Crowd. Seeing a group of ministers' mouth corners straight twitch. Even if they were given another 10 lifetimes they would not have the flowers that this old emperor played. Ratio. Luo Xiu knew that he couldn't play with these power holders any longer. So he simply showed his cards directly and said, cut the crap. Just tell me what you want me to do. I'm counting myself out today. Well, with gusto. Don't you have a beef with that Jinbei king? That's just right. I'll grant you 1 million troops and let you go to the north to suppress him. What do you think? Lin Tianbad first appreciated it before he sat upright. Then he resumed that aura of a superior person and said seriously, Luo Xiu was a bit shocked when he heard that he was allowed to command 1 million troops, but once he thought that king of Jinbei still had these 3 million troops at his disposal, he instantly felt that these 1 million troops didn't smell good. $1 million against $3 million. Won't that get you killed? Do you think that's reasonable? You're asking me to take 1 million troops to fight against someone else's 3 million troops. Besides, that old thing has countless fierce generals in his hands, and even more powerful cultivators, so you can just cut off this head of mine. Luo Xiu said breathlessly. AI, nephew, joking. You also know that the country is now in danger. This 1 million troops is already the limit of what I can give you. But what? In addition to these millions of troops, I can also give you 10 top-notch powerhouses to protect you. What do you think? Lin Tianbad said meaningfully. The so-called top powerhouses were each at least at the Huangxian realm, and one person could suppress an army of 100,000. Together with the strong men in Luo Xiu's hands, it was actually enough to cope with being the Jinbei king. After all, the Shura royal mansion's heritage wasn't bad, and even when Luo Fun Tian was around, it was a few points stronger than the Jinbei royal mansion. Hearing this, Luo Xiu hesitated slightly, and it was during this moment of hesitation that a voice came from the system. Say yes to him. This is a good opportunity to raise our strength, the qi and blood of millions of people, as well as the essence blood of many powerful people, is enough for us to have a huge harvest. That being said, doing it is not so much. War is no joke. Luo Xiuxing exhaled and answered the system. Don't worry. I have a way for you to overcome. The system assured. Hearing the system's assurance, the corners of Luo Xiu's mouth rose. That's what he wanted from the system. Waiting for that. System. Unity also seemed to feel like she was being punked, and in the sense that she had driven herself into the trap, on her own accord. Okay, remember what you said. Luo Xiu directly agreed. Good. It won't be Brother Luo's seed. When you return in triumph, I can let you enter the royal treasure house at will to pick 5 things at random. Lin Tianbad patted the case and testified. You'd better keep your word. Then I'll go down first and not get involved in the talk of you old foxes, lest I get pitched into it again. After Luo Xiu finished speaking, he turned around and left without looking back. Who cares about etiquette? He's the one who's asking for it now. The ministers looked at each other in disbelief and made way. Just like that, watching Luo Xiu arrogantly leave. Oh, right. Isn't there still a month to go? I won't go to court this month. I'm tired. As he descended the steps, Luo Xiu turned back and said, Crowd. The crowd is calling for 6. They had never seen such an arrogant prince before, and it felt as if they would have to look at him under the rocks today. And His Majesty in the dragon chair doesn't even fart. Arrogant. Just too arrogant. The crowd had wanted to fight for Lin Tianbad. Results. Alright, the people have gone far away and you're still looking. After Luo Xiu left, Lin Tianbad's face suddenly sank. It's your turn next. It's also time to clean up this courtroom. Crowd. 666. The face brushed all white. Chapter 44 Organize the Heavenly K. When Luo Xiu returned home again, he had just stepped into the royal compound and was greeted by 15 members of the Heavenly K kneeling in unison. What are you guys doing? Luo Xiu looked at them suspiciously. Now that the Jinbei king had fled the imperial capital, it was normal for them to come back. It was just that kneeling without moving made Luo Xiu a little uncomfortable. Young lord. The 4 people who had given them Xianling Dan in seclusion a few days ago also came out of seclusion, and one of them came forward and said, they failed to complete the plan perfectly. Please chastise young lord. Please punish young lord. Hearing the boss say that, they said in the same unison. Luo Xiu thought something big had happened again, but it turned out to be because of this? Alright, I thought it was a big deal. People ran away. It's not your fault. Luo Xiu waved his hand, signaling them to get up. The crowd then stood up. Luo Xiu looked around and probed with the power of his divine soul, and the strength of everyone had more or less increased by a lot. 3 of the 4 people who were previously in seclusion had also broken through to the Zhuanshuan realm, and Luo Xiu was inwardly pleased. Nowadays, he was considered to have a not-so-small force in his hands, with 3 Zhuanshuan realm powerhouses among the 15 top experts, which was enough to shock a party's existence when placed within the Tianqi Empire. It also added a few more points to the fact that he was going out on the road in a month's time. The strong man who hadn't broken through yet, on the other hand, knelt down on both knees in front of Luo Xiu. My subordinate failed to break through in time. I hope that young lord will chastise him. Each of them wore masks on their faces, and they all looked so clear that it was hard for Luo Xiu to recognize them. You're one of the 4 of them? Luo Xiu asked. Yes, young lord. The man didn't dare to look up. You guys are doing well enough. How long will it probably take you to break through? Back to young lord. Give my subordinate 3 more days and I will definitely break through. Nong assured. Very well, feel free to mention whatever resources you need, As long as there is something in the royal palace, I will do my best to give it to you. Thank you, young lord. The crowd threw grateful glances. I have a task for you next. So listen carefully. Luo Xiu's expression became serious all of a sudden. The crowd also stood up straight and listened respectfully. In a month's time, I will be marching out to the north and will need your assistance. The people under the mask were slightly surprised, but no one raised their voices to ask. After a moment of deliberation, Rashu, looking toward the four, he said, especially the four of you will become a great killer for me. The four instantly stood straight and waited for Luo Xiu's order. As the saying goes, there are no rules. Since we're an organization, we have to have a strict hierarchy, and since the four of you are the strongest, I'll appoint you as the four great protectors. Here are the 4 tokens. With that, Luo Xiu took out the 4 guardian tokens he had prepared earlier from his ring. They are the left guardian, the right guardian, the upper guardian, and the lower guardian. The tokens were distributed to the 4 in turn, and as the crowd cast astonished gazes, Luo Xiu explained, the rest of you see these 4 tokens as if you were seeing me. No disobedience. I honor the young lord's imperial order. The crowd clasped their fists and saluted. Great. Nowadays, our personnel are scarce, so if you have any recommendations, you can recruit them into it. My only requirement is absolute loyalty, and as for rewards, they will be distributed according to labor. Now there are 15 of you in total and 4 guardians. The 3 of you have already broken through to the Zuanshuan realm and can lead 3 members as your own teammates. As for you, you haven't broken through yet, so lead 2 teammates first. And in the future, when you find members you'll merge them together under your banner. Can you hear me clearly? Luo Xiu scanned the circle and said cheerfully. Heard that. The crowd responded in unison. Now then, let's talk about this distribution by labor. In this month, I will draw up a task level, and when it's completed, it will be sent to your 4 protectors' hands in the protector token. All you have to do is follow the tasks above to completion. You only need to follow the tasks above to send to your respective members to complete. There are those who spy on intelligence. There are those who assassinate. And by completing the corresponding tasks, you can obtain the corresponding points above. And as for what these points can be used to do, at that time, I will take out treasures for you to exchange. As long as you have enough points, anything can be exchanged. Did you hear everything? Understood. That's good. Now, I'm going to issue a mission to you 4 protectors to lead your team members to the northern domain and find out the details of the Jinbei King for me. Luo Xiu commanded. Lower protector, it will still take some time for you to make a breakthrough, so you'll set off a little later and wait for the breakthrough, while the remaining 3 protectors will take your members and head off immediately. Yes, Luo Xiu nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand, and the 12 people disappeared in place in general, leaving the Shura Northern King's mansion. As for the rest of the lower protectors group, they were guarding the area around the king's mansion, waiting until their captain had made a breakthrough before they went forward together to the northern domain to complete their mission. After getting this done, Luo Xiu let out a sigh of relief. It was hard to hide the excitement in his heart. It's great to have people doing things for you. No wonder the big bosses of those companies in the past life were so relaxed and happy. He had experienced what it was like to be a big boss today. When he walked into the main hall, the old butler was drinking tea there, and when he saw Luo Xiu's arrival, he quickly stood up. Your Majesty, the old butler said excitedly. Afterward, the 2 of them sat down with each other, and Luo Xiu told the old housekeeper about what happened today above the courtroom. The look was somewhat helpless. The emperor actually gave you such an important northern expedition mission. That's enough to show that he holds you in high regard, the old butler said thoughtfully. A person in power wouldn't easily hand over the power of the military unless he or she was trustworthy. And now that the lord of the Celestial Revelation Empire had handed over such an important task to his own master, it would be enough to show that the emperor held his own master in high regard. The old butler's pale face was also happy for Luo Xiu and smiled in relief. When Luo Xiu heard the old butler's explanation, he was unimpressed. Elder Lu, I don't have such great ambitions. I just want to quietly guard this family. Luo Xiu sighed. Your Highness, the country is 10 million families. If the country is gone, how can there be a family? The old butler said in a serious tone. Hearing the familiar words, Luo Xiu's teacup, which he had raised halfway, froze slightly. Lu Lao, this awareness is quite high. If it is placed on the earth, absolutely can be a high official, and still particularly clean kind. However, Luo Xiu just shook his head and put the teacup down once again. Your old man's awareness is quite high. Only, this war is not as easy as we think. Although he had never fought in a war, war was ultimately brutal and did not allow for sloppiness. Oh, the prince should not have too much pressure. Just go with the flow and do your best. Come on, I'll drink to you. The old butler could also see the helplessness in his heart and lost a laugh. slowly raising the teacup in his hand and drinking it with Luo Xiu. Afterwards, the two of them nagged and chatted about the future development of the royal family. It was only at noon that Mu Qingxi appeared in front of the two of them, followed by her personal maid Yun Xiang. When Mu Qingxue saw the two people who were climbing up, she first bowed towards Lu Lao and said hello. Greetings, Elder Lu. Lu Lao hurriedly got up, and then, on the pretext of dealing with affairs, left, leaving the two of them alone. One Fei is here, then I won't bother you too. It just so happens that there are still some affairs in the mansion that have not yet been dealt with, so I'm going to take care of them. Be my guest. After the old butler left, Mu Qingxi slowly came to sit beside Luo Xiu with a graceful step. Daughter-in-law, come and sit. Luo Xiu smiled. How long has it been back? Mu Qingxue slowly poured Luo Xiu a cup of tea and inquired. Not for long. What did the emperor say? Mu Qingxue hadn't noticed that Luo Xiu seemed to have lost his previous idle mood, and his debauched nature seemed to have tightened up quite a bit. Something seemed to be on his mind, so he asked. Ugh, don't mention it. Luo Xiu drank the tea that his daughter-in-law poured for him in a single gulp, and his face was filled with displeasure. Chapter 45, the first great sect of the Jianghu, the Dragon and Tiger sect. That old man is just too much. He asked me to lead the troops to attack the Jinbei king. What do you think about this? Luo Xiu almost roared out in anger. Mu Qingxue was equally shocked when she heard Luo Xiu's words. Could it be that the emperor? He doesn't know that you don't have cultivation? Mu Qingxue asked incredulously. Do you think it's possible? This old man is obviously doing this on purpose. He wants to test the depths of our Shura king's mansion. What a scheming old fox. The corner of Luo Xiu's mouth smiled coldly. Mu Qingxue looked at his grumpy mood. Her hands clasped his big hands and rubbed them to show comfort. Don't be too agitated. With father's relationship with the emperor, he shouldn't be so bad as to let you go to your death. Maybe it's for the sake of cultivating you? She didn't believe that the Grand Master of the Tianqi Empire would do such a ridiculous thing, and since this matter had been left to her own husband, there must be a reason for him to do it. After all, his own husband is his own nephew. Tiger poison is still not eating his son. Moreover, now that every prince wanted to usurp this throne, the only one the emperor could trust was Luo Xiu of the Xiu Luo royal family. It was normal for this to be handed over to the Shura royal family, and because of Luo Xiu's father's relationship, those generals would more or less sell him some face, and when it really came to the battlefield, it wouldn't be so bad as to actually take his life. However, this matter is always risky, and Mu Qingxue was very worried in her heart. Forget it, this matter is already a done deal, and that old fox also promised to give me 10 top-tier powerhouses. Let's take a step and see what happens. Luo Xiu sighed. His deep bloodshot eyes flashed with a hint of golden light. This trip out on his own may have exposed his underbelly. In fact, he was not worried about the strength of the Jinbei king. What really worried him was whether the group of old foxes above the Imperial court would make an issue out of this after he exposed his strength. Although he believed that Lin Tianbad wouldn't do anything to him, that group of national elders was not a good thing. With his parents and brother gone, it was hard to fight against them with the only manpower and strength he had left. Even if you are alone, but now you still have to guard a large family. That group of old things already have a problem with their own royal family. When the time comes to secretly set up a trap, it will be difficult to do. That's what he really has to think about. Then do you need me to accompany you? Mu Qingxue said with worried eyes. Although there were strong people guarding him, he, as his fiancé, would always be worried. Fear not. Fear not. What are you thinking about? Silly girl. This war is no joke. And with today's situation, the family still needs you to take care of it. Leave the outside to me, and you keep our home well at home. Luo Xiu held her jade hand and laughed. You've only been back for a short while, and you're going out. Again. Mu Qingxue didn't refute Luo Xiu's words, and gently leaned her head on his shoulder, saying in a soft tone, Alas, I also want to be by your side all the time to guard you, but this heavenly enlightenment empire is ultimately our country, and it always needs to be guarded. Don't worry, I'll come back to you in peace. Seeing that his daughter-in-law was depressed, Luo Xiu scraped the bridge of her nose and kissed her on the forehead. Afterwards, the two of them leaned tightly together, quietly admiring the scenery in the courtyard. No longer speaking, for the next few days, Luo Xiu didn't prepare anything and quietly stayed at home with his daughter-in-law. Until the 5th day, the situation within the imperial capital was getting more and more tense. Countless scattered strong cultivators and Jianghu people were pouring into the city. Even Lin Tian had a headache. It's not like the strong men sent out could forcefully capture them. After all, it's not like they've broken the law. Forced capture would only lead to more trouble. The courtroom. Lin Tianbad rubbed his temples to relieve the pressure of the current situation, but when he raised his eyes and saw the group of drunkards under the courtroom, the whole person was bad again. These strategists and civil servants usually only talk a lot. Once in a real crisis, let them come up with a plan. They will only be there to stammer. Even a fart cannot be put out. Chancellor Xia Yuan was equally worried. He was well aware of these Jianghu people's one faction is, once the empire had truly caused unrest, these people would only be dishonest. Within a moment, the entire courtroom fell into silence again. Your Majesty, I have a plan. Right at this moment, the Minister of War slowly walked up and saluted. Lin Tianhao raised his eyes to him. I Guo, please speak. Guo Tianming nodded his head and spelled out his plan. Since they are Jianghu people, then we can let those Jianghu people manage them as well. Guo Tianming's words were somewhat meaningful, and the crowd froze without understanding the meaning. Xia Yuan, who was on the side, was brightening up and felt in his heart that this plan was feasible. I Guo continues. Lin Tianbad also slightly raised his interest and boarded up his body. Don't these Jianghu people love to talk about those wild ways of the Jianghu? Guo Tianming smiled. Nowadays, the number one sect in our Tianqi Empire is the Dragon Tiger sect, and the fourth prince is the future successor of the Dragon Tiger sect. Why not let him enter the court to organize the big picture and deter these Jianghu people? With the deterrence of the Dragon Tiger sect, the problems of these Jianghu people can naturally be solved. When the ministers heard this, they looked around and nodded their heads to indicate feasibility. However, Lin Tianbad on top of the dragon chair frowned, not because this plan was not feasible. Rather, he had some conflicts with his own family's oldest 4 years ago, and even that kid had already torn himself apart long ago. Now that he's been asked to come back, does he really want to? Xia Yuan could see Lin Tianbad's difficulty, so he slightly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I think Lord Guo's plan is feasible, and I am willing to travel to the Dragon Tiger sect and invite back the fourth prince. Hearing Xia Yuan's words, Lin Tianbad's face then revealed a trace of a smile. Can the Chancellor be serious about this? Naturally, I'm willing to make a military order. If I can't invite the fourth prince back, I'm willing to resign this Chancellor's position. Fine, but Chancellor doesn't have to be like this. If that kid refuses to come with you, you shouldn't force him. I still need you. Hearing Xia Yuan give himself a military order, Lin Tianbad was so scared that he waved his hands. He didn't want to lose Xia Yuan, the temper of his own oldest four. He knows best. If he is not willing to come back, 10 oxen cannot pull back. Cannot because of this matter to lose his right-hand man. Good. If I can't invite back the fourth prince, I will remove myself from the position of Chancellor and be willing to be an ordinary strategist by His Majesty's side. Looking at Xia Yuan's determined look, many ministers showed surprise. This Prime Minister's position is a meat and potatoes. Xia Yuan just so easily under the bet? And that's without anyone forcing it. How stupid this seemed to them. This Xia Yuan was not overconfident, I'm afraid. Who knows about the fourth prince and His Majesty? I'm afraid only the Empress Dowager can persuade the fourth prince. What a big mouth. The gods looked at Xia Yuan and shook their heads regretfully, with a hint of ridicule in their gazes. Why are you like this? Lin Tianbad was equally very helpless. I still hope that your Majesty will fulfill me. Xia Yuan knelt. Okay, I promise you. Thank you, your Majesty. Only then did Xia Yuan back off and return to his position. And Gui Tianming continued. Your Majesty, with the prestige of the Dragon and Tiger sect, it is enough to deter these tiny people on the Jianghu people, but what to do about the monks? In the past few days, not only have there been more Jianghu people in the city, but there have also been many more big foreign casual cultivators. I don't know why its purpose is. Now, the people in the city are on edge. The consequences are unimaginable at this rate. Guo Tianming was also very helpless in his heart. At the mention of this issue, both Lin Tianbad in the dragon chair and the many ministers frowned again. The so-called Jianghu people were people who were unable to cultivate because their meridians were damaged. Usually some body refiners. Of course, among them, there was no lack of strong people who had refined their bodies to the point of great accomplishment, and could likewise overturn mountains and seas. However, although there are many body refiners, but also because of the limitations of the human body, few people become the strongest, can become the top body refining powerhouse, are undoubtedly one in a million existence. It was such a group of people who were not willing to be ordinary, but chose the path of body refining that formed the Jianghu in the mortal world. At the moment, it is a headache for this dynasty full of civil and military officials. However, although there were many of them, they were not without a way to cope. But those powerful cultivators can be difficult. Those are the ones who are in real trouble. Lin Tianbad also had a big headache about this. Do the secretaries have a plan? The people looked at each other and looked at each other with a hard look on their faces. Lin Tianbad saw the situation. These wastes were afraid that he couldn't count on them. Pass the prince. Declare the crown prince to enter the hall. Shen. Chapter 46, Prince Lin Ziyu's Underpinnings. Layer upon layer of eunuchs' voices spread throughout the palace, and a few moments later, Lin Ziyu arrived at the Golden Palace. "Father, you're looking for me?" Lin Ziyu said with a respectful salute. Low head between scanning the surrounding a group of ministers, all a look of heavy heart. Obviously, the father emperor called himself today. Certainly not as simple as the surface. Ziyu, get up first. Lin Tian Bad looked at him, and his face eased up a bit. "Thank you, father." Ziyu, what do you think about the situation of this Tianxi of ours today? Lin Tian Bad asked somewhat carelessly. However, when he heard his words, Lin Ziyu was too frightened to speak. "Father's son wouldn't dare to presume on the matter of the country's fortune." "Father, is this a test?" Usually such fathers are still in power and basically don't let their children interfere in dynastic affairs unless it comes to the point of no return. But the part that can be involved is also limited. After all, this kind of royal power is the most sensitive. Who can guarantee that this affection is unreliable? Will it usurp their own position? The prince plotted to usurp the throne, something that happened again at a moment's notice across the continent. So when he heard Lin Tian Bad ask this, Lin Ziyu subconsciously paled. Although he had analyzed the situation of the country, it was secretly preparing himself to inherit the throne in the future. But now, the father has not yet seen the old. He has never dared in front of its nonsense assertion of the situation of the country. Could it be that my father was suspecting that he was trying to usurp the throne? If this is really the case, let him find out that he has often observed the situation of the world. Then, he is like to lose the position of the crown prince, and heavy to die. Thinking of this, Lin Ziyu's face instantly turned white, as if he was facing an enemy. Not daring to raise his head, Lin Tian Bad's deep eyes looked at him. "There is no need to be alarmed. I am not blaming you. If I tell you to say it, you will say it. If you want to wear this crown, you must be able to bear its weight, as you are the crown prince of my Tianqi empire, the crown prince of the country. Nowadays, the entire empire is in tatters, the feudal lords are divided, and I am simply too busy to do it alone. So do you understand what I mean?" Lin Tian Bad said meaningfully. He wasn't trying to test Lin Ziyu. In his opinion, although Lin Ziyu was ambitious, he also knew the way of filial piety, and it would be a good thing to cultivate it early. What's more, the situation is not optimistic nowadays. He would like to see what this crown prince has to say. Will it be able to support the weight of the entire empire in the future? Still timid, Lin Ziyu looked to the side at his own uncle who was the minister of the household. Tang Guoming met the crown prince's gaze and subconsciously nodded toward him. Getting a hint from his uncle, Lin Ziyu was relieved. With that, the heavy countenance then eased. "My son thanks father for his cultivation." "All right, speak your mind." Lin Tian Bad waved his hand impatiently. "My son thought." Lin Ziyu put down his guard and talked eloquently about the situation that the strategist beside him had analyzed for himself, which was appreciated by many ministers. Lin Tian Bad's gaze also slowly took on a hint of light from the grayness it had started with, obviously also agreeing with Lin Ziyu's analysis. Great. However, these pieces of words alone are not enough to keep the whole country running. You still have to implement them. Now father has a matter to hand over to you. Are you willing? With appreciation, Lin Tian Bad then brought up his own matter. He knew better than anyone what his own son had done over the years. The prince's side but pulled together a lot of literati schemers, secretly recruited a lot of cultivators strong, and even those refining rivers and lakes also have a lot of relationship network. It also makes the most sense to leave this matter in his hands. Crown Prince Lin Ziyu showed a look of surprise. His own father could let him participate in the imperial government. This is a great recognition of him. There is no reason not to agree, so he replied decisively. "My son is naturally willing." "Very well. The task I have given you is to use all your connections to supervise and control these foreign imperial city cultivators and find out the purpose of their visit. Are there any doubts?" Hearing this mission, Lin Ziyu showed a shocked look on his face. He understood the enormity of this mission. It wasn't that easy to follow and observe these robber cultivators. The manpower and resources to be spent on it are even more expensive. But in order to gain his father's appreciation, he still gritted his teeth and agreed. "My son promises my father. I really didn't misjudge you. I authorize you to seek out the Council of State Elders for help in any trouble you encounter during this period." Lin Tian Bad promised. Although these state elders were not very supportive of him, for the sake of the future of the entire Apocalypse Empire, they certainly wouldn't refuse either. Moreover, many of them were still supporting Lin Ziyu, and would definitely not just stand by and watch. I have to say, these imperial power holders really do things in a tricky way. "Many thanks, father." Lin Ziyu cast a grateful gaze. Each of those national elders of the National Elders Council was the backbone of the country, and with their assistance, he was confident that he would be able to get these things done. One more thing. Walk around with your cousin more often when you have time. Being able to get his trust and help will make your future path much better. Lin Tianbad's words had a hidden meaning. The ministers were all shocked. The emperor's words, they could naturally hear a few rhymes in them. This was completely about supporting the crown prince to be promoted as the crown prince. What was even more shocking to them was that His Majesty actually valued the Xiao Luo king so much. Who does not know that even though King Xiao Luo has inherited the throne, he only has a name but not a reality. Yet it was under these circumstances that His Majesty actually argued with the public and gave him the heavy responsibility of the northern expedition against the king of Jinbei. Could it be that His Majesty is trying to cultivate the next burial king? At the thought of this, many people's hearts could not be calmed for a long time. The name of the buried heavenly king was a taboo existence in the entire court before this. The burial heavenly king had never once been to court or intervened in the courtroom. Yet he was able to stop the invasion of foreign races with his own power. It was evident that it was so powerful that even the National Council of Elders, united, had not been its opponent. The crowd couldn't understand what this king of a different name wanted, neither for real power nor for the so-called glory. Even the emperor himself prepared a rich fortune for him, and he still refused. However, every time it came to a national crisis, the buried heavenly king was still able to deal with it in a calm and collected manner. Now, His Majesty is actually trying to retrain a burial king, but is this still young Shura king really worthy? Not to mention his previous unpleasant past, his own cultivation talent was extremely poor, and he couldn't even break through the first realm. Why did His Majesty entrust me with this important task? The crowd did not understand. Lin Ziyu's eyes were wide and unbelievable, and he didn't understand what exactly his father meant by this statement. Previously, he did intend to befriend Luo Xiao, and as a result, the two of them had some unpleasantness at the time. Now, letting yourself walk around with him more? What exactly does this father emperor mean? Although there were many doubts in his mind, he still agreed. My son will remember my father's teachings. Alright, today's morning court will be opened here. If there is something to report, if there is nothing to report, retreat from the court. The prince's residence. Lin Ziyu arrived at his mansion with joyful steps. For the first time in so many years, he was so happy. Ha ha ha. Someone come, pass on loans order to triple the salaries of everyone in the crown prince's residence. Now that one only needs to do this one thing well, the position of the crown prince can be said to be as good as in the bag. Who else can shake it? Thank you, Prince. Numerous scaremongers are also blowing, happy to double their paychecks without doing anything today. Right at this moment, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Tang Guoming, slowly walked in, and when Lin Ziyu saw this, he hurriedly stepped forward. Uncle! Tang Guoming's face frowned slightly, but he still didn't forget his etiquette. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Uncle, there are no outsiders here. Everything is fine with Jane. Your Highness the Crown Prince. I came here today for the Emperor's last words. Tang Guoming directly stated his intention to come. Now that everyone in their era had realized the terror of Luo Burial Heaven, he was afraid that Luo Xiao would become the next Burial Heavenly King, and the Crown Prince's relationship with him was not as good as His Majesty's relationship with his father. When the time comes that a sharp sword polished by his own hands is stuck in his own heart, then he will really die in peace. Does Uncle find anything wrong with it? Lin Ziyu still hadn't discovered the pros and cons, and the excitement on his face hadn't faded for a long time. Alas, you weren't born in that era and don't know the true terror of the Burial Heavenly King. Tang Guoming sighed and shook his head, recalling that unpleasant past. Luo Fun Tian almost came out of nowhere. As long as he wanted the entire Tianqi Empire, it would have long since fallen into his hands. However, at that time, he was the one who returned the throne to Lin Tianbad, silently guarding behind it, not participating in the dynastic politics, not participating in the struggle between the princes and lords, just silently guarding. Although the people had doubts, they did not dare to question too much. Uncle, please sit down. Lin Ziyu instantly became interested when he heard his uncle say this. Yes, the two men sat looking at each other. And please elaborate. Chapter 47. Don't. Stop. Don't. Then I'll talk to you today about what happened back then. Tang Guoming took a sip of tea and moistened his throat. To think that when your grandfather was still alive, your father hadn't come back yet. Later, when your grandfather was critically ill, Luo Fun Tian hurriedly brought back your father, and that the two had come for the throne. At that time, your grandfather had already established Jinbei King Lin Tianyu as the future crown prince. However, with the arrival of your father, this battle for the throne underwent a subtle change. Seeing your father's return, your grandfather is naturally happy and also intends to pass the throne to your father. And that Jinbei King is naturally unwilling to give up this throne that is in his hands, but he is not his own. His name is not right, and he is not justified, but there are still a lot of people who support him, while on the contrary, On your father's side, almost no one is optimistic about him, even though he is the late emperor's own son, because he has no connections. Do you know what happened next? Speaking of which, Tang Guoming left a trace of suspense, his eyes looking towards the sky with some exuberance and some adoration. What happened? Lin Ziyu's appetite was also whetted, and he inquired with a curious expression. Your father had almost no support at the time, and several of the grandmasters in the Council of State Elders were not on your father's side, and there were even a number of statesmen who opposed your father's ascension to the throne. However, at that moment a magnificent figure appeared behind your father, and that was the only later king with a different surname, Luo Fun Tian. Facing the strong pressure of several great nation elders, the burial heavenly king pulled your father behind him. Then a scene happened even after how many years have passed. I still remember what happened that day. Tang Guoming's eyes longed for a gaze of adoration. Uncle, don't whet my appetite. Hurry up and say it. Lin Ziyu's blood boiled as he listened. His father never looked at him to talk about these things. He said, the situation on that day. Luo Fun Tian's eyes were like torches as he stared tightly at the 5 great kingdom elders in front of him. Heavenly bad. I brought you back because I was entrusted by your mother, and am bound to help you ascend to this throne. So, I'm not here to discuss this with you old things. Your support or opposition doesn't mean much to me. When the several big countrymen heard Luo Fun Tian being so arrogant in his own words, their pale faces turned iron blue and they were furious. You know, even the old emperor had to respect and yield to them. When is it the turn of a brat who comes out of nowhere to threaten? Asshole, do you know who you're talking to? The Heavenly Enlightenment Kingdom Elder angrily pointed at him and cursed angrily. A milquetoast brat who still wants to participate in the fight between the Imperial throne. Just by the two of you? This is really ridiculous. Today we give the old emperor face. We won't kill you. Hurry up and get out. Several of the big countrymen chimed in, scoffing at the two milquetoast brats. However, Luo Fun Tian did not speak and turned to look at Lin Tian Bad. Tian Bad, I'll ask you again. Do you want to be the emperor of this Tianqi Empire? Feeling the temperature coming from Luo Fun Tian's big gentle hand, the sense of security rising in Lin Tian Bad's heart, at only 20 years old, he was no longer afraid to nod heavily. Brother Tian, I want to be an emperor. Ha 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 ha, laughed my ass off. A milquetoast brat who still wants to be an emperor. Eat you. Ha ha ha, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Many of the statesmen had a mocking smile on their faces. However, Luo Fun Tian slowly raised his head and looked at them with a grim expression. Is it funny? A wave of awe inexplicably surged out of the many countrymen as they looked at Luo Fun Tian. However, the next moment, the fear in their hearts extended infinitely, burying Skyfield open. As he let out a cold cry, the strong domain instantly unfolded, and an aura of death spread through the domain. The weather darkened all of a sudden, just like the canopy that was about to be buried down, and the entire imperial capital was no exception. One after another, they were suppressed by this aura of domains. And numerous countrymen were directly crushed and unable to raise their heads before they even had the chance to cast their own domains. Even the thought of resisting for a moment could not rise. The cultivation and Xian power in his body was like being swallowed up, and he could not mention any power. Only then did the crowd realize that the youth's strength had long since far surpassed theirs. In their subconscious minds, perhaps this youth only needed a single thought to leave them dead. That day, the entire imperial city was in fear. The sky above was shrouded in darkness. The bloody field appeared an ink-colored unicorn. The sun and the moon were all swallowed by it. None of them escaped. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I definitely wouldn't have believed that this is the strength that a human can display. It's as if this side of the heavens and earth is going to be swallowed up by him. And he, Luo Fun Tian, is like a god. Speaking of that day, Tang Guoming still had palpitations, but more than anything else, he was in awe. Lin Ziyu was equally incredulous. He couldn't help but recall the situation of that day in his mind. Could there really be someone in this world who would be so strong? Well, Your Royal Highness, the reason why I came over to talk to you about this is to remind you that the Shura king must not be crossed, but he must not be too indulgent either. With your father's friendship with his father, he will more or less give you face, but you can't be too defensive. Just because his father Luo Fun Tian isn't interested in the throne doesn't mean that he isn't interested, so you should also leave yourself a trail of backwardness, and strike when it's time to strike at the necessary moment. Hearing Tang Guoming's words, Lin Ziyu thought deeply. Shura King's mansion, garden. Aren't you worried at all? Mu Qingxue looked at Luo Xiu, who had a relaxed face and was playing with Eat, and asked helplessly. Eat immediately left Luo Xiu's embrace when he saw his mother's arrival. Mother, trotting to Mu Qingxue's body, Mu Qingxue slowly squatted down to pick him up, and one pampered and touched his little head. Good boy, said Mu Qingxue with a doting face. Luo Xiu looked at the two mothers and smiled. What's there to worry about? Those who should be sent out have already been sent out. Now we're just waiting for a moment. Besides, if you have that time to worry, you might as well spend more time with you guys here. And I don't know how long it will take to come back from this trip out, Luo Xiao said, slowly coming to his daughter-in-law and taking her into his arms. Mu Qingxue let him hold her in a natural way. The city is not as peaceful as it used to be these days. There are quite a few cultivators stationed in the city, as well as quite a few Jianghu body cultivators. Should we take precautions? All of these people are holding on to the mentality of getting away with it, thinking that this Tianqi Empire is about to be in a big mess, and wanting to get a foot in the door. But a grand empire can't just say it's a big mess. Don't worry, it won't take more than a few days for someone to take care of it. Luo Xiao smiled easily, as if everything was in the palm of his hand. You shouldn't be too pressured. Send more people to observe the situation in the city in these few days. If you find some potential loose cultivators, you can pull them in appropriately. The strength of the royal family also needs to expand. Luo Xiao Dao. Mu Qingxue thought the same way. Having seen the manpower and financial advantages of the Zhangbei royal house, he also wanted to expand the strength of the Shura royal house. Otherwise, if something like this happens again in the future, you're going to have to hold people back. Then I'll send someone to do it. Mu Qingxue broke away from Luo Xiao's embrace. Luo Xiao did pull her back. It's better if you don't personally intervene in this matter. Let Elder Lu go. He's more experienced in this area, and he's the most suitable as his strength is there and he has a good eye for people. Also, the royal family's industry in the city can be expanded a bit, so you'll get started on that aspect. Luo Xiao spoke eloquently and arranged everything in just a few words, and Mu Qingxi looked at him with some shock, some hard to hide the excitement in his heart. This guy is serious. Anything can be solved in front of him. Moreover, things are still so watertight, always putting people at ease without realizing it. You guys are just lazy. Such a big royal residence. If you took care of it like this earlier, why were you pounced to this point? Mu Qingxue's beautiful eyes blanked Luo Xiao. Isn't that with you, daughter-in-law? I still like to be behind your back. 2 sentences later, the guy is being immodest again. Her hands had already reached inside some swamp, and Mu Qingxue only felt her whole body was incomparably hot. The face was red with obsession. Eat. Go back into the ring first. Mom and Dad have to run errands. No matter what. Luo Xiao took Eat back into the spatial ring. Shoo. Forced back into the ring, Eat froze and nibbled on his little pawpaw. Eat, bad man. It's still daytime nah. With a bad smile on his face, Luo Xiao directly hugged his daughter-in-law and headed for the house. Who cares if it's day and night? Just do it. You, bad. A few moments later, a room full of spring color slowly came. Stop. Don't. Stop. Chapter 48 Xuanwu Empire's Visitor. Bribing Luo Xiao? 3 days passed by in a flash, during which the two lived another shameless life at home. Inside the royal residence, the humming never stopped. The underlings are full. The next day, the midday sun poured into the room through the window. While Luo Xiao was still lying on the bed sound asleep, Mu Qingxi had already slowly gotten up and finished dressing, looking back at Luo Xiao on the bed with a pouty face. How tossable. However, doing this the strength does increase very quickly. In just a few days I've already touched the threshold of the Zuanshuan realm. I think it won't take long to make a breakthrough. Mu Qingxue pinched her face and tried her best to adjust the petulance on her face before slowly stepping out of the room. Just as she arrived on the hall, her maid Xiang Yun hurriedly came to her. Miss, there are a few people outside who claim to be the king's friends. Friends? Mu Qingxue frowned. Show me. Yes. Under Xiang Yun's leadership, Mu Qingxue arrived outside the door of the royal residence. At this time, 2 underlings were stopping the 3 people outside the door. Mu Qingxue looked at the way they were dressed. They didn't look like people from the Apocalypse Empire, and instantly her brows tightened. Could her own husband be friends with them? Greetings, Your Highness. The 2 subordinates saw Mu Qingxue and bowed respectfully. Mu Qingxue gently nodded her head in response, while her gaze remained on the 3 people. Beautiful. So beautiful. Just like a fairy. And when the 3 people on the opposite side saw Mu Qingxue's stunningly beautiful face as well as her graceful figure, they stared at her with burning eyes. The greed in his eyes was displayed without any concealment. A trace of anger surfaced on Mu Qingxue's stunningly beautiful face, and her eyes were cold and terrifying. A few of you have something to do? Mu Qingxue inquired, forcing back the nausea within her. She didn't believe that Luo Xiao would have such a friend. Although he was a bit of a lazy asshole on weekdays, he had his own style of dealing with things. He couldn't have anything to do with people like that. What's more, this group of people were clearly not dressed as people from the Apocalypse Empire, and were most likely people from other countries. It looks like it's coming from a bad place. 3 of you, you better keep your eyes clean. Xiang Yin looked at their straight eyes staring at her own young lady, and somewhat angrily reprimanded. These 3 are so hateful. It's like they've never seen a woman before. It's disgusting. Xiangyun looked contemptuous. It was only then that the three reacted, hastily putting away the greed in their eyes and saluting with fake respect. This is Princess Shura, right? It's us who were rude. Mu Qingxue nodded. She could sense that the strength of these three people was not low. Are the three of you looking for our king for something? Mu Qingxue didn't want to talk too much nonsense with them and directly set out to inquire. This, Your Highness, should you let Shura King come out? We have something important to discuss. The three of them stammered. Obviously they wouldn't tell the true purpose of their trip until they saw Luo Xiu. Oh, Mu Qingxue's face became even colder by one point. These people were only here for a bad reason. Woo! Right at this moment, Luo Xiu, unkempt in his clothes, his entire body lazy and occasionally dozing off for a while, slowly came. Which one of you is it? Looking for me? As early as when the three were near the royal residence, he had sensed their aura. He wanted to see what this Xuanwu Empire's people wanted to do. When Mu Qingxue saw Luo Xiu's figure, her formerly wrinkled brows eased a bit. The greedy gaze of a trio just now did sicken her. Ah Xiu, I hate these people. Mu Qingxue slowly came to Luo Xiu's side and whispered with a displeased face. It was obvious that the behavior of these people made her angry. Rashu pinched her facer and pulled it behind him, giving her a soft smile, signaling her to reassure her. Don't worry. Mu Qingxue naturally understood the meaning in Luo Xiu's eyes, and then she stopped paying attention to these three people. Only then did Luo Xiu look at them. What do a few of you want with me? And don't call yourself my friend by any cat or dog. My daughter-in-law is sick of seeing it. I'd be so upset. Luo Xiu's expression was cold, not giving them the slightest bit of face. The three of them were originally a little happy to see Luo Xiu, but it turned out to be a hot face on a cold ass. This was undoubtedly a hard blow to their faces, and the three of them blushed for a while. However, for the sake of the Empire's interests, they still forced themselves to hold back their inner urge to kill. The man in the center looked at Luo Xiu with a smile on his face and complimented. You're King Shura, right? What a young and talented person. Congratulations, King Shura. Congratulations to King Shura. The two men echoed the sentiment. However, Luo Xiu still didn't give them any good looks, rubbing his messy silver filament white hair and said impatiently, if there's something to say, if there's a fart, let it go. If there's nothing to do, then hurry up and get out. The embodiment of a cynical dude, young man. Although the three of them were upset in their hearts, they had also learned about Luo Xiu's past, so inwardly they could only endure the urge to hit someone, and on the surface they still had to accompany a smile. King Xiu Luo, is it possible for you to speak at your residence? You don't understand human language, do you? This big royal residence of mine is not for any cat or dog to enter. If you have something to say, just say it quickly. If I have this free time, I might as well hold my daughter-in-law and chew on her vigorously. How can I have time to take care of you clowns? Upon hearing such humiliating words from Luo Xiu, the faces of the three instantly turned cold, and their entire bodies were even more furious to the point of trembling. They have never been so greatly insulted. Shura King, why are you humiliating people like this? The man in the center was no longer in disguise. His eyes were sharp and his tone was cold. Ha! You can't pretend after a couple of curses? Didn't you say that your Xuanwu Empire is the most tolerant? Looks like you guys haven't done your homework yet. Luo Xiu looked at them with a face of contempt and mockery. You! The two men on the side trembled and stepped forward to make a move against Luo Xiu. Mu Qingxue behind Luo Xiu immediately released her strong aura and suppressed the two. Looking for death. A peak Emperor Xian Realm's aura suppressed the three people, instantly suppressing them without temper, and the man in the middle rushed to stop the two. Stop, King Cultivator, we have come on this trip with no ill intent, but we want to cooperate with you. The man's face turned pale and his tone softened. The two people on the side did not dare to act rashly anymore, although they also had the cultivation of a royal Xian mirror. The aura that Mu Qingxue had just exuded told them that they were definitely not her opponents. What shocked them even more was that there was actually a strong expert hidden within the Shura King's mansion, and the moment they were about to make a move just now, an even stronger aura directly locked onto them. The strength of that person was so strong that he was at least a Zun Xian realm expert. They had reason to believe that this expert could instantly obliterate them as long as the slightest hint of a killing chance appeared in their minds. When Luo Xiu heard that they wanted to cooperate with him, he came to have some interest. Interesting. You guys as the Xuanwu Empire have come to master this Apocalypse Empire to talk about cooperation? The corner of Luo Xiu's mouth rose slightly, his tone still lazy. The man in the center was relieved when he saw Luo Xiu's interest, indicating that they still had room to negotiate. Greetings, King Shura. As you guessed, we are indeed from the Xuanwu Empire. My name is Gu Xian. You've seen the situation of the Apocalypse Empire nowadays. The various feudal kings of the Apocalypse have raised their armies to rebel. and the 4 great empires are even eyeing you. So why don't you look ahead and strive for some more benefits for your royal family? Gu Xian looked at Luo Xiu's face and said. However, Luo Xiu didn't get angry, and came to be even more interested when he heard them say this. Oh, in that case, what favor does your Xuanwu Empire want to give me? Seeing that the fish took the bait, Gu Xian's face flashed with a hint of delight as he continued. I won't hide it from you. Our Xuanwu Empire has already joined forces with the Jinbei King. If you're willing to join forces with us, the Jinbei King promises you that the conflicts between you two can be set aside, and that he'll promise you even more favors when he's seated on the Imperial throne. Likewise, our Xuanwu Empire will also promise you more benefits, pills and techniques, Xianling stone sway you offer. We promise never to bargain. Doesn't that outweigh the benefits you've gained in this chaotic empire of the apocalypse? As Gu Xian spoke, a smile gradually bare on his face. He didn't think that Luo Xiu would be able to refuse such a great favor. After all, people die for money and birds die for food. He didn't believe that Luo Xiu could be unmoved. Chapter 49, Wealthy Xuanwu Empire. Don't want it for nothing. Ha, you guys are using money to bribe a king? How dare you guys think of that? Luo Xiu laughed coldly and looked at them. Instead, there was a hint of an intriguing rhyme on his face. Seeing the situation, people die for money, birds die for food. Why should your highness be so stubborn? Gu Xian, however, was unimpressed. In his opinion, there was nothing that money couldn't change, and if it did, it wasn't given enough. Even the king of Jinbei, who had millions of troops, was not smashed down by them with money as usual. Oh, and they, Xuanwu Empire, had been dormant for hundreds of years, perhaps a little weaker in terms of force, but in terms of financial strength, they were definitely one of the top 5 empires. Money makes the world go round, not to mention people. Besides, in his opinion, the Shura king is just a brat who is not yet dried up. Can he resist this kind of temptation? Tell me instead. Then, what is the king's price worth? Luo Xiu looked at their chesty looks and asked with interest. Oh, after all, is still a show not yet dry brat, so quickly give can not stop the temptation? It'll scare you to death. Gu Xian sneered in his heart. On the bright side, he was piling up smiles and said with a pleasing face, if King Shura is willing to help us, our Xuanwu Empire is willing to take out 100 million Xianling stones to gift to you, and attach 100 Xianling Dan, 10 heavenly ranked techniques and divine abilities, as well as 1 spiritual ranked technique and divine ability, 100 various heavenly ranked heavenly materia medica treasures, as well as 2 spiritual ranked heavenly materia medica treasures. How do you feel about it? After Gu Xian confidently reported these things, all 3 of them had a look of pride on their faces. They didn't think that a small royal family could refuse such a great temptation, not to mention that it was still in the territory of the Apocalypse Empire where the situation was critical. With these things, it's enough to ensure that a family will be worry-free for 100 years. If all these things listed above were used to start a mountain and a sect, they would all be enough to create several second-rate sects. If these things were used to cultivate talents, it would not be a problem at all to cultivate 5 or 6 Zun Xian realm powerhouses. Good man. Met the big money. Luo Xiu was also very shocked, not realizing that this Xuanwu Empire's financial power was so amazing. To take out such a strong fortune to squander just to buy him off as a prince is simply inhuman. He, a prince with no real power, was able to come up with such a strong thing to buy? So how many favors did the king of Jinbei receive from them? Luo Xiu simply couldn't dare to imagine. The same incredible shock appeared on Mu Qingshua's stunning face. She had cleared the family fortune of the Shura king's mansion, and all of these things were enough to cover half of the Shura king's mansion. One can only imagine what a great fortune this is. Indeed enough to make a ghost push the envelope. I'm afraid, no one can resist it, right? What does King Shura think? Gu Xian had a light smile on his face as he looked like he was winning. Luo Xiu put away the shock on his face and looked at them with a slight frown. Your Xuanwu Empire is really wealthy. I'm curious. This Shura king of mine is just a king in name, with neither real power nor military power. What do you guys see in me? Ha ha ha. Shura king is joking. This Shura king's mansion of yours has great potential. If we help the Jinbei kingdom's Tianqi empire's throne in the future, I'm sure he will treat you well. And the above things are only the promises of our Xuanwu Empire. If you really help us, then the rewards of the Jinbei king may be even richer than our Xuanwu Empire. In Gu Xian's opinion, at this moment, Luo Xiu had already taken the bait, and no one could resist such a great temptation. However, Mu Qingxi behind Luo Xiu likewise saw that something was wrong with Luo Xiu. Tightly squeezing her jade hands and looking at Luo Xiu, she also wanted to know how her man should choose. She didn't believe that Rashu would sell out his country to help his enemies. However, Luo Xiu, who was on the side, was tightly frowning with a look of being in deep thought. However, in Luo Xiu's heart he had already sneered. Could King Jinbei spare himself with that devilish look and vindictive mentality? He probably couldn't even trust himself when he let those words out, right? Oh, he'd like to see this old fox. What was he thinking? What is his purpose in pulling me in at such great expense? Rashu was puzzled. Before Luo Xiu could come up with an answer in his mind, Gu Xian was urging, Shura King, how are you thinking? They were also very anxious. Nowadays, the entire Imperial city was dotted with the golden dragon guard's ears and eyes, and now they had stayed for a very long time. If this wasn't the Shura King's mansion, they might have long been discovered. It can't be delayed any longer. Luo Xiu looked at the three people's anxious appearance and smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth. Oh, no matter what his calculations were, since the meat that was delivered to his mouth, how could he just let it go? Don't want it for nothing. Pid the he. This king can promise you. 3 days later, bring what you promised me to my mansion, and tell me the purpose of your search for this king. If you can't do it, otherwise everything is exempted. Luo Xiu looked at them and faintly said, this. Hearing Luo Xiu's conditions, they obviously hesitated. However, the golden dragon guards didn't give them any time to think about it at all, and were already quickly searching this way, and several of them were already slowly approaching towards the side of the Shura King's mansion. It was the golden dragon guard who was staring at the three of them. The three knew they were in a bad situation. It can't be delayed any longer. Big brother, the golden dragon guards are almost here. The two men on the side looked anxiously at Gu Xian, their faces somber. Damn. Gu Xian clenched his teeth and quickly calculated in his mind. The first condition that Luo Xiu raised, they could agree to, but if they made their purpose known so early, accidents would inevitably happen. This was something they couldn't guarantee, and they didn't know if Luo Xiu was really willing to be bribed by them or if he was doing it on purpose. But if they didn't agree, they would really be a complete failure. The consequences of failure are too much for them to bear. Within a moment, Gu Xian's entire mood was in disarray. Surely there is something fishy. Ha, then I must not play dead you are. Luo Xiu looked at him and sneered in his heart. Why are you so entangled? Hasn't this king given you 3 days to think about it? If you don't leave, you won't be able to leave in a while. Luo Xiu looked at the trio and smiled playfully. Only then did Gu Xian react, and after taking a deep look at Luo Xiu, he hurriedly bid farewell. Then thank you, Your Highness, allow us to think about it, and give you an answer in 3 days. After saying that, the silhouettes of the three of them directly and quickly left. At that exact moment, 5 golden dragon guards happened to arrive. Greetings, King Shura. The 5 people bowed respectfully. Get up, Luo Xiu said indifferently. With that, he was about to turn around and enter the royal residence. However, the golden dragon guards behind him hurriedly called out to him. Your Highness. Rasher turned to look at them suspiciously. Something wrong? Those 3 people just now were spies from an enemy country. If they said anything to Your Highness, please tell us truthfully, Long Yi said with a grave face. Luo Xiu frowned slightly and looked at them with a displeased expression. Are you guys doubting this king? I wouldn't dare. It's just that the Crown Prince has ordered that anyone who has come into contact with a suspicious person must be cross-examined. Please don't make things difficult for us. Your Highness. Long Yi's face was covered in sweaty atmosphere. Not daring to breathe, they understood the terror of the Shura Royal Mansion's predecessor, the Burial Heaven Royal Mansion, and that it was definitely not something they could easily mess with. But the king's orders were not to be disobeyed, and they had no choice but to ask weakly through gritted teeth. What do I say that I need to explain to you? If your crown prince isn't satisfied, you can let him come to me himself. Luo Xiu's eyes were filled with displeasure and his tone was cold. This, Long Yi still had a difficult face. Still not rolling? Luo Xiu drank coldly. Yes, withdraw. The 5 were filled with resentment, but they could do nothing about it and left. Swish. Although they, the Golden Dragon Guards, belonged to the Crown Prince's subordinates, the Crown Prince's prestige was indeed no match for the Shura Royal House. What's more, the Crown Prince had already informed them earlier that they should never mess with the Shura Royal House. LOL. It's better to inform the Crown Prince about this matter first and see what he does with it. Only when Luo Xiu saw that they were already far away did he slowly turn around and close the gate of the royal residence. Just as he turned around, Mu Qingxi looked at him with a sad face. Luo Xiu was helpless. He naturally understood what this girl had in mind. Go back to the house. Well, Chapter 50, Su. You're so bad. The two walked into the main hall one after the other, and Mu Qingxi waved her hand, signaling Xiang Yun to go down. Xiang Yun nodded and retreated in a knowledgeable manner. Watching Xiang Yun go far away, Mu Qingxi's eyes looked at Luo Xiu with some puzzlement. You're not really going to agree to them, are you? Mu Qingxue looked at Luo Xiu with complicated eyes. Looking at his own daughter-in-law's skeptical face was adorable. Luo Xiu shook his head somewhat helplessly. Daughter-in-law, even you don't believe me? It's not a matter of whether to believe or not. If you talk to them so blatantly, what do you let those people in the court think? Mu Qingxue said helplessly. Those old guys criticize article after article. It's annoying as hell. Ha ha ha. They can think whatever they want, and if they don't think nonsense, how can others believe us and obediently send their money over? Luo Xiu laughed savagely without caring. Want to take me to court? When the time comes, put them on the little blacklist and come back to plagiarize their whole family. Luo Xiu couldn't wait for these old things to take a stand against him. I've long been unhappy with them, and they used to make an issue of themselves, so I'll come back and settle the score with them when I'm done with this order. And, if those ministers in the court did not become suspicious of themselves, then these two big fish might not be caught. Both parties must be given this illusion for their own plan to succeed. Only when the words of these rumor mongers reach their ears would the Xuanwu Empire and the Jinbei King dispel their doubts about him. What do you mean? Mu Qingxi frowned slightly, her expression somewhat puzzled. The money sent up is not for nothing, not to mention the fact that it comes with so many cultivation resources, enough for our royal family to squander for a long time. And haven't we recently asked Elder Lou to recruit staff? That's a lot of expenses, so let these people advance them for us. Oh, right, this Lu Lao has been gone for so long, why hasn't he come back yet? As soon as he mentioned this, Luo Xiu thought again that Lu Lao had been out for a long time. Just don't worry, with Elder Lu's strength within this city there's not enough to go wrong. Probably still looking for a suitable target. After all, trying to find loyal and competent people is a bit difficult at this juncture. Luo Xiu nodded in agreement. Stop interrupting. Continue with the question from earlier. What exactly do you want to do? Mu Qingxue continued to ask. A hint of anticipation also flashed across her stunning face. It was the first time she had seen Luo Xiu pitting people like this, but since the two sides were enemies, pitting them a little bit more was also a way of weakening their viable forces. Looking at his own daughter-in-law's excited eyes, Luo Xiu couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine behind his back. This daughter-in-law was quite dark-bellied. Just that little thing that guy mentioned today. I don't put it in my eyes yet. It's mainly because I want to slaughter the Jinbei King's old thing. Luo Xiu's face showed a cunning color, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curve over a fox's smile. The same. Mu Qingxue's mouth twitched as she looked at Luo Xiu's treacherous appearance. This guy pits people's ability as a masterpiece. If the first time yourself, forget it, what's the point of thinking about it? It's all in the past. Mu Qingxi secretly thought in her heart, and a trace of an unnatural look flashed across her pretty face. Looking back at Rashu, he thankfully wasn't looking at himself. Only then did Mu Qingxue secretly breathe a sigh of relief. I've heard that this Jinbei King has collected quite a few good things in secret. When the time comes, you can mention them intentionally or unintentionally, and maybe they'll automatically be sent to you. Mu Qingxue gently picked up the teacup on the table, took a small sip and said faintly. Luo Xiu looked at his daughter-in-law with some surprise and praised her in his heart. It's not a family. Jinbei King, that old thing really hid a lot of good things. This time not to empty his old bottom. Vowed not to rest. Daughter-in-law, we really thought of the same thing. I don't know if that old thing is willing to bear the pain, but compared to those things, I think he values this throne more. So our chances of success will be high. Ha ha ha. Rashu smiled. Mu Qingxue blanked him. She always felt like she was now in the company of a wolf. Always in trouble with him. But come to think of it, if not with him, who could it be with? He's his future husband. LOL. But such a poisonous ploy. If they really let them implement it successfully, then the Jinbei King Xuanwu Empire shall not die of anger. With his irascible personality, revenge is unavoidable. And how should it end then? You can think about it. The purpose of doing this shows that it completely tears the face with that Jinbei King. When the time comes, I still don't know how he is going to retaliate against us. Mu Qingxue thought of the key to the problem and said with a somewhat heavy face. However, Luo Xiu only smiled gently. He had already thought through all the questions his own daughter-in-law could think of. When another half a month passes before he sets out to conquer the king of Jinbei, then this guy himself will naturally not let him live. As for that Xuanwu Empire, then it's even better. This kind of tricky thing, directly dumped to those old guys in the dynasty, the struggle between the two empires. They are too lazy to participate. If they want to retaliate, LOL. It's almost like you're rushing to give yourself experience. Don't worry. This Jinbei King is just a puppet in the eyes of the Xuanwu Empire. Do you really think that the Xuanwu Empire really wants to support him? Luo Xiu wiped a cold smile from the corner of his mouth. He was well aware of the Xuanwu Empire's purpose this time. Looking at the Tianqi Empire's internal and external troubles, this fellow also wanted to intervene. Think you can overthrow an imperial dynasty that has been passed down for thousands of years by supporting a puppet prince? That's just delusional. Not to mention the secret underpinnings of the Apocalypse Empire. Even if all the explicit vassal kings rebelled, for the entire Apocalypse Empire, at most, they would only scrape a layer of skin. It's not so bad that it's going to hurt. That's also true. If the Celestial Revelation Empire reverses the situation, He Xuanwu Empire wouldn't dare to do anything to us, and at most, he can only retaliate in secret. Mu Qingxue also nodded in agreement. So what else is there to worry about? Let's just pull the wool over the eyes of these two. And as for the finishing touches, let's leave it to those professionals. Mu Qingxue, Mu Qixue, I've realized that you're becoming more and more like a crooked businessman. Too bad. Who did you learn all this from? Ha ha ha. I'm self-taught. Besides, if a man isn't bad, a woman won't love him, said Luo Xiu confidently. He then looked at Mu Qingxi with a bad smile on his face, and the strange color in his eyes was like he wanted to engulf this playful beauty. Look at what I'm doing. Mu Qixue met Luo Xiu's gaze. Her cheeks whooshed and brushed a pretty red, and she glared at Luo Xiu in shame and anger. This guy is not going to. Again. Charming peach blossom eyes. As if it would plant a charming tree for people generally blinked. Luo Xiu, which could still endure awe. As soon as he did, he took him into his arms and kissed him hard. Woo. After a long time, Mu Qingxi gasped and pushed Luo Xiu away. You bastard. You're quite charming when you're serious, but once you're not, you're annoying. Annoying. Mu Qingxue muttered her small mouth. Luo Xiu looked at a few months ago was a high cold and clear absolute beauty. Now has become his own absolutely beautiful fiancée. And should not be done. Life, what to ask? I can't help but look to the sky with a sigh of relief. This beggar's rebellion is just awesome. You bastard. What are you muttering there? Mu Qixue wiped the residue on her lips and said very breathlessly. This guy was so hateful. He was making her feel bad all over and her saliva was stretched. And, seems to be, well up to, bad guy. P.S. Is there too much padding? Or is the story just not good enough in the first place? And so many brothers are saying there's no cool points? Here's what I'm thinking. So many sheets are explaining the background of the story, the relationships, and the interests, and it's almost time for the exciting part, because it's only after this outing that the main line of the little brother begins. After all, that kind of brainless coolness, really not very believable, and not very good at writing. Just see here, the family forgive. The back will absolutely not live up to your expectations. The two little ones' emotions will also slowly sublimation. Edith's main storyline is coming out as well. Let's all wait and see. Chapter 51, The Return of Elder Lu. The Imperial capital of the Apocalypse Empire. Wanfeng House. Inside a luxurious private room, Gu Xian was reporting the conditions given by Luo Xiu to their master. Come on, sir, let's get on with it. Duke. Behind the hidden gauze curtain, a magnificent figure emerged. Sitting squarely on that bed, two shapely dancers were on top of him, teasing the man with the shapely, teasing techniques they had learned all their lives. Behind the hidden gauze curtain, that magnificent figure was currently wearing a dark and sullen face, and his dark eyes were looking at Gu Xian's trio through the gauze curtain. Asterisk 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 off. The man was a little distracted as he shook off the soft, boneless hands of the two dancers that were placed on his body. The two dancers were startled by the man's move and both went limp on that soft bed. The man showed no mercy as he coldly swept the two of them before looking at the three of them. Gu Xian. Within a moment, the entire room fell into silence as the two dancers gasped in fear. It's generally more tiring than if they were serving men at night. Did that kid really say that? After that moment, the man coldly opened his mouth and asked. The three Gu Xian people were also startled, kneeling there with their backs topped straight. Yes, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Gu Xian didn't dare to hide anything. One by one, Luo Xiu's words were told to the man. The man was affirmed, and his whole face was terribly gloomy. A strange atmosphere filled the room, and no one dared to interrupt. Fear of offending the man on the bed. After a long time, the man raised his head slightly and with a wave of his large hand, the curtain instantly moved to the sides, and his true face was revealed. The man was not considered handsome, with several scars on his face and black and red intertwined totems covering the man's entire neck. The bare chest, every inch of the skin revealed strong muscles, like a practicing family, without a trace of flab on his body, and his chest was similarly scarred across, with a few scars, even more shocking, running directly across his wheat-colored skin. The man slowly got down from the bed and glanced at the three Gu Xian before slowly coming to the tea table. The three men broke out in a cold sweat of fear and trembling. They reversed their direction and continued to kneel towards the man. Gar. The man poured himself a cup of fragrant tea and slowly sat down after drinking it. Get up. Yes. Only after hearing the man's order did the three Gu Xian stand up. In your opinion, could this brat be deceitful? Looking at the trembling Gu Xian trio, the man asked faintly in a hoarse voice. Those brownish-gray eyes were instead staring at them intently, as if they were interrogating them. Your Highness the Crown Prince, my subordinate does not dare to speculate. Indiscriminately, Gu Xian bowed heavily with his hands clasping his fists. This was a life-sending question that could send them into the abyss of 10,000 fathoms whether they answered it well or poorly. The best way to keep a secret is to not answer and pretend you don't know. Is it true that you don't know? Or don't want to answer? Subordinate. I don't know. Humph. Rubbish thing. The man's face was horribly grim. However, a few moments later, the man's mouth lifted slightly, revealing an intriguing smile. However, this one smile was so terrifying in Gu Xian's and their eyes. Ha! Oh Shura King! Shura King! You really are getting more and more impenetrable to me. You say you're a waste of a prince. In the face of such a great temptation, you actually have to consider it? Oh, this is getting really interesting. The man held the teacup on the table in front of his own eyes and muttered to himself. In that case, let's meet with him in 3 days. Bam! After a few moments of thought, the man slammed his teacup heavily on the table, a heavy gloom wiping across his face. Gu Xian and the others all broke out in a cold sweat. Shura King's mansion. Elder Lu walked inside the royal residence with 5 strong men, and the aura emanating from the 5 men had undoubtedly reached the Emperor Xian realm. Your old man is back. Seeing Elder Lu return, Luo Xiu stopped feeding on Eat and greeted. Eat, on the other hand, snatched the half-deer leg in Luo Xiu's hand, and then disappeared into thin air, disappearing into Luo Xiu's ring. However, the terrifying aura was captured by the 5 people behind Elder Lu when they saw it, and they were all startled. Having cultivated to their realm, they had more or less seen the world. Some adults like to raise some exotic beasts as pets, and the wisp of breath from Edie just now, they definitely didn't dare to know wrongly. It was definitely a divine pet. This king is really big. The 3 of them couldn't help but give the Shura King's mansion a high look. Luo Xiu noticed their shocked gazes and didn't say anything more. Master Wang, Lu Lao, however, had a bland face and greeted with a smile. You also hurry up and pay your respects to the king. Then he greeted the stunned 5 people around him and faintly said. The 5 of them came back to their senses, and they also had the sense to kneel down on one knee, shouting in unison at Luo Xiu. My subordinates refer to your majesty. Get up. No need to be polite. Luo Xiu looked at them and nodded, sweeping them with his divine sense. Their strength was good. Thank you, your majesty. Then he looked at Elder Lu and smiled appreciatively. It's still your old man's eyesight that's sharp. These people are all rare talents. Lu Lao was a bit surprised that Luo Xiu still had this ability to recognize pearls with his discerning eye. The mind wondered. You also see how extraordinary they are? Luo Xiu was flabbergasted, then quickly responded. Ha ha ha. I believe in your old man's gaze, and naturally his choice of people won't be bad. Elder Lu looked at Luo Xiu's sincere eyes with some disappointment and sighed helplessly in his heart. However, he always felt that Luo Xiu was hiding something. As long as the king is satisfied. Elder Lu also lost his voice and laughed. Satisfaction. The strength of their own people are all good, and they are not too old. The space available for development in the future is also very broad. What's more important is that they are not dependent on any clans. They are all some loose cultivators, Elder Lu explained, then pointed at them one by one and introduced them. Wang Tai, Wang Shi. The 2 are twin brothers, both 30 years old, and their cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the Huangxian realm. The 2 brothers, Wang Tai and Wang Shi, smiled nervously, looking very honest. Elder Lu pointed to a man on the side again and said, this brother is something special. His name is Tianlong. He was once a core disciple of the Heavenly Spirit sect, but later on, he was expelled from the sect because of breaking some sect rules, and now at the age of only 29, he has already reached the 2 heavens of the Emperor Xian realm. Tianlong's face is more handsome, just a hint of sadness hidden in his eyes, which is difficult to be detected by ordinary people. He cupped his fists and saluted towards Luo Xiu, and the moment he bowed his head, Luo Xiu caught the hint of sadness in the bottom of his eyes, but he didn't point it out, just nodded lightly. The remaining 2 are both women, Lu Lao introduced. These 2 are both from the same clan, once core disciples of the Misty Mist sect. This one on the left is named Mu Yun, and the one on the right is named Yu Ya. Both of them are only 28 years old, and they have already attained the strength of the 1st level of the Emperor Xian realm. The 2 women also nodded and bowed, polite and unassuming. The 2 long and pretty, although not as stunning as Mu Qingxue. This is also a rare beauty. Rasho responded with a similar nod. What do you think, your majesty? Strength and talent are both good. If they are cultivated, they are indeed rare talents. And since your old man found them, I definitely trust them. Luo Xiu laughed. He naturally trusted the people the old housekeeper had found, and besides, with the strength of a few of them, they could not pose a shadow threat to them. Although Luo Xiu said so, Butler Lou was still very cautious. These 5 people have all been imprinted by me with their souls, and if they dare to betray the royal family within 3 years, a single thought will wipe them out, the old butler said indifferently. The old face was a flash of solemnity. Luo Xiu was also stunned when he heard it. This old man was really careful, but this is good, and also saves himself from checking the details of these people one by one. Then he looked at the 5. Welcome to the Shura King's mansion. From now on, you're part of the royal family. That's family, everything within the royal family. We share honor and disgrace. Although the steward has placed a soul mark on you, you should not have any complaints. This is also a test of your loyalty. Saying this, Luo Xiu looked at his master's face and didn't find anyone displeased. So he continued, 3 years isn't too long to say, and it's not too short to say. After these 3 years, the soul imprints in your minds will naturally dissipate, and your test will naturally end. However, I'll give you another chance now. If anyone doesn't want to be restricted and doesn't want to stay in the king's mansion, they can quit now, and I'll ask Elder Lou to remove the soul seals from you and return your freedom. Elder Lou looked at these 5 people, and Luo Xiu similarly looked at them. The 5 people, however, none of them withdrew, nor did they speak, quietly waiting for the following. Very well, since no one is going to quit, then from now on, you'll have to listen to the rules of the royal family. As for the rules, the old butler will explain them to you in a moment, and you'll just follow his arrangements. Many thanks, Your Majesty. The 5 bowed and saluted. Luo Xiu looked at the old butler and instructed, Elder Lou, then these people will be left to you to cultivate, and if you need any resources, just find Qingxue to get them. Leave it to old man. Elder Lou nodded with a smile. Luo Xiu nodded and was about to leave. Just as he turned around, he heard the old butler's offer. If we don't let these 2 maids give the princess a dispatch, she only has 1 maid there, Xiang Yun, and she's too busy on weekdays. Luo Xiu thought about it. The royal family's estate was not much to say the least. My own daughter-in-law is really too busy to do it alone. Then let's listen to Elder Lou's arrangements. I'll talk to Qingxue later. Good. P.S. I also think I'm a poor writer, but for the sake of life, Shiki, I'm begging for a little gift. Free is fine. Thanks for the support. Chapter 52 Crown Prince of Xuanwu Empire, Wu Delong. 2 days later, it was time for the appointment with Gu Xian and the others. Outside the Shura King's mansion, 5 people wrapped in black robes appeared. The old butler looked at their figures and with a smile on his face, guided them through the door. Earlier, Luo Xiu had already talked to him about the situation, so he naturally knew what these people were here for today. So act unusually enthusiastic, please, several of you. The king has been waiting for a long time. Several people paused in their steps and looked to the tall, lanky man wrapped in a gorgeous black robe off to the side. The lanky man nodded without uttering a word. Only then did the 4 of them embrace him and enter within the Shura King's mansion. After everyone came in, the old butler looked around and saw that no one was following him before closing the gate of the royal residence. Through the small courtyard, several people, the king is waiting for you in the hall. The old butler pointed ahead, still with a kind face, and said, Thank you. Gu Xian under the black robe received permission from the burly man and responded to the old butler. The old butler observed that several people were looking up to this leader black-robed man. The eyes that looked at the lanky man also became a bit more respectful. After all, you can't spoil the king's big event. The 5 people were not idle. As soon as they entered the Shura King's mansion, they protected the burly man in the center and looked around vigilantly, fearing that they had fallen for Luo Xiu and the others' ploys in general. However, after some soul probing on their part, they didn't find any abnormalities. That was a secret relief. Several people followed the old butler's steps to the hall, and Luo Xiu stood outside the door waiting for them. Only when he saw their figures did Luo Xiu's face, which was originally covered in gloom, slowly stretch out. Several people, please come in, Luo Xiu greeted with a smile. When the burly man who was in charge of the road saw Luo Xiu, his brownish-brown eyes wrinkled slightly. Afterward, a powerful divine soul aura went straight at Luo Xiu. Seeing this, the old butler at the side immediately released his powerful aura. Your Excellency, this seems unreasonable, doesn't it? The old butler's face, which had been amiable just a moment ago, instantly wiped over a hint of ruthlessness, and Luo Xiu in front of the door was still calm and relaxed. Only the smile on his face slowly retracted. A few of you are a bit too cautious, aren't you? If this king wanted to clean you up, the moment he entered the door, he would have taken you down long ago. Why wait until now? Since you've come to cooperate, then show trust. Luo Xiu's blood-colored eyes looked towards the stout man surrounded by the world in the center and said indifferently, King Shura is right. Stand down. The burly man saw this and waved his hand. The 4 of them then slowed down from the tension and put away their weapons and breath. The old butler also withdrew his breath. and a kind smile appeared on his face once again. He. That's right. Luo Xiu laughed and nodded in satisfaction. Seeing the situation, the burly man under the black robe then slowly removed the black robe and laughed at Luo Xiu. Worthy of being the Shura king, 100 years are better than one sight na. I am the current crown prince of the Xuanwu Empire, Wu Delong. Wu Delang. Hearing this name, Luo Xiu froze slightly. An odd look then appeared on his face, and when Wu Delang saw this, he asked in some confusion, "Is there something wrong, King Shura?" "Oh, no, it's just that the prince's name, it sounds a bit familiar to me, maybe it's too loud." Luo Xiu laughed. "Inside please." "Yes." The crowd then walked into the hall in unison, and Luo Xiu and Wu Dehuang politely saluted before taking their seats. Wu Delang's 4 attendants slowly stood behind him, and at this moment, they also removed their black robes. Among them, Guxian Luo Xiu was able to recognize it, while the remaining 3 were new faces that he hadn't seen before. But judging from their aura, each of them had more or less reached the peak of the Huangxian realm. The 2 of them looked like they were deliberately hiding their breath. It only gave off a cultivation aura of the peak of the Emperor Xian realm, while its true strength had long since reached the Zun Xian realm. The old butler, on the other hand, stood behind Luo Xiu. "Your Royal Highness, since you've come here today, that means you've already considered my conditions. Am I to assume so?" Luo Xiu spread his hands and asked with a smile. Instead, the blood-colored eyes flicked to Gu Xian, who was beside Wu Delang. "Ha!" Wu Delang smiled and didn't answer directly. Luo Xiu wasn't in a hurry and greeted the maid at the side to pour him tea, then raised his teacup. "Since His Highness the Crown Prince hasn't thought about it yet, let's have tea first." "Yes." Wu Dalong didn't squirm and similarly raised his teacup to clink a cup with Luo Xiu. However, after a mouthful of tea, his entire body directly frowned. "What the kind of tea is this? Why does it taste so bad?" He couldn't help but almost throw up, and held it back for the sake of his image. Luo Xiu looked at his slightly changed expression, smiled, and asked, "What does Your Highness the Crown Prince think of this tea?" "This is the best tea of our Shura King's mansion, specially used for entertaining VIPs. It's been a long time since I've had this tea, as it's been a long time since I've met a VIP like Your Highness the Crown Prince." Rashio's speech and behavior behaved in just the right way, so that no one could pick out a single fault. However, the old butler behind him, who had practiced the Tao for decades, almost didn't hold back. He also didn't expect Luo Xiu to take out this tea to entertain the Crown Prince of Xuanwu Empire. "This tea is clearly the most inferior batch, has been hoarded in the warehouse for many years. I'm afraid it has been moldy. Previously there are a few favorite tea maids, secretly stole some of this type of tea from the warehouse. The result is that after drinking once directly vomiting and diarrhea. For this reason, the old prince even ordered all these tea leaves to be burned. Where did the king get this from?" Thinking of this, the old butler's eyes slightly looked toward Luo Xiu. Nothing has changed. Looking at Luo Xiu's demeanor, the old butler still forced himself to resist the urge to laugh within himself. Otherwise, these decades of conscientious Taoism will not be preserved. Wu Delang forced himself not to vomit, and had to put on a good tea smile to look at Luo Xiu. Good tea. Not only did he have to restrain the tea in his throat from spitting out, he also had to compliment Luo Xiu. The whole man's face was a shade of iron. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, it's good that you like it." Xiaoyu continues to serve tea to Your Highness the Crown Prince. Luo Xiu greeted the maid beside him again and poured him a cup of tea. Xiaoyu had just made a move, but Wu Delang immediately stopped it. "Shura King, let's not drink the tea first. Let's talk about business first." Looking at his bitter smile, Luo Xiu pretended to be surprised and said, "How can that be? It's not easy for His Highness the Crown Prince to make a trip to my mansion as a guest. If I don't do my best as this landlord, others will still think that I'm not entertaining well." "Serve tea." Luo Xiu's face was serious. Xiaoyu filled his teacup again, and Luo Xiu once again raised his teacup and said with righteous indignation, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, thank you for looking up to this king. This cup, I wish us a happy cooperation." Wu Dailong's face was more ugly than eating, but in order for the plan to go smoothly, he still raised his trembling hands, picked up the teacup on the table, and drank it as if he were dead, dry. The 4 people behind him looked on with puzzled faces. Seeing that their own crown prince's face didn't look too good, they thought that there was poison in this tea. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you." One of them held Wu Delang's arm and asked with concern, "Vomit." I'm fine." "Vomit." Wu Dalong finally couldn't hold back and spat out along with his overnight meal, which was considered a loss of face in front of Luo Xiu. Several people rushed to support him, looking worriedly at, "What exactly did you guys put in this tea?" One of the powerhouses who had reached the Zhuanshuan realm strength finally stopped hiding his strength, and in an instant, a strong aura swept towards Luo Xiu and the others. The old butler had originally held back his red face, which slowed down when he sniffed this hint of killing. He then came in front of Luo Xiao and confronted the strong man. However, neither of them dared to take the lead. Luo Xiao was still smiling lightly as he looked at Wu Dawang. These people also underestimated him too much. Poisoning may not be able to poison them to death, but this expired tea leaves brewed out of the tea is enough to disgust him. After a while, Wu Delong then slowed down. Stop. Stop. No insolence. Rushing to stop that strong man, the henchman looked at him and eventually withdrew his breath. Until now, Wu Delang still think he is not used to drinking this tea. After all, the two countries is a regional difference. Previously he many food is also not used to eating, so he didn't suspect Luo Xiao. Hold me, he said, as if he had diarrhea, and his whole face was pale. Chapter 53, The Lion's Share and the Doubling of Conditions. After a while, Wu Delang only slowed down. His stout body was a little twisted and fidgety, afraid that Luo Xiao would pour him another cup of tea. Maybe he'll go back and be allergic to tea for the rest of his life? Oh, Luo Xiao almost didn't laugh out loud as he looked at his unnatural appearance. After a few more moments, he saw that he had eased up. Your Highness, are you alright? Luo Xiao's face was mournful as he inquired somewhat apologetically. Nothing. Wu Delang was on pins and needles. His mouth was as hard as if he had eaten shang, and he stammered when he spoke. Every now and then, he still gagged. He had lost a lot of face today. That's good. It's my king's carelessness. I should have thought that His Highness the Crown Prince might not be used to drinking tea from our Apocalypse Empire due to geographical differences. It's all my king's fault. Luo Xiao feigned regret with a bitter face. My king will toast you again? As a token of appreciation. Sure, a king don't joke around. I'm really not used to drinking this tea. You'd better keep it for yourself. And, King Shura doesn't have to. Vomit. Don't have to blame yourself. Vomit. I'm fine. Wu Dailang vomited at once, his entire spirit being extremely destroyed. The old butler behind him couldn't look away directly and hurriedly looked away. This prince of his own family was really too black-bellied, and the crown prince of one of the 5 empires was actually so messed up by him. I'm afraid that these 2 cups of tea today will be this prince's eternal nightmare. As for the 4 people behind Wu Duwang, their faces were equally ugly, and the strong man who served Wu Duwang's vomit just now only felt a foul odor emanating from his entire body, with an ing smell of garlic mixed in. Every time Wu Delang was about to vomit, he closed his eyes tightly, afraid that he would vomit along with him. Luo Xiao looked at his wretched appearance before bringing up the matter of cooperation. Since His Highness the Crown Prince is physically ill today, it's better for us to hurry up and finish the cooperation, so you can go back to rest as well. Good, good. Wu Daolang agreed decisively. Today, he had lost all his face, and if he still couldn't negotiate this cooperation, he really wouldn't have the face to come back to Luo Xiao. Seeing this, Luo Xiao nodded with satisfaction and continued with a smile. Your Highness the Crown Prince, it's fine if you want to cooperate, but these conditions have to change. Originally still having a hard time, Wu Dalong instantly lifted his spirits when he heard Luo Xiao's words. King Shura, didn't we negotiate the previous conditions? Wu Daolang frowned slightly, obviously somewhat displeased. No. Luo Xiao shook his head. The previous conditions were proposed by you, and this king is not satisfied. Marshal De Lang was obviously a bit anxious. Hadn't he already said yes to the words brought to him by Gu Xian earlier? Did this guy suddenly change his mind? Or did that bastard Gu Xian lie to himself in the first place? With a gloomy face, Wu Delong looked at Gu Xian beside him, his eyes containing a strong color of questioning. Gu Xian looked at the murderous eyes of his own crown prince and instantly knelt down. Your Highness, unjustly the previous conditions were promised by him. I did not lie to you After Gu Xian's explanation, Wu Dalong's face still didn't ease up and his eyes were still locked on him. Gu Xian's entire face turned blue as he immediately looked across at Luo Xiao and questioned. Shura King, why are you punking me like this? Didn't you already promise me earlier that you would agree to our conditions as long as we told you in advance what we were going to make you do? You can't just back out Me. Gu Xian was so anxious that he wanted to curse, explaining that at the end of the crowd stared straight at him. However, Luo Xiao just smiled. What did the death or life of this guy have to do with him? Maximizing self-interest is what his cooperation is all about. From the beginning to the end, he ignored Gu Xian. Your Royal Highness, you know the situation today. Do you think that what you're offering is worth my risk? Luo Xiao asked as he looked at Wu Dalong. Hearing Luo Xiao's words, even if he, Wu Dalong, was stupid, he could hear the meaning in those words. Get lost, don't disgrace yourself here. Angrily, he kicked Gu Xian away. Then, angrily, he looked at Luo Xiao. King Shura, this doesn't seem to be in line with the rules, does it? Luo Xiao indeed spread his hands indifferently. Your Highness, I know without thinking that you're trying to make me betray my own country, with such a small benefit, who do you think you can bribe? Little interest? Wu Delang almost laughed in exasperation. These things are already enough to buy half of your royal residence. And you still don't know enough? He. You also said that these things can only be purchased for this half of my royal residence. If I really help you guys, then this royal residence of mine will really be gone. Do you think I'm losing money or making money? Luo Xiao asked rhetorically. Besides, haven't you inquired? The current emperor of the Celestial Revelation Empire is my own uncle. That's my beloved family friend. Can it be done without adding some money? Luo Xiao perked up, impassioned in his tone. It was as if he had literally betrayed the love of his life with a look of anger. Wu Delong and the others froze. Within a moment, their hearts actually thought this way. What this guy said was indeed quite reasonable. Coming back to their senses, a few people called themselves damned. This was no time to be distracted. There was a moment of silence. The anger on Luo Xiao's face still hadn't faded. So Wu Dalong took a step back and asked with a grim expression. So, what does King Shura want? Before he infiltrated the Apocalypse Empire, his father had instructed him to take down this Shura king. After all, the previous buried heavenly king had left behind a base that was certainly not low. If they took it, perhaps this Shura king's mansion would be a great killing weapon for them to attack the Apocalypse Empire. So he couldn't give it up. As Luo Xiao watched him already take the bait, the upward curve of his mouth flickered, and then, feigning sadness, he said, double the previous conditions, and of course, I won't ask you what you want me to do. However, I can only help you once at most, and I don't care what the outcome will be. Double the conditions? Wu Daolang, as well as the few people behind him, had their eyes widened. This condition had long since exceeded their expectations, and in a short period of time, it would be difficult for them to raise so many resources. Shura King, your appetite is too big, isn't it? Wu Dailang sucked in a breath of cool air, his face full of displeasure. You also know that if the cooperation between the two of us is discovered, I will lose the entire royal family. I'm just taking precious resources. What's wrong with that? Luo Xiao reasoned. This, Wu Daolang frowned slightly. Seeing this, Luo Xiao continued. If you really overthrow the Apocalypse Empire, do you still care about this much? And my father also left me a big killing weapon. It's definitely your biggest boost. You won't lose out on this deal. The corner of Luo Xiao's mouth hooked into a smile as he said confidently. This, Wu Daolang's brows are almost locked together. It looked like the offer was very hard for him to accept. Still hesitating? If that's the case, then I don't think there's any need for us to talk anymore. Luo Xiao's face went cold. Butler, see the guests off. When he heard that Luo Xiao wanted to send his guests away, Wu Dailang instantly tensed up. He had to take down the Shura King's mansion. Wait. Chapter 54, The Prince's Visit. Luo Xiao looked at Wu Dalang, a hint of refined laughter flashing through his eyes. Then he slowly sat down again. Your Highness the Crown Prince, is this considered? Wu Daolang's face showed bitterness. King Shura, there's really just no more discussion. Luo Xiao smiled and shook his head again. Your Highness, I'm betting my entire body and life against you. In your place, what would you do? This, Wu Dalang hesitated. If it were him, he might also raise the price as Luo Xiao did when he encountered this situation. So he could understand. It's just that he couldn't get all these things together in a single moment. And right now, the plan was looming again. King Shura, can you give me some more time? After all, these resources are not a small amount. I need time. Yes, but I can only give you 3 days. If we exceed this time period, our cooperation is null and void. Luo Xiao nodded and responded. Good. Wu Delong gritted his teeth and agreed. As long as he took the Apocalypse Empire, he didn't care about this amount of resources. I still have one more question, and I'd like to ask His Highness, the Shura King, to answer it. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please, why did you agree so readily? Wu Daolang asked curiously. To this day, he still dwells on his inner doubt, a question that hides a layer of meaning. He wanted to catch some clues from Luo Xiao's answer to see if he sincerely wanted to work with him. After all, how easy is it for a king to betray his country so completely? Luo Xiao laughed, a little indifferent. Profit comes first. Ha ha ha. Well said. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. 3 days later, I will send someone to deliver the items, and I will stop coming to the door then. Wu Dailang nodded with a big smile. In his consciousness, Luo Xiao was also a money-hungry person, and the supremacy of profit was the necessary inertia of every money-hungry. Necessary inertia. Based on this alone, he recognized Luo Xiao as someone he wanted to work with. Then I'll leave you to it, and I wish us good cooperation. Happy cooperation. Only after Wu Delang and the others left did Mu Qingxue slowly walk out of the room. Do you think he will believe us? Mu Qingxue slowly sat down. A trace of worry wiped across her face as she asked. Luo Xiu said without a care in the world. Does it matter if he trusts us or not? If he sends us the stuff, we'll just take it as it is. If he thinks it's a trick and won't send us the stuff, then it's over. Luo Xiu vaguely guessed what they wanted him to do. This matter seemed to be very important to them. Perhaps a major event that would change the situation of the entire Apocalypse Empire. This one thing, only he, the Shura royal house, could do. Mu Qingxue was still hanging on to her sorrowful face. Luo Xiu had just been appointed by the Emperor of the Apocalypse Empire as the Grand Marshal of Jinbei, and now, there was an enemy coming and going, and he couldn't believe that the strongest people of the Apocalypse Empire hadn't found out about it. Moreover, many people in the court had also mentioned what Luo Xiu had done a few days ago, and had angrily denounced him for associating with the enemy in such a critical situation. Although the Emperor of the Apocalypse Empire did not say anything, it was hard not to be suspicious. She was now a little worried about the situation of the royal family. Luo Xiu looked at his daughter-in-law's frown and slowly got up and came behind her, wrapping his arms around her luxuriant waist. Don't worry, silly girl, I'm not as stupid as you think. And you shouldn't think that old Emperor is too simple. Maybe he already knew what I wanted to do, Luo Xiu said in his ear. When Mu Qingxi heard Luo Xiu say this, her tightly locked brows eased a bit. Do you think it's worth it if we do this? Mu Qingxue slowly turned around and buried her head into Luo Xiu's arms, asking in a low tone. There's no such thing as worthy or unworthy. He's also considered my kin, so this is something I have to do. Luo Xiu sniffed Mu Qingxi's hair with the tip of his nose, slowly closed his eyes, and said, that old man was more or less infected by his own father. For the mission this thing is very important. If he let him give up this mission, may be more difficult than killing him. With this layer of his own mom's relationship in place, he had to help him no matter what. Nightfall. The news of the Xuanwu Empire's people arriving at the Shura King's mansion had already been probed, and it had also reached Crown Prince Lin Ziyu's ears. He had heeded his own father's instructions to get on good terms with Luo Xiu, and had been given the job of guarding the orderly policing of the Imperial city. So he still came to the Shura King's mansion. No matter if it was because of that incident in the morning or to make good relations with Luo Xiu, he had to make a trip. Lin Ziyu and a few of his attendants were currently standing outside the door of the Shura King's mansion. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The old housekeeper slowly pushed open the door and looked at Lin Ziyu with some surprise, then hurriedly bowed and saluted. Butler, please inform the Shura King. Just say that the Crown Prince is seeking an audience. Seeing that the visitor was the old butler, Lin Ziyu smiled. The old butler nodded and then greeted them. Crown Prince, you come in first. The group arrived at the hall of the royal residence, and Luo Xiu slowly walked out of his room at this time. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Luo Xiu bowed. He had predicted that the old emperor would hand over the security of the Imperial city to him, and he was afraid that the people he met today would only be unable to escape his ears. I just didn't expect this guy to be here so early. Cousin, we're all family. Why be so formal? Sit down and talk. Lin Ziyu smiled. Rashu nodded and sat down. Lin Ziyu then asked impatiently, Cousin, I heard from my people that a group of people entered your mansion today and were very mysterious. I wonder if I can reveal them? Lin Ziyu pretended to be surprised. He was both afraid that Luo Xiu would get angry and that he wouldn't get the answer he wanted. Luo Xiu smiled and nodded. It's really true that nothing can escape Your Highness the Crown Prince's ears. Someone did come today. Before Luo Xiu could explain, Lin Ziyu immediately made it clear, Cousin, elder brother, I'm not here to question your intentions. You also know the situation of the empire nowadays. My father has handed over the policing of the Imperial city to me, and I'm compelled to do so. Lin Ziyu's face showed bitterness, making it look like he was in a particularly difficult position for outsiders to see. Brother doesn't have to be like this. Just ask whatever you want to ask. Luo Xiu remained indifferent, whether he hid this matter or not. It was only a matter of time before outsiders knew about it. When Lin Ziyu saw that Luo Xiu was so forthcoming, his face relaxed a bit. Those people are from the Xuanwu Empire, right? Not bad. It's here to talk to me about cooperation. Luo Xiu didn't hide it and said directly, What cooperation? Lin Ziyu frowned slightly and asked eagerly. I don't know yet, but I agreed. Their conditions are very tempting. Luo Xiu looked at Lin Ziyu, took a sip of tea, and said directly. Seeing Luo Xiu being so direct and dry, Lin Ziyu and the others directly froze. Within a moment, the atmosphere fell into silence. They don't know what kind of medicine Luo Xiu's gourd is selling, and they really don't know what to do. This, Chapter 55, Confessing with My Daughter-in-Law. Luo Xiu's strong strength. Confessed in advance, a bit rushed. After a while, Lin Ziyu looked at Luo Xiu with a somewhat grave expression. Cousin, you don't know about military affairs and current affairs. You're undoubtedly pushing yourself into the limelight by doing this. Lin Ziyu didn't know what to say to Luo Xiu. At this juncture, if Luo Xiu really did something confusing, he really didn't know how to explain to his own father. Because in his impression, Luo Xiu was still the same dude from before, and it was only normal that he could do such a confusing thing. That was precisely why it was hard for him to associate Luo Xiu with collaborating with the enemy in treason. He was now conflicted in his mind. On the one hand, father had asked himself to get on good terms with Luo Xiu, and now that he had encountered such a matter, and he was the guardian officer of the Imperial city, according to the law up to deal with it, he should lock Luo Xiu up for interrogation. For a while, his heart was conflicted. If he is arrested, then the relationship between the two may be irreparable. So elder brother is here to arrest me? Luo Xiu looked at the embarrassed Lin Ziyu and asked with a bashful face. He didn't seem to have had any problems with this guy himself, so he wanted to see how this guy was going to handle himself? No. I came on this trip mainly because I want to care about you. In the huge empire, the only one that the royal family can be close to is your Xiu Luo royal family. Yet this has happened again. You're making it very difficult for elder brother. Lin Ziyu waved his hand repeatedly when he heard Luo Xiu's words. Nowadays, the Xiu Luo royal house was the only face of the celestial Qi empire. If he pushed Luo Xiu to the brink and he rebelled as well, then the entire Apocalypse Empire would be a complete joke. So no matter what, he couldn't provoke Luo Xiu. In fact, Your Highness the Crown Prince doesn't need to say that. I also know that the purpose of your coming here today is to probe me to see if I will commit treason, is it? Luo Xiu directly singled out the words. Sometimes abrasive words made it very difficult. He disliked it. Upon hearing Luo Xiu's words, the teacup in Lin Ziyu's hand suddenly shattered. Just like his irritated psyche at the moment, Luo Xiu looked over and didn't say anything. Sorry for being rude. Lin Ziyu loosened his grip and said with a bitter face. He also didn't expect Luo Xiu to be so direct. His heart was unprepared and he was startled. Although this was what he wanted to ask in his heart, it was also the last thing he was willing to inquire about. It's okay, brother, didn't you just say that? How is it a family? Luo Xiu looked over and grabbed his wrist, his eyes pleading. The two men locked gazes and quietly looked at the world in each other's eyes, each trying to see what was really going on in the other's mind. After a long time, both of them got the answer they wanted and smiled at each other. Although Lin Ziyu's previous means of recruiting himself was a bit unorthodox, from his eyes, Luo Xiu read what he was thinking. The two men have the same purpose in this matter, and Lin Ziyu likewise understood Luo Xiu's intentions. His heart was incomparably shocked and he couldn't reply for a long time. He didn't think that the usually debauched and unkempt dude could do this for the greater good. He was a bit ashamed of himself, and it was ridiculous that he was so skeptical when people were so careless. Lin Ziyu said with some shame, "Cousin, it's elder brother who misunderstood you. You're more amazing than even I am. If you need any help, elder brother will definitely do his best to help you." He finally understood why his father wanted him to befriend Luo Xiu, and he also finally understood his father's intentions. It's true. I'm not as good as him. Just let everything take its course. Luo Xiu smiled. Well, in that case, I'll leave you alone. Don't take any unauthorized risks and save your life. Lin Ziyu stood up and patted Luo Xiu's shoulder, saying meaningfully, "Yes, ha. Then I won't bother much. How about we let the previous matter go up in smoke?" Lin Ziyu's eyes were sincere. "Qingxue and I talked about this. I haven't had a chance to thank cousin for this. If it wasn't for you, how would I have obtained such a delicate wife? On the wedding day of the two of us, you must come and have a couple more drinks." Luo Xiu also smiled. "Okay, let's go." After Lin Ziyu and the others left, Luo Xiu's eyes slowly gazed up. "It's time to make a move and get stronger yourself." Then he slowly walked towards the cultivation room. Inside the cultivation room, Mu Qingshue's stunningly beautiful figure slowly sat cross-legged on the Xianyu spirit stone, the terrifying aura on her body slowly climbing. An extremely cold Xian ice power spread around her, turning into a strand of strong Xian power. Cultivation was the walls around her were frozen into a wall of ice by this cold power. Luo Xiu slowly pushed the door and watched his daughter-in-law cultivate peacefully. He didn't disturb. Similarly, he slowly sat with his legs crossed. Yet Mu Qingxi, who was beside him, sensed his aura and slowly opened his eyes. "Ah Xiu, what are you doing in this cultivation room?" Mu Qingxue asked with some confusion. Luo Xiu, who had just sat cross-legged, heard a strange voice coming from his ears, and his eyes, which had just closed, opened again. "Daughter-in-law, you've finished your cultivation? It's almost time. Didn't I tell you? When I cultivate my Xian power is too overbearing. It's easy to expose. Didn't I not allow you to come in?" Mu Qingxue said with some displeasure. The divine phoenix sacred body was extremely overbearing, and when absorbing the Xian spirit qi to cultivate, It was easy to cause a riot if an outsider interfered in. Previously, when he was cultivating himself, Luo Xiu had barged in a few times, and had been injured by the Xian ice power within his body. Why doesn't this guy ever learn? There was some helplessness in Mu Qingshi's eyes, and some blame in her eyes. However, Luo Xiu only laughed, and then, a strong Xian spirit power instantly erupted out from his body, and the strong aura directly dissolved the Xian ice power completely. The cultivator's breath instantly enveloped the entire cultivation room, and the cultivation room, which was still extremely cold, was like a scorching volcano, with the temperature rising sharply, and the killing blood mixed with Shura's aura filled the entire cultivation room in an instant. A terrifying pressure spread out in all directions. Mu Qingxue was instantly shocked by this pressure, and the originally manic divine phoenix bloodline in his body seemed to be suppressed back. This aura, is it emanating from Asho? No way. Mu Qingxue's stunningly beautiful face looked at Luo Xiu blankly, her eyes full of unbelief. He has cultivation? No, it can't be. If this was really his cultivation, then why did he hide it before? This breath was clearly so strong. Why did he act so soft before? It was to make the world think he was so stubborn. What's this for? Is this still my Asho? Is this the real you? But why do you keep lying to me? Mu Qingxi felt Luo Xiu's aura climbing upwards, and her mind was already in a mess. Obviously, she had spent so much time with Luo Xiu and had done everything, yet she hadn't even noticed that he had a hint of cultivation. Was this guy really so strong that his breath could be hidden? But why? Why is he hiding himself? Is it a lack of trust in yourself? Why? Is he so untrustworthy? Mu Qingxue's purple eyes have been drenched in tears at the moment. Thinking of all the things in the heart of an aggrieved feeling surged into the heart. She felt she had been terribly deceived. Sorry, daughter-in-law. After Luo Xiu finished displaying his cultivation breath, he instantly retracted it, and his eyes looked at Mu Qingxi with some guilt, and seeing her eyes clearing, Luo Xiu was a little heartbroken and wanted to embrace her into his arms. Why are you hiding it when you're obviously so strong? Looking at Mu Qingxi's 2 lines of tears slowly flowing down on her absolutely beautiful face, Luo Xiu directly instantly flashed to his side, wanting to embrace him into his arms. Daughter-in-law, just reaching out. Mu Qingxi immediately stared at him with icy cold eyes, and even more so, she directly slapped his hands off. Listen to me. Rasu tried to explain. However, Mu Qingxue didn't want to give him a chance, wiping away the teardrops at the corner of her own eyes and coldly said, "Oh, your highness thinks that I'm a little cutie. Doesn't it feel cool to hide and pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, and then show your strong strength at the end? Does it feel like this is fun? Thinks that this way I can adore you infinitely, and look at you like a silly girl, swooning, does it?" Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, and the corners of her mouth mocked with contempt and derision. But you know what? You're only going to end up hurting more people. So many people care about you and worry about you. Do you think it's fun? Luo Xiu's face was bitter as he listened to his own daughter-in-law's mocking words. Childish, liar. After saying this sentence, she only staggered to her feet, and her breath was extremely confused due to her emotions. Luo Xiu looked at him in this state and was very distressed. Then he came directly and strongly, tightly holding Mu Qingxue in his arms, and then, softly releasing his own Xiu Luo breath, helping to stabilize the frenzied bloodline breath in his body. Calm down some. Luo Xiu couldn't help it. This was something that couldn't be thoroughly explained within a time. He couldn't just stand by and watch his daughter-in-law fall into danger. Liar. You're a liar. Daughter-in-law. I didn't mean to hide this from you. Calm down first. I'll explain it to you slowly. Luo Xiu worriedly said. Off. Liar. Off. Mu Qingxue struggled hard in his arms, crying with tearful eyes as she did so. I don't want you. Ashu. You're a liar. I don't want you. You're bad. Even you lied to me. Luo Xiu felt the riotous aura within her body, and had no choice but to use the power of his divine soul to make Mu Qingxue fall into a deep sleep. Mu Qingxue slowly fell into a deep sleep, and the moment she closed her eyes, 2 tears slowly fell. Luo Xiu looked at her with heartache, and then gave himself 2 slaps. Had I known that I shouldn't have kept it from her, such a strong and foolish girl, she must have hated herself for lying to her. Silly girl, get a good night's sleep. I'll explain it all to you when you wake up. Rasha slowly picked him up and kissed over his tear tracks, finally whispering in her ear, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Chapter 56, Hard to Coax. Inside the room, Luo Xiu only felt a headache as he looked at the pretty beauty lying on the bed. His mind was in turmoil and he knew his daughter-in-law would wake up and have a field day with him. Wanted to have to think of something while she was still unconscious. But what can be done? Luo Xiu only felt anxious as his mind was in chaos. There was some regret in his heart. Grandma, had I known that I would have had a relationship when I was on Earth, I wouldn't have traveled so far and not even have a way to coax my daughter-in-law. Hell. Thinking about it, Luo Xiu paced back and forth in the room, feeling that his brain, which had been shrewd for so many years, had become blank all of a sudden. Just as he was in a hurry and didn't know what to do, there was sparse movement from the bed. Mu Qingshue's stunningly beautiful eyes slowly opened, somewhat confused as she looked towards the four solid, her mind vigorously recalling everything that had happened earlier. After sweeping around, the purple phoenix eye slowly rested on Luo Xiu's body, while Luo Xiu didn't dare to move a muscle, his hands still scratching his head. Looking at his comical appearance, Mu Qingxue wanted to laugh a little in her heart. However, yesterday's scene did flash through her mind, and her absolutely beautiful face suddenly went cold. Luo Xiu looked at the change on his daughter-in-law's face and said something bad in his heart. The atmosphere in the room instantly became very cold with the cold breath of Mu Qingxue's body, and Luo Xiu could only feel the back of his head chilling. A bad feeling flooded into his heart. You, daughter-in-law, you're awake, Luo Xiu said with a cheeky smile on his face. Mu Qingxue looked at the smile on his face. Her cold-as-ice face did not move a bit. Instead she turned her head to the side and stopped looking at him. Watching his own daughter-in-law's movements, Luo Xiu's smile came to an abrupt end. Not knowing what to do, silently looking at that beautiful back, Luo Xiu was again in a state of confusion. Mu Qingxue turned her head to look at the scene outside the window, and she wasn't sure if she was more angry or happy right now, but the feeling of being cheated on kept hanging over her, and it was the man she loved most, her future husband, who had cheated on her. Why did he have to hide when he was so strong and could have protected himself? Could it be that you are testing yourself and don't trust yourself? That period of time when he disappeared, he was obviously so worried. He obviously missed him so much. He thought that he didn't have any cultivation, that he would be bullied, that he would be abducted, that he obviously cared about him so much. Couldn't he see that? What a hateful asshole. Why don't you come and comfort me? What the hell is this asshole thinking right now? Why don't you say anything again? Is he angry too? Did he think he was being unreasonable? But he was the one who lied to me and almost caused me to go off the deep end. It was clearly his fault. Why didn't he say anything? Why didn't he come to comfort me? He's not going to stop wanting me, is he? As soon as Mu Qingxue thought of this, she was suddenly startled by this brain circuit of hers. No, it won't. I believe he loves me too. This guy must be an elm. As long as he comforts himself properly and explains himself clearly, he should be able to forgive him too, right? No, he couldn't be let off so easily. He had cheated himself out of everything, both physically and mentally. Make sure he apologizes properly. The two were silent for a long time, each with the other's thoughts on their minds. One is trying to figure out how to coax it, and the other is wondering why he hasn't come to coax himself yet. Sometimes feelings are like this. Obviously are thinking of each other, now afraid of each other to misunderstand their own. Do not dare to take the initiative to speak. Sometimes things that could be solved with a single word are just slowly becoming more complicated and difficult to understand as the two fall silent and their feelings become more complicated. Luo Xiu, who had watched his back for half a day, helplessly let out a deep breath and carefully sat down next to Mu Qingxue. Mu Qingxue felt the movement brought about by her side, her heart thumping. Is this his way of explaining? What would he say? Obviously he's the one who made the mistake. Why am I more nervous than him? This guy is going to think he's being unreasonable in a minute. Ha! Luo Xiu slowly raised his hands and just wanted to hug Mu Qingxue, but he raised his hands to mid-air and then helplessly put them down. He was afraid that his physical contact would make his daughter-in-law even more disgusted. In his previous life, he had heard from the old uncle next door that his daughter-in-law should never be touched when she was angry, or else she would be like a frightened rabbit, and it would be no surprise that she would do whatever she wanted. Biting is light. When you're mad, you even bite yourself. He's scared. Mu Qingxue's heart was also beating wildly. She could obviously feel the temperature of Luo Xiu's body now. He thought the guy was getting the hang of it and was going to cuddle up and explain himself warmly. And it turns out that the temperature stayed just a little while and he left? Mu Qingxue's cold face was almost red with anger by this elm brain. She obviously did not do anything to resist. Why did this guy stop hugging? Bastard! Why don't you hug me? If you hug, I might forgive you. If you don't, I'll be even more angry. Mu Qingxue was very frantic in her heart as she delayed waiting for Luo Xiu's next move. Just then, Luo Xiu carefully asked, "Daughter-in-law." Mu Qingxue stopped her inner grasping and perked up her ears, wanting to hear what Luo Xiu would say next. Luo Xiu looked at Mu Qingxue, obviously waiting for his next explanation, and also hurriedly said, "Daughter-in-law, first of all here, let me apologize to you first. I lied to you about this matter of me hiding my cultivation. It's what I did that was wrong, but I didn't mean to mistrust you. Secondly, I hide my cultivation for other reasons as well. Saying this, Luo Xiu could clearly feel Mu Qingxi's body tremble, so he moved his body towards her, sticking a little closer. However, in the process of moving, Luo Xiu is careful, afraid that this daughter-in-law and unhappy in him in general. Mu Qingxi felt Luo Xiu's proximity, and her heartbeat started to accelerate again for a moment. For some reason, since his own body had familiarized itself with Luo Xiu's aura, it had responded more and more strongly to his proximity. The two's bodies were close together, and seeing that his daughter-in-law didn't resist, Luo Xiu continued, "Actually, I couldn't cultivate from a young age because my mother was injured when she was pregnant with me, so my meridians were innately defective." Speaking of which, Luo Xiu, who remembered the previous point, slightly felt inferior. As a traveler, how could he possibly accept his mediocre life? Not to mention that in this kind of metaphysical otherworld, without strength, you will be left behind. Ever since he realized that he was born with a birth defect that prevented him from cultivating, he hid in his own mind, wondering if he would be abandoned by his parents one night. After all, this kind of world is so cruel. No talent, no strength, even if it is his own son, the same can be abandoned. However, after a few years of this fearfulness, he grew up a bit and his parents didn't abandon him like in other novels, but instead loved him. Brother is also not like in other novels, afraid of his own with him to steal resources and hold a grudge against himself. Instead, what is delicious? Fun will remember his share, will bring him back. Such warmth was something he had never experienced in his previous life. He had thought his world would go on like this, until 3 years ago, the memories from before, along with his own words, Luo Xiu had finally found someone he could confide in. Someone who was worthy of pouring out everything he had in his life to guard. The tone of his voice also slowed down a bit. 3 years ago, I finally saw what I wanted. He can bring me endless power, and more than anything else, he can keep me grounded and put me on top of this world. Remember that wonderful world I told you about before? Mu Qingxi was slightly mesmerized when she heard Luo Xiu's words, and she, who originally didn't want to be bothered, actually nodded her head woodenly. Seeing that she finally responded to him, Luo Xiu also let out a light laugh and continued. People there fantasize that they live in a world like the one we have here, that they travel to other worlds and learn powerful talents or carry strong support systems. When Mu Qingxi heard Luo Xiu's words, a hint of shock wiped across her eyes, and her heart vaguely guessed. The Emperor's heaven is not a burden. I also possess some sort of opportunity to obtain my own way of cultivation. So in just 3 years, I relied on this way of cultivation and traveled all the way to the present. But my way of cultivation is too bloody and murderous. And if I want to stand at the top of the world, the only thing I have to do is to bravely go forward and chop up all the demons, ghosts, gods and devils in the road ahead of me. The bottom of Luo Xiu's eyes wiped over ruthlessness once, and the killing aura leaked out along with the domineering tone of his voice. Mu Qingxi felt this domineering aura of Luo Xiu and was shocked in her heart. Being in this aura, she felt like she was in hell, a hell full of blood and evil, with countless demons and monsters staring at her in death. Every strand of the soul, every breath is like being set on the throne of hell, and one must be brave and fearless to defeat these evil creatures. That's how Rasha's message made her feel. Even those who were harboring powerful cultivation would be terrified by it, and they didn't expect Luo Xiu to have cultivated in this kind of purgatory for 3 years. The way of killing? In the past 3 years, this path of his has been paved with blood, hasn't it? What a sad, lonely sob that was. Mu Qingxi was worried and a little heartbroken at the same time. She hadn't thought that Luo Xiu would go through this. Chapter 57. The end of Luo Xiu's search for the road was a sea of blood. Mu Qingxi's heart, which was still torn and persistent, was incomparably determined at this moment, only to see her quickly turn around and jump into Luo Xiu's arms. I'm sorry, I was capricious. Rashu was caught off guard by the sudden embrace, his own mouth still explaining. Luo Xiu still up, hands nowhere to rest. Some puzzled whisper inquired, "Daughter-in-law, you this is to forgive me?" Mu Qingxi felt the warmth coming from his skin carefully in his arms, and a hot tear dripped onto his chest, trying to blend into his heart, easing that killing heart of his, so that he could feel a little more at ease. One didn't want to be unreasonable, didn't want to add a hint of trouble to his lonely heart. It turned out that he had been so bitter for the past 3 years, so it was no wonder that underneath that debauched exterior, there was a hint of disdain hidden after all. Perhaps in this nerd's eyes, those so-called geniuses and prides were so ridiculous. Perhaps in his eyes, these so-called supreme geniuses could be suppressed with the lift of a hand. They would only rely on their family's resources to pile up, whereas he had relied on the blood path that he had broken through by killing with his flesh and blood. Every day was a battle with life and death, and every swing of the sword contained endless death and life. Wherever the sword goes, it's either death or life. Mu Qingxi could see that Luo Xiu's life was ultimately more bitter than anyone else's, because this is his word. She saw everything that lay ahead of him on the road. And the purgatorial grind. It's suffocating. It's desperate. It's hard to be desperate. But she was willing to stay with him. Even if the end of his path was a sea of blood, then she would stay with him forever in this sea of blood. Mu Qingxue gently stroked Luo Xiu's cheek and stopped letting go. There was a moment of silence. You continue to speak. Mu Qingxue listened carefully to the beating of Luo Xiu's heart, her lips moving slightly, her tone trembling. Luo Xiu seemed to feel that the atmosphere was a bit off. His own daughter-in-law. What was wrong? Why does it feel like he's more upset than he is? Had he really hurt her so deeply with this lie? Not really. It's broken and seems to be crying even more. Daughter-in-law, don't cry. I really know I'm wrong. I won't be capricious from now on. From now on I'll tell you everything I do. I won't hide it from you anymore. Looking at this daughter-in-law so sad, Luo Xiu was more anxious than her. Hands rocked back and forth beside her helplessly, not knowing how to place them. He had thought about talking to his daughter-in-law about this earlier before, but he was just afraid of facing this moment right now. The major task of comforting his daughter-in-law could be even more difficult than him killing tens of thousands of Xian beasts. It's too hard. Seeing that he was at his wit's end, he tightly encircled his own daughter-in-law in his arms, his hands constantly rubbing her lapels for comfort. Daughter-in-law, I promise I'll never lie to you again, okay? Don't you cry. Woohoo. Woohoo. Luo Xiu looked at his own daughter-in-law, who cried even more when he opened his mouth once, so he simply stopped talking. Fruity. After a few moments, Luo Xiu called out straight away that this woman was simply a magical creature. Mu Qingxue cried for a while, her sobs slowly minimized, and once again whispered to Luo Xiu, I'm not angry with you. I didn't think that the Tao you cultivated would be so hard. Even the end of this Tao is a barren sea of blood. I can feel how hard it's been for you these past 3 years. I'm sorry Ashu. I shouldn't have been capricious. Luo Xiu was a bit confused by his own daughter-in-law's speech. What is this? You're not crying yourself silly, are you? How can you even comfort yourself in return? In the past 3 years, he hadn't worked very hard. Wasn't he just fighting monsters and upgrading? And this stupid daughter-in-law. Just now she was angry with herself. Now how come she apologized in return? Are all girls this amazing? In that case, it can't be helped. Luo Xiusheng exhaled, pretending to say in a somewhat mournful tone, it's okay, daughter-in-law. What I have suffered in these 3 years is nothing, but these 3 years I have been lucky. In my most beautiful years, let me meet the most beautiful you. We met unexpectedly. Love one another. So daughter-in-law, do you forgive me? Luo Xiu's eyes were sincere, and his tone was sincere and affectionate. It can be described as a full-blown great love affair. Mu Qingxue was struck with a wave of tingling by his meaty, earthy love words, and her pretty little face scratched 2 lines of teardrops as she tightly kissed Luo Xiu. The atmosphere in the room was also instantly ambiguous. Just as Luo Xiu wanted to take the next step, he ended up being struck down by a jade hand, stopped his wolf claws and saved the pink bunny. Boing. Don't give me an inch. Although I forgive you now, you must also tell me clearly what happened before and after. I'll still be angry if I don't make it clear. I hate it when people lie to me. You know? Ah Xiu. Mu Qingxue directly pulled out Luo Xiu's dishonest hand, muttered her little mouth and said with a flushed face. Rasha drew back his hands somewhat awkwardly, sniffed at the tip of his nose, and said with intent, so, when I'm done, am I? Mu Qingxue looked at him with a lewd look. Her blushing face suddenly came back to life. Hurry up and say it, or you won't even want to go to bed tonight. Don't. I'll say it. Seeing his daughter-in-law threatening himself with this as again, Luo Xiu hurriedly raised his hands in surrender. He was disciplined enough to go 10 days without eating, but couldn't do it without sleeping with his daughter-in-law in his arms. Speak! Mu Qingxue once again grimaced coldly, her hands wrapped around her chest with a questioning face. Luo Xiu brewed his feelings for a while, and then helplessly said, you also know that this way of killing, undoubtedly is the Tao of Heaven cannot tolerate. After all, the world's living beings back and forth have their own significance, and I took away the significance of their existence to go on as soon as I struck the hole there is for the world's greatness, the reason why to hide their own cultivation, hide their own breath. On the one hand, do not want to let the other side of the laws of heaven and earth to find themselves. The second is because they themselves do not have any cultivation talent. All rely on the things in the head of the party to solve the obstacles of the road ahead, which in the eyes of those who are dedicated to cultivation, undoubtedly is the existence of freaks in general. The fear of the world will cause a great deal of turmoil. Luo Xiu compared the system in his mind and didn't say it outright. Not that he wanted to hide it from his own daughter-in-law, but the system wouldn't let him. Even though people are intelligent beings, they have principles, and if they go against them, they will be wiped out. And these words of his are also from the heart. After all, Crossing over each person is the existence of the heaven against the road. Has not yet grown up when it is best to avoid affront. Otherwise, too rigid and easy to fold. Not that he did not want to be arrogant, but arrogance should have capital. To do otherwise is to be arrogant and haughty and end up dead. Unlike reading a novel, experiencing the world firsthand is just so brutal. The reason why the novels everyone reads depict the main characters of the crossover as immensely powerful existences is because they are still alive. And in this kind of human traffic army crossover, very few of them can survive. Every world has its own rules, and when they are broken, it's chaos, and one's own existence has disturbed the laws of this world. Nothing more than what this world allows to exist. So with the help of the system, he profited all of his own cultivation and aura, rarely exposing it. The system had told him that the world where the system was located was incomparably powerful, and it was only after exceeding this rule of law that he was able to gain communication with Luo Xiao, which was why he was told to keep a low profile as much as possible in order for both to remain undetected. Because he hadn't grown in strength, the system couldn't open up more permissions, and it couldn't cover up this side of the world and let him do whatever he wanted for too long. Each time they killed to obtain chi and blood, they were all consumed by the system over and over again, and although the system had no flesh and blood, it was still a higher mechanical life, also have their own beliefs and missions and are not cold robots. Luo Xiao could understand his suffering, that's why he hadn't exposed his cultivation, not to mention that he hadn't compared it to others, except for perverts, such as his own father that generally existed to notice it, and today was the first time that he had indicated it. This is the maximum permission granted by the system, provided that it is not exposed. As for his own father, Luo Xiao had no way to guess, but if he could discover the existence of the system, then the world where it was located must be stronger than the world where the system was located. It's not that the system is too weak, or that Pops is too strong. So daughter-in-law, can you understand my difficult words? Luo Xiao's face showed bitterness. Mu Qingxue listened to his explanation. A trace of heartache appeared on her stunning face, gently raised her jade hand, stroking Luo Xiao's face, and said in a soft and serious tone, I forgive you this time, but even if the road ahead is no more difficult, it's not a reason for you to hide it from me. I'm your wife, and in the future, you can only be accompanied by me by your side, and I'm willing to accompany you to your death, and I'm afraid of how difficult the road ahead is it. Su, remember, if you die, I will never live alone. Luo Xiao raised his eyes in shock and stared intently at the petite yet stunningly beautiful face. Willing to die for myself, not to live alone. Though it sounds a bit poignant, it is the truest monologue of this headstrong young girl's heart. With this wife, what more could he ask for? Luo Xiao held her tightly in his arms. Silly girl, I'm not as pessimistic as you think. Don't keep mentioning death it's very unlucky, you know? Luo Xiao spoke in a gentle, comforting tone. Aha. Then, Xiao won't be allowed to lie to me in the future, or I'll still be angry. Mu Qingxue pressed her head tightly against Luo Xiao's chest and said in a sweet tone, Good, I won't hide anything from you in the future. Luo Xiao gently kissed a kiss on her forehead, now sincerely promising. Xiao, you haven't finished yet. Mu Qingxue was not finished, beaming her little mouth to sell her. Well, I'll tell you all about it today. Chapter 58 Mu Qingxue's shock, transforming into a little fan wife. Inside the cultivation room, Mu Qingxue looked at Luo Xiao, who was sitting cross-legged with a sad face, and at this moment, the aura emanating from him was undoubtedly terrifying to the extreme. Mu Qingxue could sense that Luo Xiao's cultivation realm was lower than his, while the aura emanating from his body was a few points stronger than his own. Moreover, the bloodline in Luo Xiao's body seemed to be able to suppress the divine phoenix breath in his body. System, give me the ability to use my Shura Qi and blood. Luo Xiao felt the Shura Qi blood in his body churning and spewing. Roger, the system replied. Afterward, a manic Shura aura instantly burst out from Luo Xiao's body. Strands of bright red like blood lingered around him, and blood-colored luminescence constantly flickered around him. Luo Xiao guarded his mind with all his heart and soul so that these killing auras wouldn't affect his mind. In an instant, a strong Xian power burst out from his body, dispelling the endless blood qi around him. 3 million Shura Qi blood was absorbed by him with ease. Buzz. Break. The strength also surged crazily, directly skyrocketing from the 5th level of the Emperor Xian realm to the 8th level of the Emperor Xian realm. At the same time, the qi and blood in his body instantly churned and his breath even reached its peak. As the endless cultivator qi and blood converged into a powerful domain, it wrapped tightly around Luo Xiao. Mu Qingxue saw the whole process. She could no longer describe her feelings at the moment in words, so she could only cover her small mouth with her jade hand and try not to be rude. This speed of breaking through the realm was too terrifying, wasn't it? It was very difficult to know that at this realm, It was very difficult to make continuous breakthroughs without consolidation. Moreover, Luo Xiao didn't use any external assistance, not to mention the need for Xin Qi to assist him. Back then, after she absorbed that one holy medicine, she had been in seclusion for a long time before consolidating that continuous breakthrough in her cultivation. Thinking back to the beginning, Mu Qingxue was still very much in the aftermath within her heart. She knew the horror of it well. If it is not handled properly, it could be a complete waste of previous efforts. Not only did Luo Xiao's actions just now make Mu Qingxue sweat for him, the shocked admiration in his eyes was beyond words. Under his shocked gaze, Luo Xiao slowly consolidated his cultivation, completely internalizing his cultivator aura, and the blood that filled the surroundings dissipated into the air in an instant. Luo Xiao slowly stood up and looked at his daughter-in-law's shocked little face, smiling somewhat helplessly. Looking silly, aren't you? Luo Xiao walked over to her and pinched her little face. Mu Qingxue's eyes widened, nodding with some admiration. Which girl didn't want her own man to be tougher? What girl doesn't want to be a gentle woman in the arms of a boy? Ah, Xiao, you're awesome. Mu Qingxue's eyes burned and her small mouth puckered into an O shape. Rashu laughed and scratched the bridge of her high and delicate nose. Silly girl, my cultivation style is different from normal people, so don't make a fuss about it in the future. Just adapt slowly. But this is also a little too perverse. Right, without a hint of warning. You break through when you say you break through? Mu Qingxue still hadn't reacted from the scene just now, and was greatly shocked inwardly. And Xiao, you haven't borrowed any heaven and earth elixir to break through without any obstacles just with the qi and blood accumulated in your body is indeed against the heavenly Tao. Every cultivator must communicate with heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth's transportation and birth Shenling Qi in order to cultivate and forge supreme divine power. However, I'm afraid that someone like Luo Xiao, who was able to make frequent breakthroughs just by relying on the qi and blood accumulated in his body, without even the slightest obstacle, was the only one in all of history. Mu Qingxue suddenly felt that her strong talent wasn't appetizing anymore, and blinked at Luo Xiao with some envy. Luo Xiao, helpless, this silly girl, even her own husband is envious and jealous. It seems that in the future, you have to be punished. Well, you show this kind of eyes again. Be careful, I will put you on the spot. Hoof. Mu Qingxue hummed lightly. Looking at his sulking little daughter-in-law, Luo Xiao rubbed her little head and comforted her. Get out. It's too boring in this cultivation room. The two of them exited the cultivation room and habitually came to the Imperial dining room, which had already been set up with all sorts of delicacies, all loved by both. Although the two are cultivators, they cannot eat or drink for 10 days and half a month. But since they are on this earth, naturally, they have to be exposed to the smoke and fire, and such delicious food can delight the human mind and body, and it is also a little helpful for cultivation. What's more, their cultivation is also loose, will not be like those bitter cultivation general perennial closed dead repair. Mu Qingxue only cultivate 2 or 3 hours a day, the remaining time either to deal with things in the royal family, or is to study some novelty gadgets. There was time for her to learn how to cook with the chefs in the Imperial kitchen on a regular basis, and there was food to eat and little ones to try out the dishes. Speaking of eating food, as soon as he smelled the food, he got out of Luo Xiao's ring again. The small body stood on the jade table of the Imperial catering room, eyes full of burning golden light, muttering with a bulging little mouth, obviously stealing food from Luo Xiao's ring just now. Luo Xiao looked at the little guy and knocked his head from behind. You little guy, you're quite punctual for dinner. Oh, it hurts. Eat let out a pained cry and turned his head, muttering his little mouth to look at Luo Xiao. Mu Qingxue smoothly rubbed Eat's head with a loving motherly smile. Hurry up and eat. Don't bother with your father. Mu Qingxue laughed. Yes, Mother-sama. Having received the order, Eat's petite body immediately pounced on the pork elbow that was 2 or 3 times bigger than him. These days, Eat has also touched on many human eating methods, and no longer like before that wolf swallowed, but instead learns from people chewing and slow swallowing up, but still have a big appetite. Just a minute or two ago, 2 or 3 kilograms of big elbows, directly by him dazzle only bones. Then he looked at the fire-roasted chicken, and saw that he was also very particular about his meals, specializing in these ones that were golden and crispy all over. Mu Qingxue's gaze fell on Eat the entire time. She truly liked this little tyke. From time to time, he even took his own hand towel to wipe his mouth, and Eat was also very good, knowing that his mother was going to wipe his mouth, pouting his little mouth to come up. Ugh. And at the end, I'll say, thank you, mother. So good. Then turned his head and buried into the pile of food. Less than half an hour, the table of 100 or so dishes, directly be Eat dazzle finished. Luo Xiao, 2 people did not eat much. The whole time they were watching Eat, watching him eat, both of them were full. Mother wipes her mouth, she pouted as she finished eating and stuck her head up with a good face. Mu Qishue was also happy to continue rubbing him with a loving face. So good. Before long, the couple came back to their customary meditation in the small courtyard. Mu Qingxue was holding Eat in her arms, and Luo Xiu was holding her in his arms. The scene was very cozy and harmonious. It's already the third day. Do you think that Xuanwu Empire's crown prince will send the stuff? Mu Qingxue asked in a small voice as she lay in Luo Xiu's arms, her eyes slightly closed. Rashu rubbed her temples and stroked her hair. It's hard to say, but it doesn't matter if he sends it or not. If he doesn't send it, I'll ask him for it tonight, and it won't be up to him. Saying this, a contemptuous bad smile flashed through Luo Xiu's eyes. The reason why he did this was because he wanted to know the purpose of that Xuanwu Empire, and now that purpose was probably known to him. Secondly, it was to get back the money that these scumbags had secretly searched for. They had been entrenched in the Apocalypse Empire for many years now, and had secretly committed many crimes and searched for many resources. Even the government dared to rob things. Not that their cultivation was strong and they hid after robbing things. They would have been discovered long ago. These people were like a group of vampires, constantly creating turmoil and feeding on the Apocalypse Empire. The reason why Luo Xiu hadn't made a move on them until now was because he wanted them to centralize the resources they had scavenged. As for whether they would deliver it themselves, he didn't care much. After all, if they didn't deliver it, he could go get it himself. Mu Qingxue didn't understand the meaning of Luo Xiu's words. It's about time we cleaned up these vampires. Luo Xiu didn't explain too much, because this time he went. He was also prepared to take his daughter-in-law to the real battle. This girl's combat experience is still too little. Just take these losers to practice. Chapter 59, Luo Xiu, daughter-in-law. I'll explain it to you later. As night falls into curtains, the stars are exceptionally bright tonight, dotting the endless night sky. Outside the city, two ghost-like figures cut through the night sky as they held hands and cut through the stars. It soon stopped at a majestic peak that towered over the city. In the darkness of the night, the man's white hair was like silver snow flowing, and the breeze slowly whistled by, and he was holding a long-haired woman tightly in his hands. The woman, this words through the ghost, the god of the man. The eyes are comparable to the starlight in the night. In this dark night exceptionally bright, the two stood at the peak. Ah Xiu, what did you bring me here for? Mu Qingxue looked over at Luo Xiu, a trace of doubt flashing through her violet eyes. Luo Xiu observed the terrain of this area, and at the same time, a powerful divine soul force instantly enveloped the area. All the living beings in this side of the region slowly surfaced in his mind under the detection of his divine soul, and the red light in his eyes flickered at a glance. That's it. Kinda hides it. Oh. After finishing his observation, Luo Xiu slowly looked back and pinched his own little daughter-in-law's face with a bad smile. Silly daughter-in-law, don't you feel that there's something wrong with this area? As Mu Qingxi listened to Luo Xiu's words, the doubt in her heart grew even more, and then she also followed Luo Xiu's example and released her divine soul power. It was soon discovered that something was wrong with this area. There seemed to be several strong auras hovering here, and all the Xian beasts in the area seemed to have been driven away. It was then that Mu Qishue realized, Ah Xiu, you're not hitting your idea on those breaths, are you? From what she had just perceived, these auras didn't seem weak, and two of them even exceeded the Zuanchuan realm. Ha 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 ha, my Luo Xiu's daughter-in-law is just smart, guessing what's on my husband's mind so quickly. Luo Xiu laughed. He had indeed come here for these people, and if it wasn't for the fact that he had discovered the trail of this group of people when he passed by here some time ago, he would have found it hard to believe that there would actually be a powerful force hidden in this deserted jungle. And after he did some poking around, that's when he figured out the path of these people. They were all spies of the Xuanwu Empire. It has been entrenched here for many years, and all those resources they scavenged are stored here in droves. So they must be used to bribe the personnel of the Apocalypse Empire, right? Since they were outsiders, there was no need for him to keep them around. Moreover, he vaguely guessed that this hiding place was definitely not simple, and with the arrival of the Xuanwu Empire's crown prince, the large amount of resources he was carrying was definitely hidden here. And a few days ago, he had made the crown prince of the Xuanwu Empire promise that his resources might also be placed here by him, and it was just the right time for him to copy it today. Mu Qingxue looked at Luo Xiu in surprise. Judging from the aura, there are at least 5 or 6 of them. We're just 2. Can we deal with them? Little problem. It's time for you to see the strength of your family's husband. Luo Xiu smiled mysteriously and said confidently. Then he instructed, daughter-in-law, your practical combat experience is still insufficient. In a moment those with slightly weaker strength will be given to you. As for those 2 Zuanchuan realm powerhouses, I'll take care of them. Although his own daughter-in-law didn't have much experience in actual combat, her own strength and foundation was there, so solving those 3 or 4 Huangxian realms shouldn't be a problem. As for those 2 Zuanchuan realms, Luo Xiu didn't put them in his eyes yet. Upon hearing Luo Xiu's arrangement, Mu Qingxue's stunning face was frowning. Xiu, those are two actual Zunxian realm powerhouses. Can you handle it? Why don't I deal with one of them? Although I'm inexperienced in actual combat, their realms aren't too high. I should be able to take care of one. Hearing his own daughter-in-law's words, Luo Xiu however shook his head. These people were all outlaws, and their real-world experience was definitely more sufficient than his own daughter-in-law's. And he didn't want to take that risk. He didn't want his woman to risk even 1 in a million. Obey. Luo Xiu scraped the bridge of her nose, his doting tone somewhat undeniable. Okay. Mu Qingxue was so charmed by his doting demeanor that she became a deer in the headlights, and inwardly sweetly allowed it. Luo Xiu didn't delay any longer and took out a prepared mask from within his ring. Okay, so as not to blow your cover, put this mask on. Mu Qingxue nodded and put the mask on. However, when she put on the mask, she didn't see Luo Xiu wearing it. Aren't you going to bring it? Luo Xiu smiled sweetly, and with a thought, the Shura mask instantly covered his face, looking like a god or devil in the middle of the night. You. Mu Qingxue looked at the mask on Luo Xiu's face and dropped her jaw in shock. Her face unbelievable. Luo Xiu knew it would be like this. Earlier, the Jinbei king had posted his portrait. His own daughter-in-law would definitely recognize it. But now that time was urgent. There was no room for too much explanation. There wasn't much time left before his appointment with the Xuanwu Empire's crown prince, so he had to hurry up and do it before they arrived. So, he plugged his own daughter-in-law's small mouth and comforted. Now is not the time to explain. I'll explain it to you when we go back after all this. Mu Qingxue's muttering little mouth was a little angry. How much else was this guy hiding from himself? However, Luo Xiu was already on the move. Daughter-in-law, in a moment, I'll open my domain to blockade this place. Just pick the weak ones and do it. If you don't want to do it, then watch your husband perform here. At this moment, Luo Xiu's figure had already appeared in the air not far away, looking back and giving Mu Qingxue a handsome back. Mu Qingxue stomped her foot and similarly followed. Arriving in front of the cave, Luo Xiu no longer hid his aura. Shura Divine Domain open. The Shura Divine Domain with a range of up to 1,000 meters was compressed into only 100 meters for Luo Xiu, sealing this one hole. However, the power was increased by several times. The people inside the cave also sensed the two of them and instantly flew out. 6 strong auras appeared in the middle of the night in an instant. The Xianli on their bodies slowly emerged, and colorful domains formed around them. The 6 of them stared at Luo Xiu with stern eyes, and one of them, a Zunxian realm powerhouse, even rebuked in a cold voice, "Who are you people? Why are you trespassing our quarters?" Luo Xiu didn't bother with nonsense. The cultivation Luo domain instantly locked onto the two of them, and a cultivation Luo sword chi killed towards them. A wisp of aura that resembled blood slowly condensed, and when it oddly reached them, it formed a sharp sword that was incomparably strong. The crowd didn't dare to be careless. They all dodged. Asshole, how dare you make a move at the drop of a hat? Kill him. The rest of the powerhouses were furious as they saw this and dodged. Field of gold open. Field of wood open. Field of water open. Field of earth open. The 4 Peak Emperor Xian realm powerhouses were the first to open their domains. The 2 Zunxian realm powerhouses then soared into midair, their breath locking onto Luo Xiu. Interesting, 5 elemental domains, just missing a domain of fire. Luo Xiu sneered. Daughter-in-law, this is a little chicken. I'll leave it to you. I'll deal with these 2 old guys. Good. Mu Qingxue nodded. Divine Phoenix Sacred Domain open. Mu Qingxue similarly opened her domain. This was the first time she had opened her domain to fight. The Divine Phoenix Sacred Domain directly wrapped the 4 domains of gold, wood, water, and earth. Isolating them, their domains were far too poor compared to Mu Qingxue's holy domain, and their auras were immediately suppressed. Great, 2 old guys, it's your turn below. Luo Xiu looked at his own daughter-in-law, who had already suppressed the world, and his bloodshot eyes instantly turned to the 2 old guys. Arrogant, seek the way of death. The 2 looked at Luo Xiu, who was so arrogant, angry, while their eyes were full of contempt and disdain. They could obviously feel that Luo Xiu's cultivation was inferior to theirs. To collide with the 2 of them like this was simply asking for death. Didn't put Luo Xiu too much in his mind. P.S. Fathers and mothers like it. Free gift support. That gift list is very helpful to the author. You can get greater exposure. Please brush a little. Support the little brother. Writing is my love. But the family is not very good. Want to write at the same time and want to earn some money. Want to earn some next year's tuition. So write bad. We do not hold back. The scolding on the scolding. My brother must try to rectify. To give you a satisfactory answer. Chapter 60. Watch your daughter-in-law. Your husband will be handsome next. Seek death. The 2 old guys didn't talk too much. Their pupils suddenly shrunk. and the might unique to the Zhuanchuan realm instantly surged towards Luo Xiao. Under the effect of the endless Xian force, the surrounding air was as thick as the color of blood. Both of them had their respective weapons appear in their hands. One was a spear with ice attribute. The surface of the cold light was severe. The moment this weapon appeared, tens of meters around him, all kinds of vegetation instantly turned into an ice sculpture. The other person's weapon was likewise a spear, but his spear had a terrifying flame attached to it, and the flame's glow was golden red in color, and a blazing fire was likewise burning within dozens of meters around him. The two men stood with their arms folded, holding their spears in one hand. The old man with the flaming spear in his hand held the spear and pointed it at Luo Xiao. Kid, this is not the place for you to come, and you shouldn't have angered us. Old fire, what are you wasting words with this kid? Solve it quickly. This place can't be discovered by anyone. Otherwise, any blunders will not be something we can afford. Chop it up quickly. The ice spear wielding elder raised his eyebrows slightly, not wanting to talk too much nonsense. That's fine. There's something odd about this kid's aura. Let's both join forces and solve it quickly. Yes. Afterward, the two directly teamed up to attack Luo Xiao on the left and right flanks. They didn't use their respective domains, but the ice and fire aura emanating from them was still suffocating. The two spears that came charging in were flooded with a murderous aura. The silhouettes of the two were also extremely fast, and even in the darkness of the night, only two white and red streams of light could be seen. Fire Spirit Lance, Fiery Flame. Ice Spirit Lance, Extreme Cold. The two of them came flying. Seeing that Luo Xiao was close at hand, they immediately attached their divine abilities, and their two spears flashed with cold light and great power. Luo Xiao looked at the two people on the left and right flanks, and a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. Judging from the auras emanating from the two, they were only at the third level of the Zhuanchuan realm. It just so happens that I don't want to nag you two old guys, Luo Xiao said coldly. Shura Divine Realm, congeal. Luo Xiao raised his right hand and propped his palms up to the sky. Then, controlling the Shura Divine Domain, he condensed Shura Qi and blood into himself. In an instant, the Shura Divine Domain slowly compressed to within 100 meters, and the smell of blood in the air became more and more dense as the Shura Divine Domain compressed. On the other hand, Luo Xiao's body was undergoing a radical change. The compression of the Xiao Luo Divine Domain, and countless Xiao Luo Qi and blood condensed into his body. Buzz. Although Luo Xiao's realm hadn't increased, his aura had instantly risen wildly, vaguely surpassing the aura emitted from the two men's hands. Both of them were shocked. However, the two men in close proximity were unable to retract their attacks. No good. This kid is weird. It's too late. Join forces to decapitate him. The two of them also detected that something was wrong with Luo Xiao, because with the intervention of the Shura God domain and the enhancement of Luo Xiao's compression domain, his entire aura instantly crushed the two of them's previous auras. In the sky, the left wing bloomed with endless flames, as if it wanted to burn out the darkness of this part of the sky. Reu! The right wing's cold aura appeared in all directions. The surrounding air condensed inch by inch, and countless ice flakes and snowflakes slowly fell. All of them attacked Luo Xiao in the center in a crushing manner. Just in time, Shura Divine Sword, Sword Heart Killing. With a movement of Luo Xiao's mind, the Shura Divine Sword in his ring instantly appeared in his hand, and a bloodthirsty force instantly spread. Shoo! Countless sword chi formed a sword intent barrier around Luo Xiao. The next moment, all that could be heard was bang. After a loud bang, the two Zunas on the left and right flanks were shaken back. The flames on the left side had yet to dissipate, and the cold ice on the right side had yet to melt. However, Luo Xiao, who was sandwiched in the middle, was not injured in the slightest, only to see him circling in the middle of the two powerful energies, with a hint of a bland smile on the corner of his mouth. Two attacks that couldn't even break his sword chi barrier. How is this possible? When the two old guys saw this, the shock in their eyes could not be hidden. How is it possible for this kid to catch a joint strike from the two of us? Both of them were wide-eyed, and their pale, finger-painted mouths were even wider open. Afterward, he only saw Luo Xiao raise his Shura Divine Sword and gently wave it, and the two strong ice and fire Xianli were instantly and easily dissolved by him. Finished fighting? My turn then. Desolate Sky Slash. Luo Xiao raised the Shura Divine Sword, and a blood-devouring aura rose to the sky as the countless Shura Qi and blood within the realm surged into the Shura Divine Sword. Within a moment, blood light rushed into the sky, and countless blood Qi swirled into an energy vortex around Luo Xiao's Shura Divine Hall. Chop! Luo Xiao drank. The rushing blood Qi instantly converged into a sharp sword, charging straight at the two men, whose faces changed drastically, one after another. They scattered towards the sides. However, Luo Xiao, you were not prepared to let them go. The Shura Divine Domain directly deadlocked them, leaving them with nowhere to escape. Damn it! Ice field open. Seeing the situation, Venerable Ice Spirit instantly propped up his domain, An extremely cold domain instantly dissolved the power of Luo Xiu's domain. However, by the time he tried to escape again, the rushing blood splash had already killed him. The same was true for the fire spirit Venerable One. The two thought that by fleeing in different directions, they would be able to dodge this attack. However, within Luo Xiu's domain, all evasions were useless. The realm of arcane fire open. He also didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, being able to live to this age. He didn't have to be that stupid. Luo Xiu's domain was similarly broken through by him. However, the blood sword that had diverged similarly appeared in front of the great heel. Although Luo Xiu's attacks were actually powerful, their realm was there, and although they were old, their reactions were indeed not slow. Instantly, he gathered most of the Xian power of his entire body and formed a wall of fire and a wall of ice to stop the two attacks. Boom! Boom! The two blasts were famously ebullient in the air, the aftermath still lingering. The firewall was directly dissolved by Luo Xiu's sword chi and scattered into a sky of starry flames. The ice wall was similarly turned into a pile of shattered ice by Luo Xiu's sword chi, while the remaining sword chi rushed directly toward the two mediums. The two men's bodies were directly blown away and ruthlessly smashed into the ground. Bang! Bang! In an instant, dust rose from the sky, and two huge craters appeared on the ground, lifting up a sky of dust that directly submerged the two men's bodies. Luo Xiu was still standing in midair, his blood-colored eyes glowing red. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, and with the smoke covering his eyes, he directly released the power of his divine soul, searching for the two men's figures. However, in the next moment, he was immediately alerted, his pupils suddenly shrinking. The bodies of the two old guys instantly came in front of him. Both of them had a trace of blood hanging from the corner of their mouths, and their originally shining clothes were covered in dust, but those eyes were so stern. Brat! Suffer! The two had the same voice, holding two spears, one on the left and one on the right, killing Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu was startled. The two men's attacks were simply too harsh. The speed of it. Luo Xiu didn't have time to react too much and directly blocked in front of himself with the Shura divine sword and, at the same time, utilized his own sword intent breath to block it. Clanking. The attacks of the two old guys were very swift. In an instant they had already struck dozens of moves. The powerful Shan Li was even blossoming in the air. A ray of fire. A cold and chilling breath, constantly striking out from both of their bodies. Boom! Luo Xiu was forced to the ground by the two of them, and before he was done, his body was even knocked back dozens of meters by the two of them. Luo Xiu took a deep breath, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He was indeed a bit careless just now. These two old guys still had something. Instead, at this time, Mu Qingxue had already finished off the remaining four and turned back to look over to Luo Xiu's side to see this amazing scene. A trace of panic flashed across her stunningly beautiful face, and with great concern in her eyes, she shouted toward Luo Xiu. Xiu, are you alright? Afterward, he rushed towards Luo Xiu's side at an extremely fast speed and held up Luo Xiu's body. Luo Xiu looked at her nervous appearance, smiled, and comforted. Daughter-in-law, I'm fine. Mu Qingxue released her own breath and helped Luo Xiu check his body, and after seeing that he was fine, she was relieved. Afterwards, his eyes coldly looked at the two old guys. Well then, let's both join forces. Instead, Luo Xiu shook his head and gave her a reassuring look and said, Daughter-in-law, I'll do it myself. Then he looked at the two old guys again. The killing intent in his heart had already reached its peak. Luo Xiu coldly said, Daughter-in-law, watch. Your husband will be very handsome next. Mu Qingxue just wanted to remind him to be more careful, but it turned out that Luo Xiu's figure was long gone from his side, directly transformed into a blood shadow, rushing towards the two old guys. This asshole, always like this. Mu Qingxue stomped her foot without any good breath. Chapter 61, Strong Wipeout. Handsome? The two old guys felt the terrifying aura radiating from Luo Xiu's body, and their breaths became heavy from their already heavily injured bodies. How is this brat so strong? Is this still the Imperial Xian realm I know? Venerable Zuanflame's face changed drastically, his heart incomparably fearful. Now is not the time to think about this. It seems that the landing point here can't be hidden anymore, and those few losers will already be dead. No, we'd better hurry and get out. Venerable Xian Bing calmly analyzed. He was equally fearful of Luo Xiu. Possessing this kind of strength and having a clear goal of coming directly towards them, probably with a premeditated plan. Then what should we do now? This kid's domain is too strong. We're not even on the same level as him. It's too hard to break through in a short period of time. Seeing that Luo Xiu was already close at hand, the two of them, even though they had lived for hundreds of years, were still in shock, and panic appeared in their eyes. There's no way out. We can only fight it out. Venerable Xian Bing was still relatively calm. Venerable Xianhua looked at his face and instantly understood what he meant. The two men looked at each other. Ice and fire, fusion. Two pale hands held together. releasing their domains at the same time. Both of them mobilized all of their own Xianli, and the two dazzling, glowing lights of ice and fire shot straight up into the sky. The sky dome under the night was instantly illuminated by this splendid Xianli radiance. Fusion. Soon, a huge domain instantly formed around them, with a double sky of ice and fire. The terrifying fusion of ice and fire instantly spread across the entire sky. Ice and fire domain, cold ice blaze. Both of them shouted at the same time, and a huge Xian ice fireball was instantly condensed within the domain. The interior exuding extremely cold ice power, while the exterior was filled with monstrous flames, like a meteorite star outside the sky, proudly under the heavenly dome. After executing this strike, the two of them were similarly subjected to a huge backlash, spitting out blood from their mouths. But in order to escape, in order to survive, they still clenched their teeth and persevered. Fear of being interrupted the next moment in general. Luo Xiao, who had transformed into a stump, came to a position less than 10 meters in front of them in an instant. Domain fusion. I'd like to see how powerful it is. Luo Xiao looked at the huge Xian ice fireball above his head, and although there was so much shock in his heart, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. Shura divine domain condensation. Controlling his field once again, he narrowed it down to a 10-meter range, covering only 3 people, and once again, endless chi and blood churned within him, and his strength was drastically increased. Judging from his aura, nowadays, his strength had already reached the 6th level of the Zhuanshuan realm. His entire body was rushing with chi and blood, just like a god and goddess. At the same time, the two old guys' ice and fire domain skills were similarly fused. A cold smile flashed across the two men's aged faces. In their opinion, such a strong strike was definitely not something that Luo Xiao could catch. Xian ice blaze explosion. As the two of them bellowed in unison, the ball of arcane ice and fire under the dome of the sky slowly descended, its speed climbing up. The terrifying Xianli emanating from it seemed as if it was going to swallow this side of the heaven and earth. Come on! The chi and blood on Luo Xiao's body likewise finished moving, and he coldly looked toward the single ball of arcane ice and fire under the dome of the sky. Shura Domain Godslayer. This was the new Shura domain skill that he had comprehended after breaking through the realm, although he hadn't completely comprehended it yet, but it was more than enough to deal with these two old guys, only to see a bloody formation appear underneath Luo Xiao's feet, and a gigantic god-devil figure slowly emerged, dressed in purple gold flowing divine armor and holding a blood-colored divine sword, just like Luo Xiao. The breath, however, was worlds apart, and he stood behind Luo Xiao as if he was a powerful avatar of Luo Xiao, illuminating Luo Xiao's attack, only to see Luo Xiao slowly raise the Shura divine sword in his hand, and the god devil similarly raised it. Instead, the god devil's huge sword pierced through the heavens and slowly chopped towards the Xian ice fireball. In an instant, the huge blood-colored sword shadow directly slashed at the Xian ice fireball, and the powerful Xian energy instantly scattered in all directions. The two old guys controlling the Xian ice fireball, their already shrunken veins instantly exploded, and the hands holding them up couldn't stop trembling. Damn it! How could this kid be so strong? Venerable Xianhua was somewhat unable to hold on any longer. Blood kept bubbling out from the corners of his mouth, and his entire consciousness was on the verge of blurring. Hang in there, or neither of us will survive. Venerable Xianbing similarly gritted his teeth, and he wasn't much better. Zip, zip, zip. The two strong attacks were still colliding. Fire splashed above the sky dome, and the Xianli transformed into 3 brilliant rays of light confronting each other. Let's see how much longer you guys can hold out. Luo Xiao looked coldly at the two men who were still struggling to hold on. The Shura divine sword in his hand then flashed with another blood-colored light, and the Shura bloodline in Luo Xiao's body instantly surged wildly at this moment, turning into endless Xian power to be added to the god devil's body. In an instant, the attack went to one side, and the huge ball of Xian ice fire was slowly suppressed, and was about to be disorganized in the sky. The two old guys were also spitting out blood furiously, and in less than a moment's time, the two couldn't hold on any longer. Clanking, boom boom, shoo, the two of them simply couldn't carry the strong Xian force addition from Luo Xiao, and the one Xian ice fireball above the sky dome was chopped in half. Countless Xian ice interspersed with flames slowly fell, fiercely blasting towards the forest's surroundings, instantly spreading endless flames throughout the forest. The two men also fell away in response, slamming heavily into the peak behind them. Luo Xiao wouldn't give them any more chances. His voice flickered, and he came directly in front of them, looking at their dying appearance with cold intuition. Cough cough cough. Meeting Luo Xiao's cold gaze, the only trace of strength left in Venerable Xianbing's body raised his arm and pointed it at Luo Xiao. You. The words were deflated before they were finished. The two people's vitality was completely annihilated, and only then did Luo Xiao let out a sigh of relief. It had to be said that these two old guys were by far the strongest opponents he had ever encountered. Go in peace. I'll keep what you've hidden for you. The corner of Luo Xiu's mouth raised in a smile. Gotta give them the satisfaction of dying in peace. Mu Qingxue similarly trailed Luo Xiu and was relieved to see the two who were already lifeless. Afterward, her beautiful eyes looked worriedly at Luo Xiu again and inquired in a soft tone. Xiu, are you hurt? Before Luo Xiu could reply, she released her Xian power and checked again. It was a heavy sigh of relief to realize that only some minor injuries had been delivered. Luo Xiu looked at her face full of worry, and with some heartfelt reluctance, he pinched her little face and said, handsome or not? The atmosphere, which was still tense, eased up with his words. Mu Qingxue glared at him without any good reason and said breathlessly, don't be so careless when fighting in the future. You could have easily decimated them. Although she was fighting with those people just now, she was also paying attention to Luo Xiu's battle. Alright, I know, Luo Xiu said helplessly. He then took the two men's spatial rings into his own hands. Alright, treasure hunting time, said the man with an expectant face as he looked back. Mu Qingxue's stunning face also showed a hint of anticipation. P.S. Almost spit out a mouthful of blood when I saw this rating. 5. 1. Is it really that bad? Brothers, help out and give it a 5-star rating. Please, 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 please. Chapter 62, Amazing Wealth, Hard to Estimate. Ding, for Emperor Xian Realm 7th and 8th level have been detected dead, and have helped the host absorb essence blood and qi, totaling 900,000, which has been automatically converted into Shura qi blood. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing 2 Zuanshuan Realm 3rd tier powerhouses. It has helped the host to absorb essence blood and qi, totaling 1 million, which has been automatically converted into Shura qi blood. Ding, currently, Shura's qi blood is 1.9 million. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Shura Divine Realm's Royal Xian Realm has increased by 80%. The long-lost system beep sounded, and Luo Xiu couldn't help but light up. What he didn't expect was that now people who were actually not killed by himself could also automatically absorb the qi and essence blood from them. Was this the system? The reason why one must travel to the battlefield to cultivate? If that was really the case, then millions of people had fallen, and one had absorbed the qi and essence blood from them. How geometrical would that be? It was simply immeasurable, and Luo Xiu couldn't help but look forward to it a bit. Check the character panel, Luo Xiu said excitedly in his heart. Host, Luo Xiu. Age, 18. Realm, 8th sky of the Imperial Xian Realm. Domain, Shura Divine. Avatar, Killing Heart, Sword Intent 3rd Order. Comprehensible. Deicide, Divine Order Domain Talent. Desolate Heavenly Order Sword Technique. Can be upgraded. 10 million Shura blood required for upgrading. Shura's blood, 1.9 million. Shura Divine Realm Royal Xian Realm increased by 80%. After checking it out, Luo Xiu then closed the character panel with satisfaction, and contentedly led his daughter-in-law towards the cave. Daughter-in-law, go! Luo Xiu laughed. Yes, the two arrived at their cave, which at a glance was pitch black. However, it was only when they were close to the cave that the square those people had set up slowly became visible. A burst of golden light flickered at the entrance of the cave, quickly forming a mountain defense formation. A huge Xuanwu giant beast was formed in the center of the formation, and powerful streams of light flowed around him. And once a stranger got close, he would be forced back by this stream of light. When the two just approached, they were directly forced back by the Xuanwu on the formation, sending out an attack. Fortunately, it was just a defense formation. The attack was not considered not strong. They've set up a prohibition. Mu Qingxue frowned slightly as she looked at the formation that had suddenly surfaced. Luo Xiu looked at the formation inscriptions on the formation and also got a bit headstrong. This group of people were really careful, leaving behind so many strong people and laying down this formation. Horse. Luo Xiu spat in his heart. Neither of them had ever studied formations, and they didn't know if forcing this one big formation to break through would automatically destroy what was inside. Neither of them dared to rush forward again. Luo Xiu turned to the system and asked, System, if this formation is forced to break through, will it destroy what's inside? This is just a defense array. If it is breached from the outside, it won't destroy what's inside, the system replied. Luo Xiu was delighted in his heart and turned his head to Mu Qingxi and said, Daughter-in-law, this is just a defense array. We can just combine our efforts to break through it. Good. Mu Qingxue nodded. Subsequently, the two mobilized their entire bodies Xianli, and a strong aura once again appeared on their bodies. Luo Xiu once again offered the Shura Divine Sword. A stunningly beautiful sword similarly appeared in Mu Qingxue's hand. Its body covered in a biting cold aura with a lifelike glazed phoenix imprinted on it. Mu Qingxue similarly mobilized the power of her entire body, converging on the sword. A moment later, the breath of the two reached its peak, and Luo Xiao no longer hesitated. Daughter-in-law, attack! Without hesitation, Mu Qingxue stabbed out a sword. The powerful Shanli transformed into a stream of light and struck straight at Xianwu's head. A loud bang came from the formation. The stream of light above was struck by a burst of ripples, and cracks slowly appeared from the center of the formation to the surroundings. Seeing this, Luo Xiao directly rose up in the air to gather his breath. Shura domain congeal. The extreme Shura divine domain instantly converged within him, and a strong aura erupted from Luo Xiao within his body before slowly infusing into the Shura divine sword. In midair, Luo Xiao raised the Shura divine sword with both hands and chopped down. Deicide. A bellowing cry followed. The strong Xian force transformed into a blood-colored curved moon attack, which was directly chopped out by Luo Xiao, and then a loud bang was heard. Boom. Between revolutions, the Xuanwu Grand Formation, which was originally covered in cracks, instantly shattered, and the countless energies on top of the formation raged on. Boom. The area around the cave was directly destroyed into a pile of rubble, and the mountains in this area were in turmoil, with dust and smoke rising. Mu Qingxue looked at Luo Xiao's strong attack and couldn't help but worry about whether the cave would collapse. This wooden head is still so impulsive. Alas! A moment later, the smoke gradually dispersed in all directions, and a narrow hole slowly appeared in front of the two. Mu Qingxue then breathed a sigh of relief. The two no longer hesitated and flew in as two streams of light. Shoo! Outside the cave, it looks dark, but inside it's a different story. The cave was very spacious. However, it was filled with countless Shinling stones, and countless immortal herbs and spiritual medicines were vibrantly alive, all of which were well contained. Countless divine weapons and sharp blades were even neatly arranged inside the cave. Both of them were dumbfounded, not expecting this Xuanwu Empire would have hoarded so many things in the Tianqi Empire. If they really let them break through the Tianqi Empire, I'm afraid that this one place is where the resources for their backup supplies are located. The two couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Ah Xiao, what should we do now? Mu Qingxue had never seen so many resources before, and within a moment, she was somewhat at a loss. Luo Xiao took a deep breath, completely unable to contain his inner excitement. So many things, enough to exchange for many resources to equip 1,000,000 armies. It seems like this group of people had a plan ahead of time, but it's actually been discovered by us, so we can't keep it for them. Pack it all up and take it away. Mu Qingxue nodded, and on her stunningly beautiful face, she shifted from surprise to delight. Get rich! Between the two of them, they personify a little money-grubbing. Daughter-in-law, take it! Saying that, he directly took out more storage rings from his spatial ring and placed 4 rings into Mu Qingxi's hands. Mu Qingxi understood what Luo Xiao meant and happily took the ring. With a golden light in their eyes, the two men looked at each other and began to split up. Mu Qingxue walked towards the piles of Xianling stones, and with a wave of her big hand, countless Xianling stones had disappeared into the spatial ring. In just a few seconds, tens of millions of Xianling stones filled a space ring. Luo Xiao, on the other hand, came to a pile of elixirs that were all nourished in a conservation formation similar to a small greenhouse, each one nourished by its own independent space, glowing with infinite vitality. There was no lack of heaven-grade spirit medicines, and earth-grade was even more numerous, while in the larger space in the corner, for spirit-grade spirit medicines containing powerful Xian spirit power were slowly wrapped in a prohibition. Luo Xiao was so excited that he was about to laugh out loud. Although he didn't need these cultivation resources, but his own daughter-in-law as well as the forces he wanted to cultivate in the future needed them. With so many good things, he'd cultivate a large number of strong peoples coming in the future. Good fellow, it's still you, Xuanwu Empire, who understands what I need. Leaving such a large treasure trove to me, I'll be polite. With a smile on his face, Luo Xiao put all these goodies into his Shura divine ring. Ordinary rings couldn't preserve living things at all, but luckily, his Shura divine ring could nourish living things, and the things on it were swept away by him. After carefully counting them, there were a full 16 celestial grade elixirs, while the earth grade ones reached a staggering 153, and there were too many mortal and metaphysical grades to count, at least 2,000. Of course, the most precious ones were the 4 spirit-level spirit medicines, which were not very common. If a peak Xian Emperor realm powerhouse could possess one of these spirit medicines, he could advance to the Zun Xian realm very easily. You can see how valuable it is. After collecting the herbs, Luo Xiao turned to the place where he hid the weapons. P.S. Thank you for the gifts and 5-star reviews. Today out of school. Just back to you guys. Code a chapter. A little later, there is a chapter O. Chapter 63, Crippled Holy Weapon. Soul Breaker Gun. Looking at the rows and rows of neatly arranged weapons, there were at least 100 or 200 of them, and although most of them were ordinary Xian weapons, there was no lack of earth-ranked and heaven-ranked weapons among them. Looking at the wide array of weapons, All kinds of weapons. Luo Xiao looked dumbfounded. Good guy. How long have these guys been infiltrating? I guess these weapons are also trying to recapture them from the hands of the experts of the Apocalypse Empire. Even so, then I'm not polite. With a wave of Luo Xiao's hand, these dazzling array of weapons instantly entered his ring. However, what did remain in that nook and cranny was a mutilated weapon. A lance. It was covered in dust, though the lines on the barrel were still visible. Luo Xiao slowly walked over to the weapon. It's a handicapped hand. Ha, but looking at the lines on it, it seems pretty good. Luo Xiao reached out and took it. However, in the next moment, a mysterious light instantly enveloped his surroundings, and the patterns on the barrel of the gun also glowed with a burst of light. This, before he could be surprised for long, a string of mysterious runes instantly flooded into his mind. It recorded the owner of the gun and his glorious deeds during his life, and the gun still had the will of the gun's soul though. Luo Xiao was shocked. Soul Breaker Gun. The exclusive weapon of the ancient great Soul Breaker Saint. The moment the prodigy quickly broke into his mind, a spectacular scene suddenly appeared, with a man slowly standing in front of him, while in front of him, the mists were heavy and the dust and sand swirled wildly in the sky. The man was dressed in armor, with a tattered and torn cloak draped over his shoulders, and the top of the cloak had long been stained with blood, and the man still stood proudly with the Soul Breaker on his back. The soul-severing gun ignited with a blood-colored glow in his hand, as if it had come to life. Just then, kill. The roiling dust and sand in front of us slowly came a killing and drinking, and a moment later, from the sand and dust rushed out countless generals. The sky was covered with a black, pressurized piece, as if it was going to shatter this piece of the sky. However, in the face of this scene, the soul-severing great sage still stood sadly and proudly, with endless killing opportunities pouring into his eyes. Broken Soul, are you afraid? The great sage of Broken Soul skateboard glanced at the lance in his hand, eventually wiping a trace of a smile as he faintly said. The lance seemed to understand his words as it let out a roar, and then its entire body trembled. Ha ha ha. The soul-severing great sage smiled as if he had received affirmation. Then let's fight side by side and kill him. The generals in front of them were still charging fast. Clanking. Luo Xiao's blood boiled as he watched. Yet the next moment, his consciousness returned to his body. Broken. Luo Xiao was speechless while looking at the soul-severing gun in his hand. However, the original radiance of it had dimmed again at this moment. No, big brother, why don't you let me finish reading it? The soul-severing gun trembled, as if it had used all its strength to send a beam of light into Luo Xiao's mind. Please. The three short words made Luo Xiao a bit puzzled. Please? Please what? Why don't you just say it clearly? You're just ing sitting here with me guessing riddles? Luo Xiao was once again speechless. Forget it. He was also too lazy to care so much. Since this soul breaker gun was so strong, he simply put it away in his ring as well. After all, this was an ancient sacred artifact, and if it could be restored for its own sake, it wouldn't be bad for a divine weapon. If you can't fix it, just go back to the drawing board. After packing up all the weapons, Luo Xiao once again looked at a gold-lettered jade chest in the corner. There were countless inscription formations imprinted on it, and when Luo Xiao touched it, his hand ended up being directly bounced off by the energy bursting out from the formations on it. What the hell is in here? Luo Xiao was a bit curious. However, looking at the box did not seem to be easy to mess with, and could not open it for a while, so he simply put it away within his ring as well. Looking around the room, it seemed as if everything had been searched all by itself. These guys have a lot of stuff. Luo Xiao couldn't help but sigh. And at this time, Mu Qingxue had also scavenged everything in the area she was in charge of, and the same incredulity appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. Luo Xiao came to her, pinched her little face and asked, "How's it going? Is it all cleaned up?" Mu Qingxue nodded, her gaze still shocked. "Ah Xiao, do you know how many Xianling stones I've scavenged this time?" Luo Xiao looked at her with some curiosity, then asked speculatively, 100 million? Mu Qingxue, however, shook her head and laughed, her eyes meaningfully looking at Luo Xiao once again. 200 million? Luo Xiao continued to guess with a deep voice. It can't be less than $100 million, with all the goodies collected elsewhere. Mu Qingxue looked at him. Always can't guess. Also not hide it from him, directly set out. Full more than 500 million Asterisk. Luo Xiao exploded in surprise. Mu Qingxue gave him a blank look. No swearing. It's indecent. Luo Xiao nodded vigorously, but he couldn't stop the smile on his face. A full 500 million Xianling stones. This was 6 or 7 times more than his royal residence. Dumbfounded, right? This group of people is also too terrifying. So many cultivation resources. Where did they collect them? With these Xianling stones alone, it's enough to have bought 10 spirit veins. Rashu exhaled deeply and tried to calm his restless heart. Afterward, He looked at Mu Qingxue who was beside him and said in a deep voice, "Daughter-in-law, this place is not suitable to stay for a long time. Let's go back and talk about it." Mu Qingxue also instantly understood what he meant, nodding her head, and the two of them darted towards the outside. And at this time the outside has been sky dark. The two did not dare to stay too much, directly turned into two streams of light, towards the Shura King's residence. With so many resources, if those people who knew about the Xuanwu Empire found out that they had been stolen, they would definitely die looking for them. 1 hour later, the last batch of resources carried by Wu Delong and the others arrived here. However, the scene in front of them made them dumbfounded, only to see that the trees in this hidden forest had fallen horizontally and the mountains were all sealed and shattered. Not good. Wu Delang's eyes flashed with panic and he immediately darted in the direction of the cave. When he came to the cave, he saw that the cave's prohibitions had been broken long ago, and the personnel who had stayed here were long gone. His entire body almost fainted on the spot, but luckily the two guards beside him held him up. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" Wu Delang stood up again with the help of the two men, while his entire body was as soft as a puddle of mud. "It's over! It's over! It's all over!" His entire body cried out and looked towards the cave. Obviously, the contents had been emptied long ago. You guys hurry up and find out who did this. I'm going to break them into pieces." Put. Suddenly, Wu Delang's anger attacked his heart and a mouthful of blood was sprayed out while his mouth was storming with rage. The thought that this was a hiding place that the Empire had worked so hard on for decades, and that it had been looted overnight. How can he explain to the Empire to his father? Finished, completely finished. He was afraid that he would not be able to keep his identity as the crown prince of the Xuanwu Empire. "It's worse than killing him. Leave me alone and hurry up and go looking for it. And if you don't find it you'll have your heads on a platter." Yes. His subordinates were also startled by him, and except for the two who were supporting him, the rest of them chased after him in different directions. They were equally aware of the seriousness of this matter. Perhaps Wu Delang's status as a prince would be removed. However, they could truly be guilty of a capital offense. And Luo Shou, two people at this moment, has long been back to the Imperial capital, back to the Shura King's house. Chapter 64, The Apocalypse Empire distributed the top 10 strongest men. The two of them arrived at the Shura King's mansion. Luo Shou gave Mu Qingxi a look, and then the two of them headed towards the secret cultivation room. A few moments later, inside the cultivation room, both of them took out their rings filled with things. Mu Qingxue's 4 rings were filled to the brim, only to see her unlocking the prohibitions in them. Countless Xianling stones instantly filled the entire cultivation room. Looking at the piles of Xianling stones, the two of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. "Ah Xiu, these cultivation resources, what are you going to do with them?" Mu Qingxi took a deep breath and asked Luo Shou in a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Luo Shou pondered for a moment before saying, "Daughter-in-law, apart from me and you, as well as the old housekeeper, these resources should never be known to outsiders again. Otherwise, it will definitely lead to unnecessary disasters." Mu Qingxue naturally knew the seriousness of this matter and nodded affirmatively. With their current strength, they were simply unable to fight against that Xuanwu Empire. If they really found out the traces, even if they tore themselves apart with the Tanchi Empire, they would definitely recover this resource. Luo Shou continued. "As for what to do with these things?" Luo Shou touched his chin, rubbed it for a while and said, "It's better to use it to cultivate forces. Resources are dead. People are alive. Nowadays, the situation is so turbulent. We really should cultivate some forces to present to this change." And the first thing Luo Shou thought of was Tian Ke, because they were his father's old troops and were absolutely loyal to him. Moreover, people have been silently guarding the royal residence for several years, so they can definitely be trusted. Thinking of this, Luo Shou thought of 15 more people. I also don't know if these 15 people have recruited new members. If they can be recruited and are loyal enough, these resources are enough to train them. Mu Qingxi listened to Luo Shou's words and also nodded. The power of 2 people was ultimately limited. It was indeed time to cultivate some forces of their own. So she turned to Rashu and asked again, "So what do you want to do?" "There is, but still have to wait for me to calm down that Jinbei King back to say. During this period of time these things will be placed here in your place." Lu Lao have the need to dial to him on the line. That works. Deep in the forest at the edge of the Apocalypse Empire, dozens of powerful people were gathered at this moment. They unabashedly released their auras, and none of them had reached the Emperor's Xian realm or above, with 3 or 4 of them even reaching the Zun Xian realm. At this moment, however, they were sad and gloomy, all of them with their heads bowed, and surrounded by them in the center was none other than the Xuanwu Empire's crown prince, Wu Dolong. After a long period of silence, an old man slowly came to his side, raising his eyes to look at the despairing Wu Delang's side and said in a consoling tone, "Your Highness, you don't have to be so despairing. Since this matter is man-made, then it might not have much to do with the royal family of the Celestial Enlightenment Empire. Nowadays, with all of their vassal kings thinking about their ascension to the throne, and all of them being driven out of the imperial capital, there aren't many forces that can deal with our 2 Zhuanshuan realm powerhouses and 4 Huangxian realm powerhouses in a short period of time. Should we send someone to check it out? When the crowd heard the old man say this, they also nodded their heads towards Wu Delong. Hearing the old man's words, Wu Delong similarly raised his tired bloodshot eyes, the anxiety and haggardness on his face hard to hide, and shook his head. There is no need to check on the side of the Apocalypse Empire. The 3 exalted ones have sent word that the strongest people over there have never been out of the imperial capital. I see. Then the only possibility is, said the old man. His eyes suddenly sank. The crowd knew who he was referring to. The Skywolf sect. They were the only ones who had the strength. Instead, the old man's words gave Wu Delong a glimmer of hope. Great exalted one. You're right. There really aren't many forces within this 1,000-mile radius that can silently resolve 2 Zhuanshuan realm powerhouses in such a short period of time, but we can't completely rule them out. At this moment, Wu Delong looked to the northwest with a gloomy face, because in addition to the royal family of the Tianqi Empire within 1,000 miles, only the Tianlang sect in the northwest had this kind of strength. Moreover, he had just learned from the 3 exalted ones that the strongest members of the Tianqi Empire's royal family hadn't gone out of the imperial city at all, so the only possibility was the Skywolf sect. Great exalted one. Has the information from the Skywolf sect side been probed clearly? Being Wu Dalong called, the big honored old man shook his head. Some helpless said, that day the wolf sect is not a good thing. To our current forces are afraid it is difficult to fight against it. If it is really what they do, then we still have to think long and hard. The old man had already probed the Skywolf sect earlier. However, within the Skywolf sect there were 5 Zhuanshuan realm powerhouses on the surface, and behind the scenes there was an old ancestor who had been in seclusion for many years, and the strength of all 5 was not bad, and even the Skywolf sect's patriarch's strength could be comparable to his. Trying to pry inside in its entirety is difficult for them now. Hearing the words of the great exalted one, Wu Delong was furious. In his mind, the more powerful the heavenly wolf sect was, the more likely it was that they were responsible. Great exalted one, no matter what, we must find out the reality of the Skywolf sect. If we do, it is really their doing. I can transfer more powerful people from the empire. You also know that this treasure trove is the result of our hoarding for many years. If it is lost like this, it would be a great loss for the empire. Wu Delang grimaced and said with certainty. Nowadays, the emperor of the Xuanwu Empire did not know about the news of the loss of the treasure trove here, and he absolutely could not be allowed to know about it either. He himself had to retrieve this batch of resources before his father learned of the news. Otherwise, the Xuanwu Empire would no longer have a place for him to stand. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll make a trip to the Skywolf sect in the name of a visit later to probe them. The Grand Exalted One nodded. I am obliged to the Great Honorable One. Luo Xiu walked out of the cultivation room after the 2 of them finished counting all the resources within the room and recategorized and consolidated them. The 2 men smiled at each other. The old housekeeper watched their loving appearance, and also watched them from a distance with relief. And just then, a sharp voice came from outside the royal residence. The holy decree has arrived. The old butler frowned slightly at his words, then looked toward Luo Xiu, who gestured for him to open the door. Just after opening the door, 3 eunuchs walked in holding an imperial decree, and behind them were 10 powerful cultivators wrapped in black robes. The old eunuch, spinning at the head held high and wasted, slowly opened the imperial decree in his hand and declared, by the grace of heaven, the emperor's decree. The Shura king receives the decree. Luo Xiu and the others bowed slightly. I accept the decree. After the old eunuch swept a glance, he continued to read. In view of the Shura king's upcoming northern expedition against the Jinbei king, I need to promise him 10 imperial powerhouses, which will be delivered today, and I hope that the Shura king will go to the northern region after the 15th to recover the lost land and crush the Jinbei king. After a while, the old eunuch finally finished reading all the contents of the imperial decree. I accept the decree. Luo Xiu slowly stepped forward to receive the holy decree. The old eunuch smiled, then retreated behind the 10 black-robed powerhouses. Your Highness, the 10 strong men that His Majesty promised you have already been sent. I hope you will return in triumph soon. After the old eunuch finished speaking, he turned around and left. Luo Xiu looked at Elder Lu on the side, who also nodded toward him. Only then did Luo Xiu look at the 10 powerhouses, and then his brows furrowed again. All of these powerhouses seemed to have been planted with soul imprints that were equivalent to servants. Only then did Luo Xiu look again at the holy decree in his hand, on which appeared a mnemonic for controlling these servants. Chapter 65, The Miserable Wu Delong. Luo Xiu looked at the 10 people, only to see that on the black robes, their eyes were empty. without a trace of their own divine sense. They were completely manipulated. Luo Xiu followed the soul incantation above the holy decree and ordered the 10. You follow the old butler. He'll arrange where you'll go. And you're not allowed to come out until you get an order from me. The 10 people received the order and nodded slightly towards Luo Xiu. Still expressionless, his eyes were even more cold and bloodthirsty and terrifying. Luo Xiu turned to the old butler and said, Elder Lu, these people will be given to you to settle down first, and I will only bring them with me when I go out on the battlefield. The old butler smiled and led these people towards the backyard. When everyone is gone, Mu Qingxue slowly came to Luo Xiu's side and said in a somewhat worried tone, Are all these people under control? They don't seem to have their own divine sense. Luo Xiu nodded and said, All of these people have been manipulated by strong soul imprints, and now they have completely lost their own divine sense, and are completely a killing machine. When Mu Qingxi heard this, a trace of surprise flashed across her stunning face. These people are all first-class powerhouses. Want to manipulate them is how difficult Zuanshuan realm powerhouses absolutely cannot do. Instead, these people were completely manipulated. So the person who could plant such a strong soul mark was at least a Saint Xian realm powerhouse. A trace of shock wiped across Mu Qingxi's stunningly beautiful face, instantly understanding what was going on. With such a strong person around, it seems that these vassal kings only cannot afford to make any big waves, said Mu Qingxue in a deep voice. Luo Xiu also nodded thoughtfully. How could an ancient empire that had been passed down for thousands or tens of thousands of years be taken so easily? I'm only afraid that those old guys behind the empire don't even put these people in their eyes, and obviously have other plans. Or perhaps they all came from royalty and wanted to give them a chance to reform. This would also save the face of the Apocalypse Empire. Otherwise those old things could have swept away all these obstacles with thunderous force, thanks to their strong underpinnings. Or perhaps they were also dissatisfied with Lin Tianbad's rule and wanted to take the opportunity to replace him? Thinking of this, Luo Xiu shook his head. Who cares what they think? It's none of their business. If it wasn't for the fact that they gave Lin Tianbad a face, the death or life of this so-called Apocalypse Empire would be none of their business. Let him be. Collecting his thoughts, Luo Xiu looked at his Mu Qingxi and instructed, Don't add to your worries over these things. How they want to rule and how they want to handle it is their business, not ours. Let's just cultivate in peace and live our little life on the line. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Mu Qingxue thought about it indeed. This throne is not his own. There is really no need to care so much. Just then, another voice came from outside the door. Is King Shura around? Both of them sought out the sound and looked toward the front door. Both of them heard their voices. It should be the Xuanwu Empire's gang. A cold smile wiped across the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth. Afterward, he said to Mu Qingxue beside him, Daughter-in-law, you go ahead and get busy. I'll handle these people. Mu Qingxue nodded and headed towards the backyard. Open the door. It's on the house. Luo Xiu then acted as an underling to open the gate of the royal residence, and Wu Delang and his group arrived at the main hall under the invitation of the underling. Luo Xiu looked toward them, slowly stood up, and greeted them enthusiastically. Your Royal Highness finally expects you to come. If you don't come, I thought our cooperation would be yellow. Wu Delang and the others met Luo Xiu's enthusiastic gaze, their eyes slightly dodging before they naturally greeted him warmly again. What are you talking about? King Shura? Wu Delang smiled awkwardly. Ha ha ha. Right. Not the king's fault. Luo Xiu pretended to blame himself, and then quickly walked over to Wu Delang's body and pulled him into a seat. Come on. Don't stand around. Hurry up and all come in and sit down. Be well. The crowd was all a bit overwhelmed by Luo Xiu's warm hospitality, knowing that they had received a lot of cold stares when they first came. Even his own crown prince vomited and had diarrhea after drinking 2 cups of tea. What's with the enthusiasm this time? Wu Delang and Luo Xiu both took their seats, and Luo Xiu greeted the subordinate. What are you still standing there for? Pour the tea. The maid at the side hesitated for a moment, and reacted just now, rushing forward to pour the tea. Seeing this, Wu Delong hurriedly stopped it. Shura King, I feel your enthusiasm, but drinking tea is not necessary, is it? The maid in front of him paused for a moment and looked at Luo Xiu, waiting for the next order. Luo Xiu secretly laughed in his heart. It seems that this guy last time on his own long memory of the whole compulsion, but this time he did not prepare that moldy tea. The table to take can be good tea as you can see, he's the one who doesn't drink. I'm not slacking, don't drink it. However, on the surface, Luo Xiu smiled and said, It's all my fault, forgetting that the last time His Highness the Crown Prince drank my tea and vomited and had diarrhea. When these words came out, Wu Delang was already in a bad mood, and his already haggard face instantly looked bad. But on the surface, he did have to accompany a smile. Luo Xiu was laughing out loud as he watched, and the maid on the side did the same. holding the teapot in one hand and covering her mouth with the other, trying not to be too rude. In that case, there's no need to pour tea for His Highness the Crown Prince, just pour it for me. Since His Highness the Crown Prince doesn't like tea, then I won't force you. The maid was obedient and obediently poured Luo Xiao a cup of fine tea, and the aroma of the tea instantly hit his nose. Wu Delang sniffed the fresh aroma coming from the tea and gulped. Instead, Luo Xiao was in front of him with a very enjoyable demeanor and more. And in the end, he didn't forget to come with a move to kill and kill. Yummy! The crowd behind Wu Delang looked at him with a look of enjoyment and wanted to go up and give him 2 slaps. They always feel that this guy is intentional. The last tea cannot have this a fresh fragrance. But the crown prince of this family was still sitting there, so they didn't dare to be too reckless. Had to grit my teeth. After enjoying a sip of the fine tea, Luo Xiao slowly put down the teacup. Looking at Wu Delang with a pleasant face, he began to ask, Your Highness the Crown Prince, is everything ready? One sentence directly embarrassed Wu Dalong as he didn't know how to speak. Sure, King. Things I haven't gotten together yet. After holding his breath for a long time, Wu Dailang said feebly like a deflated ball of leather. Hearing his words, although Luo Xiao had already anticipated the outcome, but in order to act more like it, his face, which was still wearing a hee-haw smile, instantly darkened and sank. Wu Dalong and the people behind him looked at Luo Xiao's changing face, and their whole hearts couldn't help but clench up. Within a moment, the atmosphere of the entire hall instantly became strange. The crowd held their breath, while Luo Xiao pretended to be angry and said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, this joke is not funny. Then he picked up the tea on the table again and drank it. Men, see off the guests. Finishing his tea and getting up straight away, without giving a damn about them, he said, Wu Delang. The whole thing was instantly anxious. Chapter 66, This guy, does he have an orientation problem? Wait, King Shura. Wu Delang quickly came to Luo Xiao's side. Luo Xiao, on the other hand, laughed in his heart. This guy's family fortune had been emptied out by himself. Could it be that he still had any treasures to bribe himself with? No, he's the crown prince of a country. How can he not have any treasures on his body? There might even be a windfall. Oh, looking at his eager appearance, Luo Xiao stopped slightly and turned around to look at him. However, the enthusiasm on his face was no longer there a moment ago. Instead he said coldly, Since His Highness the Crown Prince didn't have the things ready, then I don't see any need for this cooperation to continue. Said one quickly moved on again, ignoring it. With these words, Wu Delang's heart was in a great hurry, and he hastily pulled on his sleeve. Wait, Shura King, originally promised you something has long been ready. However, just last night, was a mysterious force to hijack. We have no way out. Otherwise absolutely will not miss the words. Wu Delang faced with bitterness. These resources were originally used to bribe the officials of the Apocalypse Empire. If he could convince this Shura King now, he would definitely be able to salvage the situation. And he would definitely still be the same lofty Xuanwu Empire Crown Prince. This was why he came to find Luo Xiao even after losing his resources. Now only Luo Xiao could save him and stabilize his position. Luo Xiao watched as he pulled on his sleeve, unwilling to let go, and the whole thing was speechless. However, on the surface, he still pretended to be puzzled. Does Your Highness the Crown Prince think that this king is easy to fool? Although this king is a bit of a dude, he is not a cutie pie. How many strong men Yu Xuanwu Empire has planted in the Tianqi Empire? How can things still be robbed? Luo Xiao smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth, pinpointing Wu Dailong's psychology at this moment. Hearing Luo Xiao's words, Wu Dailong laughed bitterly. King Xiao Luo, I didn't mean that. It's just that the stuff was really stolen. He also didn't expect someone to be so bold as to steal from their Xuanwu Empire. Originally, they also had a lot of strong people on defense. However, in order to quickly transfer the resources to focus on them, they sent many strong people out to transit. Other resources went, and as a result, they came back and this mess happened. His entire being cursed the ancestors of the person who had stolen the item for 18 generations directly in his mind. Luo Xiao looked at his vocalized appearance and wanted to laugh a little in his heart. Shura King, I said every word is the truth. Absolutely no half falsehoods. I can swear. Wu Delang looked at Luo Xiao still not believing, held up his finger and was about to swear to the sky. Luo Xiao looked at him in this manner and was a bit speechless in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the one who grabbed the stuff, he would have really believed this guy's words. However, the surface work still needed to be done. Luo Xiao hurriedly pulled down his hand and said with an eager face, Why is Your Highness the Crown Prince being like this? You are a body of 10,000 gold. How can you swear recklessly? Before Wu Delang could even say anything, he saw that Luo Xiao was so concerned about himself that his entire body was moved to tears. Shura King only to see his entire body wiping his tears with his sleeves and almost jumping into Luo Xiao's arms. Looking at the tears flowing from the corners of his eyes, Luo Xiu pulled away from him a little bit with a look of disgust. Ahem. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Male to male. Crowd. The crowd on the sidelines watched the two men perform and were outright dumbfounded. I'm sorry. I was just touched by your words. I haven't been cared for so much since I was a kid. Wu Delang also reacted at this time that he was indeed a bit rude, and then straightened his clothes. Luo Xiu almost gagged. He really couldn't stand this guy anymore and wondered if there was something wrong with this guy's orientation. Aha! Your Highness. Off topic. Luo Xiu reminded. Oh. It was only then that Wu Delang reacted naively. The followers behind him directly covered their faces, not daring to look. Disgraceful. So disgraceful. When Luo Xiu saw that he had recovered, he then continued. Your Highness, even if I believe your words and believe that your things were stolen, it doesn't mean that you can empty your gloves on me. Understand? Wu Delang nodded vigorously. Then he explained. Don't worry, King Shura. We definitely won't let you work for nothing. Nice promises. Anyone can say them. I still say that I will never help you until I see what I want. Jokes aside, as someone who traveled through the world, and got a big pie in the face from him, Wu Dalon looked at Luo Xiu and didn't buy it. The whole person was both helpless and hopeless. Shura King, since you believed my words and that our things have been stolen, then you should also understand that I don't have anything to promise you right now for the time being. Said Wu Delang weakly. The whole person was like a child who had done something wrong. Those men behind him are also gnashing their teeth. Now they can be said to have lost their wife and soldiers. What to give to others? And what the hell is this prince? He was the high and mighty crown prince of the Xuanwu Empire. When had they ever seen this crown prince so humble? Apparently, there was nothing else this crown prince could do. LOL. That 10,000 evil thieves. Don't let them catch you. Luo Xiu looked at Wu Dalong's pitiful eyes, and then looked at the gnashing of teeth of the group behind him, and the whole thing took a deep breath and said, that I don't care, but since your things have been stolen, it's not impossible to take something of equal value, such as what heavenly materials and exotic treasures, divine weapons. This king accepts all of these. Wu Dalong, as well as the people behind him, instantly felt hopeful when they heard Luo Xiu say this. King Shura, is everything you said true? Wu Delang's originally dull eyes suddenly had a light in them. Excitedly, he lunged towards Luo Xiu again, and that huge and ferocious body made Luo Xiu's asshole tighten. He sincerely wondered if this guy had some kind of sick mind. Male pouncing too? Luo Xiu hurriedly dodged. Wu Dailang pounced and looked at Luo Xiu, who was far away from him. The whole thing awkwardly scratched his head and lamely explained. Sorry, too excited. Then added, I don't usually do this. Luo Xiu looked at him sweating. This guy definitely had a problem with his sexual orientation. But he didn't bother with that, as long as he didn't get his ideas into his head, whatever type he liked. However, it's better to hurry up and emanate this guy now. It's really unbearable. So he said with a dark and sullen face, Your Royal Highness, I have given you the steps. As to whether you can come up with what I have all over the floor and the number of things, that is up to you. Wu Delang nodded vigorously, but a hint of hesitation still flashed in his eyes. Chapter 67, Saint Great Spiritual Pill, Ice Lotus Sacred Fruit. Luo Xiu looked at him with a face of flesh and blood. This guy might really have something that rivaled those conditions he raised. It came instantly. Your Royal Highness, you've already broken an appointment once. If you lie to me again this time, then we really don't have the possibility of working together anymore. Luo Xiu said as he looked at him with a serious face. Looking at Luo Xiu's seemingly distrustful demeanor, Wu Dailang hurriedly said, Don't worry, King Shura, this time I definitely won't fail to keep my appointment again. Only to see his face gradually become grave as he trotted over to Luo Xiu. Looking at him like this, Luo Xiu thought he was going to hug himself again, so he took several more steps back. Hey, Your Highness the Crown Prince has something to say. Luo Xiu hurriedly said. He's really scared of this guy. At the drop of a hat. Wu Dalon looked at Luo Xiu's actions and smiled bitterly. Don't worry, I won't be rude again. It's just that this item is very valuable and absolutely cannot be known to outsiders. So King Shura, do you have a secret room or something here? How about we talk inside? Really? Rasha half expected it. Mudarang nodded affirmatively. Seeing that this guy didn't look like he was lying, Luo Xiu was then certain that this guy really had something going for him. Luo Xiu smiled. Since it's a valuable thing, naturally, the less people know about it, the better. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please follow me. He then took the lead towards the inner courtyard. Looking at Luo Xiu's back, it was obvious that this was to take himself to the secret room to discuss. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Dailang said to the people around him, You guys wait here for me, I'll be right back. The group behind him, on the other hand, didn't feel the same way. and a trace of gravity was wiped across each of their faces. An old man stepped forward and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, your status is too golden. If you are alone with a stranger, we are not too comfortable." "Right, Your Highness the Crown Prince. I don't know what this so-called Asura king has planted in his heart. If he tries to trick you into going to the secret room to imprison you, what should we do then? Your Royal Highness, why don't I accompany you, so that there is also a guarantee?" "Yes, Your Royal Highness." The crowd also agreed. Their duty was to protect the safety of His Highness the Crown Prince. If His Highness the Crown Prince was really captured, they might have to be put to death. However, Wu Delang shook his head. "You guys just wait here." Then, it followed Luo Xiu's footsteps. Seeing this, the crowd had no choice but to wait in place. The two came inside the chamber. Luo Xiu then asked curiously, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, we are the only two here. There are no more outsiders. Can you let me take a look at the treasure you are talking about?" Wu Delang wave nodded, and he wasn't one to squirm. However, this treasure seemed to be very precious, so he still confirmed to Luo Xiu once again, "King Shura, are you sure that there are only the two of us here?" Luo Xiu nodded. "This is my king's exclusive secret room. If Your Highness the Crown Prince can't trust it, you can use the power of your divine soul to probe it." This place originally belonged exclusively to himself and his daughter-in-law within the cultivation. Usually only two people could enter. Even the old housekeeper was not qualified to come in without his permission. Now that my own daughter-in-law isn't here to fix it, naturally there's no one left. I naturally trust King Shura's words. Wu Dailang nodded with a smile. Then, he was seen slowly raising his right hand, and the ring on his hand flashed with a beam of light. Then, an exquisite treasure box appeared in his hands, and Luo Xiu curiously looked at it, only to see that the surface of the original wooden treasure box was covered with frost. Even with the Xianli package, it was still unable to suppress the coldness emanating from the things inside the box. A few moments later, the cultivation room that was still mild instantly became extremely cold. Wu Delong smiled and waved his large hand before dispelling this chill that was emanating. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, what's in this?" Luo Xiu was shocked and very puzzled at the same time. Looking at Luo Xiu's curious appearance, Wu Dahuang smiled somewhat smugly. "Ha ha ha, Shura King, this is a rare treasure contained here. It's definitely not worth less than 500 million Xianling stones." Wu Delong said proudly. "Worth $500 million? Luo Xiu was a bit unconvinced. "Your Highness the Crown Prince wouldn't be bullying me for not having seen the world and messing around with a treasure to fool me?" Hearing Luo Xiu say this, Wu Dahuang felt like he was insulted, and his entire body immediately became anxious with him. "Shura King, you can insult me and humiliate me all you want, but this treasure is definitely a rare treasure." Only to see him protect the treasure box to the death, just as if it contained the ashes of his old man. Luo Xiu looked at him in this manner and smiled somewhat awkwardly. "Your Highness, don't be in a hurry. Since it's a treasure, why don't you show it? Besides, aren't you giving these things to me?" Upon hearing Luo Xiu's words, Wu Dalong's originally proud expression instantly turned meaty. Yes, he had collected this point for a long time, and was thinking of using it in the future when he made a breakthrough. Unexpectedly, I didn't realize it was going to change ownership so soon. However, for the sake of his position and the interests of the empire, he ultimately chose to endure the pain. Alas, after Wu Delang sighed, he slowly opened the delicate wooden box. The moment the box was opened, an extremely cold intent instantly enveloped the entire cultivation room, comparable to more than 100 times the meaning just now. Luo Xiu and the two of them couldn't help but shiver, and they used their Xian force to protect their meridians in order to prevent being traumatized by this wave of coldness. Luo Xiu looked at the ice-colored lotus flower slowly blooming in the wooden box, and his entire body couldn't help but be shocked. "Ice lotus sacred fruit," couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Seeing that Luo Xiu actually recognized this thing, Wu Dailang was a bit surprised and said, "King Shura still recognizes this thing?" Luo Xiu nodded and said, "I've seen this thing in an ancient book, the ice lotus sacred fruit, and it said that only in the deepest parts of the extremely cold northern domain can you have a chance to see it, and that it blossoms in 10,000 years and bears fruit in 10,000 years. Look at this treasure of yours, now that it has fruited. It's only been 30,000 to 40,000 years." Luo Xiu was almost excited to say it. This was something he had also heard his daughter-in-law mention, a proper holy medicine. It was especially helpful for those cultivators who practiced the Xian Ice Dao, and after taking it, not only could they awaken the extreme power of cold ice, but they could even improve their qualifications in bloodline. It's a proper god thing. Here's something my daughter-in-law can't get enough of. Ha ha ha. Take this and make sure he treats himself tonight. Luo Xiu was ecstatic in his heart. Looking at Luo Xiu's excited expression, Wu Dailang was very distressed and said weakly, "King Shura, This ice lotus sacred fruit should be able to cover those resources, right? Ha 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 ha, can. Absolutely can ah. This is a holy medicine. Is your highness the crown prince really sure about taking this holy medicine and giving it to me? Looking at his needy expression, Luo Xiu was really afraid that he wouldn't give up. Still, he'd underestimated the guy's ambition, only to see Wu Delong directly handed the entire wooden box to him and said, "There is only gain when there is give and take. A holy medicine. Where is it comparable to an empire with all the power in the world? Just take it." Hearing his words, Luo Xiu couldn't help but give him a high look. He had to say that this guy's ambition was really big, and the spirit of giving and taking was also commendable. But what the hell does that have to do with him? Things don't smell the best until they arrive. Chapter 68. Silly girl, even if you want this world, I'll fight for you. Luo Xiu looked at the ice lotus sacred fruit in his hand, a smile spreading across his face. On the side, Wu Delang was meaty and turned his face away, no longer looking at it more. Your highness, this ice lotus sacred fruit is truly a good thing. The Xin spirit power contained within it is truly overbearing. Even though his hands were separated by the special wooden box, Luo Xiu could still feel the oppression brought by this thing. And if an ordinary person were to grab it with his hands without any defense, he would definitely be directly frozen into an ice sculpture. King Shura, the things have also been given to you. I hope that the promise you gave me can be honored at that time. Wu Delang looked at Luo Xiu's face that was full of joy, and reminded with some meat on his bones, that was the love of my prince's life, or sacrificed 2 of his strongest men to get it, and just like that, is gone. Ah, my heart. Don't worry, your highness, Luo Xiu said casually and perfunctorily. Luo will be obliged. However, the heart is another scene. At that time, depending on the mood of the old man, do not cash. What can you take the old man? Oh, people in this metaphysical world are really naive, so easy to fool. No wonder those who write online articles are so easy and enjoyable to write. Not without reason. Little cutie. Thanks a lot then. After the 2 of them chatted here for a few more moments, they both walked out. The crowd waiting outside was relieved the moment they saw Wu Delang. Since the matter has been dealt with, then we won't bother King Shura too much. When they reached the outside, Wu Dailang arched his hand and said, Luo Xiu can't wait for them to leave early, so he can take things to his daughter-in-law. When the stuff arrives, it always seems like these guys are an eyesore. I'll give you guys a ride. Luo Xiu laughed. Wu Delang and the others nodded, and Luo Xiu sent them to the door, and after seeing them go far away, he sharply closed the door of the royal residence. Then he couldn't wait to come to Mu Chishue's side. Seeing that she was sitting there with a dignified look on her face as she dealt with the official documents of the house, Luo Xiu picked her up from behind. Ah! With this sudden embrace, Mu Qingxi was startled and hastily broke away. It wasn't until he saw that it was Luo Xiu that he breathed a sigh of relief, and then he said without any good humor, "You." Then before she could finish her sentence, Luo Xiu directly came to her and kissed her small mouth. Woo! Mu Qingshue's entire body was caught off guard, and without any defense, she directly fell to the side of the large soft bed. After a passionate kiss, Mu Qishue was slightly out of breath before she slowly slapped Luo Xiu's chest and told him to spread out. Rashio didn't go too far, slowly picking her up and sitting her on the bed. With a smug smile on his face, he said, "I'll give you a gift. Do you want it?" Mu Qingxue was still struggling in his arms, and when she heard his words, she froze slightly. Gifts? What gift? Instead, Luo Xiu didn't answer her words, and after a mysterious smile, he carried her towards the cultivation room. The 2 of them hugged like this to the cultivation room, and along the way, several underlings covered their mouths as they watched the 2 of them look so in love. Mu Qishue was so shy that she directly buried her head tightly in Luo Xiu's arms. Bad guy. If I don't have a present I'm happy with later, see how I'll punish you. Soon, the 2 arrived inside the cultivation room, and Luo Xiu slowly put it down. Then, taking out from his ring, the box containing the ice lotus sacred fruit, a cold aura instantly eroded the entire cultivation room. Mu Qingxue felt the cold air coming from inside the box, and the cold ice breath in her body stirred uncontrollably. This thing is? Mu Qingxue looked at the box in Luo Xiu's hands with some surprise. Luo Xiu opened the box, and the ice lotus sacred fruit contained inside slowly appeared in front of Mu Qingxi, and her entire body covered her small mouth in surprise, looking at Luo Xiu incredulously. Ice lotus sacred fruit. Ah Xiu, where did you get this from? Mu Qingxue can hardly suppress the excitement in her heart. This thing is the holy thing of cultivation that she dreamed of. At that time, she also casually mentioned a mouth. Did not expect this little cutie. Actually really find it. Luo Xiu looked at her appearance, somewhat dotingly scratched the bridge of her nose, and said with a smile, "Do you like it?" The 2 of them had been together for so long. It was the first time Luo Xiu had given her something, and he felt a little guilty in his heart. Looks like we need to pay more attention to these details in the future. Mu Qingshue's starry eyes flickered. Moving tears hovered around her eyes. The preciousness of this thing. She was aware of it. It was definitely no less than that strain of immortal divine phoenix grass, both of which were legendary superb holy medicines. Ah Xiao, where did you get this? Mu Qingxue tried her best to control the color of excitement within her. Such things can be found. This little cutie. He wouldn't have spent a huge amount of money to get it. Would he? Just for a word he said unintentionally. He got himself such a precious thing. So stupid. Mu Qingxue looked at Luo Xiao with a somewhat touched look, a heartache spreading from her heart to the tip of her nose. Luo Xiao watched as she was moved to tears, so he hurriedly comforted. Silly daughter-in-law. Don't worry, this thing is a little cutie. Scent, I didn't lose anything. Mu Qingxue looked at Luo Xiao's unconcerned expression and was a bit disbelieving. Who would be so foolish as to give away something so precious? Unless the guy is out of his mind. Alright, in the future, let's not talk about this small ice lotus sacred fruit. Even if you want this world, I'll call for you. Luo Xiao looked at her flickering and cute little face, which was a bit adorable, so he stepped forward and pinched her little face and said boldly. Mu Qingxue looked at this guy again, do not repair, but also said, what for her to fight this world? Really think that this world has no strong man? You're not afraid to talk big. However, she could still feel Luo Xiao's sense of full favor and was very satisfied in her heart. How many people in life can spoil others? Mu Qingxue contentedly received the ice lotus sacred fruit in Luo Xiao's hand, then slowly dropped a kiss on his face. Luo Xiao felt the burst of warmth coming from his face, and felt that Wu Delang was simply a divine helper. Looking at Mu Qingxue with a face full of intoxication, he said, daughter-in-law, is one kiss enough? Luo Xiao, somewhat unsatisfied, continued to demand. Not only that, but also pretended to be full of aggression. Daughter-in-law, and then the whole thing came up, with an open mouth. Eyes are about to kiss. Mu Qingxue hurriedly pulled a distance from him and said with a slightly reddened face, okay, no shibboleths. Luo Xiao pounced, looked at Mu Qingxue with a sad face, and said in a sly manner, a daughter-in-law just come once in the cultivation room. Don't you think this is very exciting? Mu Qingxue naturally understood what he meant in his words. Even though she had experienced it many times, she was still blushing, then subconsciously looked around the dim and cold cultivation room, and the whole person felt ashamed, so he sternly refused. No, 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 definitely not here, and it's still daytime. Let's wait for the night. Letting her do that kind of unspeakable action here. She couldn't do it no matter what. It was too shameful. Gee, how could I think of all that stuff? No, 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 forget it, forget it, forget it, forget it all. That damnable bastard. It's all his fault. Mu Qingxue put away the evil thoughts in her head and turned back to give Luo Xiao a fierce glare. A look that says it's all your fault. Luo Xiao looked at her blushing face with some helplessness in his eyes. This girl's mind is still too conservative. He's not even shown many moves yet. I must get a couple more tricks tonight. Otherwise I'll spoil this holy plant. LOL. But now he does not dare to ask for. After all, now is the daytime. This girl's face is originally thin. If it is now overbearing, then there is no chance at night. So you all might as well watch it at night. Bye. See you in the next chapter. Chapter 69, Unspeakable Actions. Above the vault of heaven, the realm of the gods, in the center of the most prosperous area, a towering golden temple towered over it, and as one looked down from below, layers of colorful colored clouds covered every layer of this temple, making it impossible to look at the head. And at the very top of this golden temple, Luo Tian was slowly sitting on that golden holy seat, looking down at the crowd below with a tired face. Luo Tian's entire body was attached with purple gold armor, a dragon crown on his head, and his handsome face slowly swept towards the bottom. Below them stood dozens of old men in gold robes respectively, all with white hair, each with an extraordinary aura, just like an exiled immortal. After a long time, Luo Tian slowly opened his mouth and said, Gentlemen, is it possible that all is well within the divine capital? The words were as powerful as a rainbow, resounding throughout the golden hall, the aftermath of which surrounded everyone's ears, and above the dome of the sky, the holy divine lamp shone brightly amidst his words. The divine lamp is lit and the God of heaven returns to his place. The crowd of old men below looked overhead, at the divine lantern above them, and a look of delight appeared on all their faces. It has come back. That supreme God of heaven has come, and since the God of heaven has come back, then the Lord of God has also come back. While the crowd was happy, an old man slowly walked from it. Congratulations on the return of the heavenly God. All is well in the divine capital. Welcome the return of the God of heaven, and all is well in the divine capital. As the old man's words fell, the crowd chimed in with delighted smiles on their faces. Luo Tian looked at the crowd and nodded slightly, his expression appearing strangely proud. After spending a long time in the lower realm and getting used to killing, his sudden return made him very uncomfortable. Emotions don't seem to be as hard to control as they used to be. He was even thinking a little about his little brother in his mind now, and his younger siblings, and he wondered how far the two of them had progressed, and whether they had given birth to a big fat boy for themselves. This kid better be able to bring a son to entertain the old man the next time he sees him himself. Otherwise he's exhausted himself here. Facing this group of old men, he was a million times more reluctant. Bother. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. Who let his asshole old man be a shill? Mom also has not yet recovered her memory due to reincarnation and simply cannot handle such a big scene. Thinking of this, Luo Tian's entire body was chagrined. This damned younger brother. Next time I come, I'll be a shirker too. Let him experience this labored heavenly godhood. A trace of anger appeared in his expression, and it was this temperature that instantly darkened the sky of the entire god's capital. All the auspicious clouds suddenly turned into black clouds with flashes of thunder, and the entire god's capital was as if it had been subjected to a great calamity. The inhabitants of God's capital have shown their horror, and there is widespread panic. One after another, they offered their power of faith and prayed, "O holy God of heaven, withdraw your wrath, O holy God of heaven." On the contrary, in the middle of the temple, the group of old men below frowned, concerned, and went up to ask, "Is there something bothering the heavenly God?" The crowd all cast concerned gazes. The joys and sorrows of a heavenly God determined the good and bad of their side of the heavens and earth. Now that the winds and clouds of the divine capital had changed, was there anything else that the heavenly God could do that would make him chagrined? Luo Tian just remembered this bashful thing. The strength is too powerful. Is not a good thing? Even have a gas have to have a degree. Alas. Oh old brother, you're a real pain in the ass, old man. Subsequently, he annihilated this trace of chagrin in his heart, and once again his heart became wave-free and his emotions stabilized to just the right. It is the duty of every celestial god to abandon all obsessions, for it concerns the survival of every god. This is the God of heaven, the supreme being, the party overlord that combines his wisdom as well as his strength. In an instant, it can destroy a party. In an instant, the entire sky of the divine capital returned to its original calmness, and only then did the heavenly gods slowly recover from their tension. Looking at the worried looks of the group of old men below, Luo Tian waved his hand. "It's fine. Go about your business." A headache. A real headache. This, the lower world. Shura King's mansion. Night had fallen, and the couple was still happy and enjoying the smoke and mirrors of mortality. Eat was still as adorable as ever, gnawing on the big pig's trotters that Mu Qingxi had made with her own hands, her face full of joy. Mu Qingxue watched her eat while revealing a smile. After eating, Eat returned to Luo Xiu's ring to rest on his own. Luo Xiu just looked at Mu Qingxi with an intriguing face, an ineffable smile piling up on his face. Mu Qingxue glared at him fiercely. How could he not know what was in this guy's mind? But seeing as he had prepared such a big gift today, let him indulge in a little bit of licentiousness. Luo Xiu, who received a blank stare, said without the slightest influence, "Daughter-in-law, it's already late. Why don't we rest as well?" He'd been waiting for this moment for a long time, and all day today he'd been doing nothing right, always inexplicably irritable. Still, my daughter-in-law was too seductive. And tonight I must experience a magical scene from the movie with a trick I hadn't tried before. Mu Qingxue skimmed to the side with some embarrassment, then whispered, "You go ahead and put the water for the bath." She knows that this guy all day long in this thing. In fact, she all day long is also cannot be difficult. Always look at this guy like a wolf-like tiger gaze. They cannot help but demented. Mu Qingxue looked at the figure of Luo Xiu jumping and quickly running back to the room, legs slightly clamped. Already can fantasize about what is about to happen tonight. After a short while, with eyes full of excitement, Luo Xiu ran to her side and said, "Daughter-in-law, the water is put away. Let's join together." Mu Qingxue looked towards the sky, which returned to her senses. The original blaze that had just been extinguished, suddenly burned again. Her face rolled red, and she subconsciously nodded. Ha. The anxious Luo Xiu immediately understood, and with a bad smile on his face, he picked up Mu Qingxue and dashed towards the room. Inside the bathroom, Luo Xiu slowly for her to change clothes. Even after seeing countless times since the daughter-in-law of the delicate body, as well as the proud capital, still not enough, his movements slowly slowed down, admiring every inch of her skin, gently falling into a kiss. Mu Qingxue blushed and locked eyes with him. "The only thing on my mind is to speed things up. No resistance." Daughter-in-law, you're so beautiful. If it wasn't so real, I've always felt like I'm living in a dream world. Luo Xiu came to her ear and said softly, the heat wave coming from the center of the most. A burst of stimulation moved Qingshue's little heart. Her whole heart was hit by this sweet words crazy. You're such a badass. The whole person collapsed into Luo Xiu's arms in a paralyzed and powerless manner. Ah Xiu, you're bad. Luo Xiu accelerated the action in his hands. Soon, the two came directly to a Frank. Luo Xiu directly picked up. Rasu no longer hesitates. A beautiful piece of music ensued. The two winds and clouds. All kinds of strange moves come and go. Slowly, from rusty to skillful. Finally, until they become masters. Chapter 70 Tianlang Sect. Thousands of miles northwest of the imperial capital of the Tianqi Empire, a powerful sect was situated in the crisscrossing mountain ranges. A towering mountain peak wrapped around the entire sect, and at the top of each peak was set up a huge spell formation, each of which was intercommunicating with each other. On each peak, there was a powerful and strong person sitting on it. Combined, they could converge into a powerful protective array, and the Skywolf sect had a lot of disciples, tens of thousands of them. The moment an old man leaned on a golden walking stick and slowly walked towards the Skywolf sect, and the person who came was none other than the Xuanwu Empire's great exalted one. On the spacious muddy road, the old man hunched his back, one step and one line. His body is exuding a strong aura. The road under his feet is muddy, but there is not a trace of mud that can soak his body, as if every footstep he takes is like hanging in the air. Gorgeous koa robes wrapped around his withered and vicissitudes of life. The old man arrived in front of the Tianlang sect's mountain gate, and the 4 or 5 disciples guarding the mountain immediately discovered his trail. All of them unsheathed their swords and looked at the ornately dressed old man with a wary expression. Who is the visitor? A disciple stepped forward and questioned. The old man's hunched body then slowly lifted his head to look at him. Afterward, a peaceful smile appeared on his face, and his old voice was extremely majestic again as he said, "Little friend, is this the Skywolf sect?" The disciple nodded slightly after sizing him up. That's good. That's good. The old man still had a smile on his face. Hearing the old man's words, that disciple immediately became alert once again. He was guarding the mountain gate here, and had browsed through all kinds of strong people. And looking at this well-dressed old man, he must be an unrivaled figure as well. But I don't know if he's here to find a relative or to seek revenge. So that disciple still asked cautiously, "Old man, you came to my Skywolf sect to look for your relatives?" With a guess in his mind, a light smile appeared on his originally wary face. The disciples of the Tianlang sect did not lack the sons and daughters of dignitaries. Looking at this old man's clothes, full of red light, could it be that he was the elder of some inner disciple or core disciple? If you are here to look for your relatives, you can also climb up to the inner sect or core brothers and sisters, so you must not be neglected. The Grand Exalted One looked at him with a pretty good attitude and had decided that the heart and mind of the disciples of this great power of the Heavenly Enlightenment Empire were good. If this were to be placed in the Xuanwu Empire, those people would not be able to turn their noses up and mount their faces, relying on their own little status to be high and mighty. If the Emperor's son of the Xuanwu Empire could be like them, why worry about the empire not prospering? It seems that the gap between the two empires is still a bit big. No wonder the Skywolf sect was still able to survive when the Apocalypse Empire went through a 4-mile square. It seems that the rulers within this Skywolf sect are not simple. So he smiled and nodded his head. Little friend, I am indeed here to look for someone, but not to find a relative. Could you please inform your patriarch to come and meet you? Hearing the old man's words, the disciple was even more surprised that he had actually come to find his relatives, but rather to search for the patriarch. My goodness, I heard that the patriarch is now only 30 or 40 years old, and it was rumored that the patriarch seemed to be a great disciple from inside a certain great family. Sizzle, could it be that this old man was one of the patriarch's elders? That disciple guessed in his mind and could not help but suck in a breath of cool air in his heart. After returning to his senses, he welcomed a smiling face and said, "Old sir, you wait here for a while first, I'll go and report." The Grand Venerable nodded. That disciple immediately greeted the others to come up to serve the Great Venerable One. "Why are you all still standing there? The old gentleman has had a tiring journey. Hurry up and make a seat for the old gentleman to sit down and have a cup of tea. I'll go and report to the patriarch first." The other people who froze have also reacted. Immediately pandering towards the old man ran over, holding him towards the side of the table and chairs to rest. And that disciple immediately darted towards the interior of the east gate in a hurry. A few moments later, at the core of the Skywolf sect, an elder hurriedly walked towards the sect's main hall, a trace of urgency appearing on his pale face. "Patriarch, something big is wrong." A trace of displeasure appeared on the face of Tianwolf Patriarch Lin Tianwolf as he looked at the outer sect elders who were in a hurry. "What's the rush? You don't even know the rules anymore?" The Tianlang sect was a sect with very strict rules, and the management of the disciples within the sect was also very strict. Looking at this outer sect elder barging in so unreasonably, Lin Tianwan was naturally very unhappy. If this elder didn't give him a satisfactory explanation, punishment would be unavoidable. However, as an outer sect elder of the Skywolf sect, how could the old man not know the rules of the sect? He rushed in such a hurry. Also because the disciple under his door reported that he heard that it was the relative of the patriarch who had come to look for him, and it was natural that he was in a great hurry for such a significant matter. He believed that if the patriarch knew about this, he would definitely not chastise him, and had not yet rewarded him heavily, because they all knew how noble their patriarch's identity was. That was the prince of the Tianqi Empire. If it wasn't for the fact that the old ancestor had taken him as a close disciple back then, and that he was bent on searching for the great Tao, he would probably be the state lord of the Tianqi Empire right now. Thinking of this, some joy appeared on the old man's face. Since the sovereign's relative came to search for his relatives, it was definitely also a royal relative of the Tianqi Empire. This kind of important person came to search for it. It might not be an important matter. Important things have to be handled as important. It makes sense to have no rules, right? The outer sect elder was relieved in his heart. Patriarch, there is an old man outside the mountain gate who says he is here to seek you out, said the outer sect elder with a hint of a smile on his face. When Lin Tianlang heard his words, a trace of consternation clearly appeared on his face. Coming for him? Could it be someone from the royal side of the Apocalypse Empire? But didn't you say before that you would never go back? Subsequently, Lin Tianlang associated it with the news coming from the Apocalypse Empire these days. It was said that the situation within the empire was very unpromising, and that all the other brothers had let go of their rebellion. Could it be that Lin Tianbad just asked for his help? Thinking of this, Lin Tianwolf frowned slightly. He originally no longer wanted to get involved in these struggles between the royal families. He only wanted to seek the peak of hegemony in peace and quiet. But seeing this situation of brothers fighting each other, he was still a bit intolerant. What's more, although Lin Tianbad wasn't his blood brother, the two of them had a good relationship. And now that Luo Fun Tian wasn't by his side, the only one he could rely on was probably himself, right? Hey! Lin Tianlang looked toward the outer gate elder and said helplessly, "Invite him in. It's the sovereign." The elder received the order and immediately darted towards the outside again. This time his footsteps accelerated even more. After another while, the Xuanwu Empire's great exalted one had suddenly arrived inside the Skywolf sect hall. He observed everything about the sect along the way, how prosperous it was, and how every disciple had a light smile on their face, seemingly happy with their sect. His entire heart felt more and more that the sect's patriarch was not simple, definitely a benevolent lord. But why would someone like him practice theft? Moreover, this sect's thriving appearance didn't seem like it lacked resources. Could it be that they had also discovered that the batch of resources was from the Xuanwu Empire? Thinking of this, the Grand Exalted One's heart was slightly startled. If it was really as he thought, this batch of resources might really be irreparable. But now that he was here, he had no choice but to explore a bit. Step inside the clan's main hall. Then he saw Lin Tianwolf's imposing and upright posture sitting on the main seat. That unique air of superiority that the Great Exalted One had only seen on his own emperor. And he didn't think that this lord of the Tianwolf sect would actually have this kind of kingly aura as well. So the Great Exalted One put aside his dignity and said respectfully with a slight bow, "I have met the Heavenly Wolf Patriarch." After Lin Tianlang carefully remembered to size him up, his brows frowned slightly, because this old guy was not from his Tianqi Empire at all. Still, he politely said, "Old sir, please rise." Only then did the Great Venerable One rise slightly with a smile on his face. Chapter 71. It doesn't seem reasonable for your excellency to come when you say you're coming and to misunderstand when you say you're misunderstanding, does it? The Great Venerable One sized up Lin Tianlang and saw that he was imposing, with a hint of the emperor's aura hidden between his eyebrows. Generally have this face of the people are either princes and nobles or the life of the rich and powerful. This kind of people are generally active in the officialdom or the battlefield. How to do up a side of the forces of the hegemony. The Great Exalted One was not only the Great Exalted One of the Xuanwu Empire, but also a great Zuanjutsu master, possessing the ability to observe the heavens and know the art of destiny. Lin Tianlang looked at his old and gleaming gaze staring at him, and his entire body suddenly frowned again. "Old sir, I wonder what you're looking for me for." Lin Tianwolf met the gaze of the Great Reverend and inquired, listening to his pale, rhythmic and powerful voice. He then withdrew his observant gaze. He also noticed that his demeanor was a bit too rude, so he hastened to make amends. It's the old man who was rude, but seeing the Patriarch's destiny, it seems that he shouldn't stop at this Heavenly Wolf Patriarch's position. The Great Exalted One spoke bluntly because he could tell how noble Lin Tianlong's destiny was, and even the Imperial aura that emanated from her body, the Imperial aura of the Xuanwu Empire's emperor, was even more intense. This kind of person is definitely an Imperial destiny. Could it be that the Xuanwu Empire's preparations to raise an army to conquer the Apocalypse Empire are going to come to naught this time? There were two people with imperial destinies guarding the territory of the Apocalypse Empire, and the Xuanwu Empire was afraid that it would be much harder for them to succeed. Hearing the old man's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Tianwolf's eyes because his master had also told him that he had an imperial destiny. However, because of Lin Tianbad's arrival, his imperial fate shell was phased, and he absolutely couldn't stay in the Tianqi Empire to participate in the imperial government, or else the two imperial fate shells would definitely collide, and would end up in a lose-lose situation, or even both fall. That's when he withdrew from the race for the throne. Old sir, you came to me, it should be for this matter, right? Lin Tianlang was unwilling to answer his question. Instead, he said in a focused manner. The Great Exalted One also knew that he had said a bit too much today, so he also wept and laughed. It's the old man who spoke too much. I hope the Patriarch will forgive me. The Grand Exalted One was somewhat appalled in his heart. Everything he observed today must be transmitted back to the Empire's territory as soon as possible to let the Emperor of the Xuanwu Empire know about it, or else everything that was done would become someone else's dowry. He felt more and more that this matter was tricky. An empire possessing two imperial destinies. That was something that hadn't appeared in 10,000 years. Once it occurs, it will usher in endless wars and chaos, indirectly leading to the decline of the country's fortunes and the displacement of hundreds of millions of its subjects. Because it is impossible for two imperial destinies to live together peacefully. Just like a mountain cannot tolerate two tigers, the two may either be in an open or secret fight in the near future. It seems that this heavenly apocalypse empire will eventually be in great chaos. Destinies will eventually alternate, and it is only a matter of time before it declines. The Great Exalted One's heart had some dark joy. Perhaps these two people of imperial destinies could fight each other, and at that time, they, the Xuanwu Empire, would be able to reap the benefits. The Great Exalted One put away the stolen joy in his heart and turned to Lin Tianlang, saying, I've heard how prosperous the Tianlang sect is within the Tianqi Empire, so I've come to pay my respects. How could the Great Exalted Ones might Lin Tianlang not be able to perceive it? Such a powerful one said that he came to observe the clan. Who on this one believes it? How could he not understand the meaning of this old man's words? Old sir, no matter which side of the force you are from, it's best to put away your set of thoughts, or else the Skywolf sect won't sit back and watch. Lin Tianwolf subconsciously said in a cold voice. This person might just be coming to make a first courtesy, and their ultimate goal might be the Skywolf sect, or even the entire Apocalypse Empire. However, he couldn't guess the other party's true purpose right now. So it wasn't good for him to put words in his mouth too heavily. Seeing that he no longer had any desire to surround himself, the Great Exalted One had no need to continue his disguise. Solely, he asked directly, So Sovereign, so are you admitting that you looted that batch? The Great Exalted One's face was gradually gloomy at the moment, and there was not the slightest hint of timidity on his body, although he could sense that there were still a few strong auras within this Skywolf sect that were locking onto him, but he was completely undaunted. Stuff? What stuff? Lin Tianwolf was at a loss. They, the Sky Wolf sect, didn't have any penchant for robbing homes. The Great Exalted One looked at his appearance, as if he was playing dumb, and couldn't help but feel a bit irritated in his heart. Tianlang sect master, do you still want to play dumb with me here? Within a radius of 10,000 miles, apart from the Tianqi Empire, only your Skywolf sect has the power to hijack that batch of things. Old me has already confessed, so why do you still want to keep pretending? The Great Venerable One held his walking stick and straightened his withered waist, his eyes like torches staring at Lin Tianwolf, as if he wanted to catch clues from his eyes. However, looking at Lin Tianwolf's confused and doubtful eyes, he was somewhat skeptical of his own guesses. Could it be that this batch really wasn't what they robbed? It couldn't be. Besides them, what other force could have moved those people? Lin Tianlang looked at the old man's questioning eyes, and his heart was also very upset. His Tianlang sect does things openly and honestly, and the rules are even more strict than the Imperial palace system of the Tianqi Empire. The purpose is not to take a pinch of the people's money, and endeavor to develop. The disciples will never do anything meticulously. Moreover, the sect is never short of resources. The monthly resources sent to the disciples are several times that of other sects, which can completely support their cultivation. Who would still take such a big risk to do the thing of robbing the house? Under such strict rules, he would never believe anyone would do such a thing. Besides, this old man was so strong, so the one who robbed them had to be a few great elders within the sect anyways, right? But the rest of the elders in the clan were in seclusion except for Elder Wu, who was still outside. So this old man was here to defame people? At the thought of this, Lin Tianwolf instantly became furious. This old man's aura was strong, but slandering people so plainly. Did he really think that his Tianwolf sect was a vegetarian? Old sir, I respect you as a senior and reason with you, but your words make me very unhappy. My heavenly wolf sect acts in an open and honest manner. If you slander again, don't blame us for being impolite. Lin Tianwolf's cold words had just fallen. 4 strong figures then appeared around them. Each of them were the 4 elders of the Skywolf sect, and from the aura emanating from their bodies, all of them had already reached the Zun Xin realm. They stood close to the old man's perimeter, their eyes fixed dead on him. The aura emanating from his body was also completely locked onto the Grand Exalted One's body. As long as he had any wind in his sails, he absolutely could not escape a beating from the world. The Great Venerable One looked at the 4, his pale brows slightly furrowed, then turned to Lin Tianlang and asked without fear, Patriarch Tianlang, can you guarantee that that batch of things wasn't looted by you? However, as soon as his words fell, a short-tempered elder immediately said to Lin Tianwolf, what else is the sect leader wasting his words with him? I think this old man is just looking for trouble over nothing. Does he really think that my Skywolf sect is easy to bully? Saying that, the aura of that elder's body instantly rose up, and his Xianli turned into a flame that burned on his body. A light blue flame surfaced in his hand, condensing into a thunder flame, the flame screeching in the center, thunder flickering around it. Lin Tianlang saw that he was about to make a move, so he hurriedly made a move to stop him. Third elder, back off, Patriarch. The third elder looked at Lin Tianlang anxiously, wanting to say something. However, an old man on the side immediately spoke out and said to him, Old 3 first step back. It was the great elder of the Skywolf sect, who looked about the same age as the Great Exalted One, but he had a head of inked hair and wasn't as old as the Great Exalted One, but his body exuded a calm and powerful aura. The third elder had no choice but to withdraw the flame in his hand. Old sir, although I don't know what you have lost, but things we say we didn't take. If you have any grievances against the Skywolf sect, you are welcome at any time. No, farewell. Lin Tianwolf glanced at the Grand Elder before saying to the Grand Venerable. The Great Exalted One looked at his face, which remained unchanged, and his expression was very frank, and he must have an answer in his heart as well. There may really be a misunderstanding. Alas, it may be that old me has misunderstood. Then I won't bother you. The Great Exalted One sighed helplessly. Then he was about to turn around and leave. However, the Great Exalted One, who was originally standing there calmly, said in a cold voice, Your Excellency, it seems unreasonable for you to come and say that a misunderstanding has turned into a misunderstanding, doesn't it? The remaining 3 elders also gathered around when they saw this. Chapter 72, The Overbearing Tianlang Sect. The Grand Exalted One's eyes instantly sank as he looked at the 4 elders with unfriendly faces. A few friends. The old man only came over to confirm some things only. You do this. However, before he had already finished his words, the great elder on the side said with a cold face, Oh, come over to confirm? Why do I get the feeling you're even more like you've come over here to raise hell? He in the Tianlang sect went so many years as a great elder, but has never seen such arrogant people. If everyone to come to the Tianlang sect of people like his behavior, that Tianlang sect still mixed not mixed? Really think they're made of clay? Ha! Several elders looked at the Grand Exalted One with the same disdainful expression, and a trace of anger surfaced on each of their faces. If he let this person go back today, this would definitely become a disgrace for the Skywolf sect if word of this spreads out. They had lived for so many years and had fought their way through the Apocalypse Empire for dozens of years. Within this Tanchi Empire, there was no other major power that dared to treat the Skywolf sect like this. The Skywolf sect was not even afraid of the royal family of the Tanchi Empire. And there were even times when the royal family of the Tanchi Empire had to look at the face of the Skywolf sect. He didn't know who gave this old man the guts to go into the Skywolf sect alone to ask for punishment, and made so many false claims, and then tried to get rid of it early by saying it was a misunderstanding? How can it be so cheap? It wasn't that easy to walk out of the Skywolf sect with such a bold slur and still want to walk out with a calm demeanor within the Skywolf sect. This, as the Great Exalted One looked at their unfriendly faces, he couldn't help but look at Lin Tianwan who was at the side. Patriarch, do you think so too? He also did not expect that this Skywolf sect is so overbearing. Originally thought that his strength can deter them. Some things are really taken by them. Perhaps can be claimed in the conversation. Lin Tianlang blinked his eyes as if he was pondering things. Then he gestured towards a few elders. Several elders, put away your breath first. The several elders heard his call before they looked at each other and withdrew their breath, but there was still a coldness that penetrated his eyes. Seeing this, the Great Venerable One was relieved, and when he turned his head and was just about to thank Lin Tianlang, he heard him say, However, this old gentleman, you must give an explanation to our Tianlang sect for what happened today. Lin Tianlang naturally knew that this old gentleman was a strong person, and he might even be much stronger than the Grand Elder. However, today's matter was indeed too much of a disgrace to the Skywolf sect, and if there wasn't a reasonable explanation, in the future, the Skywolf sect could become the laughingstock of the great powers of the Tianqi Empire. The Great Exalted One listened to his words, and his mind also carefully calculated that he had indeed been a bit reckless today, and had neglected to take the consequences of this matter into account. Instead of being negligent, I'd say I was in a hurry. He also knew that this kind of big plan's favorite thing was face, and he was supposed to give them a step and a face. It's old me who was wrong today, but I heard that the strength of the Skywolf sect is also among the leading sects in the Tianqi Empire. So I wonder if old me can have the chance to learn from all of you. The Great Venerable nodded. He was also considered a dignified figure, absolutely impossible to bow down, so he calculated in his mind. Hearing his words, the anger of the 4 elders on the side instantly burned up again. The short-tempered 3rd elder instantly didn't buy it. The thunder flame in his hand slowly surfaced once again, and his mouth was even more disdainful. This Taoist friend. Then let the old man take a lesson. With that, the 3rd elder disregarded everyone present and took the lead, condensing a long sword of thunder in his hand. It turned into a lightning arc that flew towards the Great Exalted One, so fast that it was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Only the air around him was rendered by countless thunder flames, and the thunder rubbed against the air with a wind-breaking roar. Shoo! Seeing this, the 3 elders as well as Lin Tianlang hurriedly retreated, freeing up space for the 2. Feeling the 3rd elder's powerful and furious aura coming at him, the corner of the Great Exalted One's mouth pulled slightly into a smile, only to see him gently strike the golden scepter in his hand towards the ground 3 times. Then, countless bizarre runes appeared underneath his feet, and the golden light converged into a golden circle that enveloped around his body, instantly forming a barrier. The 3rd elder's attack also stepped in as if it were true, a thunder-sharp sword instantly stabbing at that one golden circle, the strong power of thunder instantly wrapping around the Grand Exalted One. Dang! A loud sound spread throughout the entire hall. It was like a huge golden bell that had suffered a humming sound like a humongous impact. The several people who retreated away, Lin Tianlang, had used their Xian force to form a radiant protective barrier to prevent themselves from being affected by the 2 people's attacks. Not only that, the 4 of them even combined their efforts to cage the interior of the Great Hall, because the battle between 2 top powerhouses was enough to destroy a party, and they were afraid that their attacks would destroy the Great Hall. They dare not be careless? And in the center of the Great Hall, the attacking thunder exploded after the impact. The golden light floated and a dazzling light as well as thunder flashed to the surroundings. The aftermath was even hitting the 4 people who were on the outside. However, he, who was within the golden circle, was unharmed and remained calm. Not bad, not bad. 7th level of the Zhuanshuan realm, or a strong person who has comprehended the true meanings of thunder and flame. The Grand Exalted One cast an approving gaze at the 3rd elder. However, the 3rd elder disdained all of his praises and directly shouted angrily and coldly, "This fellow Daoist, my warm-up is over. Be careful next." Thunder and fire, true intent, heavenly fire thunder. The 3rd elder's domain was instantly added to his own body, and his entire body was like a pool of thunder, surrounded by terrifying thunder, while 2 flames surfaced between his palms. Combined, the 2 flames then quickly fused in his palm, and countless thunder crackled and converged towards his palm, and soon, a terrifying ball of thunder was condensed. The exterior of the thunderball was even wrapped in a terrifying flame, as if it wanted to burn everything to the ground. After completing the gathering, the 3rd elder no longer hesitated and immediately struck this attack. Blast! The fireball carrying thunder was instantly struck out, and wherever it swept through, it produced endless streams of dense spirit. The Great Exalted One didn't dare to be careless as he looked at this powerful attack. His pale pupils instantly shrunk, and a golden light flashed through his eyes. Good coming! Only to see him slowly raise the golden scepter in his hand. His eyes slightly closed. The golden light on his body suddenly surged. The dense runes on top of the golden scepter were likewise activated. A round of golden light flashed, and his entire body's Xianli converged on the golden scepter, also forming a terrifying golden ball of light above the golden scepter. Go! The terrifying golden ball of light filled with divine radiance similarly attacked towards the flaming ball of light. Chapter 73, The Emperor's Aura Emerges. Tough Lin Tianov. In an instant, 2 strong attacks instantly collided together in the center of the Great Hall. Bang! An ear-piercing boom rang out, and an intense glow stimulated the crowd's gaze. At once, the Xianli generated by the 2 attacks recklessly engulfed everything around them, and the entire floor of the Great Hall was directly blasted out of a 100-meter deep pit by the 2 attacks. However, the Grand Exalted One's attack was even better, as the ball of golden energy directly engulfed the flaming ball of light and blasted straight towards the 3rd elder. See strong. Not good. The Grand Elder outside the arena exclaimed something bad. The figure directly disappeared from the spot, directly darting towards the direction of the 3rd elder. Looking at the golden ball of light attacking close at hand, the 3rd elder had already exhausted his strength. and blood seeped out from the corners of his entire mouth as a stunned look appeared in his eyes. The old third monster dodges, looking at the third elder who froze and was slow to react. The great elder's heart was burning with anxiety. The silent second elder outside the arena looked at the third elder with the same concern. However, that attack was simply too strong, and there was no way for the grand elder to block it in time. And just as the rooster was about to penetrate the third elder's body, an incomparably overbearing force instantly took control of that attack. Lin Tian Wolf struck out, only to see his single palm extended. The Emperor's chi in his body immediately formed a strong attack, blocking down the attack of the Great Exalted One. Extinguish! After Lin Tian Wolf outside the field blocked that attack, he was only seen holding it in one hand and letting out a cold snort from the corner of his mouth. That attack of the Great Exalted One was instantly disintegrated by him. After a few moments, a silence fell over the field. Only the heavy breathing of the third elder was left behind, as well as the corners of his mouth that were constantly oozing blood. The second elder, on the other hand, was staring at the Grand Exalted One with a gloomy face, and the killing intent in his heart had already reached its peak as he was silent. A dark aura instantly surfaced on his body. His eyes were hollow and his eyes were like ink, as if he was a chimera from the 9 specters. The fourth elder was similarly filled with killing intent, only that he still had to guard the Great Hall and had no time to be distracted. See strong. The Grand Elder hurriedly helped the third elder out of the field, and then, with the same murderous intent, looked at the Grand Exalted One. Lin Tian Wolf withdrew his attack and leapt in front of the Great Exalted One, meeting the Great Exalted One's gaze with complicated eyes. From the confrontation just now, he could conclude that this old man's strength had definitely reached the peak of the Zhuanchuan realm's existence, and what he had comprehended was still the legendary sacred true intent. Definitely a terrifyingly strong person. Even though he had come to such a conclusion, Lin Tianlang remained unafraid and said flatly, "Old sir, why don't I come and accompany you for a couple of moves?" The Emperor's aura, mixed with a strong aura, surged out of his body. The Great Exalted One remained calm, as if he had anticipated everything that had just happened. With a smile on his face, he said, "Good." However, it was just like this. An old man who looked calm and amiable was very ruthless in his heart. That attack just now, if it hadn't been blocked by Lin Tian Wolf, the third elder might have fallen at this time. Such a ruthless person had already ignited the anger in Lin Tianlong's heart. Greeting Lin Tianlong's Emperor's chi-enhanced aura. The Great Exalted One also felt a trace of pressure in his heart. He could clearly sense that Lin Tianlong's cultivation was inferior to his. At most, he had just been promoted to the 9th level of the Zhuanchuan realm. However, under the enhancement of the Emperor's chi, the other party's aura vaguely had the capital to fight against himself. Be careful. After staring at each other for a moment, Lin Tianwolf's eyes gradually turned cold. The Imperial chi in his body was also forced to its strongest by the old man's breath. Seeing this, he no longer hesitated. A domineering aura instantly enveloped him, and a golden shadow instantly emerged within the strong domain. The moment the Great Exalted One saw the golden shadow, a hint of shock wiped across his eyes. Emperor's Void? I didn't realize that his domain could actually allow the projection of Emperor's Void. The Great Venerable One sighed in his heart. To be able to attract the projection of the Emperor's shadow, that was enough to show how strong this person who carried the Emperor's aura was. Their Xuanwu Empire Emperor's domain was merely projecting a human Emperor's shadow, which was not even a fraction of a star worse than this Emperor's shadow. Lin Tianlang didn't know to stay his hand when he saw that his opponent was hesitant to show his domain. The Emperor's seal, as he let out a cold cry. The projection of the Emperor's shadow instantly slapped a palm towards the Great Exalted One, and the terrifying pressure of his breath slowly came towards the Great Exalted One. It was then that he reacted from the intimidation of the Emperor's shadow and immediately backed away. Boom! A huge shadowy palm print instantly slapped the ground, and a huge palm print instantly appeared on the floor of the Great Hall. However, it was only in an instant that the ground closed up solid again. The Great Exalted One retreated to the side, the shock in his eyes slowly retracting. Angelic Sanctuary, 6-winged angels. The Great Exalted One no longer stayed his hand. Even if he couldn't leave the Sky Wolf sect today, he would definitely hit this Lin Tian Wolf hard. He was well aware of the terror of being an emperor, and if he were to allow him to grow up like this, he was afraid that he would jeopardize the Xuanwu Empire. This son must not be kept. So then, he also no longer hid the murderous aura in his heart. Endless killing intent wrapped under the divine aura. The originally holy 6-winged angel instantly turned into a demonic angel, and his originally bright and penetrating eyes gradually turned scarlet red. The few elders outside the arena felt his strong killing intent and were instantly shocked. This old thing actually started to kill. The fourth elder was anxious in his heart. However, the Great Exalted One's strong angelic realm deterred them, and it was impossible for them to even think about taking a step forward. The difference in strength was still too great. and now they could only hope that Lin Tianlang would be able to cope with it. And if the patriarch was really undefeatable in a while, they could only invite out the old patriarch who was in seclusion. A few people thought in their minds, old gentleman finally can't pretend anymore? Lin Tianlang sneered with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. The heart was completely unafraid of the Great Exalted One's strong killing intent. The Great Exalted One's eyes stared at him with a deadly glare, a hint of ruthlessness appearing on his pale face. If you can survive today, your future achievements will definitely not stop at this heavenly enlightenment empire. Even if I have to give an account here, I will definitely thwart this imperial aura of yours. Dark Angel kill. The Great Exalted One's body violently disappeared within the realm, surprisingly fusing directly into one with the Dark Angel. And then the entire Dark Angel was as if it had come to life, with the dark heavenly wings slowly floating behind it, and the dark sacred sword in his hand chilling out, charging towards Lin Tianl at an extremely fast speed. Is this old thing already this strong? It's actually able to fuse domain souls already. The Grand Elder was shocked. If one could fuse their soul with the domain, it meant that their strength had already reached the Great Sage cultivation level. No, his cultivation hasn't broken through yet. He can only fuse for 100 breaths of time at most, and he will fall into a period of weakness after that. This old man is trying to fight for his life. The second elder frowned slightly and said in a pale and cold voice, Old Fourth, quickly go and invite old ancestor. Even though this old man was still unable to completely fuse, he could already be invincible within Zun Xin territory. Can the sovereign really cope? They couldn't help but sweat for Lin Tianlang. Chapter 74, Great Exalted One defeated. Lin Tianlang looked at the Great Exalted One who had completely merged himself into the Dark Angel with no fear in his eyes. The Imperial chi in his body was even more stimulated. And he was brave when he met courage. Just in time. This clan hasn't been active for a long time. Lin Tianwolf's mouth smiled coldly. Emperor's domain, suppression. He similarly offered his domain. An overbearing domain instantly enveloped the two of them, and a golden dragon soared in the sky above the domain, raging furiously towards that Dark Angel. Ow. Then, it stood in opposition to the Dark Angels, as if defying the living, without fear. Empyrean chi transforming into a dragon. Well, then let me properly appreciate your Empyrean domain. The Dark Angel slowly opened his mouth, and an evil aura slowly came towards the Emperor's dragon. The Dark Angel with the Dark Holy Sword in his hand swung his sword directly towards the giant dragon. Humph! Lin Tianlang snorted coldly. Similarly controlling his domain, the giant dragon charged towards the Dark Angel, and in an instant, the Dark Angel and the Golden Imperial Dragon had already fought dozens of rounds in the middle of the sky. Dark Angel, Eye of the Underworld. After several rounds, the two pulled apart, and the Dark Angel's originally closed eyes slowly opened, golden light flickering in his eyes before slowly turning blood red. Xian power ebbed and flowed through his eyes, converging a strong attack. Only a black beam of light was seen, flickering in his eyes, and then it burst out a strong attack straight towards Lin Tianwolf. The strong attack forced Lin Tianlang to dodge. However, the Dark Angel's eyes attack was that harsh, directly following Lin Tianlang's footsteps and constantly sweeping wildly. The Guardian formation supported by the Fourth Elder was also eaten out by him with a huge gap, and his entire body was unable to withstand such a powerful attack. And he was instantly revolted and spat out blood from his mouth. Seeing this, the second elder immediately came to his side and supported the grand formation for him, followed by supporting the fourth elder with one hand. Senior, are you okay? The fourth elder broke away from the second elder's arm and wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, releasing his Xian force once again to defend against this strong attack together with the second elder. Seeing this, the second elder's brows touched slightly as he said with concern, Old Four, don't force it. I can carry it. Second brother, this old bastard's attack is still very strong. Among the four of us, no one is his opponent. Let's both hold up this big formation together, or let the patriarch have no worries. Hearing the fourth elder's words, the second elder didn't say anything else and turned his head to concentrate on releasing his powerful Shen force, which allowed the two to resist the Great Exalted One's Dark Angel attack. And Lin Tianwolf, who had been pursued all this time, felt that there was no chance of winning if he continued like this. So he stopped dodging and faced this strong attack straight on. Emperor's Domain, Miku. The golden dragon once again transformed into a strong shield and blocked in front of Lin Tianwolf, and the Dark Angel's Eye of the Underworld directly bombarded the golden giant shield, and the aura from the darkness eroded the entire golden giant shield in an instant, as if it wanted to devour all the light on this side. Lin Tianwolf quite gritted his teeth. He knew deep down that if he couldn't block this attack himself, he would have even less of a chance behind him. However, the Dark Angel on the opposite side once again clamped his pale voice and said, Give up resisting. With the fusion of Dark Angels, even if it's only for 100 breaths of time, it's still not something you can resist. In his current state, even if a powerful Saint Xian realm great Saint powerhouse descended, he would still be able to have a fight. Hearing his words, Lin Tianlang didn't reply. Instead, his eyes looked at him coldly, a resolute color flashing in his eyes. A person who possessed the Emperor's aura could not just give up. If he did not even have this courage and perseverance, then he would not be qualified to harness this Emperor's phase frame. When the Great Exalted One saw that he remained indifferent, the Dark Angel's blood-colored eyes instantly sank, and he once again spoke coldly. Obstinate. Originally I was only thinking of depriving you of this Emperor's chi, but it seems that the only thing I can do now is to kill you. Dark Angel, spectral slash. The words had fallen. The Dark Angel slowly raised the sword of darkness in his hand and held it towards Lin Tianlang. The entire darkness had reached the top. Lin Tianlang's Emperor domain seemed to be engulfed at this moment, unable to emit a trace of residual light. The spectral chop slowly fell. The attached corrosive aura instantly engulfed Lin Tianlang, and the Great Exalted One who had fused the Dark Angel had a cold smile on his lips, a strike that had gathered his own full strength. He didn't believe that Lin Tianlang could still resist it. Whether it was in terms of realm cultivation, Lin Tianlang was a long way behind him, so what was he going to fight against? But the darkness in his body also slowly dissipated with this final blow of his, returning once more to light, as the Angel of Tomorrow, and the whole of his body was stripped away from the angel in the middle of the realm, only to see the Great Exalted One covering his chest, staring tightly ahead. If this strike could kill Lin Tianlang, even if he, the Great Exalted One, died, it would be considered worth it. It was only a pity that this overbearing Imperial aura, if it could be stripped away and grafted onto the body of his own emperor, would definitely be able to stand proudly and dominate the 5 empires. However, it was clearly impossible now, and he had no choice but to helplessly shake his head and give up the idea. However, right at this moment, the area in front of them, which was completely shrouded by the aura of darkness, instantly emitted an intense light, and in the midst of the darkness, a dragon's roar resounded throughout the hall. The eyes of the 4 elders who were originally still worried about Lin Tianlang instantly had a glow in them, looking towards that area with an expectant expression. Drink! Suddenly, only a cold cry could be heard coming from the darkness, and the countless darkness was directly swallowed up by the endless light in the next moment, as a golden dragon slowly broke through the dark area and stood proudly in the sky above, sending out a roar towards the Great Exalted One. No! Impossible! The Great Exalted One looked at the golden giant in the sky with an unbelievable expression, and his entire body staggered back towards the back. Subsequently, Lin Tianwolf slowly walked from the darkness, his entire body restoring a strong body breath shroud, and the darkness was completely unable to invade his body, only to see him slowly walk up to the Grand Exalted One, who was immediately startled. His entire body fell backward, and a large puddle of blood was spat out of his mouth. You, how could you possibly carry my full force strike? His face was filled with incredulity as he stretched out his finger to point at Lin Tianlang. Like seeing a ghost. Ha! Looking at the Great Exalted One who kept groping his way back, Lin Tianlang directly choked his neck and lifted him upwards, saying in a domineering manner, "It seems that your Xuanwu Empire is still lacking in the study of the Emperor's Qi, and I don't blame you for that. After all, your cowardly Emperor is simply unable to possess such a strong Emperor's Qi." From the dark aura just now, he could tell that this old man was from the Xuanwu Empire, and his status didn't seem to be low, so there was no need for him to hold back. Woo! Chapter 75, Release him? Is it okay if I don't? The Great Exalted One couldn't breathe as his neck was pinched and his eyes looked at Lin Tianl with fear. How could he not have expected that this Emperor's Qi would be so strong that even his all-out strike fused with the Dark Angel could be easily diffused? Is this the Emperor's aura? Oh, not to mention how the Imperial aura of the one in the Imperial Palace of the Tianqi Empire was. The strength of the Skywolf Sect Patriarch and the Imperial aura alone was enough to make it difficult for their Xuanwu Empire to fight. Did the Xuanwu Empire really have no chance? A trace of despondency flowed out of the eyes of the Great Exalted One, and then, with a face of relief, he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, since you've already recognized me, then go ahead if you want to kill or die. He was relieved in his heart. There was only so much he could do for the Xuanwu Empire. How can it be so easy to die? Lin Tianlang looked at his eyes that looked like death, directly threw him in front of the Grand Elder and said, "Lock him up first. When Master comes out of the gate, let him do some soul searching on this old guy." Yes. The Grand Elder helped the Third Elder to the side and settled down. Then with a face of hatred, he lifted the Grand Exalted One on the ground and walked towards the heavenly dungeon. The remaining 3 elders also tidied up the Great Hall, while Lin Tianwolf walked towards the cave where his master was in seclusion. At this moment, he also had 1,000 thoughts in his mind, not realizing that the Apocalypse Empire had infiltrated so many powerful people from other empires. Even the weakest of the 5 empires, the Xuanwu Empire, had penetrated this deep. Lin Tian bad. Are you really that incompetent? Once Luo Fun Tian left, you're powerless? In a short while, he arrived in front of a plain cave, which was stubbed up with a large formation in front of it. Lin Tianlang looked towards the cave entrance, bowed and said, Master, my disciple seeks an audience. A few moments later, there was still no sound coming out of the cave, but the large formation set up at the entrance of the cave had already been put away. After receiving his master's permission, Lin Tianwolf walked towards the inside with heavy steps. Upon entering the cave, he saw a plainly dressed old man, sitting on his knees as if he were an immortal, with his eyes tightly closed. Lin Tianwolf moved closer, and then he knelt straight down. My disciple pays homage to master. Upon hearing Lin Tianwolf's words, the old man sitting cross-legged opened his eyes, and the moment he did so, a golden light flashed in his eyes as if it could pierce through everything. Then he stood up with a kind face and slowly came to Lin Tianlang and helped him up. Master, I've disturbed your rest, but there's an important matter that needs your help right now. After standing up, Lin Tianwolf directly stated his purpose. Just as he was about to continue, the old man directly signaled that he didn't need to continue, and Lin Tianlang immediately stopped his mouth. The old man smiled at Lin Tianlang and strolled towards the outside of the cave with his hands behind his back. Lin Tianwang, on the other hand, followed behind him with a confused look on his face, knowing that this master of his was incomparably powerful. Just that he hadn't said anything about it yet? Does he really know? Looking at the master's back, he didn't think about it that much, and straight away he followed his master to the main hall. Master. After seeing master sit down, Lin Tianwolf was again ready to go up and speak to him. However, the old man was the one who preceded him and said, Oh Skywolf, how long have you been worshipping under me? What? This question directly blindsided Lin Tianwolf, but he still answered honestly. Master, it's been 15 springs and autumns. Yes, it's been 15 years since I've been under the master's tutelage, and it's been that long. A small smile appeared on the old man's face as if he was nodding in relief. I know what's in your mind. I've been disciplining you for so many years. Do you have any complaints? However, the old man's words once again confused Lin Tianlang. What exactly did this master want to say? What's wrong with you today? And it also seemed to be a lot gentler than usual. Usually when he saw himself either beating or scolding, he really was a bit puzzled. Master's kindness of knowing and nurturing, my disciple will never forget it. Ha! The old man laughed softly and wasn't speaking. It's time to face some things. Afterwards, his figure directly disappeared from his seat, and in the twinkling of an eye, he arrived at the heavenly dungeon where the Great Exalted One was being held. He still wore a smile on his face and intended to look at the lousy-faced Great Exalted One, then waved his hand, and the door to the heavenly prison directly opened wide. The Great Exalted One's head of thin and scattered hair was slowly lifted up by the old man as he looked at him with a calm expression. Turing, hello again. The old man's words were as casual as a meeting between two old friends. The Great Exalted One slowly raised his head to look at the old man as he listened to the somewhat familiar words. However, after seeing the old man's familiar face, his eyes gave a slight lurch. After freezing for a moment, he snapped in shock. Lin Yuan. The old man he called Lin Yuan smiled faintly, then waved his hand again, removing the shackles from both his hands and feet. I didn't expect to meet in this way. Senior brother. Turing looked at the shackles on his hands and feet that had been lifted, and looked at Lin Yuan with some confusion. What kind of trick are you trying to play here again? He wouldn't think that this Lin Yuan would be so kind as to let him leave. However, at this moment, he could no longer feel Lin Yuan's aura, which meant that his strength was much higher than his own, and it seemed that after so many years, he had already stepped into that realm. Lin Yuan sighed helplessly, looking at his old friend who had once been in a sorry state. He was really a bit unable to bear it. The two men are in different empires and their positions are ultimately different. Turing, you go. And take your Xuanwu Empire people away as well. Lin Yuan sighed as he looked at his puzzled face. However, upon hearing his words, Turing not only did not feel happy, but instead looked at him with a puzzled expression. What trick is this old thing trying to pull again? He had already fallen into his hands, and he would be so kind as to put himself back? Why? There is no why. Lin Yuan answered him and then slowly walked away, leaving only Turing standing in the middle of the heavenly prison with an overwhelmed face. Sifu. When Lin Yuan came back again, Lin Tianwolf was still waiting in the great hall. He looked at Lin Tianwolf and said helplessly, let them go back. Lin Tianlang was equally puzzled. Why is this, master? You have to know. This is a great reverend of the Xuanwu Empire. It's hard to catch them. How can you just let them go? However, Lin Yuan didn't want to give him too much of an explanation. When two countries are at war, they still don't cut off envoys. He has an extremely high status in the Xuanwu Empire. Keeping him in the Apocalypse Empire will only accelerate the tension of the situation. Killing him will be even more troublesome. Hearing his master's words, Lin Tianwolf's eyebrows slightly touched. He knew that his master had always not wanted him to participate in the struggle of the royal family, and for so many years, he had always listened to his words. But this time, Lin Tianwolf gritted his teeth and knelt down towards Lin Yuan. Master, is it okay not to release? Lin Yuan raised his eyes slightly to look at him. That's just it. Kids are growing up and making their own judgments. Looking at Lin Tianwolf's resolute expression, he didn't speak anymore and turned around to continue walking towards his cave. Chapter 76. I've raised you to be an old man by taking a piss. And you're here looking for death? Lin Tianlang looked at his master's forlorn back. After all, he was somewhat unable to bear it. Ugh. So he decided to take a look in the heavenly dungeon before saying anything, and turned around and headed towards the heavenly dungeon. Inside the heavenly prison, Turing was still immersed in Lin Yuan's words just now, and only after such a short while, he looked as if he had aged dozens of years, compacting his brows, his loose hair covering his eyebrows and eyes. The whole man was like a beggar in the street, without his usual vigor. He didn't expect that this Skywolf sect was actually founded by his senior brother whom he hadn't seen for many years. Thinking back to the previous points, his pale face is covered with vicissitudes. Just then, there was another sound of footsteps coming from within the heavenly prison, and Turing put away his inner sadness and changed his face to look out. The shadows outside the door gradually lengthened as Lin Tianwolf slowly walked in. Turing frowned slightly. Just now during the battle, he hadn't noticed that Lin Tianwolf's technique was somewhat similar to his own. Now it seemed that he was perhaps his senior brother's disciple? Soon, Lin Tianwolf arrived in front of him, quietly looking at him from outside the iron prison. His mood didn't seem to be very good either, but when he thought of his master's forlorn back, he was a little too impatient. Ha ha ha. However, before he could make a choice, the Turing within the heavenly prison suddenly laughed out loud. He carefully felt the Xianli breath in Lin Tianlang's body, and it was indeed a division passed on from his own senior brother, and there was some relief and helplessness in his heart. I didn't expect that as a senior uncle. I couldn't even beat my own senior nephew. It seems that all these years because of the Empire. It's no longer the original intention of his cultivation. Lin Tianlang looked at his desolate smile. His eyes first complexly surveyed, and then flickered with a hint of doubt. He doesn't know what's so funny about it. What are you laughing at? Lin Tianlang narrowed his eyes and looked at him as he asked. Turing sized him up carefully, then slowly said, I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. Old me will one day fall into the hands of my own master-nephew. Master-nephew? Lin Tianlang looked at the look of relief on his face, as well as this sentence of master-nephew he mentioned, and his entire face was filled with shock. Looking at the confusion in Lin Tianwolf's eyes, Turing first nodded in satisfaction, then shook his head despondently, not knowing whether he was happy or sad. The two men looked at each other and fell into silence. I don't know how much time has passed. Ha ha ha. Kid, give the old man a hard time. Turing, who saw death as a way out, suddenly laughed out loud. He didn't explain to Lin Tianlang, nor did he have to. Perhaps when he heard Lin Tianlang's surname, he should have been able to guess the origin. Lin Tianlang acted as if he didn't hear what he said. Instead, he sank his face and asked, Who the hell are you? Why are you calling me master-nephew? Brat, don't ask. There are some things you'd better not ask. If you know the answer, it will affect your judgment. Turing smiled, shook his head, and said, since his own senior brother hadn't told Lin Tianlang about the relationship between the two of them, there was no need for him to say it. He was loyal to the Xuanwu Empire and Lin Tianlang only belonged to the Imperial family of the Tianqi Empire. That was probably why his own senior brother didn't want to tell him. Seeing that he was unwilling to speak out, Lin Tianwolf's eyes tightened on him. Then he let out a deep breath and opened the heavenly prison. Whoever you are, you go. I hope you can bring all the people of the Xuanwu Empire lurking in the Tianqi Empire away from the Tianqi Empire. Although I'm no longer in the Imperial court, I'm still a member of the Celestial Revelation Empire, and I don't want the people of the Empire to be displaced and suffer from war. Although Lin Tianlang did not know what exactly his relationship with his master was, but from the master's eyes just now as well as the words he had just said, he could basically determine that the two might really be the relationship of master and brother. Although this old man who might be his senior uncle was from the Xuanwu Empire and had fallen into his hands at the moment, he didn't want to rush him to the end. If he could take away the people lurking in the Apocalypse Empire, it wouldn't be impossible to let him live. However, after hearing Lin Tianlang's words, instead of being grateful, Turing said to him with an angry look on his face, Brat, don't let down your master's good intentions. As a person who possesses the Emperor's aura, you need me to be decisive in my killings. Don't be hesitant. Faced with such a situation, he actually didn't have the face to return to the Xuanwu Empire alive, and being unconscious was his final relief. Lin Tianlang might let himself go for the sake of his senior brother, But wanting him to leave with the Xuanwu Empire that had been cooped up for years was something he could never do. Moreover, the Xuanwu Empire's side would not agree. Even though his own prestige was high, the empire's interests were greater for a powerful empire. You are the elder, and I don't want to disappoint my master. Seeing him like this, Lin Tian Wolf threw down a sentence and left. Turing looked at his back and sighed helplessly. Then a trace of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes as he lifted his palm and was about to slap it towards his own heavenly aura. However, right at this moment, a strong aura came directly towards him and grabbed his wrist in an instant. Chu Qi, who had originally closed his eyes tightly, slowly opened his eyes when he was affected by this strong aura and the touch coming from his own arm. Guru. Upon seeing the visitor, his eyes widened incredulously and he looked at the visitor with an excited expression. Pop. An unkempt old man saw his appearance. His face was full of hateful anger, and without saying a word, he directly slapped him in the face. It seemed to wake him up. Turing's pale and white face was directly hit by this slap until 5 fingerprints appeared. However, not only did Turing, who turned back, not only did he not get angry, but instead, he looked at the unkempt old man with an excited expression. Eldest brother. Completely ignoring the burst of stinging pain coming from his face, he directly grabbed the old man's arm like a child. The unkempt old man flung his arms out, not wanting to bother with him. If Luo Xiu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this old man. This was because this old man was the old man of the body cultivator who had brought him to the desert area earlier. You're so useless. You're going to kill yourself over this? The unkempt old man wiped the grease stains on his hands and looked at Turing with an impatient face. Looking at him like this, I just felt that this old man was regressing the more he lived. Instead, upon hearing such accusatory words from him, Turing's face actually became aggravated, and his pale eyes filled with teardrops, and then unexpectedly said with a hint of crying, Elder brother, don't call me eldest senior brother. I don't have a senior brother as stupid as you. The unkempt old man glared at him fiercely and scolded without mercy. I raised you to be an old man in a bubble of, and you're going to seek death before you can fulfill your filial duty? Once again, Turing shut his mouth in aggravation. See strong. Poof. Where's Lin Yuan? Where's that don't calf thing? The unkempt old man looked around, cursing with the same face full of indignation. As soon as his words fell, Lin Yuan's pale voice came from the doorway. Big brother. Lin Yuan's immortal figure then appeared in front of the two, and the unkempt old man looked at him with a displeased expression. Instead, Turing beside him bowed his head in shame. Lin Yuan looked at the two and said with a bitter smile, Eldest senior brother, I sensed your aura before. Does it have to be this time to come out and meet each other? The unkempt old man instantly flared up when he heard his words. Pop. Afterwards, the same slap was slapped on Lin Yuan's pale forehead, and he said in a very unpleasant manner, If I don't show up again, are you really going to watch him cut himself here? Eldest senior brother. Lin Yuan was momentarily speechless, similarly at a loss for words. In front of this unkempt old man, the two were like children who had done something wrong, not daring to look directly at him. Sifu. Lin Yuan looked toward Turing, who was lowering his head, his eyes full of helplessness. Chapter 77, Don't put gold on your face? I didn't come to see you. Not much longer. The silhouettes of the three of them had already arrived in a hidden bamboo forest of the Skywolf sect. Deep in the bamboo forest, in front of a wooden house, the three sat around a stone table. There were many exotic fruits on the table, as well as 5 or 6 roasted chickens, which were naturally requested by the unkempt old man. At this moment, he completely disregarded the two senior brothers who were still watching him wolf down his food. Fatty chicken legs, one after another, were brought to his mouth, and his mouth was covered with grease stains, which he wiped with the corner of his stained coat without a care in the world. Turing and Lin Yuan were sitting on either side of him, watching him eat, and both of them had light smiles at the corners of their mouths, like the unpleasantness had never happened before. After a while, the roast chicken on the table was all eaten by him, and he seemed to be choking a little, and directly took a large pot of fine wine on the table and poured it. Hiccup. He didn't burp in satisfaction until his throat was soothed, then drifted over to the two little old men on either side of him and watched their eyes, staring straight back at him. He was also a bit embarrassed, but as the eldest brother himself, how could he not have majesty? Immediately, he cursed at the two. What are you looking at? You guys don't eat and pull back. Lin Yuan, Turing. The two listened to their senior brother's foul scolding, and instead of feeling any discomfort, the smiles on their faces grew even wider. They would only really feel out of place if eldest brother didn't scold them when he saw them. Seeing this, it was as if they were back in the old days. Eldest brother. Still the same eldest brother they were familiar with. Hadn't changed at all. Eldest senior brother. Have you had enough? If it's not enough, I'll ask someone to bring more. Lin Yuan picked up the wine pot on the table and poured him another cup. Hearing him say that, the little old man's eyes suddenly lit up again, and just as he turned around and was about to ask him for 2 more, he looked at the large pile of scattered chicken bones on the table and was a little embarrassed. Yo, all that food? Ahem. Enough, you kid think I'm a rice bucket? The little old man deflated his mouth, picking up the meat left in his teeth with his own intent to get up. Lin Yuan didn't dare to refute. If the eldest brother said no, then no. After a long period of silence, Turing looked towards this eldest brother and spoke in a small voice. Eldest brother, however, halfway through his words, he was directly interrupted by the little old man. What you are? If you want to die, go to the side. I won't save you this time. Turing. The little old man's words directly put the 2 men's words on the look dead. Both tacitly stopped talking. They also know that this big senior brother has this character. He is already very angry about today's incident. If the 2 of them talk too much, they may have to get a fat beating again. So much for not saying anything. Just answer whatever big brother asks. The little old man stood up and loosened the waistband of his pants. He seemed to have eaten a little too much today and twisted himself a little uncomfortably. He then stretched his back, glanced at the small bamboo house, and said to the 2 men on the side, say what you have to say. Fart what you have to say. I'm sleepy. Hearing the little old man's words, Lin Yuan glanced at Turing on the side before slowly opening his mouth and asking, eldest senior brother, after such a long time, where the hell have you been? I've been searching for you for quite some time without finding. Looking for me? Looking for me for what? The little old man leaned on the stone table and replied with a lazy face. That thing has a brow. Lin Yuan's voice sank. Hearing his words, not only did the little old man save the day, but the Turing on the side frowned. The little old man's originally lethargic demeanor instantly lifted, quickly scrambled up and grabbed Lin Yuan. What did you say? The little old man's eyes widened as he stared intently into Lin Yuan's eyes, a cold light glowing in them. A powerful breath from his body burst out. Strong breath flow as the rows of bamboo pressure to the ground. Fortunately, the toughness of these bamboo is strong enough. Otherwise all have to die prematurely. The little old man's strong aura even scared the 2, but there was no fear in their eyes. Eldest brother, getting stronger again. This is a good thing for them. Eldest senior brother, said Lin Yuan, a little breathless from this aura of his. The little old man then realized it and let go of his collar. Though the murderous aura in his eyes did not diminish by half, Lin Yuan said helplessly, I captured them again some time ago, but that aura was fleeting, and there was no way for me to accurately track it, but the orientation of that breath should come from that evil end of the day. Are you sure? The little old man inquired with eager eyes. Lin Yuan nodded heavily. This matter had been a sore spot for the 3 brothers and sisters, and after so many years, it had finally captured them once again. On the side of the Turing likewise eyes flooded with murderous intent. Perhaps that did not happen. They may have. The little old man's fists hidden under the corners of his coat were clenched tightly, and he glanced at his 2 senior brothers before the strength in his eyes slowly receded. You guys can leave this matter alone for now, and continue to report back to me if you have any information, the little old man seriously admonished. Then he looked at Turing, who was on the side, and said with hatred, and you brat, stay here honestly during this period of time, don't go anywhere. I'll come over again after some time. If I don't see you, you see how I'll clean you up? Tu Lingzi felt a chill behind his back. He has reason to believe that his eldest brother said to do. After all, once experienced trauma, he is still refreshing. No. The senior brothers and sisters then changed the topic and stopped lingering on this topic. After all, they didn't want to mention this sad past too much. There are some things that are good to keep in your mind, and talking too much about them will only add to the sadness. Lin Yuan took the lead in digressing from the topic, stroking his white beard and laughing. Eldest brother, did you know about the 2 of us and came here on purpose? At the mention of this, the little old man instantly became angry. Don't get in your ing face. I'm not here for you. The 2 of them were once again speechless, and they didn't know when this eldest brother of theirs' temper would change. Otherwise they would have to be scolded every time they meet, and they both want to see and don't want to see each other. And here's why. Not seen, missed. I'll get scolded again if I see it. He did know that both of them were in the territory of the Apocalypse Empire, but it was true that this trip wasn't specifically to seek them out. Suddenly, another figure flashed through the little old man's mind, and he said to the 2 senior brothers, all right, you guys stay out of my business. I'll meet up with you guys when I'm done with the business at hand. Now I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me. With that, the old man slowly got up, stretched, and headed towards the cabin. The 2 senior brothers looked at his hobbling back and were somewhat helpless. Big brother was like that, always feeling unreliable in him, and yet, so reassuring. Only after the little old man's figure had completely entered the cabin did Lin Yuan look at Turing. who was helplessly at the side. Don't blame elder brother. It's too hard to see elder brother once. Turing naturally knew what he meant and nodded with a smile. Chapter 78. On the eve of the expedition, the little old man steals wine. Time passed day by day, and the day when Luo Xiu would lead his troops out on the battlefield was close at hand. The first 3 days before the trip, Luo Xiu normally accompanied Mu Qingxue to browse the entire Imperial city, and was busy until the evening when he returned to the royal mansion. The two had just stepped through the door when the old butler hurriedly came to the two. Looking at the old housekeeper's flustered and nervous expression, Luo Xiu couldn't help but frown slightly. Elder Lou, did something happen? How could you be so flustered? Mu Qingxue looked at the old housekeeper's flustered appearance, and didn't feel that her eyebrows didn't wrinkle. On weekdays, the old housekeeper gave her a feeling of incomparable composure. No matter how big things were in front of him, it was like he couldn't make a ripple. However, today, this perverse appearance was something they hadn't seen before. Did something really happen at home? Two people at this moment also cannot help but worry about it. Is the king of Jinbei sent people to mess up? Elder Lou, don't be in a hurry. Hearing the comforting words of the two men, the old housekeeper was able to stabilize that panic. Your Majesty's wife, a very powerful expert, has come to the mansion. A very scruffy old man. I can't see through his strength, but that pressure is something I've never seen before. It definitely surpasses the Zhuanchuan realm powerhouses, and I don't know what he's here for. The old butler sighed helplessly in his heart as he looked at the two men. The scruffy old man gave him the impression that he was incomparably powerful, and if he was really here to look for trouble, he had to think of a way to let the king and his wife get out of it in a hurry. Scruffy old man? Luo Xiu pondered a little. Mu Qingxue listened to the words of the old housekeeper, also face condensed. If even the old housekeeper is not his opponent, that will be really dangerous. Mu Qingxue was slightly worried in her heart, and when she turned her head to look at Luo Xiu, she saw that he was deep in thought, and she didn't know what he was thinking. A moment later, Luo Xiu reacted and asked the old butler, Lu Lao, are that old man's clothes tattered, like a beggar on the street? Hearing Luo Xiu's words, the old butler thought for a moment, then slowly nodded his head. The old man's dress was indeed no different from the beggars on the street. If he hadn't seen the old man face to face and felt the oppression from his eyes, he really wouldn't have believed that the old man was a strong man. Just how did His Majesty know? Luo Xiu released this, and after a slight sigh of relief, he smiled and said, it's fine. You guys do what you need to do. It's okay. Does His Majesty know him? Is the king really alright? Say that person threatens your safety. I will give up my life to ensure that you leave. The old butler frowned slightly and said with a still grave expression. Luo Xiu smiled and struck out. He had probably guessed who the visitor was. Besides the scruffy old man who had punked himself earlier, who else could it be? Elder Lou doesn't need to be nervous. He won't threaten us. Then he turned his head to Mu Qingxue and said, Daughter-in-law, remember what I said to you before? It was during the time I left the royal residence. I think it should be that old man seeking over. Speaking of which, Luo Xiu couldn't help but be a little surprised in his heart. Where in the world did this old man go when he left himself behind? He had been searching for him since his return, but hadn't found any trace of him? Mu Qingxue's heart was also relieved when she heard his words. Since it's that senior, then it should be fine. Let's hurry over to meet him, Mu Qingxue said. Luo Xiu nodded and turned his head to the butler at the side and said, Elder Lou, no need to be nervous. Remove those people who are secretly watching him. If he wants to make a move, none of us are his opponent. When he came, Luo Xiu naturally detected those people that the old housekeeper had set up, but these people were fine to deal with unusual powerhouses. But that old man was a body refinement sage. They weren't enough for him to stuff his teeth. Your Majesty, is it really okay? It's okay, tell them to do what they need to do. I'm going to meet the old man. After saying that, Luo Xiu held Mu Qingxue's hand and walked towards the compound where the old man was. Just after taking 2 steps, Luo Xiu instantly felt a bad premonition in his heart. Oh no, we have to hurry. Luo Xiu exclaimed something bad, then quickly darted towards that compound. Mu Qingxue looked at Luo Xiu's look as if he was facing an enemy and was a bit puzzled. Didn't you just say that the old man meant them no harm? Why are you so nervous at this time? However, what Luo Xiu was worried about in his heart wasn't this, but the compound that the old man was staying in was his own wine cellar, which hid the fine wines that he had treasured for many years. But don't let the old man give it all away to Ho-Ho. Damn old man. After you harmed me, you come to harm my fine wine. I don't share the same fate with you. Luo Xiu, who was running wildly all the way, kept cursing that old man in his heart. He was very clear about what kind of character that old man had. Soon, the two arrived at the small wine cellar courtyard. Just as he stepped through the door, Luo Xiu saw 2 empty altars slowly rolling in, and what he had feared in his heart had finally happened. Damn you, dead old man. Luo Xiao looked at the underground wine cellar being opened up, and his entire body instantly became furious. Not caring about Mu Qingxue beside him, he opened his mouth and cursed. Mu Qingxue was also staring blankly at the wine cellar that had been smashed out of a large pit, and also instantly understood what had happened. However, there was a dashing old man lying in the middle of that wine cellar, enjoying a fine wine while lying on a soft hammock. It was said to be a hammock, but it was actually a rope that he tied himself to the posts at both ends and laid his whole body on it. Upon hearing Luo Xiao's roar, the little old man's cozy dream was instantly smashed awake, and his entire body was caught off guard and rolled directly off the hammock. But falling down, he also did not forget to protect the altar of fine wine in his arms. Big people can die wine, cannot spill the virtue. By the time he climbed up from the ground again, Luo Xiao's figure had already arrived in front of him, only to see that it looked like fire was coming out of the bottom of his entire eyes, and the monstrous anger in his heart was as if it was going to burn the little old man to the ground. Dead old man. Luo Xiao clenched his fists and looked at the old man with a single word, anger surfacing in his eyes. This wine cellar has been treasured by him for many years, and he can't even afford to drink it himself. But in less than a day's time, it's all been spoiled by this old man? Uncles can tolerate it, but aunts can't. The little old man met Roshona's cannibalistic gaze. His body trembled slightly, and then, with a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, he waved towards Roshona. Ah ha ha ha, good. Long time no see. Long time no see? Do you believe I'm going to give you a straight-up yin-yang? Luo Xiao panted heavily, looking at the wide array of various wine altars on the ground, all of which looked empty. Mu Qingxue, on the other hand, was standing on top of the wine cellar. Looking at the two of them, he naturally knew that there was a wine cellar here. He just didn't know why Luo Xiao was so angry. Isn't it just a few bottles of wine? Looking at him like that, he felt like he was going to fight the scruffy old man. The little old man slightly lowered his eyebrows, not daring to look directly into Luo Xiao's eyes. He originally thought that he and this kid were sort of familiar, right? And also sent him a great creation, so it should be reasonable to drink a few jars of wine. Originally, he also just thought to drink one altar is enough, but the result did not expect this kid's cellar to hide so many beautiful wines. He did not hold back, for a moment. Seems to just get drunk. Ha 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 ha. Little old brother, do not want to be angry well. In fact, these bars are not the best wine. I do this is also to help you taste wine, for fear that you are fake wine to the pit to cheat. The little old man's eyes blinked with innocence. With that righteous look, Luo Xiao almost believed it. Fake wine huh? Luo Xiao laughed angrily. He really wanted to go up and slap this old man twice. Fake ing booze? You're a black-faced mother asterisk who's red in the face, and you're telling me it's fake wine? Aha! The little old man nodded as he met Rashu's smile. Do you think I really don't know anything about wine? I'd leave fake wine here for so long. Do you know how long I've kept this wine? You spent it all in one day. Bam! Rasha kicked the empty wine jar aside. Not a drop left. It didn't matter if this old man was an expert. He directly grabbed him by the corner of his coat with one hand and carried him upwards. I'll settle this score with you today. The little old man shrank into a ball of fear, his whole body baring his lips as he reminisced about the taste of the alcohol he had just consumed. Mu Qingxi looked at the two of them dumbfounded. Was this scruffy old man really the expert that Luo Xiao had said he was? How come it looks like this? Such a master directly overturned her perception of masters. Chapter 79, A Grieved Little Old Man. Hand-rubbing parchment. Like carrying a chicken, Luo Xiao carried the little old man to the small pavilion. Casually, he flung him aside onto a haystack and looked at him with an interrogative face. The little old man turned around, not daring to meet Luo Xiao's eyes. Instead, Luo Xiao changed his position and continued to face him, then half-crouched down. The little old man still wanted to turn his head. However, Luo Xiao didn't give him a chance at all and pressed his shoulders dead center, not letting him turn his head. Dead old man, tell me, how do you count these wines? The little old man still strategically bowed his head. And anyway, the wine had already gone into his stomach, so he couldn't afford to pay for it if he was asked to do so. So sex is directly swinging. Luo Xiao how to ask him also do not answer. Stammers in that aggrieved. If someone who didn't know the reason saw the scene, they would have thought that Luo Xiao was disrespecting the elderly and bullying them. In the end, Luo Xiao really couldn't do anything about him. This old man's face skin was simply thicker than his. That's enough out of you huh? Old man, make it sound like I'm bullying you. Do you know how much those wines of mine are worth? No money. Before Luo Xiao could quote the price, the little old man decisively threw out two words. Luo Xiao was directly dumbfounded by these two words. Do you believe I'm going to whip you? You hit it. You hit me. I will shout. Let them see the hall a king, bullying a defenseless old beggar. Hearing Brother Luo's threatening words, the little old man remained stubborn and even raised his head and brought his face to his palm. With a look of "you hit me." Mu Qingxue, who was standing at the side, was almost amused by the two, and directly covered her mouth, trying not to make a sound. Luo Xiu's heart fluctuated, feeling that this old man was the heavenly grudge against him. He really couldn't do anything about him. Just when he thought of those good wines that he had treasured for many years, his heart was like a knife cutting. It hurt. The little old man continued to keep his head down, his withered fingers pestling the haystack, drawing circles back and forth over and over again, and the two of them fell silent within a moment. Mu Qingxue looked at the two helplessly. After a long time had passed, Luo Xiu looked at the little old man, who was all disheveled and reeked of alcohol, and shook his head helplessly. "Forget it, let's talk about what you came to see me for. You couldn't have come sniffing my drink just to steal it." As soon as he heard that Luo Xiu wasn't allowed to accompany him, he instantly came back into the spirit. "You really don't need a chaperone?" The little old man looked up slightly and asked tentatively. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth twitched slightly as he asked with a displeased expression. "Can you afford to pay for it?" "Can't afford to pay." The little old man shook his head vigorously. "Then what are you talking about? Come on, what do you want from me?" He was about to be speechless to death by this old man, and I don't know how he cultivated to that realm. This brain won't be fully loaded with bars? Ooh-hoo. Only then did the little old man rub his booze-addled head and try to think. It was as if the wine he had just drunk had washed away his memories. Luo Xiu wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he followed his example and sat cross-legged on the lawn, quietly watching the old man. The old man didn't know how long he had been thinking about it, and his embarrassed and confused eyes suddenly lit up. Rashu thought he had remembered and asked, "Go ahead. What is it?" Ha. However, the little old man just picked at the corners of his mouth awkwardly. "Why don't you say it? What are you always giggling about?" Luo Xiu was speechless. Forgot? Hearing his words, the anger that had just been extinguished in Luo Xiu's heart was instantly ignited again. "You can even forget that? Does your brain exist only for drinking?" The little old man nodded and shook his head again. Luo Xiu gritted his teeth and looked at him, not wanting to tangle with him too much, once again picking up his tattered clothes and lifting him up. Luo Xiu's movements were slightly rough this time, and the little old man clutched his arm a little nervously, cautiously inquiring, What are you doing?" The heart is even more apprehensive. This kid did not say that it does not count? That's a bit of a rude gesture. Luo Xiu's gloomy face slowly surfaced a smile that was worse than tears and said, "What do you think?" The little old man said something bad in his heart, and in the next moment, Luo Xiu directly built up his strength and threw it outside. Asterisk. The little old man drew a perfect arc in the air and managed to cross over the walls of the Shura King's mansion. And then, from his mouth, he slowly spat out these two words. Luo Xiu glanced in the direction he had thrown it and saw that the old boy had been thrown far away by himself. Turning his head, he saw his daughter-in-law looking at him with a dumbfounded expression, and Luo Xiu smiled awkwardly. Then he explained for himself, "Daughter-in-law, it's not that I don't respect the old and love the young, it's really that this old man owes it to himself. But don't worry, with his strength he shouldn't fall to his death." Mu Qingxue was speechless for a while in her heart. Outside the royal residence, the little old man slowly stood up from the spacious dirt and gravel road, and Wine Monkey seemed to have woken up as well, covering his buttocks and saying in an afterthought, "The old man is being thrown out the door? Wrong. This kid is also too damn unorthodox, causing the old man to send him a creation for nothing. Drink some wine. What's wrong? Cheapskate," the little old man said while walking towards the gate of the royal residence again. He was a bit confused just now. He didn't think of what to say for a moment, but now he remembered. Bumper to bumper. Open the door. When he came to the front door, the little old man leaned right up against it and knocked. The old butler was just now looking at a figure leaping out from the walls of his house, and before he could return to his senses, he heard the knocking of the gate again. With a half-hearted push, he opened the door, only to see the scruffy old man outside the door, and the whole thing was instantly dumbfounded. Elder. The old housekeeper was stunned. "Help me up, and go on with the music and the dance," the little old man said, somewhat confused. "What the hell?" Listening to the words murmured from his mouth, the old housekeeper had being speechless too in his heart, and at that moment, Luo Xiu slowly walked over and kicked the old man out again. "Dead old man, remember?" Hearing Luo Xiu's words, he then stood up again, but his appearance was still lazy. "You brat, do you know how to respect the old and love the young? You're either on your hands or your feet. Beware of me coming to the government to sue you." The little old man patted the dust on his body and said with some displeasure. Luo Xiu wrapped his hands around his chest and looked at him quietly. "You want to report it to the police? don't you? Then let's go up to them and have a nice chat about you stealing these fine wines of mine and see who catches who. The little old man slammed a jolt. Forget it. The old beggar also has the principle of hearing his godly words. Not only Luo Xiao, but even the corners of the old butler's mouth couldn't stop twitching. The same subverted his impression of the supreme powerhouse, which is too shameless. Alright, if you think of it, hurry up and say it, or don't even say it later. Luo Xiao sighed. He always felt that this old man was a bit mentally abnormal. He really didn't want to have too much contact anymore. Too low an IQ would be contagious. The little old man yawned and stretched first, then fumbled his blackened hand toward his bosom, and a moment later he fished out a roll of parchment. Then he handed the parchment to Luo Xiao, who looked at the originally white parchment, which had now become very dark and oily, and the whole thing was speechless to the extreme. Still, he took the roll of parchment and slowly inquired, "What's this?" The little old man picked his booger and shook it off. With a proud face he said, "Kid, take this thing and just be happy. Here's a map of the northern region and the deployment of troops in that place. Don't you kid want to lead the troops on the battlefield? With this thing, it's enough for you to live for a while longer." As Rashu listened to his explanation, there would be a frown on someone's face, and then he couldn't wait to open the parchment scroll. As expected, above there are not only a variety of terrain labeling, even the deployment of various tribal forces, as well as the Jinbei King's army stationed, are remembered in great detail. After looking at it in detail for a while, Luo Xiao could tell that there was something wrong with this map, as there were a few extra unknown red crosses on it. "What does this mark mean?" Luo Xiao asked, pointing at the mark on it. The little old man skimmed and said with a mysterious face, "You'll know when the time comes. Xiao, dead." However, he didn't ask more questions. He had to say that this little old man really helped him a lot, and his temper that was exposed just now eased quite a bit. Turning his head, he just wanted to thank the little old man, but it turned out that he disappeared in place again. Gone again? Elder Lou, did you get a good look at the figure of that old man leaving? Luo Xiao frowned slightly and asked towards the old housekeeper at the side. The old butler shook his head helplessly. Just now his attention was also on that map. He really didn't see it clearly, and the old man left with no breath at all, making it really hard to capture. Forget it, let's not settle the score with him this time. This time it was the old housekeeper's turn to be speechless. He knew the importance of this map, definitely more valuable than those wines of his own king. "My dear king, be content, LOL. P.S. Everyone add the fan group, there is no more traffic in this book. The car I drove before was caught in the bag again. People are numb." Chapter 80 Deployment. Balian Mountain Range, the Imperial capital of the Apocalypse Empire. "Your Highness, a letter from the Great Exalted One." A henchman hurriedly carried a letter to Wu Delang. Wu Delang, who was originally sitting under the tree with his eyes closed, instantly stood up and snatched the letter from the man's hand. The people resting on the side also gathered around, while Wu Delang looked at the contents of the letter and couldn't help but frown slightly. After reading everything in the letter, he slowly crushed the letter paper in his hand. The subordinate at the side asked in some confusion, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, the Great Exalted One." Before his subordinate could finish his question, Wu Delong gritted his teeth and closed his eyes as a wave of anger was brewing. The men didn't dare to talk anymore. "Withdraw." I don't know how long it took, but he slowly opened his eyes again, and the anger in his heart was suppressed by his utmost efforts, and only one word was bitten out between his teeth. "This." The group of men didn't know what this meant, and as Wu Delang looked at them still frozen in shock, his entire rage instantly burned up. "I told you to retreat. Can't you understand human language?" He growled angrily towards a group of his men. "Yes." Looking at his angry eyes, the group of men didn't dare to ask any more questions and packed up their things, while he slowly sat down, clenching his fists and punching a large tree. He's upset. If he went back just like that, he wouldn't be able to keep his position as the crown prince. However, the words that came from the Great Exalted One said that the things were not intercepted by the Skywolf sect, and also told them to retreat in a hurry. And even though he didn't understand what it meant, he had to carry it out. Obviously, there were already other forces eyeing them, and he knew that if he continued to stay, he would only end up with a total loss. Damn it! Who the hell is it? The men watched the tree he had ravaged in anger, and a cold chill ran down their backs. No one dared to come forward to comfort them. They all knew very well the character of this crown prince. After an hour, they all retreated and also destroyed all the hiding places here. Shura King's mansion. Luo Xiao sat in the halls with Mu Qingxi and the old housekeeper, and Luo Xiao took out the map to study it. "Your Highness, this map is vital for us. I didn't expect that senior to have this. Looking at the markings on it, it's probably clearer and more detailed than what the people in the palace have poked around." The old butler looked at the strategic deployment on top of the map and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as he said thoughtfully, "This map is too clearly marked, both from the deployment of troops and staffing, all recorded in great detail. As in the case of the Shanlin Pass occupied by the king of Jinbei, it was marked that 500,000 of their mercenaries were stationed there, while the remaining 600,000 troops were ambushed 300 miles in front of them, undoubtedly waiting for Luo Xiu to catch a turtle in a jar. If there is no this map, maybe Luo Xiu has not yet put data has already been folded in half first. There was also a record of the details of each tribe on it, and even which tribes were associated with the king of Jinbei was clearly written. Luo Xiu looked at the map on it and was also very shocked. This thing was even more fierce than the GPS in his previous life. Mu Qingshue's pretty face was also incomparably shocked as she looked at the contents of the map. "Ah Xiu, this map is something you should keep safe for this period of time. With this, you can deal with a lot of dark things." She turned to Luo Xiu with the same gloomy face and urged. Luo Xiu nodded affirmatively as he listened to the two men's exhortations. I have to say, although this old man was a bit scruffy, he really had a lot of good things in his hands, and it was not known if this map was made by him or if he had gotten it from someone else. With this item, he had 80% certainty that he could defeat the Jinbei king in this battle. This was undoubtedly giving him a snowball's worth of charcoal. Looks like the seller wasn't a free-for-all. Luo Xiu slowly put away the map. There wasn't much time left until his departure, and he might have to go to the palace tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll make a trip to the palace, so I'll leave the house to you guys, Luo Xiu said as he looked at the old housekeeper and Mu Qingshui. Don't worry, there's no need to worry at home. Mu Qingshui gave him a reassuring look. The old butler nodded in agreement. Despite the assurances from the two, Luo Xiu was still a bit worried. Over the past month, more and more cultivators had entered the Imperial capital, and many Jianghu people had also come. I also wonder how the one in the palace should manage. It's not that I'm uneasy about my home. I'm uneasy about the entire Imperial capital. The recent inexplicable appearance of many strong people is not a good omen. Luo Xiu stood up and looked into the distance, saying with his hands behind his back. Mu Qingshui and the old housekeeper's faces also sank slightly when they heard his words. They naturally knew the concerns in Luo Xiu's mind, and it was true that there had been many strong people entering the Imperial capital recently, which was indeed a bit troublesome. If the Apocalypse Empire and the various feudal lords were to go to war completely, there was no telling what kind of thoughts these people would harbor. Ah Xiu, you don't need to worry about these things. There will be someone in the palace who will step in, and these people can't make any waves. At most they will just create some small friction. Mu Qingshui slowly stood up and came to his side, comforting him. However, upon hearing her comfort, Luo Xiu shook his head. After a few days of his observation, these people were sneaking in with regularity, and it was obvious that someone was secretly manipulating them. In the entire Apocalypse Empire today, only the Shura royal house was still on the side of the empire. If these people were really sent by someone to deal with the Apocalypse Empire, it was unlikely that they would besiege the Imperial Palace. Instead, it was his own Shura king's mansion that was vulnerable to their retaliation. This was Luo Xiu's biggest worry, and he had to hurry up and think of a solution. Daughter-in-law, when I go out, you guys will try to go out as little as possible. I have a premonition that these people are rushing towards us, Luo Xiu said in a deep voice as he looked at Mu Qingxi. It can't be? We haven't made any enemies in the Jianghu either. Maybe they just want to take advantage of the chaos in the Apocalypse Empire to reap some benefits in it? Mu Qingxue somewhat didn't believe what Luo Xiu said. As Luo Xiu listened to her words, he was also a bit helpless. He did hope that this speculation of his would not become reality, and there was some truth in what his daughter-in-law had said. Had he been overthinking it? But no matter what, we still have to be careful to take precautions. Daughter-in-law, no matter what, we can't let our guard down. If they really come at the royal residence, we'll also be prepared. Mu Qingxue also nodded in agreement. Luo Xiu turned to the old housekeeper and said, Elder Lu, after I've passed over there, I'll send a team of Heavenly K members over to hold down the fort, so you'll make the arrangements then. Your Highness, you are in a time of need. In fact, we can still take care of the house. You'd better keep it for yourself. The old housekeeper was a little worried about his safety. After all, war was no joke. One more strong person would have a little more chance of winning. Luo Xiu shook his head. My intuition can't be wrong. These people definitely won't be as peaceful as they appear to be. If they do come at them then, kill without amnesty, leave no one behind. The killing intent in Luo Xiu's eyes spread out as he spoke. Whoever wanted to harm the people he cared about, he would obliterate without mercy. Well, looking at Luo Xiu's determination, the old butler didn't refuse anymore. Chapter 81 A Million Men. Early the next morning, Luo Xiu squeezed in earlier than usual. By the time he drove to the palace, The day was still young, but the officials of the morning court had already walked in front of the palace one after another. When they saw Luo Xiu's figure, they came forward to greet him. Luo Xiu just nodded in response to them, still walking towards the palace on his own. When the time came for the morning court, a group of officials stood majestically on both sides. Within a short time, Lin Tianbat was dressed in a dragon robe and slowly walked out from behind the screen. Numerous ministers knelt down the moment they saw him. "Long live the emperor!" Then shouted in unison. Rashu just slightly bent over the company, again doing the same as they had said. "Be excused." Only then did Lin Tianbat tell them to get up. His eyes then swept towards Luo Xiu, who was standing in the center. Opening his mouth, he asked, "King Shura, tomorrow is the day of the expedition. I really didn't expect that you would still come to the morning court today." There was 2 parts flirtation in those words, while 7 or 8 parts were a reminder. How could Luo Xiu not hear it? So Lord Weiwei said first, "Since your majesty also knows the date, why don't you have a military parade today? It would also be good for me to see what kind of a mighty army you have given me." The purpose of his visit today was to see what kind of soldiers the old boy would give himself. He would not have appreciated it if it had been given only to some old and sickly soldiers and generals. You have to know that the Jinbei king, that old man in the northern domain, has 1 million or so soldiers, and they are all strong soldiers and strong generals. If you give yourself a weaker army than his, you just go on strike and quit. How could Lin Tianbat on top of the dragon chair not see this little thought of his? The corner of his mouth smiled slightly and said, "You brat, don't worry about it. You naturally will not commit some remnants of the army to your." In fact, a few days ago, his 1,000,000-strong army had already been assembled, and he had long wanted to notify Luo Xiu so that he could come over and take a look. Nay, this kid has been behind closed doors, and even after he passed several holy orders, this kid completely ignored them. "Then Emperor, tell me what kind of soldier you gave me?" Luo Xiu asked with some anticipation. The armies of the Apocalypse Empire were categorized into many different kinds, and there were some powerful types of soldiers that could even combine hundreds of thousands of people to form a large formation, enough to defend against millions of troops. There were also some soldiers that even carried special bloodlines. Hundreds of them were connected by their bloodlines and could release a strong fiery burning, and they were also very strong existences on the battlefield. There were also some soldiers that had the ability to freeze tens of thousands of people, forming a large formation and invoking the power of the heavens and the earth, which could turn 100 miles in a radius into an endless ice field. The group of ministers looked at Luo Xiu's inquiring tone and gave him a thumbs up. The only people who dared to talk and laugh so much with the emperor were the Shura king's house, right? It seems like they're really the only ones. Ha! Lin Tianbat laughed out loud. This character of Luo Xiu was indeed very similar to his old man. Only Tian's son would dare to be so arrogant. If it was anyone else, they might not even dare to raise their heads in front of themselves. Now at this stage, everyone's body and mind were tense to the extreme, but this kid seemed extremely relaxed. He hadn't been wrong about anyone. "Don't worry, you kid. I'll take you to see someone in a minute." "Alright then, you guys go ahead with the meeting. I'll squint for a while." Hearing the old emperor's promise, Luo Xiu was also relieved, and simply leaned back and squinted on a side pillar. Numerous ministers had looked at him dumbfounded, rushing to sleep so soundly within this palace hall. This Shura king was also the first person in 1,000 years, right? However, Lin Tianbat on the dragon chair didn't say a word. Instead, he wiped a trace of favor in his eyes, and the tone in which he opened the morning court with the ministers was slightly lowered, and the people looked like they were afraid of waking up Luo Xiu a bit. 2 hours passed. The sky had already cleared. The sun was slowly rising from the east, and the millions of people of all military types within the large square of the Imperial Palace of the Celestial Revelation Empire had long since been assembled. Well, that's it for today. And their morning court was over, and Luo Xiu slowly stretched his back. "Finished driving, huh?" he said after scanning the crowd. "Crowd, only you, King Shura, can sleep so well. Why are you all looking at me? I usually have to sleep until noon at home before I can get up, otherwise I'm prone to sleepiness." He was a very disciplined person, especially for the quality of sleep is particularly high. A day does not sleep enough 5 or 6 hours. All the body is difficult. Ha 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 ha, King Shura is still young. It's a blessing to be able to sleep. Yes, yes, yes. With excellent talents such as King Shura sitting in the Celestial Revelation Empire, everlasting prosperity. The atmosphere of the crowd also eased up, and they patted Luo Xiu's ass. Alright, let's all move to the square. Let's have a big military parade today, and also grow the national prestige of our apocalypse. Lin Tianbat just stopped, then he greeted the crowd and walked towards the outside of the Great Hall. And at this moment, outside the Great Hall, on the Great Square, 1 million troops had already assembled, divided into 20 squares. each with a different type of soldier. About 50,000 to 60,000 troops each, at a glance, all in a variety of fluorescent veil armor. When the many soldiers saw Lin Tian Bad, who was wearing my dragon robe, they all knelt down on one knee and performed a military salute. "Greetings, Your Majesty." A few moments later, a deafening sound spread throughout the hall, and the lofty morale slowly spread into the sky. The dark clouds above the 9 heavens also slowly dispersed, and a moment of dawn light slowly shone through the clouds and sprinkled on the palace. "All generals are excused." Lin Tian Bad looked at them with satisfaction, then turned his head to Luo Xiao who was at the side. "King Xiao Luo, what do you think of this army of mine?" Luo Xiao looked at the various types of soldiers below and didn't know that his eyes were bright. With such an ample army, both offensive and defensive, what could he not be satisfied with? "Your Majesty is really atmospheric. Aren't you afraid that I'm going to beat this one fine troop of yours out of existence?" Luo Xiao said somewhat flirtatiously. The million-strong army was full of all kinds of soldiers, and all of them were full of spirit, clearly the result of the vigor. He also didn't expect that under this situation, this Tianqi Empire could still come up with such a strong force, which was enough to show that none of its underpinnings were simple. Ha. Do you know how this army came to be?" Lin Tian Bad said with a mysterious smile. Luo Xiao had a puzzled look on his face. Chapter 82 Army God Luo Fun Tian, Funeral Sky Army. Ha. Looking at Luo Xiao's puzzled eyes, Lin Tian Bad burst out laughing. He wasn't hiding anything either, and directly told where this army was coming from. "It seems like you kids still has a long road ahead of you. As a military god family, you can't even recognize the army raised by your own father. Do you know that this army was raised by your father?" A proud look appeared on Lin Tian Bad's face, and as soon as he talked about this army, an exhaustive sense of despondency surfaced on his face. I think when he came to power, it was not all smooth sailing. Hands to people. No one wants an army without an army. Even from the empire casually pull out a feudal king is better than him. However, is under such difficult conditions. Luo Fun Tian personally for his layout. For him to cultivate the army, cultivate talents, step by step to help him to ascend to this 9-to-5 supreme position. Thinking back to that time, an unconcealable soft color also appeared on his serious face. The many great gods on the side also fell into despondency, their eyes looking straight at the million-strong army in the square. This is an army that can perform miracles, and it's not too much to call it an army of God. The scene from more than 10 years ago also appeared in their minds. It was such an army. It was such a military god that used only 1 million people to suppress the other feudal lords of the Apocalypse Empire. They vaguely remembered that once upon a time, there were 2 powerful vassal kings in the Apocalypse Empire, one being the king of Huainan and the other being the king of Jinbei. To say that the strongest at that time was the king of Huainan, the king of Jinbei only had many strong men under his command, and the army in his hands was actually far less than that of the king of Huainan. At that time, the king of Huainan had an army of 4 million men under his command, and he was also a hotshot heir to the throne, and the biggest contender for Lin Tian Bad throne at that time also belonged to him, and he did not fail to live up to the expectations of the people, and without a moment's hesitation, he rose up in rebellion when the old emperor declared Lin Tian Bad as the heir to the throne. Pridefully, he thought that the strength of the army he held in his hands was enough to push everything across. However, the end result was that they didn't even have a chance to get close to the Imperial city. In the middle of the Battle of Huainan Pass, it was with this army of 1 million men that the burial king Luo Burial Heaven repelled the 4 million men of the king of Huainan. The crowd had thought that it would be a devastating battle, but surprisingly, the battle didn't last too long, and in just 3 months, Luo Fun Tian's crushing victory over the king of Huainan was achieved. The strength of the 10 strongest men under King Huainan were all at least peak royal Xian realm existences. However, the Luo burial sky at that time had just decimated all 10 of them with a mere glance. The king of Huainan also completely lost the right to fight in that battle, which not only overcame him, but also put a group of feudal kings who wanted to rise up and rebel in a ruthless downward spiral. The originally foolish Jinbei king was also intimidated by him, and when Luo Fun Tian returned, the Jinbei king also knew that he was no match for this powerful man, and ordered himself to lead his troops to the northern domain to defend the north. In the 10 years or so since then, as long as there was Luo Fun Tian, the country of Tianqi was in good health, and step by step, it was moving towards prosperity until now. Looking back, when the people saw this army once again, they could not help but feel a strong sense of oppression in their hearts. This was an army that could create myths. They also didn't expect that it was such an ace army. And now, once again, it would be handed over to the Luo family, and they didn't know what kind of myths he would be able to create. The crowd again wondered if Luo Xiao could continue his father's myth or not. Hearing the emperor's words, Luo Xiao's heart was equally strongly shocked that this army was actually created by his own father. and the eyes that looked at the crowd seemed to have great reverence for this army. What kind of an army is it? Father never told me about these things. He said he only wanted me to spend this life peacefully. Luo Xiu replied with some guilt. I think that when I didn't awaken the system and didn't have the strength, these words that my father said might have been true. He should just want to live his life peacefully and happily. Looking at this mighty army, their imposing appearance made him see his father's divine splendor in the past. If he really put this army in his hands, he would certainly not dishonor his father's reputation. Lin Tianbad looked at Luo Xiu's despondent eyes and patted him on the shoulder. A man's ambition lies in all directions. Since your father was able to create this mythological army, you will be able to make it a miracle again. I believe in you. Rashu nodded. Lin Tianbad smiled gratefully, then once again changed into a serious face and shouted majestically towards the army below. Generals, the country is in danger. Can we still fight? War! 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 The million-strong army below did not hesitate and roared with fighting spirit. Good. You are the myths created by General Luo. Are you still willing to return to the Luo family and continue to renew the myths again? The generals seemed to be particularly sensitive to the three words General Luo. A strange light appeared in their eyes, and their fighting spirit reached an unprecedented high. 10,000 deaths. 10,000 deaths. 10,000 deaths. Very well. Please raise the pride that belongs uniquely to the mythic army and look closely at the young general beside me. The son of General Luo, now King Shura, who will once again lead you in the defense of our nation. Lin Tianbad pushed Luo Xiu in front of himself for the generals to admire. When the generals heard his words, they cast hot gazes toward Luo Xiu, looking at Luo Xiu's seven-part resemblance to Luo Burial Heaven. Their hearts were even more surging, and they all knelt down on one knee, shouting angrily in unison. The Burial Heavenly Army seized the general. Looking at their glowing appearance, Luo Xiu was also infected by this aura, and at this moment, if he didn't say a few words, he felt his chest clogged and stuffy. Solely no longer holding back, his eyes Feng Yang looked at them and said, Greetings, generals. I'm glad to see you all this day, yet I don't want the day to be able to activate you again, because once you are activated, it will mean that this country is once again in a critical situation, a situation that none of us want to see. But, the general situation of the world, divided for a long time, united for a long time, this is the result that the course of history is bound to produce. We can't choose, so we choose to overcome it and regain control of our destiny. Will you follow me to kill the traitors? Luo Xiu's voice was stirring and melodious, echoing throughout the hall square for a long time, just like a true divine general's call. Willing, willing, willing. The generals did not have an easy time. Almost with a hissing voice said it, looking at a group of ministers, cannot help but surging inside. Even though they were civil ministers and strategists, it was hard for them to hide the excitement in their hearts. With such an army, how can we worry about the division of the country? What a blessing for the apocalypse. This was their inner feeling at this moment. Perhaps at some point, they underestimated these generals of the Seychelles. At this moment, they truly realized that when it really came to the moment of crisis, they still had to rely on these generals. They bowed their heads in some shame. Chapter 83, The Mysterious and Unexplainable Military Formation. This parade lasted for a long time, and the various squares, the military formations made up by the various military groups were displayed in front of the crowd. Fire Prairie Army, the vanguard force for attacking cities and fortresses, consisting of 100,000 people, relying on the power of the bloodline in their bodies, they can release strong flames, and on the battlefield, they are an existence that makes the enemy shy away. Frozen Army, a mythical army on the vast prairie plains, relying on the power of the bloodline in their bodies. They can turn 100 miles of territory into an ice field, and can instantly freeze all enemies within 100 miles. They are likewise made up of 100,000 people. Divine Arrow Army can also rely on the berserk bloodline in the body to take the bow and shoot arrows. The effective range can be 2 or 3 times higher than the enemy army. Is the Nightmare of the Long-Range Army? Also consists of 100,000 people. Shield Army, shield in hand, invulnerable. That and sharp sword in front of him is nothing. Can push across everything. Is a strong offensive and defensive troops, also composed of 100,000 people. Medicine and Poison Army, rely on the power of the bloodline in the body, can quickly heal the attack and defense injured soldiers. Necessary moment, they can be transformed into a side of the poison array, to destroy their own strength and the enemy with the same. Of course, this is also in the case of all the annihilation of the army in front of the start. This kind of bloodline is extremely rare. They are only 10,000 people. The rest, almost all of whom were sergeants of different bloodlines, had their own roles to play, and were equally a nightmare for the enemy on the battlefield. These people were all selected by Luo Fun Tian from amongst the various military camps. It took an army of 20 to 30 million to select so many people with unique bloodlines, showing the rarity among them. It was such a special army that was worthy of a true divine army. After Lin Tianbad granted Luo Xiao the military talisman, the millions of troops also went down to recuperate successively, while the officials who were not yet satisfied were also dismissed. Luo Xiao, who had originally wanted to leave as well, was stopped by Lin Tianhua. "Brat, your royal grandmother wants to see you. Come with me," Lin Tianbad said as he pulled him. Luo Xiao froze and eventually followed Lin Tianbad into the East Palace. Soon they arrived at the Empress Dowager's Qingxin Hall, and under a flurry of eunuchs and palace maids passing by, the two arrived in front of the Empress Dowager. The moment the Empress Dowager saw Luo Xiao, joy instantly appeared on her worried face, and under the support of two maids, she slowly came to him, reached out to touch his face, and said dotingly, "Little Xiao has lost weight." The Empress Dowager had a heartbroken look on her face. Luo Xiao slightly squatted down, and the Empress Dowager rubbed his head in passing. "Royal Grandma's little grandson has grown taller. You're afraid you won't be able to reach it," said Luo Xiao with a smile. In the past, the old man's favorite was him. The other houses came to him more or less with some purpose. Only Luo Xiao, really just to accompany her. The Empress Dowager also laughed at his words. "Yes, our little Xiao have grown up, but as soon as they grow up they don't come to see the royal grandmother." The royal grandmother said, "How come? Didn't I just visit your old man a few months ago?" Luo Xiao retorted slightly, still showing the mischievous look of a child. The old man couldn't bring himself to say anything about him, but just said with a face full of favor, "It's been a few months now. In the past, when little Xiao was small, he liked to run to royal grandma here the most." The emperor, Lin Tianbad, watched the old and young chatting hotly. He also did not interrupt, still sitting aside and listening quietly. Ever since her own Empress Dowager had learned of the situation in the empire, she had been moping around all day, and now it was excellent to have someone to cheer her up a bit. The old man was just a mortal, and now his body was getting worse by the day, and he was very worried. "Tianbad, I heard that you're going to let Xiao Xiao take command?" Not long after, the Empress Dowager looked at Lin Tianbad and inquired. Lin Tianbad smiled towards him and said, "Mother, when a child grows up, he will eventually have to face this. Don't worry, this kid is Tian's precious son. I won't let anything happen to him." Hearing his answer, the Empress Dowager seemed somewhat dissatisfied, a slight frown on her aged face, but she did not say anything more. Although she was old, she wasn't confused, and nowadays, she was afraid that only the Luo family would be willing to help this stupid son. "Heavenly Bad, you are the emperor now. I do not oppose your choice and support your decision, but little Axia must not be alright. Do you understand?" The Empress Dowager's face was serious and her expression was not to be doubted as she said to Lin Tianbad, "Okay, I promise you." Lin Tianbad did not refute. He also knew how important Luo Xiao was. Even if he lost this imperial throne, he would never let anything happen to him. There are things in his mind that he carries heavier than anyone else and understands better than anyone else. And he also understands Tian's intention of keeping this kid by his side. Luo Xiao didn't say anything on the side, quietly listening to the two. Well, since you understand in your heart, it's good. I won't keep you here much longer. And little Xiao also go back to prepare properly. War is not child's play. The Empress Dowager also understood the responsibility in the hearts of the two, and didn't overly allow the two to accompany her. He was already very happy that Luo Xiao could come to see him today, and it was a great relief to her heart to see him grow up and take charge of himself. "Alright then, mother, the two of us will retire for now. You have a good rest, royal grandmother. Then I'll go down first as well. You have a good rest. Go. The Empress Dowager smiled and waved her hand, but turned her head with a bitter face. Lin Tianbad, on the other hand, led Luo Xiao out of the clear heart hall, and halfway there, he suddenly asked, "Confident?" Luo Xiao, who was walking behind him, first stared blankly before faintly saying, "Hasn't your old man already made preparations? If it wasn't for the fact that you wanted to exercise us descendants, perhaps you would have already made your move?" Walking in front of Lin Tianbad heard his words, suddenly paused in his steps, turned his head to look at him, scrutinized a bit after, slightly smiled. "You kid is counting shrewdly. However, since I let go of the hand to you guys to deal with it, then absolutely will not intervene. The fate of the empire is all handed over to the hands of you and the crown prince." Luo Xiao was actually right. If they had made a move, they would have actually been able to pacify all of this a long time ago. But what was the point? This world would still have to be managed by them in the future. And if they didn't exercise too much now, if they encountered a similar situation in the future, then it would only be more difficult for them. Luo Xiao was a bit speechless after hearing his words. He always felt like he was going to inherit this throne in general. Your old man don't think like that. Exercising me is fine. But in the future, this heavenly enlightenment empire, you can hand it over to whomever you like to manage it. I'm not interested. With his friendship with his own father, if he wanted to sit on this throne himself, this old man seemed to have the guts to consider it. One must now snuff out this burning fire of his now. Lin Tianbad just laughed and didn't say anything more. Then there were no further inquiries about anything, and the two of them headed out again. After walking out of the Eastern Palace, Luo Xiu left the palace and returned to his home. Chapter 84. If you marry me, I want you to bear 10 children for me. The knight enters the curtain. Tonight's Shura King's mansion was extraordinarily quiet, and all the people in the mansion tacitly did not speak. On the large hall, an incomparably large wooden table was this conspicuous. The table was filled with various kinds of food, and everyone in the mansion had gathered together, sitting around this table. However, the crowd was sitting quietly, looking not too good. Luo Xiu and Mu Qingxi had not yet been served, and the crowd all looked expectantly toward the door. In a short time, both came to the gate in full dress, holding hands and holding them tightly, and the crowd saw them arrive. Ahem! The old butler coughed twice as he watched the crowd's faces remain deep. Only then did the crowd reveal smiles with difficulty. They all understood that after this evening, the king would be going on a journey. They should smile more too. The entire house of more than 30 people stood up in unison and squeezed out a smile. Your Highness! Your Highness! The two men who reached the doorway paused slightly, and Acacia Cover smiled back before stepping in. Luo Xiu looked at the crowd's appearance, smiled somewhat helplessly, and said, all right, all sit down. Haven't I already told you? In the royal residence, we are family. There is no class distinction. All sit down. Good. The crowd obeyed and sat down. Even though this king has said so, in their hearts, the king is still that high and mighty king, and they still have to treat him respectfully. It's their job and it's what they do. Seeing that the crowd sat down peacefully, though constraints still appeared in their eyes, Luo Xiu wanted to say something else, but before the words could be uttered, he was shaken by Mu Qingxi's arm by his side, so he had no choice but to stop. When the two were seated, the crowd quietly turned their attention to them. Mu Qingxi, as the main mother in this king's mansion, took the lead to speak. We all know the significance of gathering together today. That is, we want to take advantage of this time to give the king a good farewell banquet. So there's no need for anyone to be formal tonight. Just eat as you normally would at home. Luo Xiu is going to follow and concur. Qingxi is right. I seldom manage this royal residence on weekdays. Thanks to everyone's concerted efforts, I can manage this huge royal residence so well. All of this is everyone's credit. This cup of wine, I toast you all. With that, Luo Xiu slowly raised the wine cup in front of him, and when the crowd saw this, they also stood up and similarly picked up the wine cup in front of them. Some of them were cultivators guarding the royal residence, and some of them were just mortals, but at this moment, their hearts were still very happy. Instead of disliking them, the self-proclaimed king held such a banquet for them, making them feel an unprecedented warmth. We toast the king, the crowd said in unison toward Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu laughed, and then drank his glass down, and the crowd drank it down as well. Well, sit down, all of you. Swish swish swish. Thank you all for all these years. Today all of you don't be too formal. You just treat us as your friends. Eat and drink as you should. Saying that, Luo Xiu took the lead and moved his chopsticks, chucking a large lion head into his own daughter-in-law's bowl. Daughter-in-law, thanks for the company these days. Eat more and give me a big fat boy in the future. Luo Xiu smiled brightly and said jokingly, ha ha ha. This kind of talk also attracted the laughter of the crowd. The atmosphere also into it, are not in hesitation, have down the laugh. Mu Qingxi, on the other hand, after glaring at Luo Xiu with a blushing face, she didn't refuse this lion head he handed over, smashing it into her own little mouth and eating it with gusto. Afterwards, the crowd chatted intentionally and unintentionally, and their happy appearance was truly like a group of close friends at a party. After 3 rounds of drinking, some of the maids who were not able to drink had blushed, and some of the men on the sidelines had urged them to drink less. There was a surprising tenderness in his eyes, and when Luo Xiu's husband and wife saw this scene, they couldn't help but stare in disbelief. It seems that the two still know very little about their own royal residence. The old butler was also looking at them with a smile on his face. In fact, he had long seen all of this in his eyes, but did not say anything about it. Most of the people in the mansion were some young people, as some of the older people had already been dispatched back to enjoy their happiness by Luo Xiu earlier, and also gave them enough to live on. Moreover, most of these young people in the upper reaches of the lake were their juniors, and were more or less introduced in by them, so Luo Xiu could also rest assured. Suddenly, Luo Xiao subconsciously shot out and held Mu Qingxi's small hand, and the latter looked at the crowd and froze, and her bright smile screeched. When he looked back, he saw Luo Xiao looking at him with a deep look on his face. Afterward, only Luo Xiao stood up and said to the old butler, "Elder Lu, you watch over here. I'll accompany Qingxue out for a walk. Everyone have fun and let loose." He then led Mu Qingxi out of the banquet and the two of them went to the back garden. Both walked in silence, not saying much along the way. Strolling through the spring gardens, walking to the side of the pond, Luo Xiao stopped and said with a despondent face, "Daughter-in-law, do you still remember the situation that day?" Mu Qingxi first froze. Then, under the moonlight, her face slowly flushed. Thinking back to that day, she was still shy, and somehow at the time, Luo Xiao saw her silence, said to himself, "That day, in the backyard of the palace, also in a small pond, you slowly approached me. At that time I was distracted. I still do not know that you came to my side. Perhaps it is fate. Perhaps it is the arrangement of destiny. It is so natural. I can still remember you. When I that cool look, the first time I saw you, I only think you are a fairy under the 9 heavens. No, fairy is a degradation of you. Your beauty, I can't describe, but it's that deeply ingested into my heart and soul. Do you want to know what I was thinking?" Luo Xiao turned back and smiled with a mysterious expression. Mu Qingxi raised her delicate little head and looked at Luo Xiao with a face full of interest. She was likewise curious as to why she had refused her then proposed marriage when she was already so beautiful in his mind. When she thought of her situation that day, she fiercely screwed Luo Xiao. Ouch! Rashio ate and laughed while it hurt. "Speak quickly." A hint of ferocity appeared on Mu Qingxi's stunningly beautiful face, her tone slightly threatening. "Really want to know?" Luo Xiao once again pretended to be mysterious to confirm. Hearing her affirmative answer, Luo Xiao first slowly let go of her hand, then took a few steps back. There was doubt and disbelief on Mu Qingxi's face. What was this guy up to? Only after moving away for some distance did Luo Xiao shout out, "Daughter-in-law, listen carefully. This is what I thought at that time. Little beauty, if you marry me, I want you to give birth to 10 children for me." The voice was so loud that it spread throughout the entire royal residence, and the people who were still in the banquet hall were first stunned. Then hearing that it was the voice of their own king, they let out another one of their joyful laughs. Mu Qingxi's face was filled with black lines, and her heart was incomparably exasperated. Without saying a word, he directly pursued toward Luo Xiao. Rashu scattered his legs and ran without a single moment of hesitation. Chapter 85. My daughter-in-law, be good and wait for me at home. You give me to stand still. Otherwise tonight. Mu Qingxue chased while shyly rebuked angrily, but as a result, remembering something, the words in his head finally stopped. Luo Xiao back to the eyes did not come. Cheeky noisy self-daughter-in-law laughed. Tonight what daughter-in-law? It had been a long time since he had seen such a lovely side of his daughter-in-law, and he didn't know how long it would be before he could see her again after this parting. Mu Qingxue saw him pause, so she caught him with a quick step. "Caught. Let's see how you can still run." A smug smile appeared on his face and he reached out his hand to grab it towards Luo Xiao's ear. However, before he could touch his ear, Luo Xiao grabbed her hand, ruthlessly walloped her to the side of a large tree, looking directly at her with affection, the love in her eyes on the verge of overflowing. Under the bright moonlight, Mu Qingxi's eyes reflected his figure, and her eyes eventually softened. Phew! The two looked deeply into each other's eyes, silent for a long time. The breeze blew through the leaves overhead, rustling, and the moonlight poured down, reflecting their silhouettes in the small pond to the side, until breathing became heavy. Luo Xiao was the first to speak. "Daughter-in-law, be good and wait for me at home." Luo Xiao's words were gentle, and Mu Qingxi subconsciously nodded shyly before deflating her head to the side. Rashu didn't hesitate and kissed straight on. Oh! Mu Qingxi's body trembled fiercely by this kiss of his. Love intertwined, and the eyes of the two of them gradually became fluttering. It wasn't until the next gust of wind came and the leaves on the trees kept rattling that the two separated. Mu Qingxi gently leaned her head on Luo Xiao's shoulder, tightly closing her eyes and carefully feeling his scent. Not missing a single trace, Luo Xiao gently hugged her head, and the two of them immersed themselves under the moonlight, making it difficult to separate. Quietly looking to the side of the small pond in the reflection, the two surprisingly distracted. Under this reflection, the two hearts but tightly together. After a long time, Mu Qingxi spoke softly in Luo Xiao's arms. Xiao, no matter what happens on this trip, make sure you protect yourself. Promise me, okay? Her eyes were so gentle, so genuine, yet there was a ripple of apprehension that rippled through them. She loved this man now, whether he was the mighty Rashu or the dude who only did it to amuse himself all day. She loved and loved him. It was fine for him to be by her side all the time. Once she thought of separation, she was inexplicably panicked. It was as if his own soul was grafted onto his body, and he didn't want to separate at any time. Luo Xiu listened to her soft and boneless words, and within the difference of time, he actually did not want to go for some time, and he also did not want to separate from her, even if it was for a moment, a minute and a second. He sometimes wondered how great it would be if this was on Earth. What a wonderful scene it would be at their age when they should be going to school together, studying together, doing something rebellious together. But not in this world. It's a cannibalistic world, just like the one Mr. Tree Man wrote about, and even crueler than that one. If he was really just a mortal, without such a family lineage and background, I'm afraid he would have been uprooted like those people. He wasn't that ambitious, but he couldn't see the suffering of the people either. After a long period of silence, Luo Xiu softly answered, "Good." The corners of Mu Qingshue's pretty mouth rose slightly, then she tightly embraced Luo Xiu. With this one word from him, her own heart was already satisfied. Love to a certain extent, often more than any commitment, more than any promise is more clear. Just need each other's knitted brows and smile is already enough. Look, Su, the moon is so beautiful tonight. Mu Qingxue looked towards the moon in the sky and blinked her eyes in surprise. Rasha looked in the direction of her fingertips, and within a moment he too was lost in thought. Yes, the moon is extra large, extra full and extra bright tonight. It's far away, but it's like it's close by. Luo Xiu tightly grasped Mu Qingxue's 5 fingers, and the two of them clasped each other tightly and talked about many more things. It was as if they were trying to spit out everything that both sides had experienced, yet the time was so pale. I don't know how long it had been, but the moon had drifted away from them, originally as big as a rock, and then as small as a marble as time went on, and the sky was slowly opening up. As she spoke, Mu Qingshue's voice gradually became smaller, and soon after, she had already obediently entered a gentle land in Luo Xiu's arms. Luo Xiu then stopped talking and took out a blanket from within his ring and gently covered its body, then rested his head gently against its small head and kissed it gently. "Wait for me," said with a face full of favor. Apocalypse Calendar. The 18th day of the 2nd month of the celestial calendar. Tianqi Palace. On the large palace square, millions of troops were already standing by. More than 100-man flying boats were parked on one side, and tomorrow, when they changed hands, the civil and military officials stood on top of the high platform. Below, Luo Xiu stood before the million-strong army in his martial armor, like a god of war. The moment he put on this set of armor, he was no longer a tender teenager, but an iron-blooded general who was about to go into battle. The crowd above the high platform cast approving gazes, and some people sighed in their hearts, worthy of being from the Luo family. No matter what, that arrogance was unmatched by anyone. It was as if they saw the old Luo Fun Tian in this teenager. He was once a marshal in his own right, and his armor stood before millions of people in a good way. Lin Tianbad on the high platform also seemed to have seen Luo Fun Tian's figure, and he, who had always been high and mighty, couldn't help but have slightly moist eyes at this moment. But it was also fleeting, the majesty he had to maintain as the 9 to 5. "Generals, I'm not going to say much today. I'll wait for your triumphant return, and then I'll applaud you all over the city," Lin Tianbad said in an impassioned tone. "Kill. The generals are united in the Force Ravine. Brat, don't give Luo family disgrace. Don't give your father disgrace. I promise you today. To the battlefield. You just kill. All the consequences. I bear down on you." Lin Tianbad's gaze turned to Luo Xiu and said solemnly, "Many thanks, Your Majesty." Luo Xiu dropped to one knee and nodded heavily. "Go, my finest generals of the apocalypse." With his order, millions of generals boarded onto the flying boats heading to the battlefield. With all hands on deck, the flying boat slowly headed towards the north. Chapter 86. This wine is watered down. 2 days later. "You see. See what? What the are you looking at my mom for?" He's referring to the sky. "Not me." A graceful noblewoman looked at the crowd looking at her and cursed again under her shyness. The crowd was startled, which turned the direction to look at the sky. "Widow Li, your bib is leaking." The last big man who looked back smiled dementedly, then quickly leaving. Widow Li looked back and Odd quickly running towards the house. 100 of the largest flying boats slowly sailed through the sky, skimming over a city, and within a moment, the entire sky was densely covered in black shadows. The residents of the city looked up into the sky with curious faces. These cities were all small cities close to the northern domain, and many of the mortal residents had never seen such a large flying boat before, and all of them revealed a look of amazement. However, in the midst of the stunned gazes of the crowd, an old man slowly stroked his false white beard and said, "Ha ha ha, do you know what this is?" Hearing the old man's words, the crowd turned back to look at him. Looking at this scruffy old man, the corners of his mouth were almost up in the air, and many of the young people had revealed a look of disdain. "Old beggar, you recognize these behemoths?" A rough big man said with some teasing. Ha ha ha. This old beggar is going to start bragging again. These things even we have not seen. You say he a beggar can see? Oh, how can you say so? People old beggars are also traveling the world begging. Perhaps have seen more of the world than us. Old beggar, why don't you tell us what this is? The crowd was teasing and inquiring at the same time, although they didn't know if the old beggar really knew. But it wasn't too much fun. The old beggar witnesses all wanted to see their own fun. So he also walked in towards the inn, first lifting the wine pot on the table and drinking 2 mouthfuls. Hey, you're purposely here to whet people's appetites for a drink, aren't you? The diners on the table glared at him with some dissatisfaction, and then protected the remaining jugs of wine, fearing that the old beggar would snatch them and drink them again. The old beggar pursed his lips, as if tasting the flavor of the wine in general. Squinting his eyes and smashing his mouth, he said with some disgust, "This boss is not conscientious. This wine is actually watered down." And when the store assistant as well as the shopkeeper on the side heard his words, their faces instantly sank, and the original mood of watching the fun was gone. Immediately came in front of the old beggar and said with a disgusted face, "You old beggar, what do you know? You also know how to taste wine. Go go go." Saying that, the store assistant and the shopkeeper were about to shove him out. The bone-thin old beggar was naturally not a match for the two men, and came to the door of the store under half push. Ha ha ha. The people in the store watched the old beggar being pushed out, and did not stop them, and slowly sat down again, continuing to drink. However, to the door of the old beggar is yelling, "Really dog, I see people low." The old beggar, although down and out, but never obscured the conscience, said, "Your wine is watered down, is watered down." The shopkeeper's face was full of black lines, but in front of so many people he couldn't afford to have a fit, and the crowd didn't seem to take the old beggar's words seriously, so he simply let it go. The old beggar shook his head helplessly as he looked at the indifference of the crowd. However, since they're drinking someone else's wine, whether it's watered down or not, they need to be shown the ropes. Old beggar, I drank this nobleman's wine. Naturally, I have to inform the nobleman of the heavenly things, the old beggar said in cheeky to do the threshold of the hotel, lethargic leaning on the doorposts, and only then continue, "Nobleman, you and listen well. The thing on the day is a kind of manned flying boat. The old beggar, although not repair, but the disciples under the door is also quite a lot. I heard that the Apocalypse Empire this time out of 1,000,000 troops to conquer the king of Jinbei of our northern region. The leader of the army is also a prince." The news was naturally known to the crowd, and it had been rumored up and down the country, having been learned a month earlier. But this huge manned flying boat, which they really had never heard of or seen before, was a bit of a novelty to hear. So the guest at the other table carried a jug of wine and walked slowly towards the old beggar, wanting to penetrate more. "Old beggar, old sir, since you know about the behemoth in the sky, do you know how many people such a behemoth can carry?" the man asked curiously. While pouring wine in the glass, he looked at the old beggar, and when he had finished pouring the wine, he handed a glass to him. "Old sir, this wine is good peach blossom brew. Can you taste it to see if it's watered down?" Without even looking at him, the old beggar took the cup of wine in his hand and drank it down. He narrowed his eyes and blinked his lips, but this time there was no frown on his dirty forehead, though there didn't seem to be too much of a look of elation either. After a short while, the old beggar slowly handed the wine cup to the man and said, "This pot of wine has a conscience, so your honor can feel free to drink it." There was no disparagement or appreciation, as if the wine fell flat in his eyes. Still in front of the counter quietly watching the store, the boss is once again full of black lines. He feels that today the store's signboard is going to be smashed by this old beggar. However, looking at the guest officer who poured the wine seemed to be not simple. Looking at his luxurious clothes, it turned out to be an uncomplicated character, and he didn't dare to go up and talk too much when people were still asking questions. "Then what does the old gentleman think of this peach blossom brew?" the man, still wearing a smile on his face, asked searchingly. "Inferior." The old beggar slowly got up and walked towards the distance with a faint word. However, the moment he turned around, a powerful divine soul fluctuation immediately entered long into that person's mind. The man instantly changed his face and hurriedly came to the wine table, giving a wink to a few of his friends at the table, who also instantly looked grave. He then placed a silver ingot on the table and quickly left as well. As if that soul fluctuation in their mind just now had a great pull, they quickly chased after the old beggar in the direction he left. However, they chased after the old beggar for a long time, but they did not see the old beggar's figure. "Young prince, the man has disappeared. Is it true what you say?" When they waited until no one was around, those who were with the man directly changed their address. "That information there is not to be trusted. This old beggar is not simple. We have to hurry back and inform father of this information," the man's face said grimly. "Yes." Subsequently, The figures of several people quickly left the original spot and sped towards the direction where the northern domain's Jinbei King was located. And behind them, 4 black shadows slowly emerged. Captain. They fell for it. Oh, the young master has already come. Today first spare this kid's life. But this news delivered today is enough for them to eat a pot. Hee. You kid pretending to be a beggar is really something. Even the wine mixed with water can smell it? It turns out that the old beggar just now is this captain. Beside a henchman impersonated, he not only has a powerful disguise art, more can simulate a strong breath, and more importantly, he is very proficient in the cultivation of the power of the divine soul. Just now the message delivered is conveyed through such an ability. Ha, that kid should still be thanking me. Otherwise they should be dead today. The man scratched the black robe on his head and laughed. Alright, the young lord notified. Let's hurry up and join him. Hurry up and put away your playful faces. As an assassin, you can't be so playful anymore, especially in front of the young lord. Yes, go! And then their figures were like ghosts, turning into a cloud of black shadows and disappearing. Chapter 87 Burial Heaven Legion. 10 Undead Generals. Apocalypse Empire. Northern Region. Mountain Forest Plains. 100 huge flying boats slowly landed on top of this deserted plain. The generals on the flying boat descended from the top in a well-organized manner, and then camped in place again. Toward evening, the millions of military camps that stretched for dozens of miles had bonfires in all directions, and the dome of the sky was set ablaze by these piles of bonfires. Inside the main army tent, Rashu, dressed in armor and with an upright posture, sat in the main seat, his white hair slowly falling as he removed his helmet. With the Emperor's Imperial sword at his waist, his eyes gleamed as he looked around the 100 generals within the barrier. When the generals had arranged their troops, they all came to him to assemble, and now the men were nearly all here. Luo looked at them and nodded with satisfaction. The fact that millions of people could quickly make camps and set up fences in just one day showed that this army was well disciplined. Generals, hard work, Luo said indifferently. Although the tone was flat, the majesty in the words never diminished. The reason why we have gathered you here today is to deploy our strategy in advance, and also to get to know you. Luo's eyes swept around, memorizing every face of these generals in his mind. The generals remained silent, but the glare in their eyes as well as the murderous aura could not be hidden. They had been raising their spirits for more than 10 years. His gaze finally rested on the 10 undead generals. These 10 had the heaviest murderous aura on their bodies, and had slaughtered at least 1,000 people, so it was evident that they were tough on the battlefield. The first undead general buried soul. The last general is here. Second undead general burial. The last general is here. Third undead general burial spirit. The last general is here. The fourth undead general burial sea. The last general is here. After counting out all 10 people, Luo surveyed them one by one. Each of them had reached the Emperor's Xian realm, and all of them were strong people who had gone through the baptism of war. Their killing aura was very dense, and their battle prowess would only be stronger than their strength. Worthy of the top 10 undead generals. The name is instantly. Not bad. A general will become 1,000,000 bones. This saying is reflected in you guys. I am optimistic about you guys. I am now appointing you as the top 10 vanguard generals. 3 days later. I need a victory to boost my morale. Can it be done? Luo asked with a serious face. Hearing Luo's words, the corners of the 10 undead generals' mouths rose slightly. They had long been looking forward to the arrival of such a war, so they responded without hesitation. Don't worry, great general. We will not dishonor our mission. The Grand Marshal once said that the 10 of them were the perfect soldiers, born to fight. That's the biggest compliment they can get. Very well, fighting on such a wide plain with only blood and flesh to fight for. I look forward to your performance. Luo smiled faintly. This Shanlin Pass plain is an important barrier that he must take down. On top of such a wide plain, it is difficult for the enemy to deploy a block. And from that deployment map, the enemy on top of this plain is only 300,000. The 10 undead generals already have 200,000 elite soldiers under their command, and all of them are special bloodline soldiers, so it shouldn't be a problem. After taking this plain, though, it's time to deliberate on the later levels. Not only the transformation on the mountains, many places are easily defensible and dangerous, also easy to set up all kinds of spell formations, can't be as bloody as the plains battlefield. The rest of them. Luo looked at the rest of the generals again, arranging what he had deployed earlier one by one to them. This night, Luo deployed for a long time, and also asked these generals for their opinions. After all, they all came back from the battlefield. Many insights during combat were important to him, and could not just talk about soldiers on paper. Until the early hours of the morning when the crowd dispersed. After everyone had gone to rest, The figures of the Heavenly K members arrived in front of Luo Xiu's tent like a ghost. The 2 guards outside the tent were oblivious. "See you, young lord." 15 people neatly knelt down on one knee in front of Luo Xiu. "Get up. Report all the information you've collected this month as well as the powerful people you've assassinated," Luo Xiu said. "Yes." Afterward, the 4 captains came forward one by one to report to Luo Xiu. In this month's time, they had not only assassinated more than a dozen Emperor Xian realm powerhouses in the Jinbei King's tent, but they had also obtained many important pieces of information. They have found out that the Jinbei King has more than 3 million soldiers in his hands. Secretly he has also collected many savage tribes. These tribes not only have strong warriors, but also have ancient strongmen, tribal leaders in the town. If necessary, these ancient strongmen as well as tribal leaders will participate in the war, and they will all choose to support the camp of the Jinbei King. Not only that, the Jinbei King had also colluded with the Xuanwu Empire. The northern domain had its back to the Xuanwu Empire, and just a month ago, the Xuanwu Empire had sent 2 million troops to be stationed at the borders of the northern domain, with the possibility of joining in the war at any time to assist the Jinbei King. In other words, the Jinbei King had more than 3 million troops at the moment, plus the 2 million of the Xuanwu Empire, as well as the various tribes sporadically adding up to at least 6 million. 1 million against 6 million is a great challenge. Although the Burial Heaven Legion had the legend of the mythical Legion of the Apocalypse Empire, and each soldier had a special bloodline in his body that could defeat many with one, but with such a disparity in numbers, it was really too difficult to win. This wasn't what caused Luo Xiu the most headache. The 3rd squad had also poked around and found out an important piece of information, which was that there might be a sacred Xian realm powerhouse sitting in the Jinbei King's camp. And this piece of information was something they forced out of one of the assassination's powerhouses. And even though they didn't know if this piece of information was reliable or not, they had to be on the defensive. Hearing this news, Luo Xiu's brows furrowed fiercely. If the Jinbei King really had this kind of powerhouse to help him, then things would be much worse than they appeared to be. Even if they were all victorious on the front battlefield, they were still a bit lackluster in dealing with these powerhouses behind them. Sacred Xian realm powerhouses, amongst the various empires, were all pillars of existence. Even as powerful as the Green Dragon Empire there were only 2, and the Jinbei King, a mere prince, could have such a supreme power assisting him. Alas, didn't I also give you every mission? Told you to recruit loyal henchmen. How did you carry it out? Luo Xiu took a deep breath and asked. Young lord, our left envoy has recruited 5 of them. 2 of them have reached the royal Xian realm in strength, and the remaining 3 are all at the King Xian realm in strength. The left envoy stood out and said. The right envoy then stepped forward again. Young lord, we're the same. We've recruited the same 5 people, but 3 of them have reached the royal Xian realm, and the remaining 2 are all at the King Xian realm. The upper envoy said. Young lord, our lineage is mainly about spying, so there are 15 people recruited, but none of their strengths have reached the royal Xian realm, though each of them is at the King Xian realm strength. The upper envoy was responsible for spying on intelligence and collecting assassination targets, so the standards for accepting people were lowered quite a bit. Rashu nodded, then looked down at the ambassador. Young lord, we've only recruited 4 people, and only one of them has reached the Huang Xian realm. The lower envoy lowered his head somewhat guiltily. Luo envoy didn't chastise him. Instead he said comfortingly, you all did a good job. In 3 days' time, you will join the battlefield as well. Assassinate the strongest in the enemy's camp, and try to minimize the casualties of the soldiers. Yes, alright, that's it for today. You guys go down and recuperate for the next 3 days as well. Adjust your condition to the best. The crowd nodded before slowly leaving, and Luo Xiu exhaled deeply, unable to help a pressure rising in his heart. That's quite a challenge. Chapter 88, Bewitched. Northfield, North Wasteland City, was the most prosperous metropolis within the northern domain, and at this moment, it had been occupied by the Jinbei King. Inside the city lord's mansion, a few people led by the king of Jinbei were sitting in the lobby and were listening to the incoming news with serious faces. Father, a few days ago we received a major piece of news in Tianlin City. The young man was the same one who had poked around with the beggar the other day. At this moment, he had already recovered back to his original appearance, and he was the 3rd son of the king of the North Jinbei, stationed in the northern domain all year round, named Lin Nan. There were also several people in strange costumes sitting in the hall, and they were looking at Lin Nan with sunken eyes. What news? Jinbei King Lin Tianyu asked with a slight frown. Now, he had gotten word that Luo Xiu had led 1 million troops to the plains of the mountain forest pass, and might be about to launch an attack on him within a few days. He was fretting about this. Even though he had prepared himself, he heard that Lin Tianbad had sent the strongest legion of the Celestial Revelation Empire, the Burial Heaven Legion, to Luo Xiu. He knew that this army was terrifying, and that it was created by Luo Fun Tian, and that for the Luo family, they would absolutely listen. If he had sent any other legion, he could have found a way to bribe them, but there was absolutely no way that anyone in this army would defect. Lin Nan swept a glance at the crowd with a rather twisted expression, fearing that he would be betrayed by these people if he told his secret in general. Lin Tianyu could also see his concerns, but he was now considered an ally with these people. We're all on our own. Let's get right to it. Having received his old father's affirmation, Lin Nan also dispelled his worries and spoke the news he had learned from the old beggar a few days ago. Father, a few days ago, we encountered a very strong old beggar in a tavern, and he conveyed this news to me through the power of his divine soul. He said that the side of the apocalypse has sent someone over to assassinate you. As for the strength, it is still unclear. And that old beggar also said, your side has been planted spies. What? Hearing this piece of news, Lin Tianyu was also greatly shocked. What shocked him was not that someone from the side of the apocalypse had been sent to assassinate him, but that someone had been planted around him. Is this news reliable? Lin Tianyu's face was grave as he looked at Lin Nan with a deadpan expression. If someone was really planted around him, and it was the kind that was extremely close, then his previous deployment might have been exposed to Luo Xiu. Hearing his father questioning him like this, Lin Nan didn't dare to be presumptuous. Father, I'm not familiar with that old beggar either. I just invited him to drink a cup of peach blossom brew, after which, he passed this news to me through the power of his divine soul. I originally wanted to catch up with him to check it out, but after chasing him for a long time, I still didn't catch up with him. Lin Nan shook his head. He was also well aware of the importance of this piece of information. He also wanted to catch up with that old beggar at that time to ask for clarification, but after that old beggar left, it was as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth, completely untraceable. King Jinbei, if what this young prince is saying is true, then all the deployments we made earlier may have already been known. A person dressed in the Xuanwu Empire general's uniform stood up and said with a displeased expression, his Xuanwu Empire had deployed 2 million troops on the border. If the lives of these soldiers were to be accounted for here because of this Jinbei king's carelessness, then their emperor would never agree. Great Luo Heavenly King, you can rest assured that all this that we have deployed, I have done it very meticulously, and no one knows about it except for a few close friends around me. Hearing the questioning words of the great Luo Heavenly King, Lin Tianyu hurriedly explained, if he lost the 2 million troops of the Xuanwu Empire, it would be much more difficult for him to defeat the millions of elite troops in Luo Xiu's hands. He was well aware of the terror of this army, and although he had 3 million troops in his hands, he might not be its match. It's better to believe it than not to believe it. Until you have investigated this matter clearly, my Xuanwu Empire's army will definitely not be deployed to help you. However, after hearing his explanation, the great Luo Heavenly King of the Xuanwu Empire shook his head. He didn't dare to take his own 2 million troops to gamble with this guy. The Xuanwu Empire was already a bit on the weak side. If he lost these 2 million troops again, it would be even harder to fight against other empires. Alright, Jinbei King, after you have investigated the matter clearly and pulled out the traitor on your side, let's talk about cooperation. After the great Luo Heavenly King threw out a sentence, he stood up and left with his men. There were only 5 people left in the entire hall now. 3 of them were tribal leaders from the northern domain, and although they were now surrendered to the king of Jinbei, they wouldn't hesitate to fall on their swords if someone more powerful than him appeared. After all, these tribes of theirs were already weak, and it was impossible for them to gamble their families' lives on an unknown person. They also stood up one after another and said to the Jinbei king, Handa, our concepts are the same as those of the great Luo Heavenly King, and we also hope that you will uncover the spies around you. Otherwise it will undoubtedly be a dangerous thing to cooperate with you. We'll take our leave. With that, the 3 of them also got up and left, and now only the king of Jinbei as well as his great general were left in the entire hall. Looking at the departing backs of the crowd, Lin Tianyu clenched his fists and slammed them hard on the sand table on the desktop. Bang! Only a bang was heard, and the thick sand tray was directly blasted to pieces, with small flags on it and sand flying everywhere. The 2 soldiers outside the door heard the movement inside and probed to look inside. They were also startled by him and quickly withdrew their gaze, their bodies trembling as they continued to look at the door. Father. Lin Nan's face did not look good as he looked at his father's enraged appearance. If only he had spoken to his father privately just now. Just now he thought the same thing. However, his father's words, he had to listen to. This king is fine. You guys go down first. Lin Tianyu took a deep breath and waved his hand at the 2 beside him, signaling them to go down. The great general and Lin Nan exchanged a glance and walked out with a sense of humor. After everyone left, only Lin Tianyu was left in the entire hall. The anger and killing intent in his eyes could not be hidden, and he was so angry that he muttered curses in his mouth. Lin Tian bad. Lin Tian bad. I didn't expect you to have kept such a hand. It's good. It's good. If you do keep someone by my side, I will personally twist his head in front of you. Who the hell could that be? After calming down, he thought more carefully about the people who had just come to him over the years, and then he thought about the people he had recruited over the days. However, after thinking everyone over, he was still a bit incredulous, because he had already roughly checked the details of these people, and there was no way there could be a problem at all, right? Is this information unreliable? Chapter 89 Drugged or Unsuited? Inside the city. Inside an inn with the Xuanwu Empire's logo. The Xuanwu Empire's Great Luo Heavenly King and the others were staying here, and they returned to this inn. The Great Luo Heavenly King then couldn't wait to arrive in a luxurious room. In the room, a young man who was Yu Xianan was sitting on the bed. The young man's face was wheatish in color. His features were very delicate, and he had the same upright posture and was considerably taller than a normal Apocalypse Empire person. This height is only accentuated in places where there are geographical differences. The Great Luo Heavenly King carefully came to him and whispered, "Prince." The young man slowly opened his eyes. His brownish-gray eyes were just like Wu Delong's. The moment he opened his eyes, an aura of composure flowed between his face. Behind this aura of composure, there was a hint of ruthlessness hidden. The young man glanced at the Great Luo Heavenly King and slowly withdrew his meditation gesture. Standing up and coming to the tea table, pouring a cup of tea for the two. The Great Luo Heavenly King, on the other hand, froze and followed behind him. Seemingly afraid of this young man, he was careful with every step, and this fear and awe came from the bottom of his heart. "Say it." The young man placed the teacup into the hands of the Great Luo Heavenly King and said slowly after taking a sip. The Great Luo Heavenly King smiled, his hand movements a little formal, not knowing whether to drink tea first, or to talk about things first. The young man also saw him wince. "Uncle, have some tea first. Hard work." His words were respectful, yet they hid a hint of unquestionability. "Hey." Grumble grumble. As if he had been ordered, the Great Luo Heavenly King took a big gulp, and the fist-sized cup was drunk out of him in the form of a big ladle. It was as if the sip of tea was like a great gift to him. The corners of the young man's mouth turned up slightly in satisfaction as he watched his obedient demeanor. The Great Luo Heavenly King held a teacup in his hand and slowly opened his mouth to say, "Your Highness, Prince, that guy from Jinbei King seems to have a mole by his side. Just now I personally heard his son report it." He told the young man in front of him everything he had just heard as it was. Hearing the words of the Great Luo Heavenly King, the young man's hand moved slightly, and his teacup stopped in mid-air. This action directly scared the Great Luo Heavenly King to the point where he didn't dare to move. After the young man froze for a moment, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Ha!" The Great Luo Heavenly King looked at the young man's cold smile, and the spine behind him felt like it was being blown by a cold wind, cold and piercing the bones. "Your Highness, what do we do now?" The young man, on the other hand, sipped his tea unsteadily, as if he already knew what was going on. "There's no hurry. First of all, regardless of whether this matter is true or false, it's time for that guy's side to be cleaned up," the young man said mysteriously. The Dala Heavenly King who was on the side was said to be in a daze. "What does your Highness mean? Do you really think that guy is surrounded by people who are completely convinced of him?" The young man looked at the Big Brother Heavenly King's puzzled gaze and asked rhetorically. Nowadays, it wasn't a secret that this Jinbei King was working with their Xuanwu Empire, and with all of those 3 million troops coming from the Apocalypse Empire, he didn't believe that all of these people were completely convinced of Lin Tianyu. Moreover, the border officer of the northern region of the Celestial Revelation Empire, I heard that he was once also Luo Fun Tian's subordinate. Luo Fun Tian's myth he has heard of. I heard that under him as a soldier are very convinced of him, although I do not know whether it is true or not, but that border officer had so easily cast a complaint against the king of Jinbei. It might not be as simple as it appeared. That's true. An empire that was already peaceful and quiet, to suddenly have a rebel come out of nowhere and take them with him. Naturally it won't be convincing to everyone. The Great Luo Heavenly King also nodded thoughtfully and said, upon hearing the words of the Great Luo Heavenly King, the young man then looked at him with a playful face and inquired with a cold smile. If Uncle encountered such a situation, how would he choose? As soon as the question came out, the Great Luo Heavenly King first froze for a second, and then his entire body stood straight, explaining with a horrified face, "Your Highness, I am loyal to you. I have no second thoughts." Looking at the terrified appearance of the Great Luo Heavenly King, the young man was quite satisfied, patting him on the shoulder. His face was soft and comforting. "Oh, I naturally trust my uncle's loyalty, but it's unknown if everyone around that guy is as good as my uncle is to me. Let's keep our army still for now. Understand that guy's men are pretty much depleted, and then we'll look for a time to see if we need to help. If that guy is incapable, I don't mind forcing him to take over this Tianqi Empire," the young man said lightly on the surface. That inwardly he was laughing coldly. His goal from the beginning was not to help this so-called Jinbei king. Rather, he wanted to use his own abilities and then utilize the strength of this Jinbei king to take down this Tianqi empire in one fell swoop. If he succeeded and had this northern region in his pocket, he would then be able to use it as a medium to continue requesting troops from the empire. Even if they couldn't swallow this Tianqi empire in its entirety, it wasn't impossible to take down the territories of the other feudal lords. When the great Luo heavenly king heard his words, he also came to his senses, and immediately looked at the young man with a surprised expression, both fear and admiration in his heart. At the same time, it is also I'm glad that I was supporting this lord and not the prince. On the plains of the mountains and forests, the soldiers were still a little unaccustomed to the climate of the plains, and some of them were already experiencing a physical desiccation. Great General, it's only been just one day that has passed and already thousands of soldiers have vomited. An inspector general knelt down on one knee in front of Luo Xiao and reported with a grave expression. The difference between the climates of the two places was just too great. The climate above this plain was high and broad and atmospheric, completely incomparable to the inland of the Apocalypse Empire. Although the generals have a special bloodline in their bodies to be able to hold on, but now is the time of rest and recuperation. With this special bloodline can still barely hold on, but when it comes to the moment of battle it is very difficult to maintain. Show me. Hearing his report, Luo Xiao took a deep breath and said, he had explored the climate of this area, and although there were differences with the inland side of the Apocalypse Empire, they definitely wouldn't differ that much. There may be another reason for this phenomenon among the soldiers. Soon the two came to the 6 soldiers' tent. Soldiers saw the arrival of the great general, one by one, all excited, have strong body to stand up, some seriously ill can only cast a glance, but also flooded with light. It was as if they had seen a savior. See you, great general, don't move, get some rest. Yes, Luo Xiao waved his hand, signaling them to continue resting. Army doctor, what's their condition? Captain Luo Xiao asked the military doctor on the side. The military doctor was also full of worry. These soldiers look like water and soil, but from the examination of the case, it did not look like it. It's not really possible to tell anything more than their shallow medical skills. Great General, my subordinates are incompetent. The medic knelt first and shook his head, saying, Luo Xiao slowly lifted him up and said with a frown, get up and talk. Thank you, Great General. Okay, tell us what you found. Great General, I don't see that the generals' bodies are due to the climate, as I have previously treated soldiers with water and soil problems, and it's not at all the same as their condition. The condition of these generals is rather like a wave of some kind of plague. The military doctor trembled and said, in front of the great general, they did not dare to be presumptuous. Whether the plague was infected or not, it was only their guess, because the condition of the plague was generally more serious, and the condition of these soldiers was only characterized by physical weakness and no contagion. They can't give a more accurate judgment for a while. Looking at them in distress, Luo Xiao nodded and encouraged. You guessed well. The difference in climate between the two places isn't that big. Looking at them in this condition, they might really have been drugged. Order all the back kitchens that are going to be used to test the water sources first. Yes. Chapter 90, facts aside. He's okay with it? Back inside his tent, Luo Xiao summoned the 4 heavenly K-squad leaders. Soon, the 4 arrived inside his tent. Young lord, what do you want with us? The right minister stepped forward and respectfully inquired. Rashu nodded. I'm going to give the 4 of you a mission now. Young lord, please command. The 4 of them stood up straight and looked at Luo Xiao respectfully. There are many soldiers in the army who are vomiting and are not used to the water, but the difference between the climate of this place and the inland of the apocalypse isn't that big, so it shouldn't be the case. So I'm ordering you now to go to the place where the water was taken and check the water source over to see if you find anything. Those military rations were brought by them from the Empire's military storehouse, so there shouldn't be a problem. It should be the water source. Although they had gone to survey the water source when they came, it was inevitable that someone would take advantage of the gap to lay hands on the water source. Realizing that a water source could be a fatal existence for an army. It had only been a day since he'd been here and this had happened. He couldn't believe there could be such a coincidence. Yes, the 4 of them responded with a heavy cry, and then they transformed into 4 residual shadows and sped towards the outside. Luo Xiao, on the other hand, sat down inside the tent and inquired to the system. System, we've now arrived at the northern domain, so we can always talk about it now. If we fight, there will be a large number of casualties among the soldiers. And what kind of methods do I about to use to collect the essence blood from them? Luo Xiao was in an excited mood. Casualties were inevitable when 2 armies fought, and he could precisely utilize the qi and blood of these casualties to enhance his own strength. Originally, he had wanted to raise his strength to the Zhuanshuan realm before coming here, but he didn't know where to get past that much essence blood within a time. And there was a bit too much going on at the time, so he just didn't have time to deal with this. Since we're here now, it's time to mull it over and deploy it. The system that hadn't been summoned for more than a month was also finally making a sound at this moment. Host, you haven't killed and practiced for more than a month. Such a state is very bad. I suggest that you first restore your own breath to its peak moment and continue to maintain it. Otherwise, in your current state, even if you obtained a large amount of essence blood, it would still be difficult to break through to the Zhuanshuan realm because the Zhuanshuan realm is not only a breakthrough in cultivation, but it's also about condensing one's own domain soul. And if you want to condense an even more powerful soul, you'll have to break through your own limitations. But according to the system's probing, with your current physical state, you no longer have the conditions for peak moments. So please make sure you fight first to activate your own Shura bloodline again. After the system finished speaking, Luo Xiu froze for a moment before reacting with understanding. It was true that he had not killed too much during this period of time, and his physical state seemed to have slipped, just like an athlete on Earth. As long as he did not exercise for a day, his physical functions would have a rapid decline, and if he wanted to continue to maintain it, he would have to carry out systematic training. Over the past 3 years, he had been killing, and his body had been at its peak, but as a result, after only a month of not engaging in killing, the system had determined that his body had not reached its peak moment. Although Luo Xiu was a bit chagrined, he had to be cautious, but he had heard that in this kind of immortal cultivation world, once one's foundation was unstable, it would be much more difficult to advance further in the future. Then what do I need to do now? Luo Xiu inquired with a grave expression on his face. Of course it's to continue to engage in killing, and the faster the better. The Shura bloodline is born to kill. Once it stops killing, it's not a pure Shura bloodline anymore. And host, haven't you planned a battle recently? You'd better join in it. These soldiers are weak, but they can't help the quantity. Although these soldiers were weak, they had the same bloodline in their bodies, and only endless blood chi could awaken the Shura bloodline and reorganize it to its peak state. The very nature of the Shura bloodline was to constantly burn itself, to constantly strengthen itself through battle, to activate its own bloodline's desire to fight. These soldiers can not only activate his will to fight, through killing is able to absorb their blood chi, as a guide, can quickly release the nature of the Shura bloodline, blood devouring. Luo Xiu nodded in understanding. It seemed that he was bound to participate in all of this battle. Earlier in the day, the system hadn't told him about the Shura bloodline either, and this requirement. I see, but how should I absorb the chi and blood produced by these killings? Luo Xiu asked again in doubt. Previously absorbed those chi and blood, must be generated through their own killing to be absorbed? Now, both sides of the soldiers double-handed, if not their own hands to kill, can be absorbed? This was Luo Xiu's biggest worry. If he couldn't absorb it, it would really be too much of a waste. Even if he himself was powerful, he could only kill a few thousand or tens of thousands at most in a battle, and these were small numbers. Most of the deaths came from soldiers killing each other. That's not for you to worry about. This matter of absorbing chi and blood is our system's business. Hearing Luo Xiu's doubts, the system replied boldly. Collecting chi and blood was something he had been doing for so many years and was most familiar with. Moreover, as Luo Xiu's strength increased, the authority of his system had also gained a substantial increase, allowing him to absorb chi and blood on a large scale, and as Luo Xiu fought, the chi and blood systems generated around him would be able to help him absorb them quickly. So even if it was a large-scale battle, the system could help him absorb more than 90% of his chi and blood. And that's a good thing? You're finally getting some use out of it, huh? Hearing the system's answer, Luo Xiu was also very happy and couldn't help but flirt with the system. How is this my problem? Host, haven't you ever sulked and asked yourself? Have you made a good effort to kill during this period of time? Have you looked for those heavenly prides to fight and absorb their essence and blood chi? Don't talk nonsense with your eyes open, okay? The system has been coming along for so many years. The system's reply directly made Luo Xiu's jaw drop. And why did that sound so familiar? Has this system gone dark as well? Okay, you're a robot. Whatever you say is right. Too lazy to argue with you. Luo Xiu's face was rendered speechless by his words. He had indeed been immersed in tenderness during this period of time, and he was also a bit nostalgic for the old life of killing. But I can't blame myself entirely, can I? Facts aside, isn't there something wrong with the system? But what this guy said seemed to make sense, and it seemed that he would not be able to escape this fight. That's good. Then, as a big boss himself, he gave the king of Jinbei a surprise. The corner of Luo Xiu's mouth wiped an evil smile. Chapter 91. The culprits are actually villagers? Night time. One day passed quietly, but the soldiers inside that camp burial showed no sign of getting better. And in just one day's time, tens of thousands of soldiers were infected again. The entire tent was filled with wailing, and various generals were anxiously circling around in front of Luo Xiu's tent. Luo Xiu also had a huge headache. Great General, we have to think of a solution quickly. If we let this disease spread like this, not to mention that we take the initiative to attack that king of Jinbei, I'm afraid that before the soldiers even leave the tent, they'll already be tortured by this disease and have no fighting ability. Yes, General. And now there are already several generals infected as well. None of them are weak. It's obvious that it's not as simple as imagined. General, these generals have been eating and living with the soldiers for many years, going to the battlefield together to kill, and have long been as close as brothers and sisters. It was harder to watch my brothers suffer from their illnesses than it was to have the pain in them. The 10 undead generals quietly waited for Luo Xiu's order from the side. Their inner qualities were slightly better. Although the soldiers under their own ministry were also affected, they were not as impatient as those generals, but it wasn't hard to tell from their furrowed brows that they were also anxious inside. Generals, go back to the front of your barracks first and pacify your soldiers. No one is to drink water until you have my orders. Luo Xiu listened to their cries and without thinking, he gave them orders. Alright, you guys go down first. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer in the morning. General, some of the generals wanted to say something. However, Luo Xiu ordered, obey orders. Yes, in the end, the deliberations were fruitless, and they had no choice but to return to their barracks to pacify the soldiers. As he was leaving, Luo Xiu called out to the 10 undead generals. The 10 undead generals stay. For them, Luo Xiu had another arrangement. The other generals were first stunned, but Luo Xiu had already given the order. They had no choice but to obey, and in the end, only the 10 undead generals and Luo Xiu were left within the welcoming battle. Great General, you asked us to stay. Is there something you have arranged? Buried Soul inquired. Luo Xiu nodded and said, now there is indeed an urgent task for you. Tonight 10 of you will accompany me to guard the water source. After Tian K's 4 people's exploration, they found a nearby village with some villagers sneaking around the water source. Luo Xiu felt that there must be something wrong with these people, but again, they were nearby villagers, so there was no excuse for them to come and get some water. There was no reason for them to evict anyone, so tonight he wanted to go to the water source and squat for a while. He would like to see if it was these villagers who were up to no good. Great General, you found a problem. Could it be that there's a problem with that water source? The burial spirit was slightly shocked when he heard Luo Xiu's words, also immediately understood the deeper meaning of it. After all that food they ate was brought by themselves, and he really couldn't think of any aspect where this could have happened other than a problem with the water source. Exactly. Who would be so bold to dare to poison the Imperial army? This is someone sent from the Jinbei king's side. That's truly abominable. This king of Jinbei is so vicious? How dare he poison the soldiers' water? Isn't he afraid of spilling over to the nearby villagers? Yes. We must know that there are more than 100 villages within a 100-mile radius, and if this river is poisoned, not only our soldiers will suffer, but also the villagers in the vicinity will suffer. Several major generals were also outraged, and they clenched their sandbag-sized fists. However, looking at their angry looks, Luo Xiu shook his head and said, it shouldn't be the Jinbei king's doing, and this water source they chose is also a certain distance away from them, so if he had really sent someone over to poison them, we would have found out a long time ago. Then what does the general mean? A calmer general stepped forward, and in his heart, he also felt that this matter should not be the work of someone from the Jinbei king's side, most likely the people in the neighborhood, since the water source was mostly protected by soldiers, except for the villagers who could get close. Villagers. That general looked at Luo Xiu with a sudden realization, and Luo Xiu nodded towards him. Then, addressing the crowd, he said, General Burial Hay already has the answer in his mind, and what you predicted is not bad. This incident should be the work of those villagers. Mentioning this matter, Luo Xiu's heart was also a bit helpless. It was obvious that in the hearts of these villagers, the arrival of this army was very unwelcome. Perhaps it was because the Jinbei king had been guarding this northern domain for many years, and these people had more or less received favors from him, and it was obvious that these villagers didn't want them to deal with the Jinbei king either. He still underestimated the influence of the Jinbei king in this northern domain, and at the same time, he had to admire this guy's chest. Since the villagers did it, what should we do? They're using the same water source as us, so if they secretly put something into it under the pretext of fetching water, there's nothing we can do about it. Another general realized the point of the problem and said with some chagrin. The generals also responded that this was indeed a major problem, and even if these villagers had dropped something, they still couldn't do anything about them. They couldn't arrest all the villagers in a 100-mile radius, could they? Looking at the 10 generals' suspicious eyes, Luo Xiu said in explanation, don't worry generals, I've already thought of a way to deal with it. Upon hearing Luo Xiu's words, various generals threw their gazes towards him, looking at him with an expectant expression. Luo Xiu continued, "These villagers may just not welcome our arrival, and the things that were put in only made the soldiers physically ill. I've seen the symptoms of the soldiers. It won't take more than a few days for them to be passively cured, but this is not going to work for a long time. We still have to march and fight." I inquired about what they put in is a common herb called the weakness herb, which is colorless and tasteless when thrown into the water, but once ingested, in the next few days, one will be weak all over, and will also experience dizziness, vomiting and other symptoms. This is one of the more unusual local herbs, and its antidote is a herb called soul-waking grass. We just need to collect this herb and boil it for the soldiers to drink, and the body will be immune to it. And even if these villagers are putting in the powerless grass in the future, it won't be able to work. The 10 generals brightened up when they heard Luo Xiu's words. If they collected this soul-awakening grass, then the problem at hand would be solved, and there is no need to hurt the villagers, which is indeed a good way. However, Luo Xiu's next words were another blow to their heads, but this herb has already been picked up by the villagers. Obviously, they've already made preparations. How are we going to acquire this herb from them? This is another big problem. This was Luo Xiu's biggest headache. These villagers were stubbornly going against them. How easy was it to buy things from them? And it takes a day or two to recover from drinking this herb. Therefore, the most urgent thing at the moment is to protect the water source first, and not to let more soldiers get infected. If a large area was infected, it would be bad if it was discovered by the enemy. Now the first priority is to protect the water source first. I've already found out that these villagers come out at night to put in the water. Tonight all 11 of us are guarding the water source to make sure it's clean. Good. Do as the great general says. Chapter 92. I know you're in a hurry, but hold on a second. Soon, under Luo Xiu's leadership, the crowd arrived at the place of the water source. General, is this the source of the water we drink from? A group of generals looked at the overgrown weeds and the water flow was much smaller than downstream. Luo Xiu nodded. In front of him was a huge snowy mountain. These waters were the underground dark rivers formed after the snowy mountain melted. Without the intervention of these villagers, these waters were extremely clean. Generals just cruise down this stream, and if you see villagers putting things into the water, hurry up and stop them, provided you don't get into a conflict with them, so as not to attract unnecessary trouble. There were quite a few villagers in the neighborhood, and if violence was used, these populace would be united against them. Yes, the 10 generals obeyed orders and dispersed to the various stages of this stream. That is, a moment after they had left it, just a few villagers sneaked to the water source, and it just so happened that this section of the water source was guarded by Luo Xiu. Listening to the sparse voices coming from them, Luo Xiu didn't rush forward, but instead listened to what they were saying in the grass. Everyone, hurry up and keep up or we'll be too late. Ugh hi, what's the rush? There's still a long time until dawn. How can this not be rushed? The flow of water in this water source place is extremely fast. If we don't hurry time to put it in and slow it down, when all those people wake up, the water they receive won't have the toxins of the powerless grass. It's really torturous. When are these people going to leave anyway? Are we going to keep doing this day after day? If they don't quit, how long will it take? A few villagers sneaked up next to the place where the water source was, and someone just said with dissatisfaction, in order to put these powerless grasses in the water, they hadn't slept a wink in the past 2 days, and all they wanted now was for these soldiers to hurry up and leave. Moreover, putting in these herbs will also affect the villagers' water use, and nowadays all villages dare not connect water indiscriminately for fear that all the water they receive contains this kind of powerless grass. Don't complain. When all those people drink the water that possesses the powerless grass, they'll be in bed for several days, and when the king waits for an opportunity to take them down in one fell swoop, we'll be able to sleep peacefully and get on with our lives. The man in the lead, hearing the residents behind him all patiently mindful, spoke out in reassurance. This person's name was Lian, and he had also worked as a soldier under the Jinbei king's account before, and if it wasn't for his injuries, he would probably still be serving in the army right now. Having spent time in the army, he could be said to admire the king of Jinbei. Not only was their monthly military pay more than the other princes, but when there was no war, they could go home to visit their loved ones at any time of the year, so it could be said to be very relaxing. Now there's going to be a war, and in his own hometown, how can he stand that? He had to give these soldiers from the inland of the Apocalypse Empire a taste of their reputation-destroying tactics. Having been a soldier, he naturally knew that once he drank this toxin-laden water, it would be equivalent to losing his fighting ability, and then this war could be resolved without smoke. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel happy for his own cleverness. By the time he reported this matter to the king of Jinbei, he might even receive a commendation. He could be said to be full of confidence at this moment. However, The crowd had just wanted to drop the poison made from the grinding of the powerless grass towards the water into the water, when there was a movement from the grass on the side. What's that sound? Who's there? The crowd looked towards the direction of the sound and voiced out with a wary look on their faces. Rashu slowly pushed the grass in front of himself and stepped out from it. You guys. Luo Xiao's tall figure slowly appeared. The darkness of the night was as nothing in front of him. His blood-colored eyes were especially oozing in the darkness of the night, and his appearance directly startled these villagers. He hadn't even had a chance to speak. Ghosts. 5 or 6 villagers fell down directly on this small hill. Their bodies rolled several times on the small hill, and just now landed on the ground. They didn't care if they were injured. They stood up trembling and ran back. Luo Xiao watched breathlessly as their figures drifted away. I was going to pull a few people over to teach them a lesson myself, but I didn't think I'd be scared off like that. How dare you drug the drinking water your people drink? However, as he watched their figures disappear in front of him, Luo Xiao didn't go after them. Even if he caught up with these villagers, there wasn't much point. Forget it, we still have to think of a way to solve this problem. Otherwise these guys come every day. It's impossible to be afraid of someone guarding the water source all the time. Luo Xiao muttered helplessly to himself. Sending people to guard the town is not a long-term solution, and once the war breaks out, it will be difficult for anyone to take care of this side of the water source. If you send people to guard the town, the target is too obvious. When the time comes for the people on the Jinbei King's side to notice the poison they came to place, the toxin will not be as simple as the poison of this powerless grass. There were no words for the night, and the 11 of them just held down the water source for the night. Each of the generals more or less encountered villagers who came to poison them, and they just drove them away and didn't lay a hand on them. However, after one night, the same sense of powerlessness appeared in their eyes. Luo Xiao's side was fine. His appearance scared away the villagers. However, the generals weren't so good. Those villagers, although they saw them in the town of water, but still emboldened, and even some of them are still squarely false. In the name of water to poison. If not, they stopped in time, the next day, and do not know how many soldiers to suffer. And after they stopped them once or twice, these villagers continued to come forward and change their ways. Early the next morning, inside Rashu's tent. Great General, if this keeps going on, it's not a solution. These villagers are determined to fight against us. Do you know how I came here last night? 10 times. 10 times. Those Yakuza's thing. Change the method and change the excuse to come to poison. I guarded the section of the goo up and down, almost to fall into their way. The burial spirit, who had a rather grumpy personality, directly told Luo Xiao about last night's encounters one by one in front of Luo Xiao, and the whole thing almost collapsed. He had been in the army for more than 10 years, and he had never seen such iron. He had never seen such villagers who were determined to fight against the national army. Is this Jinbei King's brainwashing really so powerful? Why are all these villagers looking out for him? Even going so far as to make enemies of the country's military. They are nakedly opposing the country and helping the enemy. If they were soldiers, he would definitely slap these people to death. The situation of the other generals was not optimistic, and there were even some villagers who had managed to put in some powerless grass, and if he hadn't taken down that section of the water source, maybe that water would have come to the barracks by now. As Luo Xiao listened to the crowd, he let out a deep breath and said to them, Generals, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry yet. Chapter 93, Convincing the Village Chief? Great General, could it be that you've thought of a way to deal with it? The crowd of generals cast their gazes when they heard Luo Xiao's words. They were all rough men from the barracks, and it was really hard for them to fight against the villagers' little schemes and tricks. There are not no ways, and there are many. Luo Xiao nodded and said. When the crowd heard his words, they were instantly energized. They didn't want to go back to guarding that water source night and day like this. Those villagers could neither move nor kill. Their mouths were worn out, but they could not grind the brains of these people. That's ironclad. Going against them. It would be nice to have a way to do that nowadays. Great General, if you have a way, then hurry up and say it. You're going to kill me in a hurry. Funeral Abyss is a rough man, under the naive and strong appearance, but it hides endless killing intent. It was as if Luo Xiao couldn't think of a way out, he would slaughter all those villagers. Yes, Great General, even if you let us face the enemy's millions of troops, we have no fear. But these villagers, we can't scold or kill them. It's suffocating. Not only that, but these people also bit back, saying that as soon as we came, we hijacked this water source and didn't allow them to fetch water. But as soon as we let them pass, they would pull out a packet of medicinal powder from their arms and throw it into the water. And I almost didn't hold it back a few times, and I slapped them over the head. Who says it isn't? It's good to have a few men, but those village men and women also came to join in the fun. And last night they came up and gave me a splash and rolled me around. And if it weren't for my thick skin, I would have gotten scratches all over my body from them. The generals had complained about their grievances. Even if they were asked to go into the field to kill the enemy with heavy wounds on their bodies, they had no fear. But facing these villagers, they were truly afraid. These villagers are simply ignorant. And I do not know that the king of Jinbei has given them what kind of bewitching soup. As Luo Xiu looked at each of their aggrieved looks and the comical and hilarious demonstrations, his entire body almost didn't tense up. Is it really that much of a stretch? Ahem. Okay, generals, that's the end of the demonstration. Watch your image. This villager thing is a good solution. The first way is to find the soul awakening grass and make it into a soup for the soldiers to drink, and the problem will be solved. The second option is to continue to send men to guard the water source. But after reading your reports, I'm sure you won't agree with me on that. So that option is off the table for now. Rashu paused for a moment and looked at the crowd. The faces of all the people showed helplessness. For this solution, they were reluctant. Even they, the great generals, could not stop those villagers, let alone those ordinary soldiers. When the time comes, there shall not be a big mess. There were also nods. Looking at the crowd's expression, Luo Xiu also understood. So he continued, as for the last method, it's to find the leader of these villagers. That is, to find their village headman, and find them to confer. They may trust the Jinbei king a little more than they trust us, but I don't believe that these village chiefs are so uneducated. I believe that they may also only be doing this for their own interests, fearing that this war will spread to them. So they came up with these methods to stop us, so that we will know what's going on, so that the war can't break out, and they don't have to be worried and scared. But this war is inevitable, so we definitely need to pacify them before we start the war. And what are we fighting those traitors for? Isn't it to make the residents under you live in peace and work happily? If even they can't trust us, then there's no point in fighting this battle. Luo Xiu just couldn't believe that these villagers were ignorant. But their village head leader would not recognize the big picture? They, as the people of the Apocalypse Empire, probably didn't want to go against their own army. But nay, they were afraid of the war spilling over to them. But there is a worst-case scenario for everything. If these villagers are really this insensitive, then don't blame him for being ruthless. General, then what do you think we should do now? The antidote herbs have all been picked by those villagers, and the second method won't work. So now there was only the third way left. But when they thought of the attitude of those villagers, the generals could not agree. Well, generals, things will soon be settled. You will now find me some sociable soldiers, and I will send them to the villages to invite their chiefs to come over here and discuss the matter. Yes. Luo Xiu waved his hand, signaling them to go out. Shortly after the generals left, 100 or so soldiers arrived in front of Luo Xiu's tent. These soldiers were considered articulate in the barracks, and Luo Xiu looked at them with a witty light in his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. Now this general has an important thing to give you guys to do. Are you willing? Luo Xiu said to them. Please, general. Without the slightest inquiry, the crowd responded in unison, because in their consciousness, the general's words were orders and could not be refused. This appeared to make Luo Xiu squirm a bit, but he hadn't led soldiers into battle or been a soldier, so he had to inquire about what people meant. Luo Xiu swept his gaze around them and said directly, I'm sending you guys to convince the mayors of the nearby villages, preferably to bring them to see me. Can you do it? Can. There was little hesitation from the crowd, though there was still a twinkle of doubt in their eyes. Sleeping with the mayor? What does that mean? Very well, then you guys leave immediately. Luo Xiu ordered with a satisfied nod. Yes. Once the crowd of soldiers were dismissed, Luo Xiu realized that several soldiers were surrounding a soldier and asking questions. Junior, what does sleepwear mean? Yes, Xiao Air. Could it be that the great general means for us to go and sleep with those village chiefs? Tell them to bring it after they sleep? That cotton was surrounded by them, and the soldier called Xiao Air was looking at them with a speechless face. Are you guys stupid? What the great general said about persuasion means to convince. Understand? Xiao Air tilted his chin and explained with a proud face. Ah, so persuasion means convincing. I thought I was going to sleep. Ha ha ha. What are you thinking? Those village chiefs are older than us, so why are you sleeping with him? And they may still be men. Junior laughed joyfully at the words of one man. A blush wiped across the faces of the crowd, for in their minds they were thinking the same thing. Ah, this is not to inquire about you? Big brother also has no culture. Can only ask you? The military 100 knowledgeable. The strong soldier smiled nervously. Alright, big brother. Let's just hurry up and carry out the mission set by the great general. Oh ha, good. The crowd understood the meaning of it and also headed in the direction of their goal. Chapter 94, No fear of life and death, only fear of abandonment. After dispatching all those soldiers, Luo Xiu came back to the 6 soldiers' tent. What these soldiers needed most right now was to boost their morale. Otherwise, the battle is not yet fought. Morale was first consumed, which for the marching and fighting, but a big taboo. Luo came to a tent where 10 sick soldiers lived. Rashu slowly pulled back the curtain and strutted in. Great General, brothers, the Great General has come to see us again. When the soldiers who were still dying saw Luo appear, they all instantly threw their gazes towards him, and numerous soldiers stood up excitedly. Even before this, their bodies were still weak, but Luo's arrival was like giving them great courage, supporting them to stand up, and the aura of decadence that had just been present was gone at this moment. Watching the soldiers get up weakly from their hospital beds one by one, Luo quickly stepped in front of them and pressed them back into their hospital beds. Brothers, you've worked hard. It's my mishandling as a great general that has caused you to suffer from this delusional disaster. But don't worry brothers, the disease in you will be cured soon. Please believe me. Luo patted their shoulders one by one and suddenly comforted them. The soldiers listened to him and nodded frequently. They were all veterans who had experienced the baptism of war as well, and this bit of sickness was irrelevant to them. Deep down in their hearts, their greatest fear is actually that the generals won't let them go to war. Great General, it's all right. Just this little sickness is nothing to the life and death on the battlefield. Brothers, the only worry now is the fear that you won't let us go to the battlefield. It's a great shame for a soldier who was about to go to the battlefield. Please believe in us. We still have strength left. Yes, Great General. The brothers have experienced life and death on the battlefield. You must not repatriate us. Great General. You mustn't not want us. We all followed the old general over here, to be able to follow in the Luo family's ministry once again. All of us came from the Gate of Ghosts, and all of us are the old general. Step by step, let us over here, so please believe in us. These soldiers were pale and looked powerless. However, they were holding their strength inside, and their eyes were incomparably resolute. It was as if they were showing their determination, and Luo felt it. They have been through so many wars and their hearts remain firm, all of them unmoved and unafraid. Now that they are subjected to such a little illness, they are afraid that they will repatriate them back to recuperate, and they will be in tears at themselves. Luo's heart immediately surged with a wave of warmth. He might not have spent much time with these soldiers, but he could feel their warmth, and their recognition of the Luo family. Looking at the way they each begged himself, Luo was also very distressed, so he assured them, brothers, don't worry, you were under my father's command. He didn't even abandon you. I, as a junior, am even more unqualified. You're all my seniors. This war can be very difficult. I still have to look up to you guys, so don't worry. Your lives are more important than my Luo's. I won't abandon you guys. We'll die on the battlefield even if we have to die. What's more, it's just some small powerless herds. When the soldiers heard Luo lift himself up like this, their hearts were instantly lit up with endless passion, and one by one, they were all refreshed, and their deathly white faces were instantly filled with the color of blood. Great General, you are serious. Other people I do not dare to guarantee, but as long as the people who have participated in the war led by the old general, to all are not overwhelmed by his charm, he is in our hearts as if God. Now that it is you, little general, who has once again regained this army of ours, we will definitely charge for you with all our might and hang the traitors, and we will not dishonor the great general and give this army a prestigious name. Long live the burial army. Hooray! The crowd was so excited that they called out long live the burial army. This is perhaps the charm that belongs uniquely to soldiers, fighting only for the faith in their hearts. Luo also felt the strength in their hearts. One barracks comforting them. The crowd's mentality is the same, not afraid of death, but afraid of being abandoned. Over the course of 2 hours or so, these soldiers discovered what Luo knew about them, that they were the ones the world should worship the most. Build a city wall with flesh and blood to guard the miles of rivers and mountains. Evening. Those soldiers who had been sent out also brought the village chiefs from one village to another, and there came about 50 or 60 of them. In response to their arrival, Luo didn't gather them together to inquire at the first opportunity. Instead, he had the back kitchen cook a sumptuous dinner, and Luo personally feasted on them. All of them accommodated the army camp and sat in 2 rows around the 2 sides, while the center was filled with various kinds of food. Most of these village chiefs were some old people. Looking at the soldiers standing behind them was a torment both psychologically and spiritually, and some of them had even begun to tremble. After all, some of those who poisoned were from their respective villages, and when they thought about it, they only felt that what they were staying in at the moment was a heavenly prison, and this food on the table was the last meal before the trip. Soon, Luo arrived in front of the battalion battle, followed by the forced King Undead army and the second Undead general, all wearing heavy armor and looking formidable. The 2 slowly pushed open the curtains and Luo took the lead while the 2 followed behind. With the arrival of the 3, These village chiefs stood up anxiously, their faces looking at them with deep fear, especially when they saw the two undead generals beside Luo Xiao. Their fierce and vicious appearance almost scared them into fainting. Luo Xiao was somewhat helpless as he looked at their trembling, shaking bodies. Then he put away the seriousness on his face and replaced it with a smile, and said to these village chiefs, "Village chiefs, welcome, don't worry, I won't do anything to you by coming here today. I'll simply invite you to have a meal and talk about the living conditions of the people in the northern region." Afterward, Luo Xiao slowly came in front of them, picked up an altar of fine wine, and one by one, he filled up the wine glasses in front of them. Soon enough, the fine wine filled all the glasses in front of them before Luo Xiao returned to his seat and sat down. The dozens of village chiefs were a bit confused when they saw Luo Xiao's maneuvers, but looking at this young man's amiable demeanor, the fear in their hearts was slightly diminished. "Don't stand all the village heads, please sit down," Luo Xiao smilingly invited them. Good. Chapter 95, Shame. After Luo Xiao saw them all sitting down, he also enthusiastically raised the wine cup in front of him and said to them, "All the village elders," pointing out that it's a big battle in the barracks. "There isn't too much wine and food to entertain you, so I hope that you'll be more generous. You're all older than me, and this belongs to the late bloomers, so I'll toast you all here today." With that, he raised his glass and stretched it out toward them, and the crowd, seeing this, was a bit skeptical, looking left and right for a moment afterward. They also picked up the wine cups in front of them and unnaturally toasted with Luo Xiao. After a glass of wine, the cold atmosphere also seemed to have been eased a little. The fear on the faces of the crowd was also washed away by this cup of strong wine, and they exchanged words from side to side, some praising the strength of the wine, while others were repeatedly praising the wine and saying that it was a good wine. Although the voices talking to each other were smaller, Luo Xiao was still happy that the atmosphere was finally less cold, so he greeted them again and said, "Come on all the village elders, all the seniors, this second cup is into our country, the peace of the empire. The people can live in peace and work in contentment, a metaphor for such hard conditions, with the leadership of all the seniors, only then have so many years of living in peace and contentment life. The empire, thank you." Rashu poured himself a glass of wine, while the soldiers standing behind those village chiefs also poured wine for them. When the wine was all poured, these village chiefs were no longer squirming and had been able to naturally raise the wine glasses in front of themselves. The folk of the northern region were already good at wine, and it was also the first time they drank wine from the inland of the Apocalypse Empire, so they found it very novel and naturally would not be polite. At this moment, it was as if they were like wine drinkers having a drink without restraints. "Great General, we honor us." These people had enthusiasm on their faces, as if they were going to turn the tables on Luo Xiao, and were already able to start engaging Luo Xiao in conversation, without realizing that Luo Xiao's words just now had already given them a wave of moral kidnapping. The crowd was still happily gulping down their wine. Luo Xiao also smiled and drank the same. The purpose of this second glass of wine has also been accomplished, and the conversation will be good to carry on in a few moments. "It's been a long time. It's much better than those wines our village brews itself. It's so hot. Ha ha. This wine is indeed new and unique compared to the wine in our northern region. It's all good stuff. I've been brewing for so many years and I haven't made such a good wine. Shame on me. Old Hank, you call that wine you made? It has no flavor at all." After the second glass of wine, the atmosphere was once again elevated, and this time the village chiefs had begun to talk and laugh, while some were still very formal. There was no hiding the enthusiasm in their bones, so Rashu beckoned again, and the soldiers behind him once again poured wine for them. "Ha ha ha, all seniors are all magnificent people. If you all find this wine good, when you go back later, each of you can take one altar. Come, this third cup of wine is to honor us for being able to meet under such a geographical difference. Although my juniors are small in age, it's not a waste of a trip to be able to have the honor of knowing so many seniors." With this third glass of wine, these people didn't hesitate at all, and they enthusiastically extended their hands and drank it all in one go. After the third glass of wine went down, the potency of this strong wine slowly came up, and these people, although they were all decades-old drunkards, were still a bit overwhelmed. A slow blush had begun to cover the skin under what had been tan skin, and a slight sweat showed on his face. An old village chief who was obsessed with wine widened his eyes when he heard that Luo Xiao would be able to get a jar of wine while they were gone. "Is it true what the general said? When we go back, each of us will get a jar of this wine?" Hearing his words, the crowd also looked at Luo Xiao with the same look of anticipation. Naturally, Luo Xiao wouldn't let them down and nodded with a smile. "He'll manage enough of these drinks. Aren't they just a few dozen jars?" This village chief, "Don't worry, there's absolutely nothing less for you." Hearing his assurance, many faces showed joy. Again, there were conversations left and right. all whispering compliments about Luo Xiu's atmosphere. Luo Xiu only smiled slightly when he saw this. And with all 3 drinks having served their purpose, it's time to get down to business. Ahem. He gently coughed twice, and the crowd there went quiet, all of them knowing that Luo Xiu had something to say. Village chiefs, do you feel that our arrival has caused trouble in your lives? Luo Xiu asked as he looked at them. The crowd first froze, and then, their eyes gleamed as they looked at Luo Xiu. What is the reason for the general's remark? The old man who was obsessed with wine earlier asked. His village was a bit farther away from here, and because of this, he didn't participate in the move to poison these villages, and naturally didn't understand the meaning of what Luo Xiu said. The mayors of the villages involved in the poisoning were not so kind, and their faces changed subtly over the course of time. Although they weren't very educated, after living for so many years, they could still hear the meaning in Luo Xiu's words. Luo Xiu didn't answer that village chief's words. His gaze swept around and finally rested on the bodies of those village chiefs whose eyes were dodging. It was as if they were questioning them, but it didn't show any threatening intent. It was just that flat, as if they were inquiring. The atmosphere also fell into silence at this moment, and those village chiefs who were unaware of the situation were somewhat puzzled. Rashu's enthusiasm was felt by them, and the armies hadn't caused them any trouble. One of the village chiefs who was not involved in this poisoning, a slight smile appeared on his face and said, "General, your arrival will surely bring us any trouble. On the contrary, just now we are a bit squirming. We thought that the general is some kind of ruthless person. I didn't expect you to be so enthusiastic to the point of appearing to be a bit petty of us. Yes, General, we also know that your purpose is to pacify the Xinbei King's rebellion, and although we don't make any sides, we ultimately don't want the empire to split." Aha! Those who didn't know have agreed. Their village hadn't been affected, and it was their own army. And those who didn't know, they didn't really know what old Shou meant by this. Ha ha ha. Alright. Late generation, just want to ask you, if which place is not doing well, please seniors must be more mentioned. After all, the empire's military is to guard the people's security is set up. If it is to disturb you, then it is a sin. Luo Xiu smiled faintly. These words of his were not only addressed to the crowd, but on a deeper level he was reminding those villages that were involved in this poisoning. The meaning was clear, they had come this time to pacify the war and return peace to them. Instead of coming against them, he believed that these people would be able to understand. Having all lived for decades already, if they couldn't understand the meaning in these words, it would be a wasted life. The village chiefs of those villages involved, who naturally understood, lowered their heads in some shame. Chapter 96 Thanksgiving. After scanning the circle, Luo Xiu basically knew which villages had done it, but he didn't tear these people apart in person. Instead, they were prepared to give them a step down. After all, if they were to make a mess of everything, these people would only increase their efforts to target them. Village chiefs, if our arrival has caused you trouble, I'm here to apologize to you first. As the saying goes, the military and the people are one family. I believe that you also care about this family, and want to love and protect this family. So what happened in the past is all in the past, okay? Luo Xiu once again raised his wineglass. His words were finished and his smile was wide. General, you flatter me. Yes, General, we are all ordinary civilians. We will go back and warn the villagers to stay out of your way. You are so enthusiastic. We in Kara village will definitely cooperate with you. Those villages that didn't participate had taken a stand. For one thing, these soldiers really didn't cause them any trouble, and for another, they hadn't been favored by the king of Xinbei, and many of their villages were close to the northern region, and although they were located in the northern region, they were rarely managed, rarely cared about, and basically all of them were left to fend for themselves. If a war is started, it may not reach them, so basically it doesn't affect their normal life much. However, those villages that had participated in this poisoning, their village chiefs still sat there without saying a word, and hearing that most of the villages had taken a stand, their hearts were like ants on a hot pan at the moment. First of all, their village was right in the surroundings of the battlefield and very close by, so once the two sides fought, the odds were that their village would be scourged. This was the last thing they wanted to see, and at the same time, the reason why they were so against Luo Xiu's conquest of the Xinbei king. In fact, most of them also understood that the reason why the Xinbei king had given them such a great favor was actually because he wanted to use their status as civilians as a way to hold back the army of the Apocalypse Empire. Once the war broke out, Prepare Finish would be able to use their villages to hold back the heavy forces of the Apocalypse Empire, making them not dare to move. Otherwise, if they hurt them, the civilians, and cause a riot, it would be more than worth it. But in the end, they couldn't resist the temptation. They had lived for so many years, been the village chief for so many years, how could they not understand this small mind of the Xinbei king? If they are to be blamed, They can only be blamed for being too greedy, but now they have to become meat shields for the armies of the two sides. They are really pained as the village chiefs. Luo Xiu looked at the struggling colors on the faces of these village chiefs and didn't rush them, instead giving them enough time to think. The rest of the uninformed village chiefs had put on their wine. They were now completely unafraid of Luo Xiu. Some even took the initiative to seek out Luo Xiu for a drink. Luo Xiu also came to the rescue, and the atmosphere reached a climax in no time. Only some people were silently drinking mulled wine, obviously holding things in their hearts. It was slowly getting darker and the crowd was pretty much drunk. Instead, Luo Xiu ordered his soldiers to take out hundreds of jars of wine from the barracks and give them to these village chiefs. Then they watched them leave. But there were still a dozen or so village chiefs who still stopped down and waited for Luo Xiu to send the rest of the village chiefs away before returning to these people once again. Under the reflection of the night, the faces of these village chiefs gradually became heavy, and after thinking for so long, they realized that their previous decision was wrong. They only considered their own interests and did not pay attention to the rights and interests of the country. If the king of Jinbei was allowed to succeed in winning the war, then more people would be displaced in the battle for the kingship in the future. They can't be that selfish. Just as they were about to accept Luo Xiu's criticism, Luo Xiu didn't say anything more and instead continued to invite them to the barracks. Village chiefs, I'm sure you have something to say to us. It just so happens that I want to take you to see something. So follow me. Luo Xiu's tone was flat, and he couldn't see any joy or sadness in it. Hearing his words, more than a dozen village chiefs have tugged at their own corners for a long time clenched. Do not dare to let go. Soon, under Luo Xiu's leadership, they arrived at the barracks of the poisoned soldiers, gently pulling open the curtain. What met their eyes was just a single weak and powerless soldier. It was as if they couldn't lift a single ounce of strength in their entire body. And yet, under the night, the burning gaze was so passionate. When they saw the arrival of Luo Xiu and the others, they wanted to get up and salute. However, Luo Xiu waved his hand, signaling them not to move. A warmth wiped across the hearts of the crowd. Seeing these soldiers who are seriously ill in bed, the mood of those village chiefs has fallen to the freezing point. They just want to stop this war. However, today's recent situation is not as good as it should be. If these weak soldiers are allowed to go to the battlefield, then the only thing waiting for them is to be slaughtered by one person. That's the last thing they want. Luo Xiu watched them from the side without saying too much. Then one by one, they were shown the rest of the sick barracks, which contained none of the soldiers. Hundreds of barracks were like this, with each soldier lying weakly on his bed, his whole face pale. However, after visiting all the barracks, the faces of these village chiefs were also white to the core, and they didn't expect that this move of theirs would lead to so much trouble. None of them dared to imagine what it would be like if they really let these soldiers go into battle. If they were to let these old men meet these soldiers who are all weak, they might have casually taken them, right? Not to mention going up against those strong soldiers of the king of Jinbei. Seeing the soldiers suffering from this sickness once again, Luo Xiu's heart was similarly pulled up hard. Village chiefs, after seeing the situation of these soldiers, do you have anything to say? Luo Xiu looked at them and faintly inquired. To be honest, he was still holding a fire in his heart at the moment. If these people were not unarmed civilians, he might not hesitate to wipe them out. But these people are just ordinary civilians, and it's the same ordinary civilians who are hurting the heroes who guard them over and over again. How ironic is that? When these village chiefs heard Luo Xiu's inquiry, the heart within their bodies seemed to have been struck hard by something, knocking their blazing hearts into pieces. Puff! The dozen or so old village chiefs didn't explain at the first opportunity. Instead, they knelt down towards Luo Xiu and the others with guilty faces. Seeing this, Luo Xiu as well as the two generals behind him rushed to help these people up. Hey, seniors, what are you doing? Luo Xiu sighed and said helplessly. When the dozen or so village chiefs saw that Luo Xiu had no intention of blaming them, they felt even more guilty inside. General, it's us who are confused. Kill us. Yes, General, it's us old guys who made them do all these things. So kill us if you want. Watching these young soldiers, who have suffered so much because of our selfishness, is a crime for which we can hardly be thanked in 10,000 deaths. Numerous village chiefs had cried and wailed. They only realized at this moment that what they had done would cause such great harm to these soldiers. Chapter 97, Who told you that I don't have cultivation? Hurting thousands of soldiers, even killing all of their villages to thank them for their sins wouldn't be enough. They are now very fearful in their hearts. If the Apocalypse Empire to pursue the responsibility, not to mention their dozen old men, the whole village will have to suffer. How did that happen? How the situation of this matter is not the same as the situation they thought at the beginning. Originally just want to drive away these people, to ensure that their village is not ravaged by the war. But so many people, so many soldiers have been hurt so much because of this little selfishness on their part. The pale faces of the dozen or so people had gone completely white, and the red tiredness produced by the drinking earlier had all receded. Luo Xiao looked at them, one by one with fearful eyes, and said somewhat helplessly, "Seniors, you've misunderstood me. This matter isn't as serious as you think." However, Luo Xiao's words once again gave them hope, and their lowered heads slowly lifted, their pale eyes flickering with the light of hope. "General, what do you mean by that?" An uncertain old village chief eagerly inquired. If there was a way to salvage this situation today, they would naturally be willing to cooperate in every way possible. "Yes, General. It is too much for us to see these children suffer so much because of our underhandedness, and 10,000 deaths will not atone for our sins. General, just tell us straight, what do you need us for? Even if it's up a mountain of swords and down a sea of fire, we definitely won't push back. As long as you spare our village, we will do so." The rest of the village chiefs also cast their gazes and made their intentions known with a solemn face. Luo Xiao smiled and couldn't help but feel secretly happy in his heart. Fortunately, these village chiefs were all people who knew the big picture, so it seemed that today's banquet was the right invitation. Since the situation has been made clear, then he is not hiding anything. He directly said to them, "Village chiefs, don't be anxious first. Fortunately, when you first poisoned your village, you only poisoned some powerless grass, and now the situation can be salvaged. Originally we could have avoided such a great deal of trouble, but unfortunately when we tried to retrieve powerless grass's antidote, the awakening grass, we heard that it had all been dug up by the people of your village, and this general had no choice but to come up with this plan. I would like you to give us the soul awakening grass that you dug up so that we can cause the soldiers to recover quickly. Would you be willing to do so?" Luo Xiao's eyes were fixed on them. Hearing Rashu's pleading words, there was no, at all, any sense of blame for the harm done to the soldiers because of their ignorance. They were also secretly relieved, and at the same time, they only just remembered this fork in the road that was the antidote to the powerless grass, the soul awakening grass, so each and every one of them scrambled to be the first to say, "General, don't worry, I'll go back and send all the soul awakening grasses in the village." "That's right, General, we're going back. Those soul-waking herbs aren't any valuable herbs. We have them all over the village. We'll give you as much as you want. And us, and our village too, and. The crowd swept away the disheveled momentum of a moment ago and scrambled as if to claim credit. Luo Xiao nodded with satisfaction. This tangent was finally resolved. For the honesty of these village chiefs, he did not fail, and again, ordered the soldiers to take 2 more jars of wine each to give them, and as the sky gradually darkened, Luo Xiao even sent soldiers to send them back, fearing that they would be in danger on the road in general. More importantly, he instructed these soldiers to bring back the soul awakening grass directly after following these village heads back, for there was not much time left before he was to launch his attack, and there could be no more delay in the matter. After dealing with this, he could deal with the Jinbei king in peace. The moon is like ink. Above the wide grassland, a cicada song came from a sparse birch tree. The wolves on the grassland, now and then, looked up to the sky and whined. Inside the camp, Luo Xiao once again called a meeting with all the generals, and when all the generals were assembled, Luo Xiao instructed them with a serious face. "Generals, now that the poisoning matter has all been resolved, generals, just order them down according to the previous deployment, and remember your tasks. Once the 10 undead generals have taken the first barrier, the second echelon will directly attack the second barrier with a thunderous force." These strategic deployments had actually been made very clear by Luo Xiao before. He just wanted to quickly resolve these frontline troops with a thunderous force, firmly controlling the battle line in their own hands, so that they could connect the rear supply and prepare for the next step against the main force of the Jinbei king. And the tactics he used was precisely the iron rope chain tactics, one ring after another, in which one of the rings could not slacken off. Otherwise, it would be a foregone conclusion. These generals could naturally understand Luo Xiao's good intentions. They were all veteran generals on the battlefield, and even more invincible generals, so naturally, they wouldn't be slack. "Great General, don't worry about it. We've drilled it several times in the past few days, although there was such a small interlude in the middle, but it's not a big problem. Great General, rest assured, we, who once followed the old general to fight for his majesty and were able to stabilize this kingdom, are now not just a small Jinbei king. What is there to fear? Yeah, every battle we fought earlier, which one wasn't amazing?" Hundreds of generals had patted their chests in assurance, believing in their army and their brothers. They have total confidence. Luo Xiao looked at their confident expressions and nodded with satisfaction. "Pride, not arrogance, wins 100 battles. Pride, not arrogance, wins 100 battles. Good, but not proud, wins 100 battles." Hundreds of generals shouted out their slogans in unison, their voices resounding throughout the plateau, followed by the soldiers hearing their voices shouting the same. Very well, all generals go down to rest, and officially launch the attack at noon tomorrow. Rasha gave the order. Yes, the generals left one after another, and Luo Shou once again called in the people from Tian, and aside from giving these generals the same tasks, the tasks he gave to Tian gave a change. Originally, he was not prepared to go on this first battle, but hearing the system's prompt, he was forced to go on. The original plan was for him to supervise the battle from the sidelines, one to prevent the powerful people on the Jinbei King's side from maliciously striking out to avoid causing casualties. Secondly, I wanted to test the abilities of the 10 undead generals, but now, since he was going to be involved in the battle himself, then this position of supervising the battle would have to be left to Tian's people, right? Soon, the 4 squad leaders came inside the tent. Young lord, you summoned us? The left ambassador asked. Luo Shou nodded his head and said, for tomorrow's battle, your plan has changed. I'm going to personally take the field. You guys switch to my supervisor position. What? All 4 were surprised, because they knew from the beginning to the end that Luo Shou was unable to cultivate, and without a cultivation young lord, if he was going to go into battle tomorrow, wouldn't that mean it was dangerous? What? You guys still have something to say? Luo Shou Dao. After pondering for a while, the 4 clenched their teeth and said, young lord, you don't have cultivation. Would it be too dangerous for you to personally go into battle? Yes, young lord, we can't disobey your will, but please promise us that the 4 of us will be your protectors. As for the position of supervising the battle, leave it to the team. Luo Shou froze when he heard their words, then dumbly said, who told you guys that I don't have any cultivation? The 4 froze and looked at Luo Shou with some misfortune. Luo Shou was helpless, and without any nonsense, he directly released his own aura. Phew! An incomparably overbearing cultivator aura instantly crushed towards the 4, and a mighty pressure descended. What's this? Young master, how can there be such a terrifying pressure? Move. Can't move. The 4 instantly turned pale, a terror from hell swept to their hearts. This overbearing aura made them not even think of resisting. Even the Xianli within his own body couldn't be used in the slightest. Young lord, I can't carry it anymore. This, young lord. Seeing this, Luo Shou slowly retracted his chi self-suppression and said to the 4 people flatly, are there still doubts? Without speaking, the 4 left in silence. Chapter 98, who are they? The next day, the sun rose. The 100,000 strong army led by the 10 great undead generals was neatly arranged on the mountain plains. The military drums are set up on the hillside and beat only for the charge. Buglers are neatly arranged around the drums in a dignified manner. The faces of the generals showed a serious look. No one was timid, and there were even many generals who showed excitement. This sharp knife of theirs had been hidden in the Apocalypse Empire for 10 years or so, and as a soldier, having no battles to fight was a kind of sadness, a kind of negativity. Even though they don't want their country to be infringed upon by all means, as a soldier, only on the battlefield can they have their place of prestige. Now, some Xiao Zhao's generation dares to plague the empire, and they have the chance to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy and make a contribution to the country. How can it not make their blood boil? To the disloyal and unrighteous people, these soldiers are the most hateful. Today's first battle is bound to give these treacherous people a hard lesson with the thunderous force. The breeze was slow, and the northern region's style was exceptionally sluggish, the yellow sand rising and falling in the sky, like layer upon layer of desert waves, blowing on the general's armor, emitting bursts of iron armor rumbling sounds. After waiting for a long time, Luo Shou took the generals who were about to go into battle to have a small impromptu meeting, and after it was over, he came to the sergeants. Luo Shou paraded them through, silver and majestic. There was no shortage of generals who had just been detoxified last night, and now looking at the refreshed look on them, Luo Shou couldn't help but feel emotional. These are men to be feared. Yesterday they were leaning helplessly on the edge of their beds, and now they can indeed be majestically and sternly erected on the heels of their enemies, and demonstrate to them with unyielding force. What kind of perseverance? What kind of spirit is it to be able to do this? Generals, let you wait for a long time. In these 3 days, there were some hiccups among us, but they were harmless. Now, you are about to follow me to the battlefield to punish and kill the traitors. May I ask if you have any fear in your hearts? Luo Shou slowly stood on the high platform. His face was grave, and his voice asked in a deep voice. As soon as Luo Shou's words fell, the soldiers on the stage threw hot gazes towards him. No fear. It was followed by a majestic sound that resounded through heaven and earth. At this moment, they were in better spirits than ever, and the killing intent on their faces was even harder to hide. Good. I think you are all veterans on the battlefield. I won't say any more unnecessary words. This is our first battle into the northern domain. We must fight with the momentum of our funeral sky army. Show those rebels with a different heart that the scene from 11 years ago will be repeated here. Kill, kill, kill. The generals revealed their saber weapons, and a roar of iron resounded through the heavens and earth, as if they wanted to declare war with this heaven. What about the war with heaven? They named it Burial Sky, so why should they be afraid of this heaven and earth? What's more, that king of Jinbei is not heaven, even though he has many soldiers and generals. What's there to fear? Beat the drum. Bang bang bang. It was followed by a trumpet sound as well as the sound of drums spreading out into the air of the northern domain, and the dust and sand in the sky slowly receded at this moment, as if it was paving the way for this group of generals. In the northern domain, at the forefront of the defense line of the mountain forest pass, a group of soldiers heard the chirping sounds coming from the front and revealed a look of panic. A month ago, when they learned that they would be facing the legendary Burial Heaven Legion, every nerve in their bodies had not been given a moment's slack, tightly twisted into one, taut from time to time. Yet the day has come so soon. They cringe. When they were still under the Apocalypse Empire, their officer instructors had taught them from time to time that as soldiers of the Empire, their ultimate goal should be the Funeral Heaven Legion. As the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. In the hearts of these soldiers, the Burial Heaven Legion was like a myth, a legion that they had tried to enter through all their hardships, yet it was such a legendary army, a target, that today stood openly against them. Coming, they really came. Among a group of white-collar soldiers, a soldier tremblingly pointed to the front and said in awe. The crowd looked in the direction he was pointing. The yellow sand filled up to form a screen, and behind this screen, over was a murderous army. It was as if they were like a ghost in the desert, so fast that each blurred figure had slowly become clear. The murderous aura on these people could not be concealed, especially for these soldiers who had been in the battlefield for a long time. They were even more sensitive to this aura, and this army that came in a hurry in front of them, the killing aura on their bodies was more than several times that of theirs. It was simply more than 100 times that of theirs. Though they occupied the only high ground on this plane, they were inwardly overwhelmed with trepidation. In the face of their predecessors, who came in a murderous mood, they could not lift the weapons in their hands at all, only to hear their trembling hands gripping the handles of their weapons, and the weapons clanking in their sheaths. As in the hearts of the soldiers, a wild shudder ran through them. The crowd gulped, an unspeakable awe quietly appearing on the frazzled faces. And at this moment, the 10 undead armies of the Funeral Heaven Legion were already less than a mile away from them. What's the panic? They're soldiers and you're not? How many battles have you been on this frontier? How many foreigners have you slaughtered? And are you weaker than them? All cheer up. If the king sits on that throne of the 9 to 5, you are all founding generals and will surely be heavily rewarded. The Jinbei King's guardian general, known as the third fiercest general in the northern region, Berserk, showed a ruthless face and roared fiercely at the soldiers behind him. On the eve of a great war, the most taboo is this kind of military heart-shaking. Looking at the soldiers trembling, even the weapons cannot grip the hands. Wild some hate. The reason why the king sent him to guard this first pass is because he sees him as a wild and unrelenting army. And now, before he even makes a single sword or arrow, he has already scared these battle-hardened soldiers out of shape. The soldiers looked at his fierce expression and collected themselves, but there was no hiding the fear in their hearts. Wild shook his head helplessly and turned his head to the archers behind him and commanded, "Divine Bow Battalion, get ready. Once the enemy army crosses that gully, you don't need to follow orders. Just empty the arrow feathers in the back basket behind you. Yes, the rest of you, follow my orders. Once the Divine Bow Battalion clears all the arrow feathers, you will meet the enemy with me." He just couldn't believe that this legendary burial army was really that amazing. Simply with an army of less than 100,000 men in front of him, he wanted to eat his 300,000 strong frontline force. Who are they? Chapter 99, Unstoppable and Strongly Crushed. The 10 undead generals, led by Luo Xiao, were at the forefront. It wasn't just Luo Xiao. The rest of the top 10 undead generals had likewise entered the Dao by killing, honing their skills in the military camps, killing and slaying. The bloodbath aura emanating from the 11 of them rose up to the sky, and those generals of the Jinbei King's guards gulped at the moment they saw the scarlet bloodbath aura surging up from their bodies. They were all generals who had been guarding the borders all year round, and had fought from time to time, but after so many years had passed, they had never seen any general with a bloodthirsty aura that could rival these people's. The general commanding the Divine Bow Battalion had long been shivering with fear at this moment, and as he watched the 11 men, who were close at hand, and had nearly crossed that gully, he was at a loss as to how to give his orders, because the bloodbath aura emanating from those 11 people had long since condensed into a scarlet wall of blood. That general had a premonition that even if all of their arrows were shot, they would be completely blocked away, and would not be able to injure those soldiers behind them at all. "Great General, What should we do? That general had already panicked at this time, and had already lost his mind, forgetting the words that the great general had just instructed. If he ordered all the soldiers to rain down arrows now, even if he could stop the attack of these 11 people, he would not be able to obtain better results, because it was impossible for these arrow feathers to injure such powerful existences, and at most, they could only cause some resistance to them and slow down the pace of their attack. There was still some strength left to deal with those soldiers, so at this moment, they were also long out of strength. Wild frowned tightly. How could he not see the situation? Just now he does not know how to choose. He has fought for so many years, has made countless war achievements, and has seen the rise of countless emerging generals, but has never seen this kind of onslaught of generals at the head of the situation. Don't generals usually sit in the center of the group and command the battle? How did they all get to the front of the line at once? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do they really think their army is invincible? Do they really think their flesh is invincible? How dare they charge straight to the front like this? Then what are you waiting for? Wild's pupils suddenly shrunk. However, the scarlet eyes were incomparably abrupt, and the blood filaments even filled the surroundings of the eyeballs, as if they had been pushed to the extreme. He heckled and gave orders, and since these people were rushing to the forefront, what did he care if they lived or died? And he couldn't believe that these people thought they were legendary generals of the empire, so they dared to act so recklessly, charging into battle for their soldiers, when they really weren't afraid to die. Upon hearing the great general's command, the general of the Divine Bow Battalion no longer hesitated and decisively ordered, "Release it for me." The soldiers with their arrows on the string heard the general's order and, without hesitation, loosened their taut hands. Tens of thousands of arrows shot straight up into the sky like raindrops, first circling around in a large arc, and then swooping straight down. The sky, which had cleared up, instantly darkened, and a black rain of arrows instantly poured down, covering the sky. Luo and the others who were charging forward instantly paused in their steps, the corners of everyone's mouths pulling slightly into a smile. They were waiting for this moment. Although the 10 undead generals, each soldier's physical body was extremely strong. However, when facing such a powerful sword, it was inevitable that they would be injured. That was why they, the generals, had negotiated such a plan. They were trying to use their physical bodies to harden the first wave of the enemy's attack and disintegrate the opponent's long-range attack. This discounts the casualties of soldiers considerably. Great General, it's coming. Burial Soul spoke indifferently, as if these tens of thousands of severe arrows were just raindrops in front of him. Inconsequential. Luo, who was fully armored with cultivator armor, slowly raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes gradually taking on a scarlet color, a monstrous blood fury chi instantly surging up, 1,000 threads of blood fury chi, as if it was going to congeal into a net to wipe out all of these severe arrows. The rest of the 10 great undead generals were not willing to show weakness, and they went all out to receive this wave of arrow rain with their own powerful Shenling power. Within a moment, that powerful bloodbath chi, surrounded by 10 colorful halos of arcane power, rose up into the sky, forming a huge barrier in the path these stern arrows must pass through. Shoo shoo shoo. The black pressurized arrow rain was like hitting cotton, and its momentum was completely dissipated. And then, under the effect of the powerful Xian spirit power, it even directly ignited a blazing fire in the air, and was incinerated. The opposite side of the enemy generals headed by Wild and others looked even more dumbfounded. They did not expect the opposite side to have this kind of operation. One must know that the terrifying attack power formed by these tens of thousands of arrows, even an ordinary Zun Xian realm powerhouse wouldn't dare to directly carry them hard, unless they were to forcefully raise their own strength by expending the power of their own domains at any cost, or else, they wouldn't be able to do it with their own Xian spirit chi alone. However, these 11 people in front of them had done it, and with such ease that it was unbelievable to them. Do the general's remaining arrows still need to be released? That general's mind was in disarray at this point, and he subconsciously flinched. Is such an enemy really something they can match? Even if the other side only had less than 100,000 people, while their side was a full 300,000, they originally thought that the advantage was in me. However, they were a group of ordinary people, and the opposite side is as ferocious as a pack of savage beasts. It's not even a level of existence. It's like an ant compared to an elephant. How does that play out? The general was already like this, not to mention the tens of thousands of soldiers behind him, and with such an offense coming down, in the eyes of these ordinary soldiers, even a group of barren beasts would be shot with 10,000 holes. However, the opposite side was like a ghost, carrying it off with devastating strength. How can they be defeated by this? You're full of crap. Why so much? My previous orders aren't working, are they? Empty all the arrow feathers for me. Immediately. Wild wasn't as calm as he was earlier. At this moment, His eyes were red and his eyeballs were about to protrude out, because he also panicked. He knew deep down that in this battle, he was not a match for the 10 undead legions at all, but since he was already on the opposite side, he had no fear of life or death. Yes, that general was also startled by this furious roar from Wild, and his figure was almost unsteady. What then greeted Luo Xiao and the others was the rain of arrows that followed, but to them, this kind of attack was just like rain. It really didn't have much of an attacking effect, and at most, it would only consume a little bit of the Xian spirit chi in their bodies. In the end, the Divine Ba Battalion's arrow feathers were consumed, and Luo Xiao and the others also consumed quite a bit, but to them, it was all inconsequential, because it was the group of undead soldiers' turn for the next big show. The soldiers of the Undead Legion were well aware of their general's intentions, and as they kept charging forward, they likewise saw what the general was doing. Since the generals have paved a path for them, it's now their turn to take the field. They are well organized, not reckless and straight. Leading the way was the Funeral Fire Legion of the 10 Undead Legions. They were seen standing side by side in Ren outside the city wall, and then, using their own fiery bloodline to condense countless balls of fiery light, 10,000 fires were gathered and released, and they solved the first wave of enemies on the city wall with a destructive force. The large city gates were also destroyed by their combined strike. The 300,000 troops led by Wild and the others had also long been waiting behind the city walls. The rest of the undead legions didn't hesitate and scrambled to rush into the city. Fighting the enemy, there was a lot of fighting and wailing. Luo Xiao and the others, on the other hand, found the enemy's generals, all of whom were not bad. Pulling out any one of them would be as strong as 1 against 1,000. So in order to cause unnecessary casualties, the 11 of them had to clean up these generals. However, it was indeed a bit difficult to find so many hundreds of people in a melee of hundreds of thousands of people. However, none of this was a big problem for Luo Xiao because his domain was enough to shock all. Moreover, the system had also instructed him that wherever the domain covered, it could absorb the bloodshed chi in order to strengthen itself. He did not hesitate to leap into mid-air, and then slowly stretched out his Shura divine domain, and in an instant, half of the entire battlefield was covered by him, and countless soldiers' chi and blood within their bodies directly surged up and merged into the Shura divine domain the moment they died. The Shura beeps in Luo Xiao's mind also rang incessantly at this moment. In less than a quarter of an hour, millions of chi blood had been collected, and if it was converted into its own strength it could break through another level of cultivation. However, there was no hurry to raise his cultivation for this, because the system told him that the Emperor Xian realm breakthrough to the Zun Xian realm was possible with cultivation compression, and the more Xian spirit chi that was compressed, the more strength he would have after the breakthrough as well as the ability to kill over the level. If the talent was strong enough to compress to the extreme realm of the Emperor Xian realm, the system also had a special reward. As for what special reward system, it did not inform him. Still, he was very much looking forward to it, as special rewards like this were not rare, at least not since he had the system. As the battle intensified, after 3 days and 3 nights of fighting, the 10 undead generals managed to slaughter all 300,000 enemies in a crushing manner, and above the battlefield, they never left any prisoners. Betrayal is betrayal, and when they take up arms in their hands and make an enemy of them, there is absolutely no room for weakness, because surrender after defeat, they don't accept it. In the end, the only one left on the battlefield is Wild, with his own strong strength, but also injured the 10 undead generals of the Soulfire. But at this time, he was also seriously injured by the Soulfire, has no power to fight again. He was seen to be covered in wounds, a lance pinned to the ground to support his shaky body, and his eyes seemed to have blurred. After looking around in a trembling circle, the whole person was as if deflated and paralyzed on the ground. Luo Xiao slowly walked up to him and asked in a low voice, "You were once a soldier of the Empire as well. Do you ever regret this moment?" Wild slowly raised his head and looked at Luo Xiao, whose entire body was attached to the cultivator battle armor, only to feel incomparably powerful, and that strong aura even made him unable to raise his head, only able to see his torso below his thighs. He tried to make an effort, but had long since exhausted all the strength in his body, and failed to see. Solely stopping struggling, he replied in a muffled voice, "Regret? General, are these words asking me?" Wild suddenly sneered, as if the words were funny in his eyes. Luo Xiao nodded. This Wild was indeed a soldier. As to whether or not he was a loyal general, he didn't know. Calling him a traitor, that was only betraying the empire. Calling him loyal, at this moment, he had never betrayed the king of Jinbei, but that aura of killing in this guy did resemble himself, and he also claimed to be a perfect general. "Let me give you one last ride. You're a true soldier." Luo Xiao didn't want to embarrass him too much, nor did he want to cross-examine any information from him. "Oh, thanks a lot." Wild opened his mouth in relief. At this moment, He had never been more relaxed. Looking back on these 10 years of military career, perhaps today was the most relaxed and relieved day for him. Luo Xiao nodded his head. A cold aura flashed in his eyes, a powerful force of divine soul, instantly churning the wild divine sense. The process was painless, and in the blink of an eye it was already an eternity. When the 10 undead generals saw Wild, they couldn't help but feel sorry for him. This person's strength wasn't weak, and his willpower was also very amazing, with Soul Flame's strong fire control ability of that body, as well as the foreign fire that burned everything in heaven and earth. It also failed to make this general bind his hands. Honorable, but that's about it. An enemy is an enemy, and to show them mercy is to show yourself cruelty. The crowd then cleaned up the mess, and the 900,000 strong army behind them slowly entered the pass, preparing for the next wave of attacks. Brothers, it's not updating, it's because fewer people read it. That's why it's a new book. Brother, writing a book is supposed to be about making money, and the family is really struggling to earn their own tuition, and that's what they have to do. I've made these two together as one today. I didn't separate them because I was too lazy to think of a tagline. I'll keep updating them in the future. And of course, I'll continue to write the new book. So thank you all for your support. New book, Metaphysical, Opening Digging My God Bone? But my name is Iraq. Chapter 100 Billions of Qi and Blood Entwined. Breaking through the Zun Xin realm. After taking down this mountain forest pass, Luo Xiao realized that his accumulated Qi and blood had reached 8 million. And after this battle, the Shen Spirit Qi as well as the Blood Fiend Qi in his body had been compressed to the extreme. It's time for a breakthrough. 2. Inside the main tent of the army, hundreds of generals stood neatly in front of Luo Xiao, waiting for his next battle plan. Generals, except for the 10 undead legions that have just experienced battle. All generals will follow the plan I deployed earlier and continue the march 3 days later. Luo Xiao, dressed in his marquee, said slowly to these generals. The previous combat deployment he had already arranged. Other than having the 10 great undead legions sit and station themselves within these 3 forest passes, the rest of them continued to march forward. One was to prevent the various foreign tribes around the neighborhood from circling around and sneaking in, and the other was also to allow them to rest and recuperate here. After this battle, he also completely recognized the terrifying battle power of the Funeral Sky Legion. Just with less than 100,000 people, he took down 300,000 people guarding the solidly fortified pass. If it was an unusual soldier, he would definitely not be able to do it. However, for these Funeral Sky Legion soldiers who possessed a special bloodline, this was actually nothing, especially these 10 undead legions. Their battle strength was more than several times that of the other legions. He was going to let them stay and recuperate, as well as to make the final killer preparation. He was confident in taking the next fight. After all the generals had gone down with their orders, he called out to the 4 Heavenly K ambassadors. Right now, he still had one more important thing to accomplish, and that was to break through his own strength, prepare for subsequent battles. Soon, 4 black shadows slowly flew into his tent, straight to one knee in front of him, and the ones who came were none other than the 4 great emissaries of the Heavenly K. Young Lord. The 4 men greeted each other neatly. Luo Xiao waved his hand and told them to stand up and talk, and the 4 of them didn't squirm and quickly stood up. At the same time, the world also cast a strange gaze towards Luo Xiao. If they had previously thought that Luo Xiao had no cultivation, their greatest duty would be to protect by Luo Xiao's side, so that he would have no worries about his life. However, after a battle, you made them completely recognize a brand new young lord. At the same time, they also reacquainted themselves with a terrifying existence, and when they thought about Luo Burial Sky's instructions before he left, they completely understood. Sure enough, the saying that a tiger's father has no son does not come without a falsehood. I've been unable to suppress my cultivation for the past few days. I want to take advantage of this hiatus to make some breakthroughs. Are you guys willing to escort me? Luo Xiao looked at them and faintly asked. It was only after hearing Luo Xiao's words that the 4 people reacted from their daze, and then, their eyes looked at him in surprise. A sudden breakthrough? Young master, what is your strength now? Why can't they perceive it? If it wasn't for the strong pressure Luo Xiao displayed before the battle, at this moment, they would never believe that Luo Xiao was harboring cultivation. Young lord, forgive the boldness of my subordinates. I wonder what realm you have reached now. The right envoy slightly stepped forward and saluted. He asked the question that the remaining 3 wanted to inquire about, and the gazes of the remaining 3 burned at Luo Xiao, waiting for his answer. Luo Xiao smiled. For these men, in fact, he hadn't wanted to hide it for a long time. It was just that actively exposing his strength and appearing to be a bit ostentatious, so he chose to go with the flow. However, since they asked today, there was no harm in telling them. Emperor Xian Extreme Realm, Luo Xiao said indifferently. However, The four people in front of him were astonished. This cultivation level didn't really seem high to them. But how old was this young master now? You're only 18, right? The strength would already be able to match their own and others. No, the strength might have already surpassed them a long time ago, because the same realm doesn't necessarily represent the strength. Some absolute heavenly prides can casually cross the level to kill their enemies. Luo Xiao, as their master's descendant, how could he not have this kind of strength to cross the level to kill his enemies? Moreover, they had felt Luo Xiao's pressure earlier, and even for the three of them who had already broken through to the Zhuanshuan realm, they were unable to resist it. It was conceivable that this young lord's strength had actually surpassed them. What surprised them the most wasn't Luo Xiao's cultivation level, but this extreme realm he mentioned, where an unusual person would at most break through to the 10th level and would have to move on to the next realm. However, they had followed Luo Fun Tian for a long time, and they had heard a little about the term extreme realm, and they had seen the terror of the extreme realm. That was Luo Xiao's brother, Luo Tian. Among them, the one who knew it best was the right envoy, because he was the one who had suffered a loss at Luo Tian's hands, although at that time, Luo Tian's strength was already very strong, so strong that he couldn't match it. However, he was enough to easily crush himself with just his physical body's extreme realm, and he was even beaten up without the ability to fight back, only to find out in the end that people had no way to mobilize a single trace of Xian spirit chi to deal with themselves. Since then, right envoy, that's when he died and followed Luo Tian. Speaking of which, all four people were not that old. The oldest left and right envoys were only 40 years old, and they had already reached such an achievement. Looking at the entire Apocalypse continent, it was also the existence of a supreme heavenly pride. However, compared to a supreme heavenly pride like Luo Tian and Luo Xiao, the light of their existence was already extremely faint. We are willing to protect the young lord, the four said solemnly. They had now slowly realized the terror of this family, and if they could keep following them around, they themselves might really be able to reach that untouchable realm one day. You guys come with me. Luo Xiao didn't know about their inner activities. His own priority was to make a breakthrough as soon as possible, and then hurry to behead the Jinbei king and go home to accompany his daughter-in-law. Soon enough, the five found a bleak land in the middle of nowhere. Not a single living soul survives here, as if it were a desert in the middle of nowhere. What should the system do now? After choosing an address, Luo Xiao asked the system, "Host, please release your domain and separate the four of them." The system said, "The four of you can just guard from afar. You don't need to be so close to me." Yes. After supporting the four, Luo Xiao didn't hesitate to compress his cultivation divine domain to the extreme, covering only his own body, while the realm cultivation in his body seemed like a taut string, as if it was about to snap open the next moment. System, I've already compressed the cultivation god domain to the extreme, and the cultivation in my body can't be suppressed anymore, Luo Xiao said with some difficulty. It was as if his body was surrounded by countless boulders, and even breathing was a luxury. Host, a special gift that was promised to you earlier has been prepared for you. After the system finished speaking, only to see that under the sky, the originally clear and hot weather changed instantly, and black pressurized clouds were now converging towards Luo Xiao's sky. The Shura totem within Luo Xiao's body also boiled away at this moment, and the long immersed totem appeared on his skin once again, only that it seemed to be a burning fire that scorched every inch of Luo Xiao's skin. However, the dark clouds under the dome of the sky were bulging even more, and a heavenly thunderbolt filled with the power of thunder slowly split toward Luo Xiao, who was somewhat speechless. In his heart, he even implied endless spitting. He also did not know what this system meant, actually activated his suppressed Shura totem again, and the thunder in the sky seemed to be towards this totem. System, is this the great gift you were talking about? Luo Xiao stifled a breathless grunt. His forehead was already covered with raindrop-sized beads of sweat. The thunder in the sky struck in a burst, and the cultivating demonic tendon in his body was constantly surging. There was not a single place in his body from the inside out that wasn't subjected to torment. Host, don't worry. After carrying through this bout, you'll know I'm good, the system said with conviction. And what if I can't carry it? Can't carry it? You can't handle it. Try. Luo Xiao no longer spoke, and under the strikes of a thunderbolt, the Shura chi and blood in his body was also natural, slowly infusing into that Shura devil tang, and his cultivation level is also climbing, surprisingly without any calm breakthrough to the Zhuanshuan realm, and has not stopped, and the chi and blood in his body had now reached billions, as if every meridian contained endless power. His white jade-like skin was also slowly turning crimson in color. If it wasn't for the guardianship of the cultivator divine armor on his body, I'm afraid that the dozens of thunderbolts in the sky would have long since cleaved him into a skeleton. Without realizing it, he had already carried down 99 heavenly thunderbolts, and his cultivation had even reached the second level of the Zun Xin realm. originally thought that the thunder clouds in the sky dispersed, but the result was that those thunder clouds, as if they vowed not to stop, directly converged together and changed into 9 colored colors. Then, frantically gathering power, the surrounding thunder power was slowly converging on top of Luo Xiu's head, as if in one strike, it was going to annihilate him. Host, quick, the big gift is coming. The system saw that the time was ripe and hurriedly reminded Luo Xiu, this your big ING gift? You're trying to kill me. Luo Xiu cursed, having just finished dealing with the cultivating demonic tendency in his body, and as a result, when he looked up, his person went numb. Don't worry, it's definitely a great gift. Don't open any defenses. Put the domain away and withdraw the Shura God Kai. The system exhorted. Ra Xiu, you're trying to die with me, aren't you? You trust me. You definitely won't die. That heavenly thunder was already stirring, about to blast in the next moment, and the system couldn't explain too much. Luo Xiuxing let out a breath as he chose to trust the system one more time, withdrawing all the defenses of his entire body. In an instant, the 9-colored divine thunder in the sky slowly bombarded down, and the terrifying 9-colored divine thunder seemed to have drained all the power of lightning from this continent. Fight! Luo Xiu shouted. The 9-colored divine thunder from above was already less than 100 feet away from him, and Luo Xiu's eyes slowly turned a scarlet color as the blood veins in his body churned and millions of cultivator chi and blood rushed straight to the sky. Under the matter of life and death, the Shura divine lattice in his body was also slowly awakening, and a silhouette that looked like a god slowly emerged from his body, holding the Shura divine sword and charging straight at the 9 divine thunderbolts. The system shouted excitedly in Luo Xiu's mind. The 4 guardians outside the scene were also incomparably shaken when they saw the scene, the divine statue's virtual shadow. This was a scene that they had never been able to touch in their lives, and they didn't think that they would actually see it today. A mere party of heavenly thunder. How dare you clamor? The cultivator's shadow held the cultivator divine sword and slashed at that 9-colored divine thunder. And that wine color, you as if also feel his terror in general, actually turned into 9 brightly colored balls of light to fly away. Want to run away? You'll stay and be used for my disciples. The Shura shadow instantly transformed into 9 residual shadows, charging towards the 9 brightly colored balls of thunderous light, and in an instant, it returned to its original point. It was just that there were 9 more thunder balls of different colors circling his palm. 9-colored thunder bead. The grade is a bit weaker, but it's enough for that kid to make do. The Shura void murmured in a strange voice. He then turned his head to look at Luo Xiu, who at the moment had fallen into a coma, while the system in his mind, which had taken the shape of a kitten, pierced out of his mind and bowed down to the Shura shadow. Greetings, Master. Aha. The Shura void responded faintly. Take good care of him. I've already spoken to his father and won't come after you. Yes, Master. The kittenish system's eyes shone. Alright, I don't have much time left for this void, so let's make some last chance for this kid. The Shura god sighed. Then, threw the 9-colored divine thunder in his hand into the air, and his own silhouette transformed into a channel of blood chi surrounding the 9-colored thunder beads, hardening the consciousness of the 9-colored thunder beads, and the 9 thunder beads even formed a string on their own, and quietly landed on Luo Xiu's hand. I'm outta here. The voice of the Shura god also ended abruptly at this moment, and his figure was nowhere to be seen. The kitten-like system's eyes flickered with a hint of despondency, then flew firmly into Luo Xiu's mind as if nothing had ever happened. Luo Xiu slowly woke up at this moment as well, realizing that he hadn't been attacked in any way, and found it very refreshing. The power of the 9-colored divine thunderbolt just now was extraordinary. How come I didn't do anything at all? Just as Luo Xiu was wondering, he suddenly realized that he had something extra in his hand. Picking it up, a fine pair of strings was in his own hands, 9 exquisite beads shining with varying thunder. System, what is this? Luo Xiu asked as he suspiciously looked at the string in his hand. Host, don't worry, this is the great chance given to you. The string formed by the 9-colored thunder bead. With it, you can have no fear of the evil spirits in the world. And when you break through to Emperor Xian, you'll even be able to master the law of thunder and punish the great 1,000 evil spirits. The system explained. Which 9-colored divine thunderbolt formed this thing? Luo Xiu almost screamed out. This is good stuff. Alright. Now that your breakthrough is complete, you can call it a day. The system didn't seem to want to mention much about the Shura void and covered it up nicely. Luo Xiu didn't inquire too much and turned back to look at the 4 great protectors, who seemed like wooden men, standing there quietly without moving. They are? Don't worry, it won't take a quarter of an hour for them to recover. They were probably shocked. Host, you shouldn't be too happy either. Your cultivation divine domain hasn't condensed a divine soul yet, so it's better to hurry up and think about what divine soul you want to condense. The system reminded once again. breaking through to the Zhuanchuan realm without condensing the divine soul, that strength would be greatly reduced. Luo Xiu also understood this, but looking at today's situation, not to mention condensing the divine soul, it was hard to walk, so it would be better to do it another day. 2 and done. Guys, Chapter 101, The 10,000 Paths Return to 1, Divine Soul 10,000 Images. Nowadays, with his strength at the 3rd level of the Zhuanchuan realm, it wasn't completely without a chance to kill an enemy that was 2 or 3 realms higher than himself. If he were to condense his domain spirit, he would be confident that he would be unrivaled within the Zhuanchuan territory, and at that time, even if he met that Jinbei king, he would be confident that he could suppress him. Luo Xiu's mood at the moment could be described as great. However, it was the 4 emissaries who had suffered for his protection, who were still unable to move at the moment, as if they were wooden statues surrounding him. How come it's been so long and they still haven't recovered? After waiting for a long time, Luo Xiu asked suspiciously. The promised quarter of an hour turned out to be a long time past now, and the 4 of them still hadn't made any movements. There's no hurry, it's probably because they're too weak, so they'll have to wait longer. Are you kidding me? His own master, that was the towering, the 10,000 worlds cultivating god. Even those towering heavenly gods could not look directly into his eyes for a moment. It was considered good that these 4 were not scared into idiocy, which is not so easy to recover. However, that was something he could only spit out in his mind, as his own host hadn't wanted his own host to find out so quickly. Hearing him say that, Luo Xiu also secretly nodded his head, although he didn't know exactly what the 4 had gone through. But judging by the terrifying 9-colored divine lightning's pressure just now, it was only right that it would cause so to them. As soon as he thought of that terrifying 9-colored heavenly thunder pressure, Luo Xiu couldn't help but look at the 9-colored string in his hand again. And now the source of the law of these 9 heavenly thunders was so frankly in his hand? What the hell just happened? And who is stepping in to help themselves? Luo Xiu wanted to inquire about the system, but that guy kept his mouth shut and didn't utter a word no matter how tempted he was. After another half a quarter of an hour, the 4 great messengers finally recovered, but looking at their lax-eyed appearance, it seemed that they had long forgotten everything they had just seen. All 4 were a little dumbfounded, looking around as if their eyes were saying who am I and where am I? It wasn't until all of their gazes swept over to Luo Xiu that they reacted, and at the same time remembered that they seemed to be protecting Luo Xiu, and then saw a 9-colored divine thunderbolt, tilting down from the sky, and then their consciousness gradually blurred. However, seeing Luo Xiu standing here unharmed at this moment, it was obvious that he had already crossed that lightning tribulation. Young lord, I'm really sorry, we didn't know what happened just now. The moment that 9-colored divine thunder poured down, we lost consciousness. Are you alright? The left ambassador stepped forward and said to Luo Xiu with a guilty look on his face. The rest of them also lowered their heads in shame. If anything really happened to Luo Xiu, they really couldn't afford to die. Luckily nothing went wrong. Luo Xiu watched them all recover and waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. All of you return to your posts. There are still 2 days left before the large force launches the general attack. During this time you try to gather intelligence to see if there is a next move on the side of the Jinbei king, or if there are any mysterious masters aiding behind him. Yes, this battle, although he had gained a great victory, but it was all too natural. The king of Jinbei did not even have the intention of recruiting troops to support him. Such an important gateway, said to give it away? This is not a choice that a military general with power in his hands can make. Either he is truly powerless to resist, or he has other plans. But for the Jinbei king, a man with millions of troops in his hands, is it hard to have hundreds of thousands of reinforcements? The answer is that it is not difficult. Then there is only one possibility left, and that is that he intentionally gave this Sanlin pass to himself. And what he is trying to do is definitely much more important than this Sanlin pass. So what's he really after? Luo Xiu let out a deep breath. He couldn't completely relax. This matter of leading soldiers to war was also his first time doing it. Hard. Really too hard. Host, you also don't think too much. There is this system will absolutely help you to rule this Jinbei king obediently. The system with a worried look, kindly said, since his own master had already instructed him to assist this host properly, then this system of his own can be opened up in a big way. Luo Xiu's tone was a bit disgusted, a bit unconvinced that this system could bring anything to the table. The cultivation of self-cultivation is piled up by qi and blood, and those qi and blood also come from killing themselves, and he is at most an intermediate converter. Basically no except for a few special rewards. Host, are you questioning me? The system was instantly unhappy when it heard his somewhat disgusted tone. It's not just me, but in the underworld, countless eyes, countless thoughts are condemning you, because you really are a bit garbage. Unity Sun IA also has a difficult time. You really think that you crossed over to be omnipotent? Host, do you know how much I've risked every time I've opened up access? Do you know how many threats I've received from HQ along the way? Woohoo! In an instant, the system instantly felt very aggrieved. These people's demands were too high, and they were also too bullying the system. Luo was a bit speechless. Why was this guy even aggravated? Alright, I believe you alright? Then tell me, what can you do to make me win? You know, that Jinbei King is very powerful. With our current troop strength is still less than 1/5 of others. What do you say to fight with others? I'll let you win when I say I can. And you can forget about the rest. You'll know when the time comes. That's fine. Don't fall off the wagon when the time comes, huh? Or we'll both go GAGA together. Alright. This system says let you win. Just wait and see. But the most important thing for you right now is to hurry up and recover yourself. Then hurry up and condense your divine soul. Otherwise, even if I let you win, it won't mean much. Luo nodded, and then walked towards his tent. He recovered quickly, and it only took him one night to return himself to his peak state at the moment. Cohesion of the divine soul is actually not difficult. The difficulty is difficult in his cohesion, to see whether you can grasp that divine rhythm, but also to see how the faith in your heart in the end. Luo continued to unleash his domain within his tent, and after the breakthrough, he only felt that his own strength was more than 100 times stronger. After the breakthrough of the field can also cover up to 10,000 meters away. If placed before the big battle, he can definitely absorb everyone's blood for his own use. While rejoicing, he agonized over what divine soul he should condense. Can the system really just coalesce? Luo asked. Of course you can. However, the more powerful the divine soul coalesces, the more difficult it will be. What you said earlier about wanting to coalesce the dragon soul is an exceptionally powerful existence, and wanting to coalesce it successfully isn't an easy task. However, even if you have condensed a dragon soul, you are still not the most powerful divine soul, the system explained. And what is the most powerful divine soul? All paths return to one. God's soul is all things. All paths return to one. Divine soul of all? Hearing the system's words, Luo scrutinized them carefully. Chapter 102, Host, you don't really want to condense the 10,000 elephant divine soul, do you? Why say it is the strongest soulet? Only because the elephant is the ancestor of all things in the world to it as the origin. The awakening of the person can be arbitrary idea control, illusion of any soul. Even as strong as the soul of the dragon can also illusion out, and even those who have been silent for a long time of ancient beasts, can also be in the host's idea of the illusion of the out of the not only so. 10,000 elephants divine soul. The reason why it is called 10,000 elephants, that is because it is different from the ordinary divine soul that's simple. It will be with the awakening of the person's strength and cohesion of multiple divine souls. If the awakening of the person breaks through to the realm of legends, then it will be able to grasp the world of 10,000 elephants. Will be all the world of the road to the already body, the domination of 10,000 sinking and floating, one by one. The system explained it to Luo. The 10,000 ways return to one, and the Lord sinks and floats. Luo's heart thumped. He didn't expect that there would actually be such a powerful divine soul in this world. Even the dragon soul that one's own conjecture had carved was nothing more than a small Kara Mika's existence in front of it. This also strengthened his determination to awaken his divine soul. If one awakened this universal divine soul, then both one's strength and domain would be a qualitative leap. It was not impossible to even battle the Saint Realm with one's current Suinchuan Realm's third heavenly strength. Then even if that Jinbei King was no longer strong, one would be fearless against him. Luo couldn't hide his inner excitement. His heart was already moving, and he hurriedly asked the system, then what do I have to do to awaken this Wanshan divine soul? The system then transformed into the same ink-colored kitten from before, standing in front of Luo and shaking his head. The soul of 10,000 elephants. How easy is it to awaken? Even if he, the system, had followed the Shura god for millions of years, he had never seen anyone awaken the universal divine soul. The great thousand universes, so many human world heavenly pride. No one dares to be confident enough to awaken the universal divine soul. And Luo is in this weak low-ranking realm. Want to awaken is even more difficult as the sky, and even can be awakened to the opportunity is almost zero. Although the chances of being able to help him awaken were almost nil, he could still transmit the essentials of being able to awaken the universal divine soul to Luo. And although this kind of essentials was a kind of secret for this kind of low-ranked realm, it had long since become no secret in the great thousand universe. What do you mean by that? Hoping to take it out to whet my appetite? Luo immediately grabbed him by the neck. Alas, 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 host, what are you doing? It's not easy for me to manifest into this form. Don't you dare pinch and burst me. It's not easy. So tell me, were you just playing me? That's not true. the essentials to be able to awaken that legendary universal soul. I can tell you that too. It's just that the chances of you being able to awaken it are almost zero. Do you still want to try? Then you're pretending to be mysterious. Hurry up and say it. Just because others can't, doesn't mean I can't. The system looked at Roshona's confident look and didn't want to strike him. But he couldn't help it because this guy was not a salt and oil man. Okay, you let me go first. Luo Xiao let go of his hand. And the system that drew the picture as a kitten shook its head. And then, it transformed into an attribute panel that was presented in front of Luo Xiao. Wanxiang Divine Soul, the awakened person needs to be in the Emperor Xian realm to break through to the Zun Xian realm. And their strength must reach the extreme realm. Otherwise they cannot complete it. When Luo Xiao saw the first condition, his eyes lit up. When he broke through, his strength had already reached the legendary extreme realm. So this first condition was considered to have been met by himself, right? Keep looking down. He's not looking so good. Divine Soul Wanxiang is the ancestor of all things in heaven and earth. I.e., the essence of the laws of heaven and earth, the furnace of melting all things. The awakened must have the most pure bloodline of heaven and earth, and the concentration of the bloodline must reach 100%, and it must be the legendary god-level bloodline. It has to be a legendary god-level bloodline, and the concentration of the bloodline must be 100%. This is still playing First of all, let's say whether the Shura bloodline in one's body can reach a divine-level bloodline. Just to say that this concentration must reach 100% is almost an impossible option to accomplish. Luo Xiao's face became more and more ugly, while the system kitten was gloating on the side. The method he was telling Luo Xiao, as for how to choose it was up to him. However, seeing Luo Xiao's face so ugly, the system emitted a sense of pleasure from its heart. Luo Xiao calmed his insides and continued to look down, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. The awakened must comprehend the law of the universe in the middle of the Zhuanshuan realm stage. The above two are the difficulty of ascending to heaven. Then this one is the horrible difficulty of stepping into the universe. That's the law of the universe. How the hell to comprehend Even the legendary Emperor Xian realm would have difficulty comprehending a single line. And this ing has to be comprehended at the Zun Xian realm. Isn't this bullying? However, that's not the most outrageous, because here are two more. The awakened must inscribe at least 10,000 divine souls at the Zhuanshuan realm stage. The awakened person must comprehend a single law Upanishad at the Zhuanshuan realm stage and attach that one Upanishad to the domain, and use that one Upanishad as a guideline for the domain, to rule over that Wanxiang divine soul. After reading these 5 conditions, Luo Xiao had long been dumbfounded at this moment, and words could no longer describe his current mood. He could only say that it was awful. He recognized all the words on these 5 conditions, but if he had to string them together to understand them, he felt that rusty. Looking at his stagnant appearance, the system shook its head helplessly, retrieved the attribute panel, floated to his shoulder, and patted his shoulder as a sign of consolation. Alas, young man, you still have a long way to go. Don't be overly ambitious. However, Luo Xiao remained indifferent, standing there frozen, his bloodshot eyes seemingly empty. I don't know how much time had passed before he slowed down and turned his head to look at the system. Unity-Sun, is my current bloodline a divine-level bloodline? What is the concentration? The system was taken aback by his sudden question. You're not going to answer me. The Shura bloodline is a divine-level bloodline, and your current bloodline concentration is at 98%. Very well, then is this 9-colored thunder bead in my hand an incarnation of the thunder law? Then am I able to comprehend the mysteries of this 9-colored thunder bead law? Should work. Ha ha ha. Luo Xiao suddenly laughed out loud, confusing the system on the side. This host is crazy. This is so exciting. Although there are quite a number of prides in the great universe who have been driven mad because they wanted to awaken the universal spirit, but they were almost successful but failed for some reason before they went mad. This guy hasn't even tried it yet, and he's already mad? Host, are you alright? The system carefully poked his shoulder. Ha ha, I'm fine, and I'm confident in awakening the universal soul. Luo Xiao responded with a confident face. It was as if the matter of awakening the universal divine soul was already a done deal in his mind. Confirmed. This host is really crazy. You don't believe me? Yes, I believe you. You'll be fine. Let's not talk about this anymore. Haha. Step aside. Old me isn't crazy. 98% divine bloodline concentration. Is there any chance to raise it to 100%? The system looked at Luo Xiao's demeanor, which was like madness and not like madness. Host, are you serious? Ouch. Host, how do you hit someone? The kitten system covered its face and cried in pain. Luo Xiao looked at this kitten-like system, very beaten, and slapped him directly into the corner. I'm not kidding you. You better be serious. Oh, the system aggravatedly rose from the ground, then analyzed with Luo Xiao. It's not easy to raise a god-level bloodline. With your current 98% concentration, this remaining 2% is tantamount to the most difficult to raise, but it's not impossible. If you can absorb the blood chi of the millions of people in the next Jinbei king, and then purify it from there, and subsequently integrate it into your own bloodline, there is a chance to improve. Very well, doesn't that solve the second condition? Luo Xiao wore a smile on his face. The system also nodded in recognition. Luo Xiao lifted his arm and shook it, the 9-colored thunder bead on his arm. As for this cosmic law, I see that this 9-colored thunder bead on my hand is good. If I quantize it completely, I can master a universe. The law of thunder. Now that this 9-colored thunder bead had recognized itself as its master, it was only a matter of time before he wanted to completely refine it. So the second one wasn't much of a problem for him. As for the third rule, to imprint at least 10,000 divine souls within the Zhuanshuan realm stage. This is indeed a bit difficult. Each imprinting of a divine soul is a kind of consumption. It is indeed impossible to accomplish in a short period of time, but it is not without hope. My own cultivation strength is all dependent upon killing and slaying to accumulate chi and blood. If I attribute all this time to these things, it can also be accomplished. Listening to Luo Xiao's analysis, the system opened its cat eyes wide and looked straight at him. As for the fourth rule, comprehending this cosmic law Upanishad is indeed a bit difficult, but don't you still have you? With your experience, it's only a matter of time before you can help me master this cosmic thunder law Upanishad. Luo Xiao looked toward the system, a hint of a wonderful meaning flickering in the bottom of his eyes. He still didn't know where my system came from and what its purpose was, but after spending so much time together, he still trusted it. Moreover, this guy seemed to be omnipotent in this side of the world, so he must have come from a more powerful world realm and must have been created by an extremely powerful and strong person. So for a kind of cosmic law Upanishad, he definitely understood it as well. At that time, if he comprehended it himself and let him guide him from the side, he would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. And then, comprehending this so-called Upanishad of cosmic laws would not be impossible. The system looked at Luo Xiao's lurid eyes staring straight at him, and a cold sweat broke out on the cat's back. What do you keep staring at me for? Dole said. Luo Xiao didn't return his words and continued analyzing. As for this fifth rule, since it's all unprecedented, it's up to me to create it. Host, you don't really want to condense the universal divine soul, do you? Who's kidding you? Luo Xiao gave him a blank look. It seems to say, look at my face, do I look like I'm joking with you? Alright. What you said is also very reasonable. If all these conditions you analyzed can be realized, you do have a chance. But the priority now, isn't it necessary to settle that Jinbei king first? Let's just say that a small Jinbei king can't solve it. So don't condense any Wanshan divine souls. Unity-san is right. Let's take that old boy and sacrifice him first. Chapter 103, Letter from Mu Chishue, a show I miss you. After 3 days of reorganization, Luo Xiao continued to lead his army on the trek, while the news of King Jinbei's loss of the most important gateway was also spread amongst the various tribes of foreigners, causing these people to be thrown into a panic for a while. Satsuma, is this the king of Jinbei that you led us to defect to? Someone else, a brat leading an army of less than 100. 000 men crushed his proud 300. 000 legions. Do you have to give me an explanation? That's right. If you hadn't compelled us in the first place, if this king of Jinbei had taken over the world, we would have been able to share a piece of fertile land, and we would never have followed you to carry out this treasonous deed. And a letter on this table. You give me a good look at it. This emperor of the Tianqi Empire didn't even put this king of Jinbei in his eyes, and only gave it to a milquetoast fop's million troops to deal with. It's obvious that it doesn't matter how it's put into perspective. And now how ironic it is that a copy of the solicitation is sitting on this table. If that king of Jinbei really fails, then our children and grandchildren will never be able to rest in peace, but they will be classified as treasonous. A dozen or so minority tribal commanders, righteously indignant, came to their alliance commander with a letter of solicitation, one after the other. Now that the matter of them following the Jinbei king's rebellion had reached the side of the Celestial Revelation Empire, whether they would live or die would still depend on their decisions at this stage. And their alliance commander, who had been sitting in the main seat in deep thought, had likewise received a beckoning letter. For today's pattern, the Jinbei king's advantage was gradually shrinking, and the most important mountain pass had been taken by the Apocalypse Empire's army. And if the millions of troops wanted to continue to open up, they would have to retake this crucial pass. However, the Jinbei king's side was slow to give them news, and was always awfully quiet, which produced the result of making these tribal commanders lose their confidence in supporting him. Of course, He also knew that the king of Jinbei had actually been taking advantage of them, and that the set of benevolence made on the surface was just enough to fool those villagers at most, and his heart had always been very clear. It's just that there's no turning back from the bow, and now even if he leads these tribes to surrender, he will only be caught in a situation where he is attacked from both sides. On one side was the Ying Jinbei king, and on the other side was the inscrutable attitude of the Apocalypse Empire. So at this moment, he preferred to trust the Jinbei king. Don't even say it. Since the east window has already been exposed, do you think we still have a way back? Even if we do surrender, our treatment in the future will be greatly reduced. It's not as good as before. Satsuma slapped the table in front of him fiercely with his hand, and the 10 or so tribal leaders who were originally still chattering and discussing instantly quieted down. You should think clearly. The reason why we followed the Jinbei king in rebellion is not because we are caught between several empires and the people are not happy. They don't care about us, the minorities, they only care about enjoying themselves in the palace in Kyoto. If we can hold out, why do we need to rebel? Think about it yourselves. There's no turning back for me. I'm the commander of the entire alliance. Surrendering means beheading. Rebelling against the Jinbei king is the same thing. It's not just me. All of you might do the same. Samoyed's impassioned speech firmly demonstrated his own heart. Dead pinch of this group of commanders of the heart. Because who do not want to get more fertile land? Who do not want their own command of the tribe to live and work in peace and happiness? But these things, the Apocalypse Empire couldn't give them. So they had to change their masters. Numerous tribal leaders once again fell into the middle of contemplation. Because Satsuma's words are not unreasonable. The rebellion has been involved. There is always someone to take the blame. And they, as the leaders of the various tribes, can hardly be blamed. And at this moment, Luo Xiu and the others had once again taken down several passes. The Jinbei king's boundaries were constantly being cut by robes, and the remnants of those who had absconded could only languish at this moment. However, the king of Jinbei still didn't make any big moves, and was even calm enough to be a little scary, neither defeating his troops to reinforce these barriers, nor making any resistance measures. This makes Luo Xiu somewhat puzzled by his thoughts. Night. Inside the main commander's tent where he had resettled, Luo Xiu once again summoned several heavenly K protectors. He was in a vague, somewhat uneasy mood these days, and even after so many victories, he didn't feel a hint of happiness. Young lord. The 4 great protectors knelt down on one knee in front of him and respectfully greeted him. Luo Xiu helplessly waved his hand. These people's sense of master and servant was already deeply rooted. It was indeed a bit impossible to dismantle him within a time. Solely lazy to say more. Directly say the main thing. These days the army start seems to be a little too smooth. Even smooth to unstoppable. But these are just the surface things. Jinbei king's real underpinnings has not been thoroughly explored. Which makes me have a kind of ominous foreboding. Luo Xiu's brows furrowed, his clear eyes revealing a hint of incomprehension. The 4 guardians also saw what he was thinking, and the left guardian stepped forward and said, "Young lord, if you have anything you're unsure of, just instruct us." The other 3 protectors also nodded their heads, and Luo Xiu patted him on the shoulder and laughed. "It's a good thing you guys are here. Otherwise, this Jinbei king would really be hard to deal with. Then I'll trouble you guys to make one more trip to go deep into the Jinbei king's hinterland to see what he really wants. I feel like he's brewing a huge conspiracy waiting for me to jump in." The 4 great protectors nodded and walked out here silently. Report. At this moment, an urgent report came from outside, and Luo Xiu, who was just about to sit down and rest, was slightly puzzled. Enter. A 1,000-mile messenger soldier, sweating profusely, came into the tent, holding a letter in his hand. Report Marshal. A letter from the Crown Princess. The messenger soldier respectfully handed a letter, archly, to Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu was first stunned, and after hearing that it was a letter from his daughter-in-law, a warm smile appeared on his face as he took the envelope. Go down. Yes. When the man had gone, he slowly sat down with the envelope and read it carefully. Su, how's the war going over there? Are you doing well? All is well in the royal palace. Please don't worry about it. And while it's good to set the country in order, please don't risk your life alone because there are still people at home waiting for you. To come home. Asho, I miss you. After Luo Xiu read the contents of the letter, an indescribable emotion surged into his heart. This feeling of being cared for was so good. The corners of his eyes were inexplicably hot, especially when he was out and about like this. The last sentence led him incomparably touched. The original "this stupid daughter-in-law has long been accepted himself, and so deeply in love with himself." He could feel the contents of his heart filled with anticipation of him coming home and embracing her. Silly girl, I miss you too. Wait for me. When I get home, we'll have a big fat baby. Chapter 104 Saving Lives. Luo Xiu also knew he had to end this war as soon as possible. originally to his character is not very like this kind of strife. If the conditions allow, he will still choose to swing it home, continue to accompany his stupid daughter-in-law to get away with it. Why do you want to do this kind of dirty work? So over the next few days he rearranged the deployment once again. They were now deep into the Jinbei King's hinterland. But this Jinbei King didn't seem to take him too seriously, and didn't even send out a few dominant generals under his hand. And under the destruction of the funeral Sky Legion, these armies in front of them were like dirt and dogs. He was also unable to guess the real purpose of the Jinbei King right now, which was something that caused him a great headache. It is also a major taboo on the marching road. If you can't know yourself and your enemy, then 100 battles will be lost. Third night, the Tian K squad he had sent out was finally sending back news. Inside the barracks, the right envoy held a letter in his hands and slowly knelt on one knee in front of Luo Xiu, his face slightly pale as he said, "My lord." Luo Xiu turned around to meet his miserable face, his brows slightly furrowed, but he didn't hesitate too much and immediately helped the person in front of him up. "What the hell is going on? How did you get so badly injured?" Luo Xiu asked worriedly. He could obviously sense that the right ambassador was not lightly injured, and there was also an extremely overbearing Xianli remaining in his body, so if he didn't remove it before it was too late, he feared that his life would be in danger. The right envoy looked at Luo Xiu's worried expression and was slightly touched in his heart, but he still took out the information that the crowd was guarding and handed it over to Luo Xiu. "We found out important information. However, due to penetrating too deep into the enemy's hinterland, we were still discovered by the strongest among them, and the rest of them were still trapped by the enemy in order to cover my escape." The right ambassador set out with worried eyes. This piece of information was something that several brothers had protected with their lives, and he absolutely could not let it slip in any way. And on the way to escape, he was also seriously injured by a strong man under the Jinbei King. That person is extremely insidious. The use of Xianli is also extremely overbearing and vicious. If it is not in order to send this letter out, he is afraid that he will not be able to hold on. Luo Xiu looked at the bloodstained envelope in his hand. He didn't open it at the first opportunity. Instead, he condensed Supreme Xian power in his hand and forcefully poured it into the shaky right ambassador's body. "Lord!" The right envoy's shaky body shuddered violently, realizing with horror that Luo Xiu was actually healing his wounds. "Don't talk," Luo Xiu reminded him. The hands of the Xianli is still a steady stream of output, to his strong bloodline power under the addition. The right to make the body of the injury was quickly contained. Only want to heal. Then, without a 2 or 3 years' time is no way out of it. The entire healing process lasted for 2 hours, and it was only when the sky had just dawned that Luo Xiu withdrew his hand. "Go down and recuperate yourself. I'll send someone to get them out." "Yes." Luo Xiu still didn't look at the letter in his hand for a second, and immediately recalled the main generals towards the major military camps, and the 10 undead generals likewise came to him. Tian K as the father left himself the last bottom, since handed over to his hands, then he will absolutely be responsible for them. People he must be saved. It was just that for the sake of today's plan, it was not suitable to act with great fanfare, and with the ability of several people, they were capable of holding out without the appearance of a powerful expert. "Marshal, what is the reason for having us here?" A general stepped forward and asked. There were more than a dozen Emperor Xian realm powerhouses gathered here. All of them were military commanders who could hold up the banner of a side's army. "Rescue." Luo Xiu's eyes were ice cold and terrifying, and he didn't talk too much. Today's action should not be done with much fanfare. "All the generals follow me to go deep into the enemy camp to rescue the people." "This, General, what man?" The people were a bit puzzled. It seemed that there were no people in their army who had gotten separated. "Cut the crap and set out with me immediately. I'll explain it to you in detail on the way." Without too many words, Luo Xiu directly gave the order. A moment later, his men would be in danger for a moment. These generals didn't dare to disobey the military order and followed Luo Xiu. It's the first time they've seen Luo Xiu this cold. This familiar scene, they have also seen in Luo Fun Tian's body. This little marshal more and more have his father that kind of aura. While the crowd was surprised, they also listened to Luo Xiu's orders while hearing that the crowd was going to go deep into the enemy's hinterland. "General, isn't this too risky? The generals of our funeral Sky Legion are all here. If the king of Jinbei finds out and traps us there, then the entire army will instantly fall apart." Burial Spirit asked calmly. "The main marshals of an army are all here, and if they are really wiped out by the enemy, then the consequences will be unimaginable. An army without a commander-in-chief is like a nest of ants without a queen. The order is all messed up." Luo Xiu had also thought about all of this, and he also knew that this trip was very risky. It was just that this person, he had to save. "You're right. Except that I didn't ask you all to risk your lives along with me. You're the main force of the various armies and it's not suitable for you to risk your lives." In a moment you'll meet me at the periphery of the hinterland. I'll have the certainty that I can get the people out. Luo Xiao thought for a moment and calmly said. Tian Ke could be considered his personal henchman, and even though he was now working for the empire, he couldn't take any chances with the war, nor could they take the risk with these generals. Although they were not afraid of death, the legion behind them still needed them to support them. There could be no He Luo Xiao in the Burial Heaven Legion, but not without this one general. How can this be? Young general, how can we possibly stand by and watch you risk your life alone? Even if we were to go save someone, it would be us people who would do it for you. General, you can't joke with your life. If something happens to you, we can't explain to the old general. That's right, we'll definitely help you save this man. We'll go in and you wait in the back. The crowd was agitated. They would never let Luo Xiao risk his life alone no matter what. If something happened to Luo Xiao, there was no way for them to explain to Luo Fun Tian. Which one of them was not trained by Luo Fun Tian to become the generals that are now admired by millions of people? They could even disobey the orders of the Apocalypse Empire, but they had to listen to Luo Buntian's orders, because which one of them when they were young hadn't been favored by Luo Buntian, and which one of them hadn't had their lives saved by Luo Buntian? I'm a marshal in the army now, not a family child's play. I know that all of you uncles are worried about my safety, but this is a war, and you're the marshals of the various armies. Your safety is more important than mine. Luo Xiao shook his head, and these words are an order to be carried out by the generals. Without waiting for the crowd to reply, Luo Xiao flew into the hinterland first. This, Chapter 105. Luo Xiao's speed was so agile and fast that the soldiers guarding the periphery didn't even notice his figure as he silently sneaked inside the hinterland. Only when he went deeper into the hinterland did he realize that this place was already heavily guarded, and there were many more soldiers patrolling than usual, and there were even quite a few strong people searching for something on a large scale. Seeing that they were constantly searching, Luo Xiao's hanging heart was finally released. Since they were still searching, it proved that Tian Ke's people were still alive and hadn't been captured. He didn't stay too long, and with the topographic map in his mind, he looked for a few places where he could hide people, but it was still fruitless. It was then that Luo Xiao remembered the tokens he had made for the various members earlier, and he was able to communicate with them through the command cards. Luo Xiao immediately took out the token and injected a trace of his own Xian power, and as expected, he was immediately able to see where his men were hiding. While happy, he felt a little wrong. Obviously sent out 7 people. Now only 4 points are flashing. That means there have been 2 people fell. Luo Xiao's heart sank, but now wasn't the time for him to grieve. He had to rendezvous with them as soon as possible and break out as soon as possible. Otherwise, the strong men under the Jinbei king formed an encirclement. Then it would be much harder to escape. His figure disappeared into the black curtain once again, darting towards the place where the crowd was hiding at an extremely fast speed. About half an hour later, on top of a snow-covered mountain, the remaining 3 major emissaries and a severely injured member were all sitting cross-legged on top of the snow-covered mountain. Boss, Little Dragon is about to die, the lower ambassador said to the left ambassador with a worried face. He was also holding in his arms the dying member of the group he called Little Dragon. Little Dragon's mouth was constantly overflowing with blood. If it wasn't for the fact that this place was an extremely cold place that had a tendency to inhibit the flow of blood in the body, Little Dragon Z was afraid that he wouldn't be able to make it. The left messenger face is also very bad. Just now the breakout fight has already made him consume a huge amount of Xianli, but he still forcefully endured the discomfort in his body, came to the front of the 2 people, condensing the Xianli in his hands desperately within the small dragon healing. Boss, what are you doing? You can't overdraw anymore, or none of us will be able to leave. Seeing the situation, the upper ambassador immediately stepped forward and pulled the left ambassador's hand. The left ambassador helplessly slapped his hand away and continued his output. I can't just watch the brothers who were born and died with us die in front of me. We've already lost 2 brothers. We really can't. Before he could finish his words, a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth as well. There was also a pause in the movement of his hands, but he reacted immediately, instantly straightening them and not stopping. The upper ambassador looked worried and understood this behavior of his boss very well. Only now, he was no different from an invalid, and he couldn't draw out a single trace of Xianli in his body. The same was true of the ambassadors, who could only watch with tears in their eyes, but could do nothing. The little dragon in his arms got a hint of a reprieve, and somewhat feebly raised his arm to grab at the left ambassador, and said with a smile on his face, Boss, it's not like we've been following you for a day or 2, and if it wasn't for the Lord taking us in at the beginning, this life of mine would have long since disappeared. And now, to be able to serve a part for the young Lord, I'm dying for a good cause. Stop. I know what's going on inside me better than any of you. Save some of your strength for the breakout. Before they were taken in by Luo Fun Tian, they were all outlaws, endlessly hunted by their enemies, and they were already satisfied to be able to live until now. Cut the crap. Although the left ambassador's face was calm, there was a hint of choking in his words, continuing to overdraw the Xianli in his body. Yet the next moment he was once again interrupted. The person who interrupted him was no other than Luo Xiao, who had come to rescue them. The crowd looked surprised when they saw the visitor. Young lord. Luo Xiao nodded, and a powerful Xian force erupted from his body, condensing in his own palm, replacing the output of the left envoy and continuing to heal Little Dragon. Young lord. Xiao Long was somewhat flattered, only he no longer had the strength to say too much more. Luo Xiao gave him a faint smile. Don't talk, I'll take you home. Half an hour later, the injuries within the little dragon's body were finally stabilized. Several people also dragged their heavy bodies around Luo Xiao. They were somewhat moved in their hearts, but more worried. They weren't worried about their own safety. They were worried about Luo Xiao's arrival. The Jinbei King's men were as strong as clouds. It didn't matter if they died, but something must not happen to the young lord. Looking at each of them as they looked at each other in disbelief, Luo Xiao sighed. I know what's going through your minds. Young lord, you shouldn't have taken such a risk. The left ambassador was touched in his heart and at the same time lowered his head in shame. The remaining three nodded in agreement. They didn't want Luo Xiao to risk so much for them. This is not the time to talk about this. I'll give you half an hour to adjust, and after half an hour, I'll take you out. Yes. Hearing Luo Xiao say this, the crowd stopped squirming and immediately applied their energy and tuned their breath to be in their best condition. Even if they couldn't escape, they had to send the young lord out. During this period, Luo Xiao didn't just sit back and wait for death, letting the crowd stay on top of the mountain to recuperate while he himself disappeared into the mountain to explore the situation. The far north land accumulates cold all year round. The forest below is actually not called a forest, although there are a lot of sky-high trees, but still too jagged. Even if you walk within the jungle, the field of vision is also extremely wide. Luo Xiao, on the other hand, found a large sky-high tree and stood on its thick branches, observing the movements below. There happened to be a group of strong men and horses coming his way, and through Luo Xiao's reconnaissance, this small group wasn't very strong, and the one leading the group was no more than Wang Xian realm in strength, so he could destroy it in a puff of dust. Only he doesn't. Instead he quietly observes. Boss, there's no need for us to be greedy. Let's just go deeper into this extreme cold mountain range. It's freezing to death. One of the Tianxian realm powerhouses couldn't endure the piercing coldness brought about by this extreme cold mountain range and couldn't help but spit out his words. Yes, boss, even if that group of people have 3 heads and 6 arms, you can't carry the cold of this extreme cold land. Oddly torturous. A few of the rest of the group voiced their displeasure as well. What do you know? The most dangerous place is the safest place, said the man in the lead, turning around with hatred. He hadn't been aimless when he led his team here, because when he had just inspected the area, he had noticed a few figures flashing by. If it was in normal times, he would not have come here, only that he had heard that a few strong men had already beaten those few thieves into serious injuries and were almost incapable of resisting, so he had pursued them. If those thieves had not been seriously injured, give him 10 guts, he would never have come here to seek. Moreover, the king also issued an edict, who if he found the traces of those thieves, and so he called the emperor will be able to be crowned king. This temptation he really cannot top. Chapter 106. You don't speak martial arts. Boss, this place where birds don't. No one wants to stay. Do you think they would come here? The crowd of juniors still didn't believe it, mainly because they also didn't want to stay here for much longer. Even though they protected their whole body with Xian force, it was still difficult to withstand the cold climate. Cut the crap. If I tell you to look for them, then look for them. Do you still want to hang out with me? If those people are the first to be found by us, then in the future I will have the opportunity to become a king. Can you less benefit a few? The person they called the boss was still unwilling to give up. The wealth of the world was right in front of him. How could he be dissuaded by this little bit of cold weather? The crowd looked at the boss. Some angry will not dare to say too much, so they can only hard look around. And Luo Xiao, who was standing above the treetops, saw their every move clearly. In less than a moment, they sought out the bottom of the cliff, and looking at the snow-capped mountains, the crowd could not help but shiver. If they could hide someone on this mountaintop, they wouldn't believe it if it killed them. Boss, in front of us is the highest peak in the land of extreme cold. If we go further in, brothers, we really can't carry it anymore. Yes, boss, look at us 1 by 2. We are very sound. We can't even stay too long in this extremely cold land, let alone those few people who were seriously injured. Even if they really escaped here, I'm afraid that they would have already cooled down long ago. Why don't we go back? The many minions had their hands and feet numbed by the cold at this moment, and were no longer willing to continue forward. The man at the head of the group looked up at this peak. The warped cliffs are almost walled off. Even if a royal Xian realm expert came, it would be very difficult to climb to the top, and his heart was a little shaken. No one seems to be able to go up in these places. One by two, all of them are ing wimps. They can't even grasp the opportunity in front of them. He also had no choice but to stink at them. Trying to move on is impossible. Go back. Keep your eyes peeled. Maybe those guys are hiding somewhere where we came from. Especially that kind of hidden cave. Don't let it go. Well, numerous henchmen are dancing with excitement. It's a blessing to get out of this hellhole. Just as they turned to leave, Luo Xiao stood alone in front of them, dressed in a black robe with a Shura mask on his face. Very eye-catching under the bright moonlight. The people were all startled by him, and they all stumbled and fell into the snow behind them. Ghosts. Just when he wanted to yell, he was wiped out by Luo Xiao's throat, and a whole squad of 5 or 6 people was left with only the one who was in charge. Bright red blood flowed out of those people's necks, waving on the white snow-covered ground. After the shock, the man in the lead didn't dare to breathe a single breath, his body constantly creeping backward. Who are you? Rashu took a step towards him. You'd better not learn how to yell like them. I can't guarantee that you'll be like them. Luo Xiao's voice was even colder than this extremely cold place, and the bloodthirsty aura that filled his body was chilling. The man understood the words, and his body was even more afraid to move. Propped straight up there. I'll ask you to answer. As for whether the answer is true or not, it's a matter of your life and death. So I hope you'll be careful. Luo Xiao's voice was still piercing. The man seemed to have been stunned and lay there nodding his head vigorously. In front of life and death, he did not dare to have any sloppiness. What bull ***** loyalty and righteousness, at this moment has been thrown out of his mind. The only thought in his mind is to live, and the only way to live is to tell the truth. Very well. Luo Xiao was satisfied. How many people did the king of Jinbei send to inspect these people? I. The man stammered, somewhat unable to answer. Luo Xiao grabbed his collar and lifted him up. 3 breaths, say it or die. These threatening words quickly worked, and the man simply couldn't carry this threat of life and death. The king has sent a total of 20 squads like ours, as well as 100,000 soldiers who are guarding the barracks. As for the experts who are hidden in the shadows, I don't know. Luo Xiao stared tightly into his eyes, his scarlet eyes not blinking. How had that man ever seen such horrifying eyes? His eyes dodged one by one, but his body couldn't move a single bit at all, tightly tugged by Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao stared into his eyes for a long time, which didn't look like a lie, before he asked his next question. What are the experts who made a move to stop those people tonight? With the previous threat, this time this guy was very cooperative and spoke up. It's those offerings that the king has provided. About 10 of them, each one of them has reached the Zuanshuan realm. Hearing his words, Luo Xiao frowned slightly. He knew that the Jinbei king's depth was deep, but he didn't expect that he actually had such a strong group of cultivators in his hands. More than 10 Zuanshuan realm experts. Such a force is enough to sweep all the first-class forces of the entire Tianqi Empire. No wonder he dared to rebel. At the thought of having such a terrifying group of cultivators, Luo Xiao couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. If these people were to be thrown into a war, then the threat to ordinary soldiers would be very great, and the range of lethality caused would be very terrifying. But there was no need for him to think that much now. At least for now. He had to save the people first before thinking about the response later. Third question. The king of Jinbei. Where is he now? This was the news he wanted the most. After fighting for so long, he still hadn't scouted the exact location of the Jinbei king, which caused him a big headache. Your Majesty. Senior. This I really don't know. I'm just the captain of an inspection squad. I really don't have that much right to be able to see your Majesty. You just spare me. With his rank status, he couldn't even come into contact with the Jinbei king, and he really couldn't answer this question of Luo Xiao's. But if you can't answer, it's not a big loss for Luo Xiao, but for him, it's a loss of life. At this moment, his little life was clutched in Luo Xiao's hands. Life and death was only between Luo Xiao's thoughts. He was really afraid. I don't know if this place was too cold, or if he was just shivering with fear. His entire body was shaking non-stop as he was lifted up by Luo Xiao. The 3 questions had also been asked, and Luo Xiao instantly condensed tremendous killing intent in his hands. Jean felt this monstrous killing intent and instantly panicked. Senior, I've finished answering the questions. You. Didn't you say you'd spare me? You answered a question that I am not satisfied with. So live. Luo Xiao didn't talk nonsense. A rich blood chi in his hand instantly swept towards that person, who was instantly enveloped by a cloud of blood mist, and in an instant, his entire body was corroded, and he was similarly reduced to a blood mist. You don't speak of martial virtues, were the last words uttered by the man as he neared death. P.S. Brothers, Free of charge 30 cents brush it, so that brothers have money to eat a full meal. Thank you. A bigger gift dare not ask for. Chapter 107, it's over. After Luo Xiu finished solving this one squad, he didn't dare to stay too long and immediately returned to a few people, and half an hour had already passed. How are you guys fixing up? He who had taken off his Shura mask was still as handsome as ever, his white hair not inferior to the snow-capped mountains. The people were also very happy to see him return, and the injuries on their bodies were relieved a little. Lord, we are almost repaired. Only the spinning Xianli branch in the body is serious. I am only afraid that it is, said the left ambassador with some concern. In their current condition, the most they could do was to maintain a run, and if they wanted to tangle with the enemy further, it was simply impossible. Luo Xiu nodded. He didn't ask for too much. It wasn't easy to escape to this place under the siege of more than a dozen Zhuanchuan realm powerhouses. Don't have too many worries. There will be someone outside to meet us. As long as we break out of this hinterland, we'll have a chance of survival. With that said, he took the clothes he had stripped from the men and told the crowd to put them on. Put these clothes on. The crowd nodded, and without a moment's hesitation, put all the clothes of this patrol squad on themselves. Go! He also didn't want to talk too much nonsense. The longer he stayed in this place, the greater the chance of being discovered. Now take advantage of the chaos to hurry and escape. A few people pretended to be the squad that was searching for them and blended into the ranks of the searching army, encountering quite a few patrol squads along the way, and were not detected. However, just when they were happy in their hearts and wanted to leave the Jinbei King's compound, the front had already been tightly guarded, and there were no less than 3 Zhuanchuan realm powerhouses waiting here. Lord, what should we do now? The left ambassador asked softly as he came to his ear. In their current situation, if they were to strut over there, they would definitely not be able to escape the eyes of these few powerhouses, and several people are seriously injured. The breath in the body is extremely chaotic. As long as the slightest attention is not a little closer, it will be discovered. Luo Xiu exhaled deeply and looked at the surrounding terrain. However, this place was also located in the port of the canyon, so trying to go around the road was simply impossible. There's no other way out. All of you are now heavily injured. In a moment I'll stall and you'll quickly rush out. Someone will pick you up not far from here. Don't hesitate. Luo Xiu exhorted. With his current strength to deal with these 3 Zhuanchuan realm powerhouses, it should not be a problem, but if he wanted to completely kill them in a short period of time, it would still be a bit difficult. Moreover, once the battle broke out here, those inspection teams around would immediately reinforce, and the powerhouses searching in the dark would also rush this way, so I'm afraid that it would be too late in time. Moreover, these were only the Jinbei King's strength on the surface. How many experts were still hidden behind this back? They didn't know yet. This is the only way for him to get the people out. As for his words, as long as the Saint Xian realm experts don't make a move, he is sure to get out in one piece. However, a few people thought otherwise. They could die, but they definitely couldn't let their lord take such a risk. Lord, I don't agree with this solution of yours. Pardon my offense, but you can't afford to have any slip-ups. Even if we die, nothing can happen to you. The left envoy stopped Luo Xiu. Even if it was at the risk of a major non-compliance topping, he absolutely could not let Luo Xiu risk his life for a few of his people. Their original duty was to protect Luo Xiu, a task left to them by the Lord. A few people stood behind him as well, agreeing with what he was saying. They were equally unwilling to risk their lives like this to Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu looked at the behavior of the several people and sighed helplessly. This is the only way. And don't worry, I'm definitely not going to joke with my life. I'm sure I can get out of here. That won't do. As long as you're out of here in one piece, we'll be at ease. My lord, we have already lived for more than 10 more years. We don't care about this little bit of time. You are still young, and I don't agree with you taking such a risk. The upper ambassador also shook his head. End. P.S. This book will be here first. Stay 100,000 words more extras. Vacation to ponder over. Recently this period of time is too tired. The brain is a blur. I hope everyone understands. The rest of the 100,000 words extras. Ponder over. Write the ending.